The final day of the first ever Dota 2 Major is upon us. Today, we crown the champions as they take home more than $1 million in prize money, a unique trophy, and the right to call themselves the first ever Dota 2 Major champions. Welcome to the final day of the Frankfurt Major, live from the Festhalle here in Germany. 7 days of ferocious battles are behind us, and while we started with 16, only 3 remain. With Team Secret claiming victory in an epic series yesterday against Evil Geniuses, they've secured their spot in the grand final. Evil Geniuses, however, must take on the lower bracket sensations, OG, for the other place in the final. And we'll start the day with the clash between green and blue, and end the day with a best-of-5 grand final as the tournament reaches its climax after nearly 2 weeks of fantastic action. And talking of fantastic, our final panelists are ready to unleash their enthusiasm, spread their knowledge, and share a few dank memes along the way as they break down the final matches of the tournament. Our first panelist is a man of many words and is allegedly so fixated with item builds in Dota that he was also caught spending far too long pondering over itemization of his shopping basket at the local store. A warm welcome to Purge. Alongside him, a man with the nickname of a magician, the voice of an angel, and the subject of more than one dank meme in his time. It is, of course, the one and only Ben Merlini Wu. And finally, last but not least, our panel wouldn't be complete without a star name, a former pro player with expert knowledge and predictions, and a popular figure with the community. Sadly, we could only get Melk. Welcome to all of you. How you doing?
Well, I was fine until that.
That was a good one. I thought it was going to be fully positive.
Best one so far?
Yeah, best one so far.
Rates 8-8?
Yeah.
Good bait? How you doing, Melk?
I'm good. This is
I love you really, buddy. You know I love you.
I don't know.
You love it.
You're not sure anymore. Purge, how's things?
Pretty
Looking
good.
forward to the final day?
Is there a story behind the item?
Well, just
You know, he actually is completely right. My girlfriend gets so
See?
mad. I theory-craft everything. He was actually spot on.
even the shopping
I'm gonna show you
baskets,
later.
theory crafting it. If we just change these biscuits for these biscuits, then
You're the annoying one when
I
you go
actually
shopping.
say that stuff. I'm not even kidding. I'm like, cost-benefit analysis, which one gives you more calories per dollar?
it's brilliant. Merlini, how's things? Final day. It's finally here. We've been looking forward to it for almost 2 weeks now. Actually, longer than that, really. And it's here.
3 teams remain. OG, can they make it all the way? What do you guys think?
I think it's too early for predictions. I think we have to find out what goes on in the first game first. Before we get there, of course, let's take a look back on an incredible day of Dota. Day 5 of the main event, where the highlight for many was the upper bracket final, of course, between Secret and Evil Geniuses. But we'll start off with highlights from the opening game between eHome and Vici. It was a terrific day of Dota. I came away going, I feel like I've been to a really big tournament and seen some really high-level games, Jacob.
Yeah, a lot of us thought that VG Gaming would take this since we considered them top 3 favorites. And then eHome just came in with their push strat, completely prepared for what VG Gaming would do. We saw the stat that VG Gaming is 16-4 going into the late game, so the fact that eHome put together a push strategy in both games makes a lot of sense.
Ben?
I was watching this series and I was just...
I mean, this game will live long in the memory, won't it?
This is the one EG thought they had it in the bag. Had the confidence to push high ground and then got slammed by Envy.
I thought it was amazing that Universe made Axe look like a good hero. He's kind of a really bad hero right now, generally thought. All of his abilities are weaker than they used to be, but he had such a good game. But eventually it slowed down. There's only so much Axe can do late game.
And your head was about to explode in this game, Jacob, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit like the level of Dota, the high level of play was just mind-blowing, as I said yesterday. And then, of course, when you have 2 Rapiers on an Ember Spirit, you're fearful, especially when you've played the support role. I really felt for PBD. It must have been an atrocious game to play in the late game.
Game 2 obviously produced some more spectacular plays. Eternal Envy again with the Rapier, but this time not working out.
We have the Tiny from OG, again with their Superman strat fed in eggs, and then after that the game just completely changed and they steamrolled eHome. eHome thought they could handle the Wisp a second time to no avail.
So they've done this 2 days in a row now. You think they're going to get away with it in a third?
Well, that's one of the big questions, isn't it, as we head into our first game. We are going to get into our first game now and talk about the EG versus OG. It's the consolation final in the lower bracket, and the winner goes to the grand final. Of course, Evil Geniuses were just 1 away from that grand final, having been defeated by Secret, who await the winners of this game. So let's get into Evil Geniuses first of all. They've had a fantastic run through, a little bit shaky on day one, but we'll forgive them that, of course, and have looked solid all the way through, Kevin.
It's very typical EG tournament performance. A little bit weak day one. They get knocked out winter bracket finals down to lower bracket, but no one's too worried because they usually come back through and get back to the grand finals. So I think they have a very likely chance of beating OG. I don't think it's going to be completely one-sided. I think they could lose it. So they've got to be on their best behavior.
I think they have to learn from their mistakes yesterday. I actually talked to their manager and got some thoughts from him after the game. I think 2 mistakes that were really big for them. I think one was Timbersaw getting RP. They're like, why is Timbersaw even hitting a tower? And like afterwards, they're like, that was just a big oversight from our part. RTZ had Aegis at that point, so they realized that they had a lot of mistakes. And then RTZ in particular, I don't think had a great performance in game number 3, getting caught out pretty often on the Juggernaut, especially at crucial moments. Very uncharacteristic of them. So, they're not happy with the performance yesterday. I guess that's at least my interpretation of it, and they're restless and want to come in today swinging.
Yeah, a little bit like TI, I guess. Let's have a look at the highlights from yesterday when they played Team Secret in the upper bracket final. And Jacob, they can bounce back. They've shown that time and time again. They're not afraid of dropping down into the lower bracket and bouncing back up and winning the whole thing.
Yeah, so statistically, I think every time they go out to win a Valve tournament, they've actually been doing so from the lower bracket. So I think they're perfectly comfortable being where they are right now. Very confident going in against a match against OG. Probably not a team a lot of us expected to make it this far. We see the highlights from the match against Team Secret yesterday, and both these teams fought so evenly throughout all of the games. We see the scores being so close in all 3 games. It's actually ridiculous how good these teams are.
But at the end of the day, it seems like Secret has strategies that EG needs to be in. They keep trying to throw different things at it and see what's going to stick. Firstly versus the Ember, secondly versus the Huskar, and still seems like Secret has an upper hand at the draft in between these 2 teams and in this series in particular.
With the way they played, very difficult to say they played badly at all yesterday, and against a team like Team Secret. How do you assess their form from the game? Was there anything more that we learned about them, or was it so typical Evil Geniuses?
EG did a couple weird picks. I mean, they picked Storm in this game clearly. It's very clear Storm is worse than he was before because Sumail would do like 2 balls and he'd be out of mana. And normally before he'd do a lot of crazy things and provoke action from his opponents and force them into mistakes, but he doesn't have that same kind of possibility with the hero now. So while they did win on it, it looked far weaker than it did before. But I think the real thing that it proved is that EG has some things up their sleeve that they're waiting to pull out if they need to.
Yeah, and it's true to say that, even in this game against Secret, they didn't necessarily have to pull out too much. And they haven't had to do that throughout the whole of the group stage or the upper bracket. So there's potential there that they've actually got a few more, Jacob, stuck away somewhere that they can use in this game.
Yeah, the difference between Secret and Evil Geniuses yesterday was that Secret sort of dictated the draft in the sense that it felt like Evil Geniuses were the ones counter-picking, whereas Secret just ran what they wanted to. They set out with a game plan. They were like, oh, okay, we're going to go for the Ember Spirit. And once they stopped with the Ember Spirit and the Mag combo, they went over to the Huskar lineup, whereas EG sort of picked in reaction to what Secret had to offer. And I think they're going to do the same thing against OG, because we just know OG to just pick what they want as well. We've seen them just pick the tiny wisp, regardless of whether the enemy is prepared for it or not. They just continuously pick the same strategies that they're comfortable playing.
They've been a dominant force throughout this tournament, all the way through to the upper bracket final before meeting Secret. And in doing so, they head all teams on kills and on XP, and have just been ripping through teams, regardless of whether it's been a 2-0 or 2-1. How important is that in terms of the way that they're playing together and actually bringing the games home?
It's really important for this match, especially because OG usually wins their games by outplaying their opponents, whether with IO and heals or Winter Wyvern or a little outskilling. And I feel like for once they're playing against a team that individually skill matches up good against them, that EG is actually better in some ways. And by watching the EG Secret matches before, that looked like a grand finals. The high level of play, it was hard to watch the fights, let alone play them. So that means that both of those teams simply have super high mechanical skill, great decision making, and that's going to give EG a really good shot against OG, who does usually outplay their opponents.
When you say it's hard to watch the fights, it doesn't mean that it's not a pleasure to watch them, but rather that so much is going on such a high level that it's hard for even analysts to actually focus on one thing at a time or get a grasp of what's actually happening.
Yeah. How important is it that they're playing as a team, playing as a unit, regardless of whatever PPD decides to pick for them?
That's one of PPD's strengths, right? He kind of molds these players to what his game plan is, and he's played with Arteezy before, so it's no surprise that they can actually gel together. There were a lot of questions whether or not Sumail and Arteezy would get enough farm, would have maybe some conflict of leadership in the game, but it seems like everything's been working out pretty well for them.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that dynamic of having those two players in the team, because it does seem to have worked fine here. Maybe not leading up to Frankfurt, but what is your assessment, I guess, of how they fitted into the team together?
It's slightly different than how they played before. Before is Sumail mid, give him the snowball heroes. Now they're doing a lot of safe lane Sumail versus dual lanes. Sometimes it's like he's playing the off-lane role in a lot of games where he's 1 versus 3, as opponents pressure him a lot. And in most cases, in previous tournaments, he'd get a little tilted but be able to come back. But now he's on heroes that he's not quite as comfortable with. I thought his Timbersaw performance as a whole was very good, but he did make a couple mistakes, like initiating too aggressively or chasing for the kill and then secret return around and blow him up. So he needs to dial that back a little bit, and he's had 24 hours to think about it. I'm sure he's going to be able to come back with a new fresh brain and hopefully play a little better than yesterday. He still played very well, but he definitely did make some mistakes.
How do you assess PPD's drafting throughout the major so far?
I've actually liked it a lot. He isn't afraid of picking up heroes that aren't necessarily within meta or even at their strongest suit right now. He's picked a wide variety of strategies, isn't afraid to just pick encounters, which I always liked watching counterplay picks, because it adds for a different depth to the game instead of two teams just playing their set strategies or playing the set meta. And PPD continuously picks up these new lineups that he feels will work against the meta.
So EG arriving a little bit earlier on, in fine style, of course, as they've become accustomed to, the international champions.
This is actually Fierce's new car.
I thought it was Arteezy's new car.
I could see that.
Yeah. So whilst we talk about PPD, I also want to talk about Universe as well, because Universe often gets missed when we're talking about great plays and what have you, and PPD's great drafting and Arteezy's brilliant kills and Sumail on Storm Spirit. Where does Universe fit into the equation, Jacob?
Sorry, I had to laugh at that. What was the question?
How does Universe fit into the team in terms of what does he bring to them?
Stability. There's a reason everyone has considered him the best offlaner throughout the past 2 years, I think. He's just a solid rock, always delivering high-level performances, and when he really shines, that's when he can just win the game alone for EG, and even when he's just having an ordinary Universe game, it's still better than most other offlaners in the world.
Yeah. And a deep pool of heroes and experience. We've seen him play so many different heroes, like not only this patch, but prior patches. There's like Beastmaster, Axe, like Nyx Assassin, like all these heroes that aren't very common for other teams, but are still banned out against EG just because of the threat of Universe.
Okay, let's focus a little bit on Sumail. He has been absolutely on form in this major. He's literally Sumail the Slayer right now, averaging kills 9.3 per game. It's not always about one player, but when you're doing that kind of damage to another team, it's super impressive.
It's definitely very impressive, but it doesn't look quite the same as he did at TI. At TI, he was clearly unstoppable, made very few mistakes. He played borderline perfectly, and I think he can reach that again today.
What do you put that down to then, in terms of being different here?
Different heroes, maybe they didn't play Secret at TI, perhaps?
I think it's more so that the other team can focus more resources on killing him because they know that Fear's not going to get immense amounts of farm. Before, the teams had a lot of pressure coming out from AUI as a support, and whether he played like Visage or Naga Siren, they had to worry about him getting a lot of farm, so they couldn't commit as many resources to killing Sumail. But now they'll just have like 4 or 5 heroes there to kill Sumail, and it will be worth it. Before, it was like, do we really want to commit that much and let AUI and Fear farm at the same time? Now they only have the threat of Arteezy to worry about if they're killing Sumail.
The difference between how he played at TI and how he's playing right now is that at TI it would be considered courageously how he played. He amassed these kills, he played very aggressively, but he always came out on top. Nowadays, or in this tournament, it seems as if he's playing recklessly. A lot of the times he initiates without coming out on top. We saw some sloppy deaths yesterday, maybe because he's probably the player with the most self-confidence, I feel. It really shows in his play as well, and a few times yesterday against Secret, it also resulted in him dying.
Okay, we'll have to keep an eye on that as we go through the match. We're going to move on to talk about OG now, and it has been an amazing run for these guys all the way through the lower bracket. These 5 guys have really come together as a team in a very short time span, bearing in mind that they didn't form until just over 2 months ago, and to come together like that, Purge, and play so well through the lower bracket, best of ones, knockout stage, all these crazy games they've had to play, and the quality of the opponents has really, it's really made them shine.
Yeah, a lot of times when you take players from random different teams and put them together, it takes a while for you to actually become really strong. But OG found something really special. They really found the best talent, in my opinion. And maybe they weren't rated as the tier 1 players. They were rated around tier 1, maybe a little bit lower. But they just came together so well, and they cover each other very nicely in so many good ways.
Let's take you through some of the highlights from yesterday. This is the eHome game. Many thought that eHome had their number, had figured them out, and could stop them doing what they wanted to do. But in the end, Melini, the Tiny Wisp combo was absolutely fine for them.
After the bans, they learned from game number 1 the problem heroes, and eHome just really didn't have a solution after OG banned 3 of the original heroes from game number 1.
Jacob, how do you assess this game from yesterday with eHome? Because they were on good form. They'd also come through the lower bracket, also from the best of 1 knockout stage as well.
It actually inspires a lot of hope in me that a team that we all consider easily figured out by now because of the same strategies that they keep on applying. They go up against eHome, which is one of the most versatile in terms of picks. And immediately in game 2, Flyers already figured out how to deal with eHome, and they seemed to be a bit flustered in the drafting stage afterwards when he did that. And suddenly it seemed as if OG were the ones who had the draft down rather than an eHome.
If we talk about overperformance at this tournament, OG currently have to take that trophy, don't they?
Yes, I think most of our top 4 were Secret, EG, Vici in no particular order, and then eHome probably sliding in at number 4. And did any of you guys have OG in the top 4? I think they were like top 6 material for sure.
Only in my dreams.
And you've bet against them most times.
No, I've gone with those.
Oh no, Cinderen's bet against them most times. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, I would say that previous round when it was OG versus eHome, I think eHome was more likely to be at that position than OG was, and OG ended up beating them and going 1 step further. So I think they're clearly the team that.
With the way these guys come out of the gate very quickly, they had to do that yesterday against eHome because they know they like their first bloods and they like to snowball from there. OG actually played the kind of style that we've expected, but they seemed a little bit more cautious in some ways yesterday, particularly in the drafts as well.
Yeah, I really like the Viper pick, for example. It's a hero that doesn't have huge amounts of snowball potential, but when you put them on a top-tier mid player, it really shows you it makes you remember how good Viper is at laning compared to almost every single mid hero. So I really like teams feeling comfortable in doing that. They say, okay, maybe Miracle isn't going to be able to go around the map and get a godlike streak by himself, but at the very least, he can really dominate his lane, and it'll fit well with our strategy, and he's comfortable playing that.
Yeah, let's talk about No Tail from yesterday as well, because I often feel like his change of role is really important to this particular lineup and the way that it forms and functions together. And he had a couple of monster games yesterday on Tiny.
Got a lot of kills, man. And especially the strat that they did around with Alchemist, feeding him a fast Ags, he gets the butterfly. That strat is perfect, in my opinion. It's something that, for some reason, nobody abuses before now, but they saved it, it came out when they needed it, and it basically, they win that 1 fight afterwards. And so.
Bit of a veteran as well, Melini. I mean, just checking, 2nd most games played of all time.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of this Tiny. What really impressed me yesterday was his Phantom Lancer, I think, especially in the off lane with the Winter Wyvern. He was able to
Were you more impressed by that?
Yeah, I was more impressed with that because we've seen his Tiny have like really good performances, and we know that he's really good playing Wisp and playing with a Wisp. But his Phantom Lancer with the help of the Ion Shell and Crit's aggressiveness like really sealed the early game for them, which you really don't see from many other early game PLs aside from aggressive.
Okay. The other man that stood out for us, and we've been talking about him seemingly for the last 2 weeks, is Miracle. And how do you assess his tournament, Jacob?
I don't think it's been as convincing as a lot of the other mid players, honestly. Unless he gets his Shadow Fiend, he's not been the standout performer on OG, and that's what I really, really like and respect about this team. Going into the tournament in the months leading up to it, we've all been talking about Miracle especially. Moon Meander has had a great month throughout October as well. In this tournament, I feel like it's the Danish brothers. It's Crit and No Tail that's really been stepping up. Crit especially.
You're biased towards Danish people.
No, I just said Moon Meander and Miracle has had amazing months leading up to the tournament. But when we get on the main stage, it's the Danish players that perform. Okay, I'm biased. I think Crit is probably one of the most standout players of the tournament so far.
Okay, that's interesting. Purge, your final thoughts on OG?
Yeah, I agree with that. Crit is actually playing amazing. It's very subtle, but he has a lot of games where he has 1 death and double-digit assists, and that's really what you need, few deaths to prevent the course from snowballing.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll hear more from all three of you in just a moment. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to introduce you to our 2 teams for the consolation final, the last step before the grand final. So please welcome Evil Geniuses and OG. Is almost here. 1 step away from the grand final for both of these teams. I wonder which team right now is feeling more nervous. Let's find out with our panel. We're also going to do predictions very quickly. Just how nervous are they right now, do you think? Or aren't they?
Not very, I think.
Do you not think so?
He's been here so many times before.
I mean, No-Tail just looks cool as a cucumber down there.
I had the pleasure of talking to his girlfriend before the game, and she said they were very confident and comfortable.
Okay.
And you saw, he had over 1,000 official games played.
Yeah, he's done this before, it's fine. Purge, you are the victim or benefactor, depending on how you look at it, of the first prediction for this game.
I think it's clear that EG is more likely to win it. I think it could go both ways, but I'm definitely going to go with EG. I think they have the better talent, they have the better drafting practice, and I think OG is a little bit too one-dimensional.
Okay, Jacob?
I had to look deep within myself to figure out which I like more, being Danish or bleeding blue. And ultimately, the analytical part of my brain had to go with Evil Geniuses.
Okay, so head says EG, but heart says OG.
You could say that.
Okay, all right, well, I'm going for the logical choice. I think from the upper bracket yesterday, it's clear that EG and Secret are just on a different level, so I've gone with EG as well. So that's 3 out of 3. Are we going to get 4 out of 4?
I'll go with EG.
You're going to get why?
I think they're simply the better team.
What happened yesterday?
As clear cut as that as well?
I mean, they've just been around a lot longer. We've seen I think OG struggled a lot through the group stage, and they've had easier opponents throughout the main event, I would say. And for some reason, I think we were talking about it, is like OG's opponents always play worse when they're up against OG.
But maybe that's why. Maybe they make them play worse.
Yes.
Yeah.
EG will not tilt like that.
Okay, so we have a clean sweep for EG. Is there, if they have hope, and I'm sure they have hope as players, but if the fans, OG's fans have hope, where would they get that from? Would it be from the drafting? Would it be from some crazy picks, some strategy changes? What would it be?
I think the potential for our play is there. I think it more rests on, is EG going to play up to their level? Or are they going to say, we're going to grand finals, we already know that. Maybe they're thinking too far ahead, perhaps. They're not thinking about OG as much as they're thinking about Secret.
Okay. So complacency could be actually something that OG could exploit.
Yeah. If we were to look at mental pressure, I actually think there's a lot more pressure on EG because OG has already succeeded. They've already
overperformed,
overachieved in a sense. Probably not up to their own standards. Most teams should go into a tournament like this believing they can actually win. But at the end of the day, they've done everything we could have hoped for, everything their fans could have hoped for. Whereas in Evil Geniuses, there's still a pressure on them. They're still like, oh, we really got to win this game. Otherwise, we'll not only disappoint ourselves, we'll disappoint our fans.
It's the classic moment, I guess, when a championship-winning team come face-to-face with a relatively new team where every game they play is like a cup final for the other team. In that they've got nothing to lose, OG. They've, as you said, overperformed and achieved brilliantly already. So maybe the pressure really is on EG, but they've shown they can handle that in the past. They showed it at TI, under pressure, heavily against CDEC, and still came back.
Yeah, question is then if they perhaps even underestimate their enemy?
I don't think there's any danger of PPD doing that, is there?
Not him in particular. I was thinking more about some of their more loose cannons on the spot.
Yeah. Okay, so draft is almost upon us. And as we head into it, what are we expecting from the draft? Are we expecting the bans that eHome came out with yesterday, perhaps?
They either play against the Wisp Tiny, or they ban a component, or they have a strategy against it. Which I think it's more likely that they have a strat against it. Maybe Disruptor, something like that. Send a Wisp or a Tiny back.
Depends on whether or not OG ban AA here. I think OG ban AA here, EG's okay potentially with letting Wisp through. I think another counter that we saw to the Tiny and the Wisp and the Undying is the Timbersaw, which we didn't really see eHome run, but it's really good versus the 3 strength heroes that they run.
I think one assessment PPD could be making is that there are so many of these must-ban heroes that if you just leave them all in, we've seen that throughout the tournament, some of them just go through starters sometime unpicked, Doombringer sometimes unpicked. If he just goes for a Shadow Priest and a Wisp ban, he already removes some of the biggest strengths of OG. OG actually bans out the Undying knowing that they're going for a different first pick and that Evil Geniuses would probably pick it up. So he does go for the Wisp ban. I think this is a really, really smart move on PPD. I would have done the same thing, just because he and I have a mental connection.
Would you ban the Undying if you were OG?
Yeah, I thought that was a really clever ban as well. I was just kidding. PPD is levels ahead of
Ban all the Fear heroes.
But we do get to see the Miracle Shadow Fiend, not something that they're allowed in many other matches.
I think a smart pick right now, a hero that's been sort of fallen back in the meta is the Spirit Breaker. I really like that going up against the Shadow Fiend, especially when it doesn't have the Shadow Priest. The Dazzle support, sorry, there's a lot of people who's complaining about me always saying Shadow Priest. It is because I'm just not...
The one true Dota 1 gamer.
Yeah.
I Winter Wyvern was going to say neither of those picks. I'm going to shut my mouth now.
So they also leave Slaughter in the pool. Probably the hero Moon Meander has been the most dominant on. It's a bit worrisome that they're giving OG.
Yeah. It's good with Shadow Fiend too.
Yeah. Question is whether Fly is worried about what kind of supports they'll end up with, because Evil Geniuses can continue banning out support heroes now.
What if OG just takes AA right now? Decent counter to Wyvern, decent against Bursting Doom.
Now, we talked a lot about this yesterday, how we feel like AA is sometimes undervalued by the teams, and that we on the desk prefer it over some of the other picks that comes out. I think AA right here would be better than the Slaughter, but I wouldn't fault them for picking up the Slaughter either. There is Tusk in the pool still.
Is this the game he won't be picked or banned?
He's had one.
He did get through once.
Yep, we have had one game in
Really?
the entire tournament. Yep,
I missed that.
just the one.
You go for a Darkseer.
He's been picked or banned 91 times out of the 92 previous drafts.
I think they're going to do the double mech into mech pipe Crimson Guard build this game.
It went them a game yesterday.
It was, dude, when they popped mech that fight, I was like, why doesn't anybody buy pipe? No, it's so good.
I ask that question a lot. But Evil Geniuses, one of the weaknesses of the draft is that they don't play Meepo at all. So they always have to anticipate that, especially with the 2 teams remaining, OG and Secret being the most.
Same applies to
that.
the Wisp.
Yeah, and I think they also need a. That's why they highly prioritize the Winter Wyvern. I think they play it again a lot versus other teams, but I think even more so versus these 2 teams because of the Meepo. Although sometimes they pick Winter Wyvern and still ban Meepo, which I think is a little redundant. So you were talking about the Slardar, which could actually, I guess, be better for Evil Geniuses at this point. Does OG need to consider banning it?
Yeah, I think it's less likely that OG will pick it up now. Moon Meander already has his hero. There's a Shadow Fiend on the middle lane, unless No-Tail wants to play a farming Blink Dagger Slaughter. We've seen that being played from time to time in European Dota especially.
It seems like No-Tail prefers burst heroes though. Like Slardar's an initiator. He can do some DPS afterwards. He's more of a initiator, not a...
I think Crit's more likely to play the Slardar than No-Tail.
Yeah, but question is if there's better heroes for that kind of role. Then they do ban out the Juggernaut, a hero that Evil Geniuses seem to prefer picking up, especially against Secret yesterday.
It's decent versus Darkseer as well in lane.
So are we going to see the Spirit Breaker coming out for Evil Geniuses?
I think that'd be a great pick. Despite not having the Ancient Aberration to follow up with it, I still think it's one of the better heroes up against the Shadow Fiend. Alternatively, they can just go for a Tusk or a Night Stalker, still put a lot of pressure on it. They could even take a page out of the Chinese playbook and go for a Bounty Hunter. I think that's more unlikely.
So with Darkseer, it always lends the question, are they going to run with the Ember Spirit for perhaps No-Tail? I mean, have we even seen No-Tail play that much Ember Spirit? I remember they experimented with it a few times, and then they just, after they lost, they're just like, no, we're done with this. We're going to give it to Miracle exclusively. But I think that limits their draft.
It definitely seems like No-Tail's hero pool is the most limited on their team, at least the heroes that they do pick him. It's almost always on Tiny or Phantom Lancer. Doesn't seem very diverse.
It seems Evil Geniuses could very easily go for either Queen of Pain or the Ember Spirit right now. I think a Queen of Pain pickup would be great. It's good for helping out applying pressure on the Shadow Fiend in the lane. We've seen Sumail's Queen of Pain being one of the best in the world. There are no real counters for it. They already have to do them themselves.
The only problem with picking it up here is that it seems like EG is prioritizing putting Sumail in the safe lane 1v1s rather than RTZ. If they put him in the safe lane, they usually give him support cover, RTZ that is.
They can still do that.
I would say Sumail's ability to come back from getting killed a couple times is better. Maybe this is why EG prioritized that.
So the Tusk is back. This time in the hands of Evil Geniuses.
It's really good versus SF in the early game. Good versus Darkseer as well, until they get 4 staff or something like that.
You like the PL pickup for OG?
Yeah, I think it's a good pickup.
It's okay here. Yeah.
We've had 3 games on Phantom Lancer from No-Tail during the Frankfurt Major.
Or Viper even, I suppose. Viper's also pretty good versus those 3 heroes.
It's good against the heroes, but it has very little synergy with the Darkseer and the Shadow Fiend. I think if they want to go all out and looking at what supports a Bender so far, we get a treat. A crit Rubik.
That's one of the reasons EG picked up Winter Wyvern in the first round, because his Winter Wyvern was so good. They may not fear his other heroes.
I think his Rubik is better.
Really. It's very good, I think. I was really impressed by his Wyvern last night. It's a pretty good Rubik game. If Tusk initiates on you, it's a little scary, but...
So now we're going to see if Evil Genius, like how do they want to deal with the Shadow Fiend and the Darkseer? These 2 heroes just play extremely well greedily. They can take over the opponent's jungle as well as your own jungle. So either they need heroes that can dominate the lane really hard, which is like the Queen of Pain Spirit Breaker line that Jacob was thinking of, or they need heroes that can invade the jungle. I guess there's a lot of overlap in those, but Bounty Hunter comes to mind.
It's too late going for, I don't think they go for neither Spirit Breaker nor a Bounty Hunter now. They already have the Tusk probably being played by Fear with Universe on the Doombringer.
Could be Sumail as well. He was playing Doom. Played at least one game.
Yeah, he
I
played
believe.
one game at least. So OG actually run Venomancer pretty often, which I know Jacob, you like that hero a lot. Why do you think we haven't seen that hero at all, even though OG and Secret favored it coming into this?
It takes up too much farm.
Does it?
You don't have to farm heavily with it.
It just benefits from it.
I wouldn't say it's amazing versus Tusk and lane either.
Yeah. I think they can still run the PL though. That seems pretty safe. Pretty safe here.
Also, with as much heal as there's been in the meta, it sort of negates all the damage output from a Venomancer. One of the key reasons for why it hasn't been picked up. You need that kind of burst or disable from the supports.
So EG slightly picking themselves into a corner for the fact that PL is very good versus TA. If you swarm him with illusions, he can't cleave them very easily. Lots of damage sources. Mana Drain as well prevents you from melding, refracting.
I'm very surprised they haven't picked up neither Ember Spirit nor the Queen of Pain. I felt like this would be a great game for them. The only real issue being the Rubik.
Do they ban a hero is the question. Maybe that's what EG says. Our 5th pick is going to counter PL. Because it was pretty clear that OG was going to pick it, I feel. They ban anti-mage. They go... Oh. Okay, so off-lane.
You were right.
possibly.
This is not lane Tusk.
Okay, final pick from OG. Where do we go here?
They have, I think, much better late game. Like the Phantom Lancer, if he gets even like a modicum of farm, I think he'll be able to handle the TA and the Doom pretty well. So just need to.
I think even a
secure the lanes.
Crystal Maiden would be actually be decent with this lineup.
Yeah.
All 4 heroes benefit a lot from the aura. It combos well with the Darkseer. They need some early game pressure as much as they can get on the lane.
Is that enough damage though to deal with the Doom and the Tusk pressure? And is it enough early game to handle the Lich? I suppose.
I think it's decent. The alternative you was talking about, Venomancer, is pretty good up against the Templar Assassin. Gives them a decent amount of map control once the wards get leveled
I
up.
think it's a little too slow though. I like Beastmaster or CM more.
You don't think it's greedy picking up a Beastmaster? Also, considering Crit is most likely to play the Rubik already, I think it's a fly hero we're looking at.
And
Nice.
Treant is the final pick of the first draft for game 1. Here we go then, let's find out. OG versus Evil Geniuses.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are live here in Frankfurt for Championship Saturday, the first ever Valve Dota 2 Major. Today, we will crown the first ever champion for that major. I'm LD. I'm joined here to my right by Blitz. Blitz, it has been a miraculous run, some might say, for OG. They have taken down Fnatic, Mineski, Virtus Pro, CDEC, and eHome to get here. They are 9-2 in their last 11 games. The green dream is strong, but the boys in blue, they stand in opposition. Do you think OG can punch through?
Every single time that I doubt OG or I doubt their ability to make it through into a finals, they managed to do it. This is a team that historically, new teams like this never really have that kind of success. You know, even Sumail at his first tournament had some nerve issues and stuff like that, but I mean, the fact that they're even going to get top 3 at this point is pretty amazing.
Should they manage to do it? OG, as we hop into game number 1, would have officially laid claim to the best lower bracket run in the history of Dota 2. It would be one for the books. It already is the best lower bracket run, but they don't want it to end here. Here we are, folks. We're into it now. The teams enter the battlefield. The game begins. EG versus OG. Game 1. Crit gonna get scouted out here, and then they're gonna roll on him.
That's a 4-man snowball.
That's a big dive. Crit does get surged. Quick reactions, but Moon is also forced to skill up surge off the bat. Generally not what you want to see out of your Darkseer.
Yeah, that's actually fairly disastrous, especially if they decide to just sit a hero down here at bottom now, because the Darkseer no longer has the easiest way to get free XP. The Surge level 1, he had to skill it. That's one of those situations where if he doesn't get it, it's a sure death.
Let's see if it is going to end up costing him here. Is OG going to rotate back? The rune spawning only in 10 seconds. The other nice thing for EG Blitz is that they kept OG out of their jungle. So there's no aggressive wards planted down here, though. I do want to point out the Ancients got blocked. This is something teams have not always been disciplined about, but we'll have a little
fighting over
skirmish
this first
here.
rune.
At the bottom rune, the bounty going to go to the PL. Nicely done. Denying Arteezy this as he heads towards the bottom lane. Wrapping back, and meanwhile, PPD also being pursued a bit by Fly. So in the end, Arteezy is going to settle towards the bottom side of the map.
He might have to just buy a TP.
It looks like it.
Yeah, he's going to even sell a branch just for this.
This almost makes up for the Darkseer. As, well, I guess Miracle didn't get his bounty rune either, but didn't have to buy the TP.
Yeah, that's going to go for the Tusk. So the offlane from EG is going to have a much easier time this time around. And we're already seeing Arteezy being given a lot of
Bottom lane, a big skirmish breaking out here as Fly is trying to go blow for blow with Sumail, and Doom, as he so often does, barely going to emerge on top. So the first blood of your lower bracket finals does go to EG. But there is a quick retaliation kill out of Crit.
And that's an okay trade for EG because this is a dual lane. This is a lane that they don't expect to really win. All they're trying to do is focus more of their attention on this mid lane for the Shadow Fiend versus Templar Assassin matchup. And the Shadow Fiend typically will do okay at these early stages just because you can raise, as weird as it sounds, you can right-click off the refractions when it has early charges. But as the matchup starts to progress, it definitely goes in TA's favor, and especially with the help of the Lich.
Miracle posting up pretty aggressively here in the mid lane. Sitting at level 2 so far, only 1 CS though. As you mentioned, up against the Lich, it's always going to be tough. And Fear not only getting the denies out here, but then zoning Miracle even further. Even going in now, is going to tank a raise. Miracle forced to engage there just to force him back. So the off lane, it is going to be Universe on the Tusk. Moon, fortunately, I guess, had the 1v1 matchup, so he is able to get level 2, gets the Ion Shell, but he's still getting bullied quite a bit, and Universe has taken advantage of that level 1 surge already.
It's not just that, it was the fact that he was able to get the bounty rune early on, helps him so much in this 1v1 matchup. He's going to be able to grab boots a lot sooner, and this is going to allow him to force out Moon Meander, maybe to even use the surge a little bit earlier than he would like. And now that Moon Meander is level 3, it should be okay.
So Moon does get harassed here a bit by the shards. He's going to post up on Universe. Meanwhile, the bottom rune, it is a haste, but it's denied by PPD. Very well played there. In fact, going in onto crit with the Arctic Burn. The Rubik going to be forced back. So great play by PPD. He's as good as 2 supports in that case.
Yeah, and they've been still aggressive tri-laning bottom. The Rubik is going to be sent back. He even has a TP available, so they might just decide to go for a gank here in this mid lane or some sort of rotation to help out. And this is one of the dangerous things about aggro tri-laning is that one of your supports can just rotate over and help one of the 2 lanes, and nobody will be the wiser.
So how do you feel overall about the way the lanes have developed here, Blitz? It seems like early on, EG are pulling ahead very slightly with the Shadow Fiend having a pretty rough start. There aren't any stacks for him either right now because of this aggressive tri-lane. Are you more satisfied as EG?
I think you are, but if you're OG, you're not too fearful yet. You don't have any stacks, but Crit has to get this kill. He might even smoke up for this. They do have the level 2 raise available on the Shadow Fiend, but they really need to help him out. He has 5 CS right now compared to RTZ's 18, and normally this is okay because the SF can catch up through stacks, but not when he's this far behind, and especially when both of the supports are forced at bottom, and it's so hard for the dire side SF to stack for himself.
Uh-oh, Crit is going to reveal himself now as they've got the Hill Ward, so any chance of a sneaky play on mid has just gone out the window. Maybe he just wants to sit here and protect, but with the Lich, they don't really need to dive. They can win this one passively. We do see No-Tail posting up in the bottom lane. He is also farming rather well, 18-9. The Doom, not the best CS, but Sumail is getting his level, so a very slow start after a pretty aggressive 0-minute mark. We've settled into a farming rhythm. We see the TA Big Camp getting stacked up. They did try for a D ward here at their Ancients, but it was an airball. So no Ancient stacks. That will be good news for OG.
And this bottom lane is okay for Sumail because it's a Doom. He's always going to be able to catch up through the mechanic of Devour, even if he's a little bit behind the Phantom Lancer. And it's a lot easier for their safe lane as a Doom to be able to go to the jungle, for example, LD, than a Phantom Lancer is. And in mid lane, Miracle's getting pretty low. One more right click.
Is it going to be enough? There's the living armor. Doesn't matter. Arteezy gets it done. The first blood since the rune skirmish. EG going to grab that as well. So now the score 2-1.
And this lane has gone absolutely disastrously.
Well, Fly actually is level 3, but he has not opted the skill up anything up.
One more right click here.
He ends up going down there. No-Tail's forced to back away.
Yeah, he's got to run. He's got 1 lance available, but with Sumail popping the Scorcher, there's almost no chance that they're going to get a rebuttal kill.
EG firing on all cylinders. What was a fairly minor lead through those early moments is now ballooned into over a 1,500 gold and experience lead. Yeah, some of it perhaps due to the Lich, but they are just getting more farm in general, Blitz.
Yeah, and they have this Rubik in this mid lane, but there's almost no way to pressure that TA Lich. You notice that Fear's positioning. He's aware that the Rubik wants to try to help out, and he's been forcing him back at all times. But Miracle, he's going to go to the jungle. There's no stacks available for the Shadow Fiend.
This is so slow for a Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, he's only at 11 CS right now. Going to pump himself up to 15 after that very minor jungle camp, but...
And it's not just him, it's the supports as well. Fly, still no boots up. You often see trees. I mean, PPD even at times would pioneer that, where he'd get the early boots and go for a lot of kills, but we're not seeing that. They are going to finally make that rotation, send the tree over to mid, try to catch him up a bit, but this will just make Arteezy's lane even easier than it already was as he hunts for that top rune. 6 minutes. And also, the Ancient's going to start spawning now.
Yeah, and this is not the player that you want to give uncontested free farm to.
Who is the player you want to give uncontested free farm to?
That's the thing about EG that's scary about playing against them is that all 3 of their cores are so dependable. Like even Universe right now is 3rd in net worth, just barely behind the Phantom Lancer. And this is the kind of start that you want to see if you're an EG fan, is all their cores are getting what they need right now. Even the Doom, who's been aggressive tri-lane, has had some success. They were able to get kills at the bottom. And as a support LD, you can't afford to die in an aggressive tri-lane. Like, you get set so far behind because you have nowhere left to go. You gave up the stack. You're not really going for the pull yourself.
Speaking of which, look at what Arteezy's up to. Already wants to hunt the jungle and shut any kind of stacking shenanigans down.
Yeah, he's going to be surprised because there are none available. Moon might actually get a little bit greedy here as he's walking by.
So instead, Arteezy will just start farming the Dire jungle because they can't really do anything about it at this stage of the game. Their only reliable damage over time will be that Ion Shell, but Moon way too low to engage, so he'll clear out a double stack. Arteezy doing as much economic damage as humanly possible. Miracle only at 25 CS, Arteezy at 47, and everywhere else you look, the CS very comparable, with the only bright spot here for OG that No-Tail is slightly ahead of that Doom, but when you factor in the Devour, it's going to be close to a wash.
Yeah, and this TA trap is going to spot out Miracle farming this out. So it's going to be more free farm time, and this is scary because a lot of OG's lineups are dependent on the Roshan early on. They kind of just take the aggression.
Snowball trying to engage. There's the Walrus Punch. Jazoni No-Tail back, and then the
so
shot
low.
coming out. No-Tail in a lot of trouble here. Does have the Doppelganger, but he's pretty much out of the lane at this point, and it didn't really cost Universe all that much. He's going to bottle up. He's already got Arcane Boots. Absolutely fine. EG winning the war of attrition heavily, and also worth mentioning, OG tried to deward their own jungle. Couldn't find any of the 3 traps. Also couldn't find the Observer Ward. So the evil geniuses, feeling like geniuses now, as they see absolutely everything. They've got perfect intelligence as to what OG are up to.
Moon's going to TP top, refill No-Tail's bottle, but can't really pressure this Universe top lane as he's just going to run away, sees both heroes there, and the Ion Shell Phantom Lancer. He's going to get harassed out a little bit more.
They've got Chain Frost. It's the smoke gank from the Lich.
Yeah, this is a really weird timing because they won't expect this. They think Arteezy has a big enough lead.
Miracle's up pretty far. Not going to happen. The Chain Frost sends him packing. And Fly might even get dove for this. Arteezy's thinking about it. And he goes. The Living Armor cooling down. I think he realizes that as well. And does skill up the Nature's Guys just in order to cover his retreat. But again, EG sees this momentum. They get another ward up in the Dire jungle. What do OG do at this point? They are just being starved. And then on top of that, occasionally killed.
This is still kind of okay for OG because a lot of their lineup does rely on the team fights and the mid-game engagements from heroes like the Darkseer, but he might just go down here.
Jump onto Moon, quickly dealt with. There's the shards come out. Universe doing his part together with PPD, who now is hit level 6 as well, so has access to the Winter's Curse. And you know, in that Secret series yesterday, we saw some incredible Winter's Curses out of PPD, almost single-handedly winning them a number of fights, so this is definitely a concern for OG. As the trap goes into Miracle, they're going to look to dive here. Fly is sitting behind him, but the Living Armor's cooling down, and they
that's
engage,
so much
and
damage!
Miracle gets just blown up by Arteezy again.
They really can't
Where's the
afford this
defense?
anymore. That's 2 consecutive deaths for him now, LD, and he's dipping to support territory. He's got 2,300 net worth, no stacks whatsoever to speak of. All the traps are set in place. They've aggressively warded up the Dire jungle. So even that's not really a safe haven. And at top, because Universe has gotten so much, and all of the abilities from Tusk have such a low cooldown, he's just spamming things out, and the Doom's gonna fly now.
Oh no, even more damage to OG if Moons goes down here. The Living Armor cooling down in 1 second's time. Not gonna matter. Sumail gets it done. Then it's an Alpha Wolf. More for EG, as though they needed it, as they continue to skyrocket in terms of control, gold, and just general position in the game. Almost a 5,000 gold lead, closing in on a 4,000 experience advantage, 7-1. You can't, even Nahaz can't find a stat to look bright here for OG. This is as bleak as it gets.
Yeah, I would say that this kind of position is recoverable because they have heroes like Darkseer, they have the Shadow Fiend and the Tree. They've got a lot of teamfight LD, but at some point the laning phase, this kind of overwhelming disadvantage, it's really hard to recover from just because you just don't have the items anymore or the levels. Like the Shadow Fiend at 10 minutes into the game is struggling to get treads.
And then even let's say he gets them. You get a farm Shadow Fiend in this game, if that's all you have, or just a farm PL. They've got the solutions for that. The Winter's Curse, as well as the Doom. It's not going to be easy here.
Yeah, things are looking quite rough for them right now as even the Winter Wyvern has quite a lot of farm. He's just behind Crit in net worth. Almost as much as the Shadow Fiend, just 400 behind. And with 1 tower, he could catch up. Hey, when have we seen PPD eclipse a core before?
The last time he did, EG were beating the crap out of the opposition, that's for damn sure. As he will slowly siege with the Tusk here in the top lane. No defense being mounted of any kind by OG. They are just not confident to fight. Maybe the lone bright spot is Moon getting close to a mech, but still a little bit off, about 550 gold. And now Fear's gonna wrap around, may run into him, is gonna surge. Backs away, and bottom lane also action about to brew as Sumail comes in. He's got the Doom ready. He's gonna Doom no-tail. They want to go for the twofer. Crit in a lot of trouble, gets the lift back, tries to turn this one, steals the sigil. Looks like he should be able to make it out, but will no-tail be so lucky? The living armor helping to keep him alive. Still, that Doom's got a lot of duration left. They slow him down further with the Arctic Burn. Can he get denied in the neutrals? Not gonna happen. EG
Fly's gonna get caught out here too.
Then the curse, flawless, absolutely pristine. 9-1 the score. Everybody taking their turn, getting punched by EG. The only hero that hasn't died yet is that Rubik, and, well, not sure if Crit can carry this one solo.
No, not in a game like this. Double the net worth of the Shadow Fiend is the TA right now, and it's hard to really find a bright spot or analyze how they're going to come back into this game because a lot of their early game reliance comes from the amount of levels that they're able to procure, the amount of farm that they're able to get, but this Phantom Lancer barely rocking treads in an Aquila. The Shadow Fiend is even in a worse situation than that.
Mid lane, RTZ looking to jump in, and we'll find the illusion. Yeah. If he hits the real no-tail, maybe he goes there, but can't quite find it.
He's got a fully completed Deso now too. One bad engagement now means the Roshan for EG, even if they're on the Radiant side. And this is huge for them because they've been able to secure their mid tower. They haven't even lost the bottom one LD, and that's the one that allows you to pressure into the jungle and help you get back into this game.
And they got a Midas on the Doom, so it's not like they've been playing like super, you know, all-in-y or mid-game aggression here by any means. OG.
They need to make this move.
They have the mech now. This is the key thing for them, the one item that perhaps can give them a fighting chance in this game. There is no overgrowth yet. Shadow Fiend.
RTZ's even going to TP out.
That's the Requiem, bottom lane. Crit trying to TP out as well, but the Winter's Curse is cooling down. Will barely escape. Crit almost joined the ranks of heroes that have died this game, but...
That's such unfortunate timing though, LD. They were about to gank for mid, and now they're going to show themselves, but RTZ...
They have the vac, level 2, they have the wall. Can they take this? They're rolling in, Universe engaging. There's a very nice turn attempted, but no! Too much damage! They bring down the Shadow Fiend. They're too late to the party here. Trying to turn it using the Pale Illusions, jumping onto Universe. He's fairly durable though. Looks like he may be able to make it out. The Shadow Fiend's dead. They get a Wyvern, but that's it as the trade. Another core down. Shards discouraging the push, and while that was going on, the tower bottom fell to the wrath of RTZ together with the support of Sumail's Doom, who still has the ultimate. And into the pit he goes. He says, you can have our tier 1 mid. We're going to take the bigger objectives. It's a slow.
No, this is going... The mid tower is going to go down right now, but they might get the turnaround onto no-tail, but...
They get the Lance off on Universe. They're going to dive this one. They have the Ion Show. Can they even get this kill? No-tail, he thinks twice, and while he's busy thinking twice, RTZ with no backup has been bashed once or twice here in the Roach Pit, so he hasn't finished off yet, but the Doom goes on Moon. It seems they're able to 4v5 this perhaps, while RTZ just
denies
takes
the best you hope for here.
No, they don't even get that. Sumail with the last hit. Nothing. Just nothing for OG. The tower at least going their way, I suppose. That's the lone bright spot here. But now to match the Darkseer mech, they've got a mech of their own, and RTZ is going to finish off the Roshan. Didn't have anyone to tank it, didn't need it. A little bit slow from the bashes, but no punish in sight. EG just on another level from OG here in game number 1.
And that's got to be so demoralizing. You go for that fight, it doesn't even go well because normally in a situation like that, LD, the Shadow Fiend can last long enough to tank and go for the bait, but when you go for that kind of play and you still lose your SF, you're in a really rough spot as he's barely rocking 4,500 net worth in 15 minutes.
Miracle getting pursued now in the jungle. They've got a Winter's Curse available.
He can't afford to die again.
He's almost solo killing the enemy mid, and he pops. Blown up. Pretty much taken down just by the dagger himself as RTZ looks to reveal his own side blade, jumping in, trying to finish off no-tail. He gets lifted. He will be turned up, but there's the mech from EG. Now the overgrowth. OG trying for the counterplay here. He still holds the Aegis though. Kept alive for some time. Good job by Crit there to finish him off with the stolen shards. But they've got to go for round 2. Can they take down RTZ a second time? They do deal with the Aegis, and it doesn't really cost them that much. So pretty nicely done there by OG.
Yeah, that's the one bright spot right now for them is that they didn't really have to contest too hard to be able to get it. They did have to drop the wall for that. This might mean they just give up this mid tower. That's going to be EG's play. The
Looking
Doom
to
is now
jump in, Universe, he's ready to roll. He's going to jump onto Moon. Shards, punch, see ya. EG, yet another, 13-2. They are laying waste to OG right now. This is pretty brutal stuff.
This was definitely not the first game that we were expecting, but EG, they're firing on all cylinders. They're trying to show that yesterday was a fluke, that this is the way that they want to play. And this kind of high-octane aggression is something that I felt like they were missing in their series against Team Secret. But this time around, no issues whatsoever for them.
Yeah, and they've been able to find as many fights as they've wanted. Pretty much every smoke gank, every aggressive play has either been met with a kill, an objective,
Crit at
or
bottom.
pressure
He's gotta
on
be
OG.
careful.
The blink could be
He's got a
revealed
DD.
here. No vision for the Dire of this one yet, and Arteezy's laying in wait. No, screw that. He could be hitting creeps.
Yeah, he's got a haste, I meant, and with the Blink Dagger pickup, it's so hard now for the supports of OG to be able to survive this. But I mean, we've been talking about EG for a while. For OG, I feel like No-Tail just has to continue to farm. Your Phantom Lancer is still a hero that can help you get back into this game. And Miracle, he can't participate in any more fights. He just can't risk it at this point. Try to get a BKB up on him, look for a fight with that 10-second fresh BKB, and see what you can get done. Before that point, I don't think it's possible anymore for OG to really contest, just because of the farm difference and the level difference.
They're going to push out these lanes here. Universe handling top. The bottom lane was previously dealt with by the TA. And Arteezy does have a Haster bottled up. Looks like he may hunt into this Dire jungle, where Fly, I believe, may have just been scouted there, walking right near the trap. They seem to know somebody's in the woods, and Fly is about to get caught out. Sentry gets chopped, instantly gone. And onto the top lane they go. The Doom, the punch. You said Miracle couldn't die, but it's all too easy. Another grab for Arteezy. As OG, they're trying to split push now. They know they can't take these fights. They get a double damage up on the PL. And No-Tail will move into the jungle.
Radiant's middle tower
But
is
even
under
taking a
attack.
tower is a bold maneuver. They did commit the Doom there, but still they've got the Chain Frost, they have the Curse. It's gonna have to be very dig deep, scrappy Dota for OG to get back in this game.
No-Tail's gonna have to channel his inner Bulldog, go for the split push, farm out the enemy jungle as much as he possibly can. There's not a whole lot of opportunities for OG to get into fights. If that wasn't clear 5 minutes ago.
Deso trying to get the jump on a Moon. Oh, pretty close call there, but the Living Armor helps secure his retreat. They will make it out.
I mean, OG is kind of stabilizing. This Phantom Lancer is getting a decent amount of farm. He still is 4K net worth behind the other two cores. But in a game like this, it's not awful LT. And Phantom Lancer is definitely a hero that can play the 1v5 role. He just needs a lot more farm than this. He probably needs triple the net worth to be able to really make a dent in EG's lineup. But
And they don't have the easiest way to deal with the illusions. TA obviously very bad against them. Even Doom, not that, unless you get the jump on No-Tail, you can easily end up dooming an illusion or just holding it for too long while he massacres your team. They don't have that great AoE carry like an Ember Spirit or a Magnus plus a melee hero. So if he gets the farm, you're definitely right. It could be a very good PL game, but No-Tail's got a lot of work to do here, sitting about 4K behind all of the cores on EG.
they've got some items now, though. If you notice that Crit has that Glimmer Cape, and they don't have any more items on the Shadow Fiend. He's desperately working towards that Shadow Blade, but all it takes is one fight for OG to get back into this game, get some map control, and this is the one they're going to risk it on, and they definitely have to take this fight cleanly. Even a 3-for-3 trade for them at this point would be a win.
Hell, 2 for 3 wouldn't be so bad.
No, especially if you're able to get Arteezy or Sumail. But they're all grouped up.
Smoke from EG, not scouted. Arteezy, the man in front here, the double damage rune gets activated by the PL, and they're going to engage. Onto No-Tail they go, off the bat, trying to catch him out, be doppelgangers. He looks to turn, he's got the living armor on him, but that also reveals which one's real, and now they get up the curse, they jump in with the meld, the Doom as well, Crit's down 2 have fallen in OG, thinking about the Requiem, do they have anyone to interrupt this? He will get it off, a pretty good overgrowth, the Chain Frost though, bouncing, and doing work on OG at third.
Oh, he's not even going to get feared!
They look for more, rolling onto Moon, and they're going to bring him down 2, that's 4, Fly, the lone survivor. Truly is an emblem here for OG as he runs away. Do they have the vision to hunt him down? No detection. They tried there, Blitz, but when you lose your PL and your Rubik that early, very tough fight.
I just want to highlight, too, Universe's play. That should definitely be posted everywhere. The Shadow Fiend was about to get the last hit on him. Fear only had like 30-some HP. He catches him with the snowball at the last second, rolls into the next hero. They're able to kill him before Fear dies. Not even catching one hero.
No mercy. Arteezy, though, he's in a little bit of trouble
might be a
here. He's going
pickoff
to take
for
a
them.
lance. This could be a big takedown, but Universe is in position. Could maybe roll him away, buy him time for that refraction cooldown. He gets the blink out. Just a little bit too far ahead. That's a big escape for Arteezy. He cannot afford to be dying with how far ahead he is. That would quickly line the coffers of OG.
That would have been a kill for the Phantom Lancer, and that could have potentially given him his, or close to his Diffusal Blade, which really helped out his farm and his teamfight efficiency. But OG, they were just a little bit too split up in the river.
If they had a 5 there when that combo hit, they might have had at least a slight chance.
Yeah,
but
I
they
think-
lost 2 off the bat, and Universe made the sick play.
When they got split up in that river area, No Tail was going for the rune, Crit was backing him up with the Glimmer Cape, but EG, they were smoked up on their own, and there's no jungle vision whatsoever for OG. So at that point, there's almost 0 chance that they can take that fight, especially when EG are grouped up and going for the counter smoke. Usually what OG are trying to do there in that position is hope that you're catching 1 or 2 heroes, just passively farming the jungle. You're hoping that 1 or 2 heroes are in your own jungle, so that at best, you get the numbers advantage at least.
OG are 5 together now. Let's see where they look to go. They have their Shadow Blade up on Miracle, but already PPD, he's prepared not only for that, but also for the Vision game as he's grabbed himself a gem. Also has the Blink to work with, Fear, a glimmer of his own.
I think they're calling No Tail over to smoke.
It's a
They're
much
just
better
grouped up
crit.
around this tier 2. But SF, he's got that Shadow Blade. The amount of impact this item is going to have might be a little bit limited, especially with the gem so early on picked up.
Unless they can kill PPD off the bat, it might be 0.
He's got a Blink Dagger too. This is starting to get a little bit rough.
And they have that trap right now, and Fly is going to deward it. Just realizes something must be up. Let's see, do EG even bother going for the big team fighter? Do they just slowly muscle up on mid? Arteezy has the DD rune of his own, and Sumail engages, gets up the Doom. My God, he gets destroyed! Miracle! It's far too squishy and easily done, and now Crit could be next. Although he's got the Glimmer Cape, it isn't gonna matter. Goes down as well. Steals the Arctic Burn to no avail. EG looking for more. No Tail trying to jump back, but the shards are there
he
waiting
doesn't
for
get
him.
across.
Universe again. Beautiful catch out. Does he have to roll in? He could go for this, but it'd be a deep dive.
There's still a tower.
They don't want to
out there.
risk it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just gotta relax a little bit.
I mean, when you see someone die that fast, I'm pretty sure this is like a bull with a red cape in front of it. EG just want to go, go, go.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
That was actually pretty absurd. The fact that they just dropped 2 different abilities, they doomed him at the same time. Now you see him, now you don't.
Radiant's
I actually
top
thought you were
tower
going to flame
is
my
under
analogy
attack.
there.
No, dude.
You're very gentle.
We're a
today,
casting
William.
pair today, man. We're very serious.
Okay.
It's the lower bracket finals.
At least for today.
It was 13-2. Now it's 21-2. It's been a while since OG
Just
have
look
come
at the
still.
trajectory of the graph. There's been no blips. There's been no slip-ups. There's really been nothing that EG's done wrong for 24 minutes. That's impressive.
It's really hard right now to figure out a way for OG to get back into this game. They could go for the split push, which I think they have, but even basic tower defenses don't even really happen anymore. You want to be in a position where it's difficult for the Doom just to go on one target. You want to be able to kind of kite him around, but they can just drop everything on this Shadow Fiend, and after that point, OG just get run over by numbers.
I mean, you say everything. Arteezy can almost solo kill him in 3 shots. They may not even need to commit that much. But OG do get a big item here. Moon is going to grab himself a Blink Dagger. Not really the most amazing game for the wall, but you can at least get that Vlad's, maybe the Alpha Wolf Aura, which could be nice. But it does feel on top of getting the perfect combo with the Vac Wall as well as the trio, like they're going to need some crazy steals out of Crit this game.
I think that they can still maybe get into one really good team fight and turn things around somewhat.
And I think
Miracle
EG are
has to get
respecting
involved.
that. They know OG have good high ground.
Yeah. You don't want to fight into the Shadow Fiend vacuum combo. We saw it bottom briefly where it just barely missed. He was trying to get the cast point onto the Shadow Fiend, but they were able to run away because they don't really have the best turnaround, but it's just going to get doomed up.
Can't steal spells when you're dead. And EG now waiting for the max respawn Roche timer. And it will come back. Arteezy's going to quickly look to deal with this. Sumail into the pit. Arteezy should be grabbing himself another Aegis momentarily. And with that, probably another damage item as EG look most likely to take this tier 2 bottom and then just straight onto high ground. No reason to leave OG around too long. They've got all the tools they need, it feels.
And the split push has to start happening right now for OG. You can't really get into a 5-on-5 engagement, not against an Aegis. And at the very least, you're going to lose this tier 2 tower at bottom. But you just kind of concede that. Miracle's playing a little bit
Jumping
tentatively,
in,
but mid.
Walrus punch, Moon just gets wrecked and will be blown up. No tail, forced to turn and run. He's got the haste, so he should be okay. Gets out a Lance and Arteezy, but he's got the Frost Armor, gonna meld, and then turn and deal with the creep wave. While that's going on, Crit will manage to steal that meld, but against the gem, not much it'll offer him in these upcoming fights.
Yeah, and the hero split pushing right now for OG is going to be the tree, not the ideal target. And with all heroes back in their base now, EG, they're not going to be worried about anything. This is their high ground opportunity.
31 armor up on Arteezy, and he jumps in looking for Crit. The melt dodges there. The gem wasn't in range. Very nicely played. They're going to buy back the Darkseer, though, and EG calmly step back.
I think you just go for the tier 2 at bottom at this point. There's no reason to contest. They can afford to wait this out, especially with the Darkseer buyback.
They will continue their siege. Moving on to the tier 2. PPD flapping over the hill, just doing a bit of dewarding, ensuring that OG will have no idea what's coming their way when EG go for that high ground breach. Glyph not available on cooldown for a minute and a half. Even if they have buybacks, not sure they'll matter, but only one up on the Shadow Fiend. The Living Armor getting dealt with now, and EG starting to really press in, looking to take that 1-0 advantage. They want their rematch with Secret. They're not there just yet, but this game feeling like it's all but theirs. Sumail jumps in, he gets up the Doom Moon, just pop back. He's dead again, out for 50. Crit coming next, the overgrowth's there, not gonna matter. Universe rolls in, right past it, onwards and upwards for the boys in blue as they turn to Miracle. Arteezy deals with him. That's gonna be a 4th kill for the fight as No Tail looks to rejoin, tries to get back in. The Shadow Fiend will buy back, down as well as the tree. OG, the dream in this one is long dead, 29-2. An absolute thrashing. Never did it feel like OG had any kind of momentum. Business as usual for EG.
From 13-2 to 29-2. I don't think they dropped the kill in the last 15 minutes.
This team looks focused today. They are not here to play around. There will be no mercy for OG unless they can pull it together on their own. EG, no slip-ups, no mistakes. Very impressive showing, and now EG leads OG 1-0 in the lower bracket finals.
Thank you very much, LD. And yes, a flawless performance, a performance of the highest caliber, and you'd expect nothing less from the champions of the International. EG rolling on through game 1. We've got our 3 panelists back to break it all down as well. Jacob, fantastic. What do you make of that?
It was 3 kills away from a very nice score. I don't think any one of us expected that it would be this dominant. I did foresee EG winning, not in this fashion. Arteezy absolutely on fire. That's a man on a mission right there.
Yeah, definitely has something to prove today as well. I know that he wants to get desperate to get back to the final and actually then play his old teammates and finally win, you know, a Valve major. Purge, what can you pick out of that for OG, if anything?
I don't know if... I think the best thing they get out of that is that EG can beat our SF. Because to me, that was EG saying, this is one of our hands. We have a strat that completely counters Shadow Fiend. You put Lich mid, you deny him with Sacrifice, and then after like 5 minutes, when he leaves the lane, you ward the crap out of his jungle, and you make sure that if he goes there, you kill him. And they won their other lanes as well. Maybe the Doom wasn't necessarily the guaranteed core there, but it was like exactly what they needed.
Well, Doom was just in case SF got any semblance of farm. So, I mean, their whole entire strategy just countered the Shadow Fiend. On top of, you know, the laning phase, it was even the bans. Normally you see a 2-on-2 in the mid lane with a Bane, with a Winter Wyvern, with an Undying, with a Dazzle. Those heroes were all out of the pool. So, last pick, they had to go for a Treant Protector to try and maybe even help out the Shadow Fiend, but even that wasn't enough. So they probably had to switch up the lanes way earlier than they did. I don't think they expected Miracle to just die that often, though.
EG played really well in the upper bracket final, but this is on a whole new level, isn't it?
Yes, it was. They made OG look really bad in game number 1, except for Crit. Crit actually, I think, played really well. He had some good steals. He got the Aegis down with the stolen ice shards, and he actually was on par with the supports in terms of net worth on the EG side, which was quite incredible.
I think at one point he was the 2nd most farmed hero on OG as well.
Yeah, fantastic performance from Sumail as well on the Doom. Talk to us about that, Purge.
Yeah, that first double kill was really crucial. That basically turned it from a game where they only got 2 kills and or turned it from a game where they could have had much more. Like, it could have been a chance of a game, whereas it became no chance of a game. That was the only lane that they really could have won because they did an aggressive tri lane. And when you outplay with 2 heroes, then you're kind of screwed everywhere else as well.
Yeah. We also we picked up a little bit on Universe before the game started. He's ended 3-0-9 on that Tusk, and I've got to say, I mean, he doesn't get the credit he deserves, I don't think, in this team.
I don't necessarily agree with that one. He gets a lot of credit.
And he should, though.
He should. He's widely believed to be pretty much the best offlaner, the most consistent player in the world, at least, is the minimum that you could describe him as. But, you know, he got a lot out of his lane. He was in a 1v1 versus Darkseer. And then when OG was forced to rotate their lanes, he used that extra pressure and the extra advantage he normally doesn't have due to playing against 3 heroes to just say, well, now I'm going to pressure the crap out of the Phantom Lancer, get him low, force him to farm less.
Yeah, he kept on keeping No-Tail away from farm, and whenever No-Tail would try and commit some spells to him, he would just answer right back, and No-Tail would have to double walk away.
If this was a group stage game, you'd sort of go, yeah, okay, that's an Evil Genius dominant performance, and okay, they only got 2 kills, but whatever, move on. As it's so late in the tournament, and we know how good OG have been over the last 4 or 5 days, that kind of puts this performance into context. Is there any stopping them in game 2?
I think OG needs to pick differently. They need to go back to more of their comfort zone. I think the draft from PPD was really a stroke of genius in banning out the Shadow Priest and the Wisp, removing the 2 support heroes that OG seems to be most comfortable with and rely heavily on. In turns, I think initially it was the right decision to ban out the Undying, but it may have ended up hurting OG because it's also one of the support heroes that they have played the most throughout the tournament, one of the teams that have played Undying the most. So in that regard, I really feel like OG needs to try and salvage the draft and get back to their roots in that regard.
We kind of expected eHome to devise like a somewhat master plan versus OG and their strategy overall, and it turns out that he wasn't able to do so, but now we see a captain that is able to deal with OG's, as Purges put it, one-dimensionalness.
Let's take a look back at some of the moments from the first game. Nearly all of these highlights, of course, are good for EG. Very few moments for OG to celebrate or enjoy, frankly, from that first game, but it is a masterclass of Dota 2.
Yeah, they played all their heroes so well. Fear as well had a great double lane mid. He pressured Shadow Fiend very appropriately, limited his farm, and allowed his cores to come through and get a lot of kills in the mid game.
PPD as well. There was an interesting stat that popped up after 25 minutes. He finally is getting involved. It's almost like he's taken a back seat, let the other 4 just carry on and been that support player. But even he was, you know, farming and doing everything he needed to do in this game.
Here from Universe. He actually prevents OG from getting their 3rd kill right here. Not that it would have mattered that much, but still, Tusk, Universe.
Nice. That was good. I didn't even notice that the first time. It was the Death Requiem, right? It would have probably killed.
At least Fear on the Lich, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you feel OG could have done anything about this game? I mean, it almost seemed like EG from the get-go were intent on spoiling the way that OG like to play.
Not really. I feel like one of OG's strengths is that they put a lot of emphasis on the early game, and with this particular lineup, you sort of take away from that. Again, the same way we eHome did yesterday with their Treant pick. It's less about putting on aggression, but not being attacked too hard by it. And
I think they could have done something else. I think they could have put a different hero in the mid lane. They could have probably moved Darkseer to pair up versus TA. It's not that bad of a matchup. You're not going to die at least, and you can just push out the lane and kind of stack because the lane will always be at TA's tower. They did have options available to them, but they didn't expect the lane to go that poorly for them.
Regardless, though, their lineup wasn't suited around being the aggressors until much later.
It's not about being the aggressor, it's about not dying.
Yeah, exactly, but that's what I'm saying. I think OG would benefit a lot more from trying to put the pressure on EG rather than just receiving until they get the levels and items needed.
Yeah. And EG seemed to starve them out throughout the whole of the early game.
Oh, yeah.
Arteezy was just an absolute menace in that jungle all the
I mean,
time
I understand why they picked the TA. We were talking about how Ember Spirit and Queen of Pain weren't picked up despite being fairly decent against the lineup of OG. There wasn't a lot of counters to either one of them, but the way they utilized the traps and, of course, the lane control, it seemed like they had this set plan in mind that they would let them have the Shadow Fiend, they would trap up the jungle, they'd use the TA Lich to just completely demolish the lanes and just do this. I don't think they expected to do it that successfully, but it seemed like they had a game plan before even starting the game.
Yeah, and executed it absolutely perfect as
Definitely.
well. Looking forward to game 2 now, Purge, and drafting. How differently do you expect OG to draft in game 2? Are they going to be a bit more adventurous now?
I think they have to completely change gears. They can't go for a Shadow Fiend draft. They don't say, oh yeah, we like Shadow Fiend, we'll try that. EG proved that they have a really good way to deal with that. Unless OG comes up with the perfect counter action to what EG was going to do there, then they have to just say, we'll ban Shadow Fiend, both teams will ban Shadow Fiend. Or they could let, just ban it. It's a lot safer that way. 'Cause otherwise
They're not going to let it go to RTZ,
I
are
mean,
they?
you can't let them get in your head like that. They could also, like, let's say, put the Shadow Fiend in there. We've seen, or Shadow Fiend in the safe lane, like we've seen Secret do, and even some of the other teams do, and then have Phantom Lancer, which is not that out of the question, to go in the mid lane. I think they just have to be more versatile. You can't expect to outdraft EG. I think there's going to be some aspect of their draft where they're going to be slightly bit behind, but they have to be more on the fly about it. And I remember someone was talking about, like, was a Tiny Wisp yesterday stubborn?
Yeah.
Right? And I think sending the Shadow mid over and over and over again, keep sending it in the jungle, that's a sign of stubbornness.
It gets too predictable. I fully agree with Ben. He has a good point in saying that it isn't necessarily just the draft, it's also how you plan it out on the battlefield or the chessboard rather. And in this particular case, the Shadow Fiend in the safe lane would have been a smart decision, especially when you could have put a Daxi up against a TA in the middle lane.
When you go to game 2, I mean, Purge said, just get rid of the Shadow Fiend. Don't let RTZ have it either, but we're not going to have it either.
It's a bad mentality that happens.
Yeah, or do you feel like, actually, no, they need to be ballsy and they need to pick it again and just play it differently?
I mean, is there any other hero mid that dominates as badly as a TA? Maybe they need to think more about the TA and the Lich potentially coming out from them. They seem to target Fear, but Fear has such a wide variety of heroes that
Again, I don't think the OG needs to worry about what EG is going to pick up because EG can just pick up just about everything. And EG already plays sort of we're going to counteract with what you like to play game, so it's too difficult to do so. Instead, they should just focus more on their own draft. Maybe, again, I keep going back to this, but be ready to fight from minute 1 and onwards.
Yeah.
I think as much as I like Moonmeander's Darkseid, I still think his starter is better, and it could have helped trying to pin down kills early on.
Or a safe lane carry that can fight early. We've seen No Tail playing the Beastmaster. We see like CTY play the Queen of Pain and the Lina. I think those heroes might be key, and this way they don't have to start farming from minute 1. They can actually be the aggressor. As you mentioned.
And Fly needs to have a plan ready for when their favorite supports are being taken away. They did get the Rubik, but the Treant Protector, it didn't offer anything. The only way we've seen Treant Protector be actually useful is when eHome ran it against VG Gaming, knowing that VG Gaming aren't putting on a lot of aggression early on, but that it can be used to push down early on.
Plenty of support here. Good crowd getting involved. We like that.
There's a lot of beer available here in Germany.
I don't think it has anything to do with that. Just passion, Jacob, something you probably don't know much about.
He has passion for beer.
Well, that's
passion
true.
for
He does have passion for
Other games.
Other things. Or other games.
Turn to
Little bit
battle.
of a ban. Right, okay. Draft 2 is underway.
Radiant team ban.
And the early ban comes in again. It is Wisp this time. From Evil Geniuses. Not going to let them have that tiny Wisp longer.
But now, are they going to give EG the Shadow Fiend? Which...
They can't, can they?
They could.
Is it too risky?
They'll just need a better strat
10
to play against. They need something like what EG just did. What is their solution to Shadow Fiend? So either they let EG play the Shadow Fiend, or they ban the Shadow Fiend, or they let EG do exactly what they did the last game, except they swap their lanes, maybe swap some of their heroes.
But they're not gonna let them have it either. So that's an interesting move from PBD.
I think it's pretty straightforward. They basically played their card. They said, okay, Lich, that was their last pick, and it really shut down the Shadow Fiend. And if OG did the same thing as last game, they would probably just ban Lich. I felt like that was the important hero that created extra pressure against SF. So I feel like that, because it's played now, they got a free win out of it, essentially, and there's no reason to allow OG the attempt to outthink it.
Only really EG that have made that Lich work here in Frankfurt.
What do you think this first pick that EG has in mind is? Banning out the Shadow Fiend?
Evil Geniuses.
I think it depends on what they think OG won't let them have.
I was thinking Bane, but that's not in... Winter Wyvern, maybe? Is that a good single opener?
It is.
I've seen a lot of Slardar open.
Well, Slardar just went through completely untouched last game. It'd be surprising to me if it was suddenly the first pick. It would completely dictate a different draft, however.
10 seconds.
The Winter Wyvern has been a very successful hero for both lineups. PPD obviously
5 seconds
favoriting
remaining.
that one with the amount of performances he's had on it. The same way Grid is also a great Winter
Reserve
Wyvern. We were
time.
talking about it earlier.
You mentioned that Undying was a really key hero for both of these teams too. We might see them go to the same brood and kind of target fly out with the picks and bans.
I think the Undying pickup would be pretty decent. The problem in that is that they can respond with a Dazzle Slaughter pick.
That is true.
Or AA Slaughter, maybe?
I think Dazzle Slaughter is a bit scarier.
Knowing OG, it's most likely the Dazzle. It's just a
Yeah, I
hero
agree
they've
with
been super successful with. It opens up their draft for Oscar, Mito. They go for the AA.
Radiant team
Good stuff.
pick.
Good stuff.
That's what we expected last game, I guess. But
It also stops OG in some ways from doing their Tiny plus Alchemist.
and Huskar.
And Huskar.
Yeah. Do you think they'd run it without the Wisp? Simon?
They have.
But that was more of a burst damage mobility Tiny and less of a I'm gonna get Butterfly and Eggs.
10
I feel like they
seconds
won't do that without a Tiny, or without a Wisp. They'll just play the Tiny differently. They still could pick Tiny, but
Radiant team pick.
nothing weird there, just a little Tusk.
I kind of expect like a Slaughter Undying though over
Yeah.
the Tusk.
I'm still surprised they...
Maybe Tusk Undying though.
Why would they shy away from the Slaughter, a hero that is so good?
Maybe they fear PVD Abaddon.
Winter Wyvern? That makes a lot of sense.
Evil geniuses turn
One
to
of Crit's
pick.
best support heroes.
And these are both very aggressive heroes too. I think one of the few downsides with Ancient Apparition is his 1 to 5 is not particularly strong. In 3-on-3 situations, he's fairly strong, but you can early roam on him, especially with a Tusk and perhaps a Winter Wyvern, and he's not actually that great at protecting the mid lane.
Do you think it's worthwhile committing to a Night Stalker or a
10
Spirit Breaker pick
seconds
right now? I
remaining.
don't think Spirit Breaker is particularly good against the... they do go for the Undying.
Evil geniuses turn to bad.
I like the Undying a lot versus OG though. It's
Yeah.
most of the games that we've seen OG have success with is just pressure on the start, and it's just incredibly hard to pressure Undying without and deal with the Tombstone and take down towers and deal with his amount of sustain.
It's a great counter to OG aggressively
10
snowballing in
seconds
as well,
remaining.
because if they want to retreat, then the Tombstone's likely going to be placed a little bit out of the
5
way.
seconds
They
remaining.
can't jump in, get a kill, then kill the Tombstone or retreat most of the time. So it forces them to be a lot more careful with their aggression.
Yeah. What do you guys think about? Do you think that OG should have valued the Undying a little bit more over the Winter Wyvern? We talked about how perhaps they shouldn't have banned it in game number 1.
I don't think it's that bad that they skipped it, personally. Both teams value it very heavily. It's definitely, I would say, their go-to support hero for their 5 position. So. Winter Wyvern just provides slightly different things. More damage in team fights, better laning stage in some ways, and with Tusk Snowball and the Chilling Embrace, I really feel like they have good solutions against a lot of different options for
Radiant
offensive
team
things
back.
from EG. So I kind of like both of them. They protect them against things like TA, Wind Ranger with the Winter Wyvern, whereas Tusk covers you from bursty things. So I feel like it gives them good options, and they don't have to do Tusk support. They can do
10
Tusk off lane,
seconds remaining.
whereas EG is hard committed to their 2 supports. So maybe OG can draft around those,
5
whereas
seconds
EG won't be able to
remaining.
draft around the 2 OG picks.
I think I'd still prefer Undying though over the Ancient Apparition. I think you can actually pressure his lane very early on. And the Soul Rip against the heal is not as integral to Undying as a Cold Embrace is to Winter Wyvern. Okay,
OG
so
just blocking a little bit of fun stuff for OG, the Brood.
yeah, so I guess the only quote-unquote cheese strat that they have left is Meepo, if they're considering
Evil
that, but
geniuses turn to
heavy early game, heavy team fight from OG.
They're going to be able to rotate to fights and ganks very easy as well with No Tail. In previous games, or Phantom Lancer, yeah, you can TP and do a Lance, but it's not the same as getting 6 on Gyrocopter, TPing and doing a cooldown. So he'll be able to do a lot in the early game. It's, again, very good against Undying.
10 seconds remaining.
I like this pick from OG a lot. I think it rounds out their
5
lineup heavily.
seconds remaining.
Still missing a little bit of range disable, but Tusk should be able to start all the fights. And now they can follow
Reserve
up.
time.
So now EG, lack their 3 cores. Juggernaut, one of the few ones that can deal with the gyrocopter in his own safe lane. Anything else that you can pair with an Undying to actually pressure the gyro?
Imagine if EG just pulls out the
Huskar?
Shadow Priest Huskar pick.
Well, they can't do Shadow Priest, but they
They
can.
can do an off-lane Undying.
I feel like they're the team to practice something like that, but never tell anybody about it. Maybe not use it this tournament, but it would look really good here.
I feel like they're a team that would never practice that. Think about it and just do it.
I think so. Huh?
They could do that.
Stands ready.
Okay. Bit of a weird core. They picked this in the group stage. It's very good against certain lineups. It's not very strong until you get BKB because it's very easy to get disabled. And with the slows and you've got Tusk and Winter Wyvern, there's a lot of ways to prevent him from using Blink Dagger.
Yeah, but even then, like, you're not worried about their burst. OG's very, very burst heavy. Like, first 5 seconds of the fight is going to be Winter's Curse, Call Down, Flat Cannon, Tusk, all of his bursts, and that's where Warcry is just incredibly good. I really underestimated that skill earlier on, but after watching him throughout the group stage and throughout the main stage, Warcry is incredible. It's really hard to see damage mitigation unless it's like Guardian Angel, where it's 100%, but the Warcry plus 16 armor is really good.
Especially, we saw that in game 1 against Vegas.
20?
Just
Just 20 now?
20.
Oh my gosh.
They buffed
Okay. Even better.
And they also have Soul Rip to counteract the magic damage, so physical is going to do very little, and then any burst can be counteracted by Soul Rip. But it's still going to come down to Ice Shards. Like, that's the vulnerable point for Sven. If he doesn't have a Blink
10
Dagger,
seconds
It is.
remaining.
or if they don't have a Force Staff, Ice Shards is, and Warcry is not going to matter, because they
5
will eventually
seconds
kill him.
remaining.
Only the Miracle Hero remaining. Do you think it's gonna be like a Wind Ranger
Reserve
or
time.
Ember Spirit? There's not a lot of lockdown for an Ember Spirit right now. They do have a decent amount of early game and
I still like to see more magic damage come out from them because of the Sven pickup or something that can kite him. I guess we've seen Ember. Ember's been somewhat successful versus Sven in the first 30, but after the more it gets late,
10 seconds
it's so difficult to actually kill him.
Miracle has also played the gyro as well, so
I like the Beast pick, allows them to set up their AI Ice Blast. Makes Sven a little bit more useful early as well, because he doesn't have to use his stun for damage, or for stun, he can use it for damage instead.
10 seconds
And that gives them a really good way to deal with the only DPS that OG currently has. Obviously, Wyvern, Earthshaker,
5
Tusk all have
seconds
damage
remaining.
potential, but Gyrocopter is going to scale the best, so if they just roar him, they can potentially just deal with him at the start of the fight.
Reserve
But
time.
Evil Geniuses also has like no room for OG to cheese them though. Huskar countered by AA, Meepo countered by Sven. So like Evil Geniuses doesn't even have to ban those 2 heroes, and they just straight ban the Wisp. So there's 3 of OG's greatest weapons.
Yeah. It's such a cool draft by EG for that reason. It saves them so many ban possibilities because they just pick cores that may not be good in all situations, but protect the cheese.
And as Red Eye has pointed out, Miracle has played Gyrocopter 3 times in the Major. So we could still be looking at No-Tail Hero.
it's true.
And he doesn't yet know who's going to be mid.
10 seconds remaining.
So
5 seconds remaining.
Red Eye, what are your thoughts?
tease me. I want to see a Timbersaw.
Reserve time.
this is not the
5
Timbersaw
seconds
game.
remaining.
Yeah, I don't think Timbersaw.
I know, but I just want to see one. I don't care.
You
This is a
were
great Lina band coming out.
Radiant's
One of the
team
heroes that are good up against this when you were talking about how they lack
Magic.
the magic damage.
yeah.
Could we potentially see a Magnus? Not for OG, but for Evil Geniuses. Sumail Magnus?
That's cleave overkill. Like, you don't need that much, I don't think. It's like 66%.
There's never cleave
Is there
overkill.
such a thing as
There
cleave
is.
overkill?
I don't know, man. I think
That's insane, Purge.
They're just
10
inventing new
seconds
meta.
remaining.
Sven does not need cleave, and he doesn't need that much damage. He just needs his
5
allies to
seconds
lock down his
remaining.
opponents to give him time to attack 4 times, and then he wins a fight. That's how Sven wins.
Well, Mag gives him plenty of time for
Reserve
that.
time.
So what's this last pick then? Is it a miracle
We
hero,
think-
or
we
is
think
it?
It's whatever hero it is. We think it needs to be more magic based, and to deal with the Sven. And with Queen of Pain and Lina being banned out, are there any other good ones?
I think a strength hero would be the wrong decision to take here. When they have an undying AA as the support duo,
10
they have the
seconds
Sven to
remaining.
armor through whatever physical damage that comes out, they should definitely think in the lines of
What about a Tide? Oh, I guess they already have Beastmaster offlane.
So what are we looking for here? Sumail hero?
I think the draft from Evil Geniuses is so strong that he can play just about anything, and they still have a great chance at winning.
I don't think Timbersaw is that bad.
I think it's fairly meh against this lineup.
Yeah.
Elimir.
Fairly meh.
I think he can also play Ember Spirit too
10
versus this.
seconds
They could
remaining.
Ember Spirit.
Yep.
They don't have much
5
time.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, not that great versus Razor though.
7 seconds.
Tinker.
Oh.
That's a treat.
Sumail locks in the Tinker as we head into Game 2 of Evil Geniuses versus OG.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are live here in the Mesa. Things are heating up on Championship Saturday as we get ready to see who's going to face Team Secret in that grand finals for the first ever Dota 2 Major. I'm LD. I'm joined here by Blitz. Blitz, it's a Tinker. What the hell?
I mean, it's a little bit different, especially since you see the enemy lineup and you're like, okay, there's not a lot of heroes that Tinker just hard counters, but I think it pairs well with the Beastmaster. There's a lot of synergy in their draft. What I really want to highlight, though, even more than the Tinker, is EG's decision to go for the Sven. I feel like this was the reason why they didn't end up banning the Meepo, because they had the pre-prepared strategy in case they decided to go that route.
Yeah, we all know EG are very comfortable running Sven in general anyway. It's a classic for them. Fear perhaps imparting some tips to his protege, young Arteezy. And with that, we hop into what could be OG's last game on the main stage. They need to win 2 in a row. As for EG, one of the next 2 will do, should it go to that Game 3. It's Evil Geniuses versus OG. The teams enter the field, and we get ready. Miracle up on the high ground here, together with Moon. PPD, Sumail, Arteezy, and Fear all hiding back. So while we have a moment here, Blitz, they get some wards down. It looks like they really want to make sure they protect this mid lane early for EG. 2 wards committed, 1 at each rune, just to ensure that the Tinker has a nice start.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of your spotlight hero for EG. They want to make sure that this guy is able to get a good amount of farm. They want to try to secure a one-on-one matchup if possible. You've got a hero like Undying that can kind of help out, but you typically want to see him help out the offlane or harass a little bit. PPD's playing a hero that generally isn't known for helping out in that 1v1 matchup, but at bottom.
Universe really wants this bounty room, but it's a double grab for OG. That's the kind of start they didn't get in game number 1. So they'll take it, and they'll head back to the lanes here. The horn is blown, and we are underway. The Hawk now scouting out this pole camp off the bat. It looks like they are going to rotate fly down there, so we're going to see early dual lanes from OG. Quite a bit different from last game. Maybe Crit will roam down bottom. We'll see. Kind of hanging out mid for the moment.
Yeah, he wants to help out Sumail in this matchup. Seems like they're really trying to give their mid laner much more space than they did in their previous series. They want to make sure that this Tinker has a good time. And Crit playing the Tusk doesn't really have the best ways to harass this, but
Well, I would hope
just go for the pull.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to go for the pull there as Moon will be in the off lane up against Arteezy just by himself for now. PPD, though, is available to rotate in. He's going to get off that initial stun, some harass on the Moon. As Crit does begin stacking up, gets the first big camp stack. Something they can go back and look to farm later on. And as for the Direwoods, no stacking just yet. So what is the Tinker play style nowadays, Blitz? Is this going to be stack up the jungle, still go for March of the Machines, farm up not the Ancients, but the regular neutrals? Can we see more of a ganking build out of Sumail? What are you expecting?
You're probably going to go for the pretty static Tinker build. You might decide to go for the Dagon levels a little bit earlier because you have the Beastmaster, and you can kind of get complete map control with the hero, but split push is probably going to be the name of the game. Let Sumail split things out a little bit as much as possible, get map control with this hero.
They get a fissure block on the mid lane. Sumail could be in a bit of danger. He's going to head to the north.
This block by Moon.
Damage getting sold. He turns and quickly unloads. He held his skill point, and then he is going to skill up the heat-seeking missile. Beautiful play by Sumail. Very calm under pressure. OG thought they had that one easily, but they were wrong. And once again, it's EG striking first. They're now going to grab
he's got the
bounty
laser.
road. There's the body, Black Moon. Could be down next. It's Fear who gets the last hit. And EG are off to the races once more. There's a haste and grab bottom though, and they're rolling in onto Universe. Nicely done by Crit. Can he get the killer on Universe? Good trap in. And even with the X's, it looks like he will fall. The boar gets killed off on the way out, so OG do strike back. But they've already given up a quick first blood, and of all heroes, they've given it to Tinker.
We've seen Moon go for that play before when he's struggling in the off lane. Help out your mid laner a little bit, and what looked like a great opportunity, Miracle just goes to the static link. Even the block was there, but Sumail holding onto that skill point. Miracle dying. They really can't afford to do this, especially when they're the ones going for the gank. They even rotated in fly for this. Luckily, they were able to get a kill at bottom, and so the support rotation doesn't hurt them that much. But you would have really liked to see them at least get the kill there.
Yeah, Fly will continue the stacking off in the Radiant Woods, and now it is time for Fear to begin his own stacks. We'll see what Sumail, he's still holding the skill point, so this is one of the nice things about Tinker, and I think something worth highlighting that usually if you want to go for the March build, you'll see players just take the points, but you have the option if there's a kill opportunity or if you just maybe want to turn around a gank to save them. So now he is going to level up March. He definitely wants to ensure the economy, but that was just a nice little play that we don't see all the time out of mids.
Yeah, and I think that he just decided to go for that rocket again for that kill.
Yeah.
But now you can divert back to this March of the Machines build. It's a lot more stable than just trying to go for kills. I know a lot of people prefer, especially in pub games, to go for that max kill build with the laser.
It's way more fun, but
yeah,
not as reliable.
You get a lot of lane pressure, but the amount of farm that you're able to do is really limited. And with EG's lineup, they needed a hero that could split up the lanes and go for the flash farm, and Tinker fits that perfectly.
And then the overall strategy can kind of develop around that. That's where you get the Hawk to give you the deeper vision as well as the mobility for the Tinker. And the other cool thing for this team is they've got the Beastmaster as a hero that can go around setting up ganks for the Ice Blast, for the Tinker to TP in. A very classic combo. As Moon may get caught out here at the top rune. He's going to get chased. Doesn't have a TP scroll. Doesn't have the mana for the fissure. Does have a mango if he really needs to use it. EG will force him back. So suddenly 3 heroes made it. While that's going on, there's a call down bottom lane, but No Tail doesn't quite fully connect the
he
universe.
might be a little bit too
Double
deep
TP.
for this.
He's got no mana right now. Doesn't have the stick charge for the TP out. Is there any way to cancel it? Arteezy is going to engage with the Warcry. He can get off that initial stun, maybe.
Oh, that trap.
Beautiful catch. Not sure they could have killed him anyway, but Crit just makes it easy for No Tail to walk away.
And that was a TP rotation in for the Sven, who's already slightly behind the gyrocopter. Can't really afford to waste time like that.
But it is good for PPD. He's going to get the free experience at least.
Yeah, you want your A to be level 6 as soon as possible. And this hero kind of fits the PPD hero philosophy where it's a hero that will do a lot in the team fights, heavily relies on positioning, and doesn't need that much farm to be successful. The Aghanim Scepter for a player like this might be a little bit too unrealistic, but
it's just a nice bonus. They're
Yeah,
not gonna,
exactly.
they're not building the strategy around it. But Arteezy is building his strategy around aggression. The TP gank fail, but that's not going to
2 levels of cold feet.
And he gets the stun. Will get the kill. Nice combo play. The turnaround attempted by Big Daddy. Cooldown's going to hit once. Can he get a range of Arteezy? Doesn't want to risk it. I think the wise play. There could be a TP counter gank potentially. So actually looking at EG, nobody had a teleport. Maybe could have done for that.
And now it's the safe laner for OG that's going to have rotated up to this top lane. Doesn't look like he's too interested in going back this early, but they might attempt to kill at bottom.
Brett taking a lot of damage here. The Universe is only level 4.
Yeah, I think he's way too low to be able to help out Moon. It looks like they've just kind of gone for the roundabout switch. And you can't really sack a hero like Earthshaker LD.
Do I mean that little to you, William?
I mean, honestly.
Is this how you've gotten Owen to stop sabotaging you by directing him at
A
me?
lot of people are getting sick sans Owen, so
Yeah, it's very interesting how that works out. Cheeky little bugger.
but this bottom lane, Earthshaker's a hero that you can't really sack. You have to give up some farm. And a hero like Gyrocopter can just be a little bit more mobile. But this opportunity mid with the amount of marches laid down doesn't really seem like it's going to be possible.
So a kind of slow laning phase here overall, but I mean, for OG to not just be getting blasted out of the game at 5 minutes is huge progress for them.
They're going to see no more hero for this.
This is the aggressive style, the super early roam. He's in great position here. If he can get the backstab, the Tinker's the ideal target. They don't care so much about the Undying. They really want this kill, but Sumail has the haster, and it's not going to be that easy. He drops the call down. Sumail, first one's going to hit. He's dead before he can even get it off. Beautifully played by Big Daddy. coming up huge in the clutch. Now Fear forced to drop the tomb, tries to run. They are gonna get off the cold feet on crit. Snowball to dodge it, try to roll forward, and gets the kill. Another big play as OG are finding themselves in a much more comfortable position. They even forced out the rotation of Arteezy, but it's not gonna get punished. And already the crowd starts to get behind them. If nothing else, I'm sure they want that game 3. And OG are even gonna scout the stacks. This is big. Can they take them? Moon's gonna try. He gets off that initial fissure, and quickly Sumail scrambles in. The haste rune wasn't used last time, so he's got it available now. This will force OG back. EG are not gonna give these stacks up for free. They do get the stun on the Moon, but again, the shards from crit slams the door on EG. The laser not even gonna get the job done. Moon easily able to turn that level 1 laser. It but tickles. But they do get the creep secured, so that's the big win here for EG.
Yeah, they just wanted to force OG out of the jungle, but still, I just want to really highlight the patience from No-Tail. He saw the haste rune, and a lot of players would have just kind of given up on that and said, okay, I've wasted enough time here, but he finds the perfect angle. Sumail isn't 100% sure where the cooldown hits from. He even accidentally pops the soul ring. Goes down almost immediately. No time to respond there, even with the haste. Fantastic rotation so far from OG, like you pointed out. They're doing a good job of rotating around the map. They've already gotten more kills than they had in the entirety of the last game.
And the big breadwinner for this team has been No-Tail, so much more active than last game. And still managing to keep his farm up here. He's even with the Sven of Arteezy. He's had the more successful ganks, and to be fair, is the better hero at this stage for that kind of pressure. But OG aren't gonna relieve it. They smoke up again, deep behind the mid lane. Still got 2 smokes in reserve. They haven't even committed that many. It's mostly just been regular running in. They could find Sumail potentially. The ward giving them some vision of Arteezy running by through the woods. Will he get out in time? Sumail, not all that quick. They're in range for the snowball. They're gonna let it go, unleash it on the Sumail, and done. Another surgical strike by OG. EG still farming pretty well here on their cores, but the kills are starting to add up, and they may lead to the tower mid. The last hit going to Miracle. Another big building block for that OG mid-game offense falls into place, while Moon pressures top. And I mean, this is a hero I would like to talk about since we have a moment blitz, is the Moon Shaker. He has been huge on this hero this tournament.
Yeah, we remember the game against eHome at bottom when he was able to block out 2 heroes by himself, force the fight all around OG's terms. Does a really good job of kind of setting the tone for the rest of his team. He
C-Deck as well. He did the same thing in game number 2 with the Shaker.
Yeah, I think that Moon as a offlaner has really found his sort of role, being able to set up the fights for his team. And he's just pretty fearless as an initiator. Like, some offlaners can't really play that role. Oftentimes, you'll see them kind of farm a little bit more, but Moon is completely comfortable with his rotations because he knows that he's going to be successful with that fissure.
Well, Universe might be smoked, but his creep sure aren't. Miracle's gonna quickly dispense with that pesky hawk. So they are grouping up now. They're rotating the whole team into this top lane. Early pressure from OG as they did fissure down the wave. Now diving a bit. PPD trying for the TP out. The snowball's there to stop him again. OG are gonna strike, and Peter Dagger is down. The trade comes in the farm of a little split push. Arteezy even popping his ultimate. We saw this from his gyrocopter in some of their previous games where he would just deploy call down all the time to push out the lanes. It seems EG have made the very clear call. We don't really want to fight right now. We want to split push and we want to stall. But OG still finding their kills and taking advantage.
I think OG should just continue to play like they have been. Go aggressive, go for the tier 1 towers. There's not a whole lot that EG are going to do to defend against this, which is surprising to say when you've got a hero like the Undying for the early game. But when you've got heroes like Tinker, when you've got the Sven, you're not really in fighting shape off the bat. You want to try to go for the split push, especially for the Tinker. This hero needs the boot to travel before he begins to participate in fights.
And the Ice Blast isn't online yet. If you wait until that's up and then push, it gets a lot trickier.
Yeah, you
So
notice
it's a good
that
timing for OG.
They're just going to go for this top tower. With the gyrocopter, this hero with almost no farm is so effective. Zero chance that EG decide to fight this. And they don't have the mobility of the heroes that EG does. For example, the Tinker can be everywhere. You don't really get that out of the Razor or the gyrocopter. So they need to push this pace as much as they possibly can right now.
Yeah, the only even remotely mobile hero here for OG is crit on that Tusk, but even so, it's a relatively short range amount of mobility he brings to bear. But still OG, they've already dismantled 3 towers on the side of EG. They now find themselves at 4,000 gold. The experience quite a bit closer. And I do like the way EG are responding at the same time. They know they don't quite have their timings, just hit the Boots of Travel, only just now available for Sumail. Arteezy's been flash farming as much as possible, spamming God Strength on cooldown. He did take the tier 1 bottom. The Ice Blast is now online. So EG are going to hit their stride. I feel they've handled the aggression from OG reasonably well. And as a result, it's still a pretty close game here, all things considered.
Yeah, it's okay right now, but OG definitely are getting the better of the exchanges right now, but this is something that we expect. What they can do with it matters the most. And what I really like is that with their tower aggression, they're going to really help out their offlaner. Moon's almost already got that crucial Blink Dagger for the Earthshaker.
It's so fast.
Yeah, that's the benefit of having pushed so many tier 1s and tier 2s. It looks like OG, they want to gather up, go for that bottom tier 1 push,
Under attack.
which should be pretty obvious for EG. They might even try to find 1 or 2 heroes here, but both teams smoked up. This is going to be a 3-man engagement for EG. And if they're going to be so surprised they're running into these 4 heroes.
Not the hero you want in
You've
front.
just got to give up PPD.
Yeah, Fears. No, he wants to fight this. He's going to drop the tomb. He soul rips him up. The Ice Blast does connect onto No Tail, but where's the backup? The zombies stack up a little bit. It's a level 4 tomb, so it is fairly durable, but Moon's just stalking past it. He's looking for those additional kills. Not revealing himself yet now. He gets the fissure off, jumping onto Fear while they deal with the tomb. The Echo's there as well. Here comes the Enchant Totem, but Universe interrupts the
here's
combo.
the Tinker.
He gets off the roar. Sumail, these are
I think
low.
Sumail might just go
These
down.
are low damage spells. He drops a mark, but OG rushed through it. Very surprised he took that fight. They could have easily disengaged, but they sacrificed their Tinker. They even feed away a tomb there. That was avoidable for EG.
It definitely was, especially once PPD tanked the smoke gank. That wasn't supposed to be the intent, but as soon as they run into them, they're fairly surprised. They should say, we're disengaging. And without the early levels of Laser and Rocket, like that slow-moving March of the Machines isn't going to be enough to kill that Earthshaker. I think Sumail definitely made the wrong decision there, but probably was called by his team. Like, this is an easy kill, trust them, TP's in. It's hard to say who makes that call there, but
Yeah, it isn't the stage of the game where the Tinker can instantly assassinate heroes because he's gone for the March build. 1 in Laser, 2 in Heat-Seeking Missile. So it is very slow damage over time.
yeah, this hero just needs levels right now. No Tail is by himself at bottom.
And that does seem to be the game plan because Arteezy's gone for the Dominator, so he's not looking to fight either. It feels like EG item-wise and even skill-wise with the Max March very much want to play the split push game, but if you're going to do that, then you can't really take those fights. As PPD gets caught out here in the jungle, Laser is going to
but Universe at bottom.
a little bit, and while that's going on bottom lane, they do get the jump. Arteezy trying to turn this one
They're
around.
finally going to get a rebuttal
Why?
kill.
Will he even drop? He does at long last. No Tail could be next. One more swipe, barely makes it out. Close call there. Miracle getting pinged out mid. There's not a whole lot of defense aside from that Ice Blast. But EG do at long last managed to get something going their way.
That could have been so huge for EG if they were able to pick up the kill onto that no-tail gyrocopter. He smartly makes the decision to immediately TP out as soon as that cold embrace is over. Still a decent trade for OG. All it costs them is their Winter Wyvern, and in exchange they get the Universe offlaner. But PPD, he might be the target here as OG, they're centering up, but this might be a little bit too hard of a commitment, but Moon's got the Blink Dagger.
Fissure on the wrong side. They probably could have rolled for the kill there, but then you risk giving away the Tusk. Ice Blast will come out.
A little bit deep.
That's not going to connect on much, and Arteezy will Warcry and walk away. He has opted for that max cleave and now leveling up the Warcry, so not leveling up the stun for the damage. It is very much the economy game that Arteezy's playing. Sumail, though, taking a lot of damage in the mid lane. The Fissure comes down on 2, preventing follow-up. Echo just cooled down. That was very close to Moon being able to find his team 2 more kills.
Now this is where the real split push starts with the Boots of Travel, the max levels of March of the Machines on Sumail.
And the Necro 3 coming for Universe.
Exactly. And this is the point of the game where things get a little bit tricky for OG because they want to continue to play aggressively, but if you all-in commit for towers, you're just going to fall behind and farm. But they're doing a good job right now, LD, of keeping focus. They're not giving up too much. They're still trying to apply pressure to this Sumail Tinker because he doesn't have Boots of Travel.
Moon knows where he is. He's going to let the Fissure go. Sumail may have revealed it there with the rocket. Now the Echo Slam coming through. Follow-up Enchantona. Moon shuts down the rat and sends Sumail back to the well. And I was going to say, they don't really have the best lineup for Hunty at Tinker Blitz, but that's once he gets the blink. Until then, they have some good gap closes. No Tail is on the hunt.
No, I think OG are playing perfectly around this Tinker right now. They're pressuring him at all fronts. They're making it difficult for him to just go for the TP play. And No Tail, he's invis right now. He's going to go for this.
The old man dodges it, gets the tombstone off. PPD walks back in. Ice Blast cooling down, though. Doesn't even have it available for this fight. His crit lets the shards go.
Arteezy's popped the God String.
And while that was going on, the Radiant Courier ends up getting sniped elsewhere, but Arteezy looking for Fly. The Cold Embrace is there, the Ice Blast. This will set it up easy for PPD. They may have to just sack Fly. He turns with the Curse. He gets it on 2. Arteezy locked in position. They heal from Fear, trying to keep him alive. They bring down the Wyvern. The punch comes in, but Arteezy's tanky. He fights through it.
One more hit.
No tail. They're going to get it. And now the March stacks up. 3 are dead. Moon doesn't have
Moon's
to
being
come
slowed up.
Moon in a lot of danger as the Rockets come in.
comes
Miracle's
Miracle.
gotta turn this one, but there's another laser. So they're gonna have to give up the 2 for 3. More Rockets crashing in, ushering OG back.
The huge kill for EG there was...
And that Courier went down with a buckler as well as a headdress. That was almost the completed mech coming out for crit.
I don't think that's as bad as losing your gyrocopter in an engagement like that. Luckily, he was able to survive long enough to kill Arteezy, but throws things back the other way as Sumail now almost has his Blink Dagger LD, and this was the item that we were talking about. This is what's going to make it incredibly hard for OG to keep up and farm. They don't have the best ways to catch him out, so you've got to pressure him while you still can, and
Now you see me, now you don't, says Sumail, and there's the blink. This is where a 5th pick Tinker can, in some ways, be somewhat akin to a Huskar or a Broodmother, where if you just don't have the heroes to shut him down, and you don't completely deny him in the laning stage, he can get out of hand later on. They don't have a Storm Spirit or Bat Rider, probably, or maybe Clockwork, the 3 heroes traditionally that were used to counter the Tinker split push. They may try to find Sumail here, though.
they know he's here, but
They figure he may have blinked away, I guess.
Yeah,
They're gonna let him go.
you don't use the call down for that. No Tail, he's pinging down, but they don't have the mech available, so 1 or 2 of these marches and the AA blast is going to slow this down.
Well, he can jump away, but if he jumps in, then that's going to be an easy grab for OG. No Tail gets clipped by the Ice Blast. He walked back into it. I think he still lives here, though. The zombies trying to prevent that escape, but it seems he should make it out. Now Snowball onto Fear, catching him, and it seems Fear may drop as well. In comes the Razor. They clean up 2 more. Sumail playing a little too aggressive and getting punished repeatedly. And now with the blink, these should be, for the most part, avoidable deaths.
Yeah, there's no way that he should be going down here and dying a lot more than they would like.
It just doesn't seem like that's the strategy that EG want to be playing, these constant fights with the build Arteezy's gone for, with the lineup they have. They seem very well suited to spread the map.
I think what they're looking for is these individual pickoffs with the AA blast to continue to apply some pressure. You don't want OG to just play that formulaic style where they just go from tower to tower and pressure you or get kills. You want to alleviate some of that, slow down their timing, but they're just not really engaging in the correct way. As time and time again, before they're able to get the kill, everybody from OG's gathered up. And this should kind of just hint EG to the fact that, okay, OG is going to respect our late game and their ability to catch. Let's just kind of play the split push game, play a little bit more safe, and as long as we don't die, they should be perfectly okay.
Yeah, the one thing that might be nice for them is getting some deep wards down. They do have the Hawk, but he can only see so much. That would give Sumail a little more safety to move about. He's in the trees right now, Fly kind of hanging out there as well. Don't think he can get this kill on his own, but perhaps with some backup.
That is one way they can catch him out. The Arctic Burn plus the Winter's Curse combination should be able to do it. Tinker is not a tanky hero by any stretch of the imagination. But he's gonna take a bomb.
So now OG grabs some new items, Blitz. They get a Sanji, Ashop, a Miracle. The mech as mentioned.
Sumail's gonna get caught out
they're
again.
Gonna get the jump on Sumail once more, exterminated. OG getting too many of these. This is now 6 deaths on the Tinker. Something's got to give here, because if he dies this much, he's going to be a non-factor later on.
Yeah, we talk about the Tinker being really effective once he has some items, but the build-up for him is so slow, and I really like the fact that OG is playing so patiently because they've been getting so many pickoffs on this Tinker that they don't have to rush anything, LD. If you don't get these 6 pickoffs, maybe once or twice, you're a little bit worried, but you can continue to just play the style where you relax a little bit and just kind of let Sumail come to you.
Well, he seems to be obliging this far. We'll see if that continues. Universe is hanging out in the trees, only the level 1 Necro, but he was trying to do a bit of scouting with the Hawk. Gets vision, sees all, knows all. The Sumail is going to sit a little bit farther back. The Plasma Field comes out. He does start to spam the marks. The tower, though, will go down. Claimed by OG. BKB forced up from Arteezy as he TPs in, and then just walks away.
That was a little bit surprising.
EG are just not playing their A game. What happened to the EG from game 1?
It seems like they've lost a little bit of focus. They're getting a little bit too sloppy here. That was definitely a wasted BKB. Maybe he thought everybody was going to be there in time, but got to be a little bit more careful than that.
Well, certainly this is a team that has the veteran voices to recollect their poise. But right now, it does seem like they're a little frustrated, maybe even slightly tilted. That was the 10-second duration BKB up against a ton of nuke damage. He's going to need that. And it won't be an easy Sven game if Arteezy is the only farmed here. I mean, look at what you've got to deal with them. The Curse, the Punch, the Sigil, the Razor, who naturally is tough for Sven to take down.
Yeah, and Sven's just not the most mobile hero either. So as cores come, he can't really chase. So that 10-second BKB is so crucial on him.
And it doesn't really feel like a game where Sven can do it alone unless they get some kind of crazy blink stun from him. As N0tail jumps in, he was looking for the go here on the tower. This time, Sumail able to dodge the bullet, backs off, and will start to spam out the rockets. They're now maxed, the heat-seeking missiles splash in, but OG are fairly durable in some of their frontliners. Miracle up to 1,700 HP. N0tail sitting at 1,600. But EG, they're back to the split push game. We're gonna see Arteezy bottom, grouped up with the Universe. Didn't deploy the Necro Book though. Feels he may need it for the fight mid. As PPD worms his way through the trees, but Moon's there to greet him. Top lane, gonna catch out the Ancient Apparition. There's the stun, the follow-up totem, and ducked. Moon is on a mega kill. He was the savior for OG in many a game in their miraculous run through the bracket, and he is showing up big here in game number 2.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of map control right now. The fact that Moon can solo kill so many of these heroes on the EG side has got to be worrying for them, as he's got 1,200 gold on top of that double mobility set up with the Blink Dagger and the Force Staff. EG.
They're gonna contest. They don't have the echo for this though. This is a big spell to be missing, but the March stacks up. The Tombstone's on the high ground. Blitz, it's so hard to fight into this one. Fear's gonna have to TP out, but Moon's there to cancel it. Another grab, but to be fair, the Tomb is already down. That's the most important
These Ice Shards are locking out Arteezy though, wasting a lot of his God Strength timing.
Universe getting caught out now. The call out's coming in. They're gonna re-engage with Sumail. He's on the high ground, but he's gonna get scouted out here. Fly gets off the Curse. Now the Embrace. They're gonna beat down Sumail and Moon again! He does it! The Radiant get the kill. They grab the Aegis. It's grand theft here by OG. Feeling amazing, I am sure, after that fight. My goodness, everything executed perfectly there down the stretch.
I mean, you talk about Moon Meander doing it. I want to just highlight the crit, the ability for him to be able to get those Ice Shards off between Roshan and Arteezy, separating the two of them. Maybe if they have the Aegis there, they're able to fight. And he was almost able to grab that. Like, he had that last few seconds of God Strength, but that Ice Shard's completely preventing that Roshan attempt from ending.
And the Tinker's just struggling this game. And we've seen Tinker games where you give that hero a good start and he just wins the game for the team solo, but Sumail has just been punished time and again, and he's sitting at 5th in net worth.
I mean, he had a good game, LD. We talk about it as if he didn't, but he was able to get one of the first kills of the game in that mid lane. They were able to get the turnaround, but all these deaths, they begin to add up in the top. N0tail and Crit, they're gathered up. Got the Trinkle Boots now completed on Crit. It's going to be a little bit better for their pushes too.
So I have 2 questions for you, Blitz. A, OG have had a great start. How do they cement the advantage, and when do they look to try and break into that base, if it's anytime soon? And B, how do EG get back in this game?
If you're EG, you have to go for a more reliable split push. Make it so that OG have to decide between going for the high ground or constantly going back for the defense. But I think OG, as well as EG played in game 1, I mean, OG are doing it in game number 2. They're not overextending. They're making sure to claim objectives slowly, one by one. And when you're against this lineup where you're fearful of the late game or the split push, the correct thing to do is not to just go all in immediately, lose one fight, and kill your momentum. It's to look for the individual pickoffs, slow down the tempo of the game, and make it really difficult for EG to continue to go for the split push. Instill some fear in them.
Well, the fear may come now. I mean, I've mentioned Moon a few times. He really looks to play the role of the Exterminator now, grabbing himself a Shadow Blade. Even tougher on the Tinker. And not just the Tinker. They've been trying to split push with Universe quite a bit as well. That's another hero he might be able to pick off. As Arteezy gets scouted out here near his own Ancients. N0tail is there to shut him down. OG playing that Starvation Dota as much as possible, limiting the economy for EG. Despite the more farming-oriented build from Arteezy, he finds himself pretty thoroughly down to net worth, 3K behind.
He just isn't playing that typical split push style that we see out of him. He doesn't have that hero that can instantly wave clear. And most importantly, LD, they have a lot of different ways to cancel that BKB.
Bottom lane, Roar on the fly. Okay, he's dead.
It's a casual pickup by EG. They needed something like that, but Moon at bottom, he's setting up for this. He's Shadow Bladed up.
Oh,
2 heroes are stacking up.
Oh no, this could be terrible. Moon looking for the donkey bites 2 again! does it once more. He looks for Universe, barely able to TP out. They didn't have that follow-up stun. Still, incredible stuff here for Moon. Do you remember when he first switched over from Heroes of Newerth? He got no respect. No one gave him a chance.
I mean,
But he is proving that he is hot trash no longer.
his persona was always a little bit clowny. He used to have a lot of fun. There's a lot of videos out there where he just kind of trash talks and has a lot of fun. But I mean, this guy's completely dedicated himself to competitive Dota, rarely streams, just puts himself on the grind, incredibly respectable. This is a guy who just through hard work has been able to do it. He's keeping his team well in the lead so far. The ability for the Earthshaker right now, third in net worth, to just look for these solo pickoffs is so huge.
Sumail's in the trees, but Moon's looking for him. The blink back. Can he find him? Fissure. He's gonna fish for it. He actually did get him.
He's got the Force Staff up.
Force Staff, now the Enchant Totem, the follow-up's there. He's locking down the Tinker. The cooldown's coming
1
through.
second.
Oh, he blinks out. Beautiful play by Sumail, able to retreat in time. And now OG are gonna have to back off, but they haven't lost anyone yet. The roar comes into Miracle, but it's SZBKBs. Ice Blast through. They can both tank it. Snowtail focusing on the tomb. There's the heal up. Nicely played by Fear to keep it alive. They're gonna lose their Aegis. Arteezy's in the front lines. He gets the son of his miracles. The BKB ends. He might be able to kill him off. He will. EG holding the line
No
here.
tail. This isn't the position you want to be in.
They might lose another core. No tail down as well. And OG are now in a headlong retreat. Force stepping out on the Earthshaker. Gonna blink out. Probably TP home soon. And it is a Bloodstone for Sumail. Bit late, but now he's got it.
That was the first real slip-up, I feel, by OG in this game, LD. They were so patient, they never really overextended for any of these individual kills, but they go so deep just to try to kill Sumail, get completely caught out of position, and by the time the tombstones drop, they're not really in a fighting condition, even with the Aegis available. They can't really afford to do that, especially against a lineup that EG has. There's tons of split push. Sumail now has that fully completed Bloodstone, like you said, and Arteezy's finally starting to rack up some of this farm.
Oh, PPD. Moon is on the hunt again. He's going to deploy that Shadow Blade. Does he realize what's happening? He's only got a few seconds to react here. Hot on the trail. There's no tier 2. Meet the Totem, the Fissure, the Blake. Another grab. It's a monster kill for Moon. One-man wrecking crew here. But with that said, EG are getting active on the map, and it is only a support. The Beastmaster's out in the Radiant jungle. Sumail's pressing forward that mid lane. Arteezy's actually able to farm his Ancients now. As nice as the kills look, EG are regaining their map control.
Yeah, they're doing it bit by bit, but that one engagement at bottom kind of made things a little bit trickier for OG. They still have a 10k net worth lead, and their Earthshaker is incredibly over-farmed. So they're not too worried, and they shouldn't be. You look at that bottom engagement, and you might think to yourself, okay, EG is completely back into this game, but if you look at the Earthshaker, he can still pretty much nab any of these heroes solo, maybe with the exception of Arteezy. And this is so strong just for map control.
How do you evaluate this game if it goes late? Right now it's 20-10. OG have a pretty substantial lead, about 10k gold. Let's say this goes an hour in, which as a Tinker game, it easily could. Is there a point where EG just flat out have the better late game lineup, or vice versa? Oh, top lane. Hold that thought. They're taking the go on Arteezy again. It's Moon. He gets up the Echo, the follow-up damage. Another grab. What a show. 8-2-7 on an off-lane Earthshaker. He started 0-2. He's gone 8-0-7 since that time. But okay, Blitz. How do you evaluate the teams if this does go really late?
If this Earthshaker wasn't doing as much as he was right now, I would say, but hold that thought at top. Miracle's going to be the turnaround target.
Ice Blast, Roar. He does get up the BKB again. The Fissure. Moon always ready. This guy's there when you need him. He does back off now. It does force out a BKB for Miracle, but he's able to back off.
That's perfectly fine. The save is much more important. It's an 8-second BKB now, but as we were saying, if Moon didn't have as much farm as he did, I would give the advantage firmly to EG, but this is a lot more like a core Earthshaker that we've seen in the mid lane. With the Shadow Blade, he's got a lot of pick-off potential, and he continues to scale. It's not like this hero is terrible with farm. He's about to get a Shiva's Guard. And
He's actually really scary with farm. It's just that he normally doesn't get it because of the nature of the hero.
Yeah, but the early towers and the amount of aggression that he was able to get with that early Blink Dagger has completely paid off for them.
So OG are going to back off a bit now, reset. We'll see No-Tail. He's been stacking up some Ancients. He got the Dominator a while ago. He is now clearing that stack out. He's even grabbed a Ring of Health here. Are we thinking a Linken's?
Potentially. I'm trying to think right now what else that could be, just for the Ring of Health.
I mean, not much unless he, wants a pipe.
Yeah, you could go for...
Battle Fury Gyrocopter.
That would be incredibly weird.
I would love to see someone win with that on the main stage.
You
I
can
don't
go for a Lotus Orb.
That's true.
The Lincolns, though...
Lotus is pretty good
better.
against that roar, I suppose.
Yeah, it's good against the roar. It gives you some armor. Throws back the Sven stun.
They're going to press in, though. OG, this tier 2 bottom is actually held for a long time. Those early towers came very quickly, but Ice Blast will only tickle as they look to clean this one up. The tier 2 dropping. Homie missiles being spammed out. Or, excuse me, heat-seeking missiles. Got to keep them straight. They will Greaves up, though, and they will cave in the tower. Miracle getting the last hit. And with that, closing in on his next big item, it looks like that will be the Assault Cuirass. While Moon, meanwhile, picks up his own plate mail. We'll see if this is something like a Lotus Orb or if he even wants to grab a Shiva's. But the point is, new items are coming for OG.
Yeah, and Crit at top is looking for the pickoff.
Here's the
TP
Tinker on the
is coming
side.
from the Hawk.
Missile comes in, Crit gonna back off. And then the missiles go in again. Really trying to bully him off the tower. This is where the siege can ramp up for EG.
This next Roshan, though, is going to be the target. The Gyrocopter is going to be the Lincoln Sphere for him. And this is going to allow him to broach high ground. Once he pops the BKB and the Lincolns, there's not going to be a whole lot that can stop him, LD.
There's actually nothing. They can't roar him at that point. And there's nothing else to break it.
Yeah, this Roshan is available. This is going to be pretty huge for OG in their high ground attempt. They need it. You don't want a chance going high ground against Tinker without one. One or two marches could pretty much spell doom for you.
OG still stubbornly holding on to nearly all their tier 1 towers. Top and mid still standing, albeit a bit damaged. EG, they will walk into the Roche pit here. Actually, I should correct myself. Blinked in. So not technically scouted out here, but OG are in the neighborhood. They seem to know something's up, and now the tomb gets dropped. The march gets spammed out. Really tough to fight into this. It's a whole lot of stuff, but they're gonna chance it anyway. The BKB for Miracle, and he goes right on Arteezy. He gets off the static link, but he breaks it quickly. The Ice Blast coming through. Hits on Miracle, glimmered up for now. No tail engaging. Can he kill off anything? The BKBs are ending. They're gonna have to back. And now the march can really work its magic. There's the curse. It's a bit on the late end of the fight, but it does lock down Arteezy. Trying to finish him off. They look to keep him alive. There's the echo. It's Moon again. He's done it. 2 down. Just like that. And now OG, they want this Roche, and they want it bad. Sumail still stubbornly refusing to give it up, spamming the rockets, but the Sigil stalking him. He will have to retreat from this. Blinking farther and farther away, but again, Moon, bottom lane, he's hunting, trying to find Universe on the Beastmaster. That's the gem carrier. Fissure just late. Almost got the gem there as well. But this will allow them to secure the Roche. Nowhere to TP in. OG, again, EG, twice in a row. They've tried to pull a fast one, tried to sneak the Roche, and twice they have been thoroughly denied.
I think they're almost overestimating the damage of this God Strength Sven, because they keep thinking that he can do it fast enough, but even with that full God Strength duration, LD, and him hitting it with the help of the Necro Creeps, they're only getting it to about half HP, so when the real fight happens, they're not actually able to capitalize very much. You saw, if the Sven maybe had the God Strength for a little bit longer, they could have maybe killed the Gyrocopter or the Razor, but because it ends so soon, they weren't able to get either of them, and giving up the Roshan on top of that, that's 2 fights in a row where EG, a little bit inefficient with their fighting.
Radiant's top tower.
I'm almost wondering at this point if OG can threaten the high ground. They've got the Assault Cuirass up now, and the Lincoln Sphere with the Aegis, so No Tail is effectively immortal while that BKB's active. Unless he just decides to dive the tier 4s.
And they're fast reaching a point where they can just kind of brute force it. They've got the BKBs on both cores. You've got the Guardian Greaves completed onto crit.
And gone are those days where you can just spam March against BKBs and hold the line.
Yeah, that's definitely not going to be as strong. They do have the AA Ice Blast, but still.
It is level 2. PPD, credit to him, has done a good job of just constantly finding ways to sneak experience, but there's no Ags. And everyone on OG is quite tanky here. They've got a Glimmer Cape, they've got multiple BKBs, the Aegis as well, and just raw HP in general. So the Ice Blast isn't as devastating as it could be if the enemy was a bit squishier.
EG OG's gonna go for the split push once again, pressure down this tier 2, and this is the correct move by them. There's almost no way that you're gonna get into a straight 5-on-5 engagement and win against OG's lineup, but they have to be careful. You don't want to get your TP canceled in a situation like this, and there's plenty of ways for OG to do it.
Seems EG really want to draw OG back, delay any sort of high ground pressure. OG are on the smoke right now. Only 3 here. The Earthshaker sticking around bottom just to ensure that there's no high ground breach, and they are swinging around, wrapping around, no telemiracle, hunting. They might catch out Fear here in just a moment. The old man's been scouted out, has the TP available. Actually, no way to cancel it for these two, at least not quickly. That homie missile will take too long, so Fear will just TP away. The BOTs are now out on Moon. He was almost there in time to force Fear to come to play, but not quite.
This is going to buy EG a little bit more time. You want to force them to play as reactively as possible. Sumail's going to farm the enemy jungle with the Helvet Hawk. And this is so cool by EG. This is the safest way for him to farm right now, farming
the deepest possible big camps on the Radiant side.
Yeah, and you can also split up the mid lane with that too. This Hawk positioning by Universe is going to be really key here. And meanwhile, RTZ just continues to farm out that top lane.
How are you feeling about the Bloodstone this game? It wasn't always an item that we saw picked up on Tinker in the past. For a while, it was the go-to build. Are you feeling like it's paid off this game? Was there another item Sumail could have considered?
No, I think that this is about right. His play could have been a little bit cleaner with getting caught off, but I think the item build is perfectly fine. Going for the Bloodstone, you don't really have the mana pool to spam out, and that's what you want to do, especially when you're being high ground sieged. You don't want to constantly have to go back to the fountain. You want to continue the siege of the March of the Machines almost non-stop, and this is what he's going to go for here. Is he's putting a lot of pressure on that top lane. The call down's going to come, but unable to connect.
I do love the pressure that OG just keep up on EG. There's no breathing room, at least not comfortable breathing. So they're forcing them to dig deep.
They're doing a really good job right now with their siege. They're not overcommitting anything. This is something that I just want to keep stressing is they're not making any moves that they don't have to, with the exception of that bottom lane push.
Universe gonna TP out, but Moon's there. The fissure again! Is there gonna be follow-up for this? This is the gem carrier. He's able to blink out.
Oh, they know he's stuck here. With the canceled
they have to go for this. This is the gem carrier, and Moon, perfect on the blink, is gonna find him with the enchant totem.
He can't afford to lose this.
What a gigantic grab for OG, and Moon again delivers. 10, 2, and 8. And now a gem of their own, and he's gotten a Lotus Orb on top of it all.
And this is going to be even more effective for them when they go for those single pickoffs on the heroes like Sumail. That Shadow Blade just became 10 times stronger. You can't just have the boar up at all times from Universe, and they don't really have the money to just continuously buy gems, LD.
They are definitely struggling in the gold department now. Almost a 20K gold deficit. What a total swing from last game, where it was one of the worst beatdowns I've ever seen administered at a major or a TI. But some serious poise here from OG. Not letting it affect their mentality going into game 2. Keeping all 3 lanes in. Still, if they want to go for high ground now, they would be doing it lacking that Aegis, so we may not even see them anytime soon.
You don't want to fight without it, I think. You just continue to farm out the map. They're gaining such a big lead, and it just continues to steadily climb. There's almost no pick-off potential for EG anymore that OG won't respond to, and so they can just kind of force in all 3 lanes, farm their own jungle, farm EG's jungle, and only allow EG to farm the creeps as they push into the base. This is the correct move, because they can continue to scale.
Well, a 3rd gem will enter the field of battle. 2 for OG, a fresh one now purchased here by the old Undying. This one they really need to hold on to. RTZ shows himself mid, and quickly he is sent back to base. Get the hell away. It's the call from Notel. He continues to get towards that next item. Now picking up his Eagle Psalm, the Butterfly, likely not too far off. Fly getting the aggressive wards up, just systematically pinning EG inside their base. Even the Hawk is struggling to get out. And, well, you mentioned Sumail farming the enemy jungle. Those days seem to be over, at least for now. Unless they want to send the whole squad bottom lane to get some map control back.
Looked like they were just trying to group up, get a little bit of ward vision down. And EG, they're in full force here at the bottom lane. Sumail's just kind of forcing in top, making sure that they don't take any unnecessary tower damage. But OG, they continue to have a lot of map control on their side. This is almost entirely in part to this Moon Meander Shadowblade Earthshaker. And what I really like from him right now, LD, is because EG is so afraid of him, instead of just continuing the map pressure, he's getting in a lot of farm during this time.
He's got 174 CS. That is a lot for an offlane Earthshaker. Base turn now activated by Notel. He has managed to take over a cobbled Foreman. And he's gonna have a little scout here off in the Dire jungle. And like you said, the pressure, it's all mental at this point. He's not actually there trying to gank them, but he might as well be. They're not even comfortable farming their own woods.
I think it would be a waste of time for him to continue to just scout around the map, especially when all the heroes from OG are just concentrated on farming right now. But like I said, or like you said, it's a psychological game. This is what you want to do as the offlaner. You want to be off the map as much as you possibly can, farm out your own jungle, and just by being off the map, you're able to create space for the rest of your team. This is the correct way to play this type of hero. It's not always about farming in the lane, pushing things out.
And the team is taking full advantage of it. No tail, those constant aggressive forays into the enemy jungle. You mentioned moon farming and off the map. Miracle has kept his own CS up nicely, sitting there around 330. I think the first time since I've seen Fada play Razor that anyone has managed to accrue this much farm. Very impressive stuff.
And Sumail's split pushing days are pretty much over.
Oh, no tail. This could be big. Universe is going to find him, blinks in, and then hesitates. Instead, they're going to look for Fly. They got him with the stun. Arteezy found his opening. Can he actually do much to no tail here, though? The evasion will be tough to deal with. And now Miracle jumps in. They get off the static link. The ult going on to Arteezy. Ice Blast going to be dodged by the snowball. Now the Echo, not the greatest, but it does get Universe. Arteezy will be lashed down. And solid is all they need here for OG as they look for Fear too, trying to TP away. Not gonna happen. He's denied as well. The old man's down.
And PPG's gonna get caught.
To the nursing home, and 2 to fall is Peter. That's 4. OG getting everything they need. And now it feels like just a Roche, and then time to go break that base and force EG into a decisive game number 3.
There's just too much farm right now on the 2 cores from OG. You saw that they tried to turn on the gyrocopter after they killed that Winter Wyvern, and it might have been successful if they were able to land their abilities. They were able to pop the Lincolns early on, and maybe if the Beastmaster was able to roar in conjunction with that Ice Blast, but such a sick save by Crit.
They're not even gonna wait. Forget about Roche. They want to do it now. No Tail Miracle jumping in off the bat. Super confident the BKBs are about to cool down. Now they swing on towards mid, where there is still a single hero range creep available, and a wave pushing in, and now a Silver Edge has been grabbed. Just more items. OG getting whatever the hell they can right now to allow them to break this pace, or at least force out a buyback. They don't actually manage to do that, but they do significant structural damage. 240 HP is all that's left on that tier 3 mid.
And most importantly, they pop the Glyph, and the Roshan is available, so this next time they go for it, they can just kind of YOLO in. There's not a whole lot for them to worry about. And for the 3rd time, it looks like EG they're thinking about contesting, but it's not going to get any easier, especially with how the first 2 fights at the Roche Pit went.
By the way, EG lost their 3rd gem in that engagement, so OG are now the proud owners of a small jewelry shop. Miracle looking for Universe bottom lane as Universe tried to jump in onto Crip, but he's going to get turned on. Universe is down. Things are collapsing here for EG. Sumail blinking out towards safety. Every opening they search for, a new door is slammed, a window is closed. OG delivering an almost equally flawless showing here in game number 2 to what EG did to them in game 1. They march into the pit. And it looks like the Roche will be theirs. Can EG even hope to contest? No Ice Blast for 30. No Arteezy in sight. They're gonna let this one go as well, Blitz.
This might be the largest XP difference that I've personally seen in competitive gaming.
It's definitely up there.
40,000.
Because remember, when the rubber band was slackened, that was only for gold, not for experience. So normally you just get 1 kill here or there, and things really turn around, but they just haven't been getting them. You got 1 kill on Fly, and that's really been it for almost 20
again.
minutes.
He's shadow bladed up. He's gonna run into Arteezy. Arteezy has to get the hell out, but
gets stunned. Fissure's there. Echo's available. Are gonna let him go for now. Only for now, though. There's the stun. They gotta turn this on Moon quickly. Lotus Orb is available. They're gonna curse Arteezy, stealing his damage. Doesn't have a TP. Forced to fight. In complete trouble. No way out. Completely kited. Controlled, and then death by the totem. Earthshaker outman fighting a Sven. You don't see that very often.
Moon Meander's just having a game-saving performance for OG right now.
This
The
might
amount of
be
pickoffs that he's had.
This might be the best game of his career. This is disgusting.
It's got to be up there. He's just found so many individual pickoffs on a team like EG. He's just making this look like a pub right now. He Shadow Blades up, finds a pickoff or two, constantly been doing this, making the game nearly impossible for Sumail. As he Shadow Bladed up once again, University doesn't have the gem this time around. He's going to go for the split push. With the Necrobooks deployed, this is going to be nearly impossible for Moon to go on, but...
Well, he does have the Blink and the Force, but would have to basically guess that Universe is sticking around. So they look towards the Siege mid lane, perhaps Moon. BOTs are available, so he can join this push. And they're going to plot Miracle up in front, muscling down the tower, still holding the A, just very tanky, 2,300 health, massive armor. Not sure where EG's damage comes from. They don't have an Eggs on PPD. The Tinker's farm simply is underwhelming at this point, even with the Dagon 5. They've got the BKBs, they've got the Glimmer Cape, they've got solutions, and then the Sven just gets kited fight after fight. They are going to try to force out those BKBs though. See Fly heal up Miracle, then they pop the Greaves, bringing him back towards full HP. The ward on the high ground doing some work, but Fly going to dispense with that. And there's Cheese here on crit, so more ways to heal up and commit to this siege should they so desire. They are Shaker pushing in the top lane. They want all lanes pressing in. They do not want EG to get out of their base, even should EG win that Miracle fight. And a miracle it would be. 30,000 gold and change and rising. 40, almost 50,000 experience in the hole. This is getting into impossible territory. I mean, it probably has been there for some time.
I mean, with one really good fight, maybe EG can turn it, but the cores from OG are simply stronger at this point. Miracle's hero just completely counters Arteezy right now.
No tail, fishing, jumping in, he deploys the homie missile. He's the Lincoln Sphere Bearer. He's also got himself a Satanic. The stun comes out, it will connect to Miracle. They're gonna try to zap him, but he pops the BKB. Miracle put under by the Cold Embrace, healed up quite a bit before that Ice Blast connects. Now Glimmered, and they've got the Rex. They scoot away, and they're doing this entire siege without Moon, who's just camping top, daring that Tinker to come. He's saying, I know he's going to. He wants these creeps. He needs the gold.
He's been up here for 3 minutes now. Invis, he's just kind of oscillating between going Invis, blinking in, fissuring a wave, and running out.
And EG basically have to assume he's mid because they have no vision. No wards, the Hawk keeps on dying. And oh, the wait, it might pay off. Hey buddy, Moon, Fissure, this time he's off the mark. And Sumail, long glass, he gets a little luck. He'll dodge but back in the Dire base where Miracle's been stunned. Still holding on to that Aegis. He's got about a minute and change here. They're gonna heal him up again. These Ice Blasts just feeling inconsequential even when they do use them. And with the range racks down the mid lane, caved in, it's death by about 1 million cuts here that EG are succumbing to.
Dire's courier.
And for good measure, the Dire Courier dies, because this wasn't already ugly enough.
They're doing such a good job with this slow siege. They're just sending up their Aegis.
They jump in though, they go for Sumail, they find him with the Walrus Punch, the Sheemus is there. Miracle looking for the follow-up initiation, and Moon tries to get in, but then Obnoxious Tinker keeps him out. They don't really need him though. Arteezy, kited, controlled, dead, Fissure, look for the dunk, it's gonna end in absolute agony for EG. 3 buyback, more may follow. They've still got a Satanic, and they're diving deeper for this. No Tail though has been stunned. Can they burst him down? This will be big. Pops the Satanic, looks to turn, tries to hang on.
Oh, he's not even gonna die.
He lives! They just can't get it. 39-12, the final score. A rout to end all rounds. Both teams taking turns, beating each other senseless. It sets up for an amazing game 3.
This was the most disciplined OG
And Moon ends this game 14-2.
I've seen this entire tournament. They almost never extended this entire game. They did such a good job of controlling up the mobile heroes from EG and never allowing them to get the split push going. And this is the man right here, Moon Meander, did such a good job.
Blitz, I have never ever seen an Earthshaker that impressive.
I mean, it's got to be close to one of the all-time performances on that hero.
And with that, OG have tied the series 1-1. We're going to a deciding game 3 to see who has the right to face Secret in that best-of-5 grand finals.
Thank you very much, Al. Then perhaps we had to talk about in game 1. What a turnaround from OG. They tie the series up 1-1. And Purge, we have to start with Moon Meander after the commentary booth as we have more to talk about in the Earthshaker. Just an unbelievable game.
Yeah, there were so many amazing individual performances from OG that game. Moon Meander absolutely carried the mid game because he got so many key picks on cores, but the early game was completely carried by No Tail and Crit. Every time that No Tail would be aggressive and they were getting ready to be punished, the ice shards would come in and block the path. There was four times that he completely prevented the counter gank, and that just allowed OG to get so far ahead in the early game, and then that allowed Moon to create insane amounts of space.
EG with plenty to think about backstage right now, but let's talk more about that. The Moon Shaker, as I think we're now going to dub that.
I mean, he spent half the game running around on his own, just setting up kills for himself, constantly just being a threat to not just Sumail, but everyone on the EG lineup. We saw him, as soon as he got that Shadow Blade, he would shop around for kills, more or less, and just didn't really need his team. At one point, you see OG pushing in on the base and
yeah, he's solo top.
Yeah, and that was pretty much the story of his game, right? He was everywhere when he needed to be, and then he went around and found solo kills on his own as well, and absolutely astonishing performance by him.
And they had good counters to the main cores coming out on Evil Genius, or on Evil Geniuses. They had the Tusk early to kill the Tinker over and over again. He had his BOTs and his Blink so darn late, and then they had a lot of heroes to counter the Sven, the Razor that you talked about, as well as Ice Shards. And one of RTZ's limitations on the hero is that he doesn't actually get Blink that early. He often goes for SNY, HOD, these sort of items before he gets his Blink and just gets kited for days.
We discussed in game one, Jacob, that it was a very dominant performance by EG, but when you stack it up against the second game from OG, a 54,400 gold lead at the end of the game, Artesia has gone 0-8-9, the Earthshaker's gone 14-2-13. I mean, it's more dominant than the first game.
It's not the close games we saw coming out from EG and Secret yesterday, but it definitely is a great experience for the crowd in here. Everyone's so happy now that the score is evened out because there's a lot of OG fans present. I can't help but feel sorry for the Russian and the Chinese cast.
Why?
They don't have any teams left to root for. I pity them. But we got a great set of games coming.
You're brutal, but we love you for it. So where do EG go after that? They've been given something to think about, haven't they?
Yeah, I think part of the issue is that rather than playing top tier heroes, that they're picking heroes that are below tier 1. And they're doing this in reaction. You know, like we talked about the Sven countering Meepo and being okay against Huskar and being good in these certain scenarios, but it puts them in a position where they're forced to take early game fights with heroes that aren't the best. Like Sven is simply weak pre-BKB or pre-Blink. He needs those items to be really effective. And because EG has put themselves in that corner, then it gives them a lower chance of winning the early game. The last time they picked Sven as well, they lost the early game, they turtled, and then they eventually won. But this game, what happened is Sumail got killed so many times that their ability to stay ahead, but kind of evenly, it just evaporated.
I think it was more of like game one, OG played a much slower game, and I think EG maybe expected that sort of pace again, even seeing the Tusk pick. I just don't think they were prepared for an early game, much like OG wasn't prepared for EG's really huge early game threat in game number 1.
Great stat on the screen now. I think we've talked a little bit about Mumiand already, but most damage dealt, most kills on the team. Just stepping up when his team really need him as well. And alongside that, we've been talking about Miracle throughout the tournament. We've talked about No Tail having big games. We've talked about Crit's great play. It seems like they've got a really great rounded team around Moon.
With how OG played this game, though, I don't think he even needed to be as monstrous as he was. They probably would have won the game regardless, just by the sheer performance of everyone on the team. Miracle played a great racer. We saw No Tail and Crit running around in the early game, making the difference. Fly on the backup. It was an all-round team win. Mumiand just really stood out because of how amazing his Earthshaker was.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the game. Game 2 will be the story of the Moonshaker, of course, but there was plenty of other great highlights if you're an OG fan anyway.
So this is one of the big mistakes that EG made in the early game. The game was still very equal. They did lose PPD to a smoke. Not the worst thing in the world, but because Moon Meander shifted over here and tried to get the kill on Fear, Sumail thought for sure that he could jump in and get a kill with this Roar. Now, they did have some good damage, but due to him having low levels of laser and missile, it just didn't do enough to Moon Meander, and he got killed on the return. So one of his first mistakes of a death.
Yeah, how do we rate Sumail on the Tinker? He was relatively ineffective.
I think he's just, it's either OG was outplaying him and always knowing where he was going to be, or his Tinker is not amazing. I still feel like he's underperforming a little bit. This is not the Sumail of TI5.
This is an older strat that they ran, and again, there's just been a lot of changes to the overall playstyle. Like Tinkers generally feel, I think, pretty safe, but the Snowball just has all these heroes on top of them, and without the Blink Dagger, which he didn't have for a very long time, and they killed him so many times before the Blink Dagger that I think he was lulled into a false sense of security.
And they just didn't seem to have enough damage output coming out fast enough. This Roche fight actually extended for a very long time, despite the lead.
This was one of the good fights that EG had. They were able to connect on the Ice Blast on 2 main heroes and eventually take down the Gyrocopter, I think, and the Razor. But then they got all their defensive items up too, and they just played a very nice game after that. I think they did a really good job of controlling the Roshan pit too. EG actually attempted to go for a few Roche attempts, but OG caught on like way too quickly for EG to have a chance.
The only reason they were even in that fight was because Mumiander was stuck on the tree line.
And Sumail was able to escape with his Blink. That helped a lot too. These fights just got harder and harder for EG as the big items came out on the OG course. Like the Lincoln Sphere on the Gyro, he had Butterfly, he had so many great fight items. I really liked the Lincolns, it rounded out his item set really nicely.
Yeah, the only thing they really needed on OG's lineup was that sustainability to go in against the Tombstone and the March of the Machines and so forth. Because there was no, like the burst damage from EG was just so lackluster, especially with the Tinker that didn't have sufficient farm. There was no level 5 Dagon. He couldn't refresh fast enough, he couldn't stand close up. Sven didn't have enough items for him to go in and just pull off a big God Strength crit.
It's tough to do against BKBs anyways, and they didn't have that great of disable either. It's pretty much just Roar and the hammer from Sven. That was all they could do. So they got way too far behind in that game. They didn't have enough farm on their cores, and they frankly could have given up a bit earlier than that, which is part of the reason that the gold difference got so huge. But you know, if you're on an elimination match, you don't mess around.
Oh yeah, there's no reason to. You can hope for a miracle.
Okay.
Not for their miracle.
Not that kind of miracle. But should be playing without fear, unless they're fear. Yeah, we can do all of those jokes, Jacob, all day long. Let's move on to game 3, because the draft is just around the corner. What have we got in store for us? What do we expect from PPD, and what do we expect from Fly?
More early game, I think, from both teams, actually.
More early game.
Yeah, we talked a lot about this after game 1, how OG just needed to be the aggressors if they wanted a shot at winning. They were this time around, especially, you know, No-Tail just took it upon himself to run around with the Gyrocopter rather than just sit and farm a lane. And that really made the difference. Going in, getting those early kills on the Tinker, just applying pressure all around the map with the Tusk. That's really what they need to do.
It was a very similar move in the early game for both Radiant teams. They take control of the mid lane, and they sweep into the jungle. They try to take control of that large camp, which most of the Miz heavily rely on. And I think Sumail did get that camp, but he didn't get the item that he needed, the BOTs. So I think that's kind of what the plan has been for them.
Do you think EG want to try and get Sumail and Arteezy back onto something that they're more used to playing, rather than being dictated to by OG's draft?
I'm not sure they blame the draft. It was a very typical EG draft of 6 months ago, or maybe even more, but it's still heroes they're sort of comfortable with. They know the objectives. They're experienced enough to execute if they wanted to. I just think they were sort of blown away by how aggressive OG actually played.
Sven's way too slow-paced. You can't fight as early as a Gyrocopter. It's at least like 10-15 minutes later where he can actually do stuff.
Okay, we're into draft for game 3, and the Wisp is the continual nuisance that EG do not want to play against. 3 out of 3 on the bans, and so far, exactly the same as game 2.
Radiant team ban.
EG clearly talking about their picks down there. I think they're the team that focuses maybe the most on drafting. Very often bringing in support from the outside, like Bulba, for example, to talk about drafts and picks.
Same opener as last time, if the main ban comes out from OG now.
5 seconds.
I don't think AA was the issue here in this draft either. I think it's more of...
But do you need it first, though? They could have gotten like a Winter Wyvern, let's say, and RG actually going to counter with an AA? I think highly unlikely. So I think they need to take a hero that's more contested in between the two teams.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I think that was the first game I saw where A looked bad. It's because they had all these heroes that weren't that strong in the early game, and A, when he doesn't have super synergy with his lineup, isn't that good at covering early game stuff.
A good call from Melini.
Wipe that smirk off your face, man.
They can take it, like, they can take a second phase though, although isn't it PPD that usually plays both of those?
Okay, so similar,
Turn to pick.
but this time they pick the gyro in the second pick.
It's
It's
slightly
third.
worrisome that they sort of stick to their guns, because if there's one thing we've seen throughout the tournament, it's that going with the same strategy 2 games in a row most often backfires.
Not for OG though.
Not for OG, but actually, both when both EG and OG has done this in the past, it's been the first game that they lost,
10 seconds
and then they would win the second one when they applied the same strategy.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
I like to see Darks here for the Evil Geniuses. I know Universe doesn't like playing the hero, but
Reserve time.
I think it puts sufficient pressure on the lanes that it's worthy of an early pick.
Okay, so we're going to see an early Queen of Pain this time.
The other good thing about Darkseer is that it's much more likely to notice when Gyrocopter's gone. Because if the lane is pushed up and it's in a safe place, Gyro could just be backing off farming a small camp. If the lane is constantly pushing and it's at the tower and you're only seeing a support there, much more likely that Gyro is setting up a kill. So maybe they can get some information from that as well.
Good point.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
can sort of imagine Sumail just saying, as they left the stage and got into the back room, just give me Queen of Pain. I'll win the lane. I'll win the game.
Radiant
He's got to be
team
frustrated a little bit. Like this tournament, he hasn't consistently gotten his hero.
He's gotten his hero, they're just not very good in the current version.
Yes.
The Storm Spirit of yesterday and so forth. I think if you just give him a Queen of Pain, he's just gonna pull a CTY and take.
His
Team of the
Timbersaw has been very good though. Times we've seen him play it.
It has.
Some games very good, some games just okay. Less than you would expect from him.
But arguably not the tier 1 heroes that
Reserve
Purge
time.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think EG bans out the Earthshaker now?
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
I don't think so. I think they can.
Undying?
Moon's good at all of his heroes, I think.
It's an interesting ban on the Brood from OG this time round.
One thing we've been talking a lot
Maybe
about
Dazzle?
is Slaughter. The fact that he keeps going through untouched.
10 seconds remaining.
Slower or Dazzle are pretty good against Queen of Pain. I think either
5
ban would be good.
seconds remaining.
I don't think it'll be an Earthshaker ban.
Reserve time.
Yeah, they didn't have that great of a matchup against the Earthshaker in the last game. I think they can just pair Queen versus the Earthshaker and completely shut him down.
Radiant team ban.
Did you do the Dazzle ban? One of OG's best support heroes.
Dazzle's much better versus the Queen of Pain, though. You can like kind of stop her early and blunt her early aggression with Graves.
It's a bit back and forth.
10
I think Sonic Wave
seconds
also works well against Dazzle.
You'd much rather play anything against an Undying though than a Dazzle, let's say.
Reserve time.
Will there be cheese this game?
There's still AA left in the pool, but OG can go ahead and ban that now if they still want to run with the Huskar. Unfortunately, they won't have Wyvern or Dazzle to heal him back up.
Wyvern's decent against Meepo though.
Evil geniuses
Yeah, Wyvern is pretty good
turn
versus
to
Meepo.
pick.
So that's why I'm more looking for the Huskar, but even then, Queen of Pain with it actually seems somewhat likely that Huskar over the Meepo.
I wouldn't put it past Fly and No Tail to just pull out that Meepo. Everything's on the line. It's definitely the last game of this series.
10
You
seconds
just
remaining.
pull out the Meepo. Spotting the grand final at stake.
5 seconds remaining.
All right.
Reserve time.
Let's see. So why hasn't Slaughter been picked up too?
I couldn't tell you. I've been baffled about it all day.
Any speculations, Purge?
The teamfight that Undying provides, even without a Blink Dagger, is very good. And OG got a huge advantage in the early game, last game, whereas Slardo would have to play more passive.
But they're different roles. They could run Undying plus Slardar.
But I'm saying that they prioritize Undying because not only is it block EG from picking it, but it's also better in the early game without Blink. It's more farm independent, and it also it's a block pick.
I think he meant more in general. Why hasn't Slaughter been picked up at all? Both games and this.
Either side.
10
I
seconds.
still think it's just the farm delay, basically. He's okay when he doesn't have a blink. And he's really good when he has a blink. But if your early game goes weak and that blink comes late, then you'd much rather have a Tusk, for example.
Reserve time.
Tusk doesn't really need farm to be able to participate, just needs 6 levels. I think that's the only thing really holding him back. Still hope the hero gets nerfed.
Evil geniuses.
We'll go for the Earthshake again. A lot of pressure on him now. We just saw how he can perform. Can he keep it up 2 games in a row when everything is on the line?
The Moonshaker is back.
Still like the Beastmaster pick. Affects him a bit against Cheese, gives him an aura for damage. Got good burst setup right now.
He had an uncharacteristically
10
bad game
seconds remaining.
with Beastmaster. Very, very slow book 3. It was a difficult game from the
5
get-go, but
seconds remaining.
A lot of times he got cut out from like long range fitters though, so it was, I think, a lot of good play by Moon that shut him down.
Yeah, it felt like a team loss that led into Universe being slow and farm, not.
So at this point, do you? Sorry.
Whoa.
Oh, buddy.
Radiant
Well,
team.
it's not the first time. But we haven't seen it for a little while.
Meepo's still good here. Good versus Queen, good versus Anti-Mage.
There's still a ban each.
alternatively an Ember Spirit. Another hero we haven't really understood why it hasn't been picked up.
Yeah, I think either pick would be really good for OG. They'd be really happy with that. They've got the early pressure. They could shift into being aggressive, shutting down Anti-Mage or Quap.
Last hero is a Fear hero for Evil Geniuses. Be a Night Stalker, Spirit Breaker.
Well, first you gotta see if OG are gonna put out any cheese.
A Rubik. I think Rubik is decent. Always nice against the Earthshake.
Evil geniuses turn to bad.
That's typical versus Anti-Mage, though. You have to be worried about whether or not you can end the game early. So no Meepo for them.
That was a smart ban.
That was really good.
It'd be a little bit too hard to deal with in the early game, whereas Ember is, you have options.
So do we see the Ember Spirit comes back here?
They don't really have the burst damage output to deal with the Meepo.
They just need a little bit of lockdown for AM and Quap, and then OG's lineup comes together, I think.
Won't Ember suffer in lane too much, though, versus Queen? Wouldn't you prefer...
10
I don't
seconds
know.
remaining.
They could put Gyro mid.
5 seconds remaining.
What other heroes have Miracle played? Auk, I suppose?
Reserve
Yep.
time.
Not sure what Alchemist really offers here.
Negatives.
I think he can be that front line so they can actually take down a lot of towers. I think that's always a problem versus Anti-Mage. Taking down the towers limit their jungle.
Would we rather a Dragonite them? They do go for the
To
Alchemist.
go for the out. Good call, Ben.
Evil geniuses turn to
Final pick then. Where's Fear going with our final pick before the start of game 3?
What has he played? Red Eye. Give me some info here.
They need early game and maybe a little counter push.
You think about
He has played. He's played a number of. We could get the Lich again. That's
No, it's
still
banned.
there. It's banned. Oh, it's banned.
I think Shadow Demon.
He's had Night Stalker, Bane, Spirit Breaker, Shadow Shaman.
I can't hear a thing. This crowd is too loud.
Yeah, quiet down, guys. We're trying to talk.
I'm pretty sure this crowd can get even louder. Wait for later. It's coming.
I do kind of like the Shadow Demon. It's a little weak fighting early, but it guarantees that Anti-Mage and Queen of Pain will survive burst. There may be a better solution though.
It's nice for the late game.
They could like Venge or something. That would give a similar.
Venge is something we've seen a
survivability.
lot. It combos well with Beastmaster or has some synergies.
But it's played by PBD.
That's true. It is a Fear hero we're searching for.
I don't know if they can get away with a Night Stalker. I think there's too much redundancy with Beastmaster, too. They'll lack damage. They'll just have Queen of Pain pretty much for damage until Anti-Mage finishes his farming.
Yeah, they'd have some early advantage, but I don't think it's going to matter because they can do Snowball with Gyro, Fissure. Like, Night Stalker would get caught and killed.
I still think
ability
Rubik
won't
or
be
Shadow Demon is.
Yeah, but then they have no way to, I think, pressure the Alchemist or his jungle at all. I'd like to see a more aggressive hero.
10 seconds
Like, I
remaining.
don't know, EH, perhaps?
Instead, it's a Magnus. Here we go then. Get ready. Evil Geniuses versus OG. Game 3.
It's all on the line now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the deciding game number 3 of the Frankfurt Major lower bracket. Team Secret Blitz, they are waiting as the final boss sitting back, relaxing, watching these games and getting ready. And EG pull out what feels a little secret-esque here, going for the Magnus Anti-Mage.
Yeah, this is a strategy that we saw them run quite frequently because of the power of not just farming, but being able to split push, go for the ancient stacks early on. And the Magnus sets up everything for you. He's the kind of hero that you want with an anti-mage. All you really need to do to set up the fight for the AM is get a really nice RP off. Fight's won.
With that, the teams enter the game, and we too shall as well. Let's give it up for EG and OG. Only one team can move on. Will it be the dream finals that so many wanted at the International 5, albeit with some new faces on each roster? Or will OG play the role of the spoiler? They've certainly got the crowd's affection here. Wouldn't be a game of Dota without a little all chat. Of course, coming from the North Americans. How appropriate.
Man, No-Tail's getting in there too. Let's relax.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've ever seen a shout out for German cuisine before. This might be the first.
All right, so No-Tail at bottom. He's going to be playing the gyrocopter again. We saw him play it with such success. I really felt like in the early game, it was the No-Tail show. For him to be able to rotate, make that mid-rotation, kill the Tinker, even when he had the haste rune, allowed Miracle to get back into this game.
Oh, this could be big for OG. They're going to go for the D-ward, and a little delicious extra gold here for Miracle. Looks like his bounty rune unlikely to be contested. Arteezy is kind of poking his head out there. Maybe he commits to try and shut down this Alchemist, but definitely doesn't want to be blinking in if he's going to go for it. And Miracle, we'll get his bounty rune here, looks like. So off the bat, he's got the Quelling Blade, the Pooled Tangos, the Stout Shield, and basically the bottle. Great start for him.
Yeah, and this time around, they actually got the bounty rune onto the mid player. I think in the previous game, they were able to nab both of those, right? I don't think the Tinker was able to get it.
Yeah, the game number 1, they traded, but the mid didn't get it. And then game 2, there was a double bounty rune grab for OG.
Yes, the first bounty rune of the series so far for Sumail. And he's going to get some help from PPD playing the Winter Wyvern. Trying to make sure that gets off to a good start. And this is a matchup that the Magnus should actually do okay in, but the Alchemist is definitely going to trade farm decently.
Arteezy really trying to play the aggressive zoning role here in his own safe lane. Walked up so far, he even tanked the tower shot, and now he's going to blink in just to pressure Moon back. Seems like Moon may have a bit of a tougher lane than what he did last time around. But he'll chuck out the Fissure, just try to get whatever CS he can. So Miracle, fairly uncontested early on, doing very well in the CS department. The offlane Shaker getting his levels. No-Tail on the safe lane, though. He's struggling a bit here. Only sitting at 1 CS, but the lane is pushing in. So we'll see if he can catch up now.
This gyrocopter LD, he needs to have a ton of impact this game. If you look at EG's lineup, there's a lot of different ways for them to split up. They've got much better ways to split push because there's not as many abilities that can catch them out of place, especially a hero like Anti-Mage. There's nothing like the Earthshaker. He's not going to have as good of a game. I don't think he's going to be able to grab the Force Staff, the Blink Dagger, and the Shadow Blade, and it's going to be a lot harder for him to kill a hero like AM.
There's nothing like last game's Earthshaker likely to develop. It's going to be tough for Moon, but does at least manage to secure his level 2, trying to contest this rune. What I'm curious about this game, Blitz, and would love to know your thoughts, is are we going to see a deviation from Miracle? Last time he played the Alk, he doesn't really go for like, Super comes to mind for Vici Gaming, the other player that plays a ton of Alk, because he will grab another bounty rune, delicious for him.
Is the crowd cheering for bounty rune?
Is this more of like the carry Alchemist? Because he's gone for more utility when they run the Tiny, and they can just have the Superman Tiny. But Gyro's really not as scary as a Tiny in the damage department.
I think Gyro's one of the worst heroes to go for when you get an Aghanim Scepter. Like, if you had to prioritize, I think probably the Undying comes first.
Looking to move in here on Sumail. Crit, only level 1. And there is that point in Skewer. So this is a pretty tough kill, but he has skilled up the Unstable Concoction. Something Sumail probably won't recognize off the bat. It's always tricky with Alchemist. You never know for sure.
He did the skill build yesterday, though, so he might be tipped off a little bit more. But this matchup, both melee heroes, the Acid Cloud is quite good against the Magnus. But with a few levels of Shockwave, it's going to be incredibly hard for him to zone Sumail out completely.
I gotta say though, Sumail is doing an excellent job in the mid lane. 7 denies, so he is slowing down the Alchemist a bit here and also keeping his own CS up, 16. So we do see some stacking early on, a little bit of pressure put on Otel with the Shadow Strike, but he's quickly gonna turn and ushers that Queen of Pain back in the off lane. And it is a bit of a different type of hero for Universe. Certainly very versatile, but has almost exclusively been on the tempo controllers as of late for EG, but this time being asked to play more of a damage dealer here in the Queen of Pain.
I think the original intent was to have Sumail play the Queen of Pain and have Arteezy play the anti-mage, but once they saw the type of lineup that OG had, I think they thought they could get away with this Queen of Pain offlane. And this is still a decent tempo controlling offlaner. It just requires a lot more farm, which is why you're seeing Fear help him out a little bit. But this lane, it's incredibly hard for OG to actually kill a Queen of Pain unless they force Universe to use that blink and waste it for that full 15-second duration. It's unlikely they get a kill.
So it's a free farm anti-mage. We're gonna see this 4-minute rune spawn. Let's quickly check if the Alk's able to get a bounty rune. He tanks a shockwave and it's an illusion bottom. So the luck will end here as far as the runes go. And that bounty rune will be grabbed up by EG. But you are giving free farm way to anti-mage. The Magnus is having a great time mid. Your Queen of Pain is not doing very well in the off lane. If you're OG, are you okay giving this level of farm to Arteezy early on? Or is this a concern for you?
I think you're okay with it because, again, you've got a lot of different heroes that can push the pace quite quickly. And at top, Arteezy's getting quite low, but he's going to be there.
Point in Spell Shield, in fact, poking at Moon. He's going to have to do a short-range blink just to dodge that tower shot. Moon doing a good job of baiting them in. Does have the Soul Ring now, so can at least spam out the Fissure, but has to be careful about getting killed off if he uses it. He's going to go for it, and he's going to run away. So back to the welfare. Meanwhile, bottom lane, the dive onto a Universe as they look to go in. Axe is coming through, but Universe will blink away. Still OG, applying that early pressure. Looks like they want this tier 1.
Yeah, most importantly, they're denying a lot of the experience from this pushed-in lane. The Winter Wyvern's going to come now. But is this really a fight you want to take, especially against an Undying and a Gyrocopter? These are two incredibly strong early-game heroes.
They are continuing to chip, but albeit OG not really the best lineup at taking towers early, just until the Alchemist gets a lot of farm. So it's going to be slow going here, and it seems the rotation of PPD is enough to dissuade the aggression. And, you know, to be honest, he doesn't seem like he's really needed top. Arteezy now getting his farm up, has the Ring of Regen quite soon, could have himself a Ring of Health, and at that point, can pretty much just trade all day with Moon.
Yeah, you've already seen he's gone for the second level of mana break, which is something that most of these anti-mages nowadays don't do, but when you're trying to solo zone out a support, or when you're trying to zone out the offlaner, this is the build that you want to go for. Make sure that he's never in that range where even a gank is going to help him out.
Bottom rune, there's going to be a skirmish here. They're looking for Fly, the RP's there. He drops the tomb on the high ground. That ain't going to stop Sumail, and that's first blood. Straight to EG. Balancing things out a bit now and equalizing the net worth a lot with that one is courtesy of the third bounty rune. This Miracle now gonna ratchet himself up all the way to 43 CS and a comfortable 4,500 net worth start. So he is in the lead here, but true to form, we're not gonna see that super Radiance build. It doesn't look like he's rushing into the Boots of Travel Manta Octarine. He does grab the quick medallion. He still only has the 1 point in Grievel's Greed, so it's just a different way to play this Alchemist.
Yeah, it's more of a farming or fighting build rather than a farming build. I think the Radiance has too slow of a build-up. And like Ben talked about, they need a hero that can just frontline tank for them. And by going for this Solar Crest build, he's going to be able to do this a lot sooner. And when you're playing against a hero lineup that consists of an Anti-Mage and a Magnus and a Queen of Pain, these are quite greedy cores. You want to put the pressure on as soon as possible, LT.
And Arteezy, under a lot of pressure from the early enchant totems from Moon, who has gone again for that 2-1-2 build. Able to deal a decent amount of physical damage, even though there's the point in Spell Shield to block some of the nukes. Still, Arteezy has the regen required now to stay in lane, so they're going to bring Miracle up here as well. And they may look to pressure. They have the Soul Ring into a Fissure in just a jiffy if they can rev up that Alk stun, but there's a lane ward. So he knows this is coming, and Arteezy will simply back away.
This is a lot of time wasted by the Alchemist, but at top he's going to start channeling. Arteezy's got to get out of here.
He saw this, but there's the Wyvern. Nicely played by PPD, gets the Cold Embrace off, negates all that damage from the Alk stun, and will heal him back up. Suddenly Arteezy at full HP. That's the power of the lane ward. And AG clearly recognizing their strategy is all about the AM, whether it's from the map control, the Beastmaster gives them the split pushes. There's a call down. Speaking of that Beastmaster bottom lane, looking for the TP out. Snowball already committed. Fear will get away. Nice dodge there. Just creating space and time for the cores to farm up.
This is fantastic right now for Sumail. He's almost got the Blink Dagger already completed at just 8 minutes into the game if he wants it.
I do want to point out, Blitz, he is, as you would expect with this strategy, he's leveling up the Empower first, so wants to ramp up Fear's farm as quickly as, or sorry, Arteezy's farm as quickly as possible.
Too used to seeing Fear.
Yeah.
You've been casting for too long.
I'm almost as old.
All right, so Sumail, Blink Dagger completed. This is a really quick pace, and a lot of the Alchemist's time was wasted trying to put some pressure onto that top lane, which I think is the right idea, but still, you don't want to give up an 8-minute Blink Dagger, because even though there's some slow build-up for a hero like Queen of Pain or the Anti-Mage, Sumail, he's going to be able to control a lot of this game with this.
So OG just holding steady in their own farming pattern, taking advantage of the Alchemist to stay afloat as far as net worth goes, despite the free farm granted to the AM and despite how well Sumail has done on that mid lane. Miracle, the bounty rune advantage, will be topping the net worth chart here. He's going to grab himself an early Talisman of Evasion.
Oh, I really like this play by
Tanking up.
Sumail. He's smoked up. He's going to wait for the TP from Universe as well. They're going to go for the safe lane aggression on No-Tail, and by doing so, they're going to slow down the timing a lot from this Gyrocopter, who is used to putting the pressure on them.
And that's what free up that top lane. When OG rotate here, it's just going to be free farm for Arteezy.
This is going to be huge if they're actually able to set up on the kill. They do
Radiant
have the
team.
RP available.
No lane ward. They're still holding the Undying up in the top lane. Sumail going to get revealed. Oh, he blinks and he skewers. That's the reveal. Just misses. Big Daddy. Don't think he actually saw, maybe he saw the Wyvern sneaking through the trees for just a second there, but meanwhile, top lane, Arteezy, even though this gank fails, they just free up the lane for him to more safely get his CS.
Moon's going to come back up top, and that kind of kill at bottom, you either go for immediately LD or you just ditch. Because if an Undying TP's in and the Earthshaker comes, that's a lot of team fight that you're afraid of.
Dire's middle tower is under
So it
attack.
is indeed the Solar Crest,
Radiant's
Miracle.
bottom tower is under
Generally
attack.
does favor this build. We often see something like a Sanjin Yasha, a BKB, and often into the AC, just the very early combat out.
That was the first reveal of the Blink Dagger, and they're not able to net anything out of it. So this is going to kill a lot of the pressure from EG. It's going to allow OG to play around that.
Arteezy gonna get caught out here. He walks into a Enchant Totem. Paul down gets the point. There's the Echo. Beautiful chain stun. OG, pull it off. That's the kill you need. While that's going on in the bottom lane, the Tusk got jumped. And EG will counterplay, finding their own kill, but an anti-mage for a Tusk, a trade OG will make all day, every day.
They're going to put some bottom pressure,
Radiant's bottom tower is under
might not be
attack.
enough right now as OG. I think that was like a double stack that they stole too with the call down that just kind of incidentally hit.
And there's actually, there are Ancients being stacked, so there is still a lot more gold here once that
Radiant's
anti-mage
structures are fortified.
gets his Battle Fury, but it's a
Dire's
bit of a ways
top
off
tower
now.
is under attack.
And most importantly, No-Tail starting to get really aggressive. This is what you want to see out of your Gyrocopter. And Sumail might just decide to go for the smoke. They don't have the level 6 up on PPD. No Winner's Curse available, but you might just have the damage if you bring the Anti-Mage along too.
Dire's top tower
Radiant
is
team,
under
no
attack.
vision of this rotation. Right now, they only scout out Universe farming the bottom lane. They quite likely may think there's at least one hero behind him. Sumail's gonna swing towards top once more. OG did drop down their sentry earlier to try and clear out any pesky lane wards, recognizing that's how Arteezy dodged the last initiation.
They are giving up a lot of space to Universe though. OG, he's already up to 3.3k net worth, 500 ahead of the Earthshaker.
He's almost
Getting
got the
some
level
levels,
7
too.
as well.
They get this bottom rune. It's gonna be the bounty in the top. This might be the rune that they need to open up things. This Invis rune, if they go into the jungle, they might be able to nab a killer.
See Arteezy holding the line in the mid lane towards bottom. Universe again, trying to apply the split pressure. He will be the yin to the yang of
Radiant's
Arteezy,
bottom
just
tower
looking to
is
keep
under
the lanes
attack.
out elsewhere, create a little distraction, divert the OG attention away so that Arteezy's freed up. And again, he'll move into the Radiant Woods, trying to clear out the first big camp. He does have access to that level 2 Empower now. The poor man's Battle Fury, now enabled. And what do you know? A nice double stack for him. Thank you, Alchemist. I appreciate it. Arteezy.
This Queen of Pain is just gonna get a completely uncontested tower. Like, Universe just took that from full, pretty much by himself, and although there's 2 heroes down with them, None of them need to reveal themselves during this time, and this is going to allow RTZ to push out this bottom lane. This is a rough scenario, especially when it gets this Battle Fury. By taking the tier 1 early, they can create some pressure on this tier 2 as well.
Well, they are trying to get the mobility here, Blitz. Miracle has gone into a Blink Dagger on the out. Very aggressive. He is leveling up the stun, already level 3. With his Blink and with the Earthshakers of Moons, only about 1,000 gold away. I imagine once we see the double Blink that OG are really going to start trying to dive and pick off these squishy split pushers.
I think that's the right idea here is EG, you can already tell they don't want to fight against an Earthshaker, Undying, and this Gyrocopter. Those are 3 of some of the strongest early game heroes in the game, LD. You get caught by a Call Down and a Tombstone,
You did.
that's a 1-team fight. And you have a Queen of Pain. She's getting a lot of farm, but she's not nearly as tanky as a lot of these heroes. And her farm means she just needs a lot more than, say, an Earthshaker, who only really needs the Blink Dagger to be able to catch out these heroes.
Well, RTZ is really getting into the deep end here of the OG jungle. Even cutting the wave a little bit. Anything to deter this aggression mid lane. Wants to slow the game down for EG. High time for the levels on the Magnus, his own Battle Fury farm. And so far it's working. OG yet to take this tower mid.
Yeah, they're just playing delay, delay, delay right now. They're not even really sending in very many heroes to defend this mid tower. What they're trying to do is just be a little bit more farm efficient than OG. You notice that Universe, whenever he splits in top, he forces 1 hero over there. Then the anti-mage clears out their jungle repeatedly. You can even go into the ancient stacks pretty soon.
Fissure comes in mid. They're trying to make the jump up PPD. The Tombstone even committed. He just flaps away. So now they've kind of shown their hand here in the mid lane, but there's no glyph available. Universe does have access to his ultimate. TPs are available and pretty much everyone on EG. So if they want to fight, they'll have the whole team. Sumail, not yet scouted, but with the Tomb still up, the Alk out in front, they're just looking for the deny here. Pop won't get it. That one goes to Miracle. So at long last, OG get on the board with their second tier 2. But this is all a stalling game as the Battle Fury closes in on completion.
Yeah, and I think OG are starting to realize there's absolutely no way that anybody from EG wants to engage onto them. Not when they've got 2 of these really fragile cores. Universe doesn't have that hero that can instantly jump in and disrupt a fight, like the Earthshaker or the Clockwork himself. So there's not a whole lot that they can do. So what you're doing from EG right now is try to apply as much pressure as you can, split up the lanes, and force OG to play reactively to you.
Oh, look at this stack. A ton of gold available here for RTZ. And with this, the Battle Fury should be pretty much done, assuming he gets the last hits. But he does need the team to help tank it a bit for him. He's rather frail. Still no contest in sight. OG, no idea this is going on. Vision completely gone here. It'll be Fear's turn to tank all of it for the anti-mage cause, and he is going to finish off the dragons. With that, should be able to get the Aegis, or sorry, not the Aegis, the Battle Fury. It's actually OG who are looking towards that Aegis as they move into the pit. The Alk's still gonna follow Sumail up.
They know
on
he's on top of that cliff.
He's fine for now, though. Do they actually want to go in? They're thinking about it. They do have the max acid spray. They also have the Solar Crest.
I don't think
would be
they'll take
slow.
it fast.
It would be slow.
Gyrocopter's not the physical damage dealer that you want in there, nor is the Alchemist really. Even if you have the Solar Crest, I don't think it's quite enough. But they've got a lot of items on the side of OG. Maybe not quite enough to just go for a straight up push, but they have to know that EG, they're steadily reaching their timing right now. The Battle Fury is completed on the AM. Once he has the Vlads too, the split push is going to be incredibly strong. And there's almost no way for a hero like Gyrocopter to keep up in farm unless they're getting into these engagements and taking these towers.
And it's already a level 3 in power here, so he's even faster at clearing out those stacks when he's near the Magnus. RTZ only about 2k gold down on an Alchemist because of the build Miracle went for. Much more offensive, much more early game centric. They are smoked up here. Moon's got his blink available, and they're going to walk right towards RTZ. He does get revealed. He's too late. Oh, this time he could find him with the Alk stuns revving up. They kept
he's going to stun
He
himself.
stuns himself. A series of miscues and narrow failed opportunities for OG.
EG are instantly going to smoke off the back of that. They know that there's no longer the Earthshaker Echo Slam.
This is so critical. Giving up these kills here really opens up the map. And the RP, it's there on 2. The Quapple comes through and OG gets skewered into submission. A quick double. And with that, the anti-mage will soon emerge from his slumber in the trees and resume the split push.
If it wasn't for that failed Echo Slam, I think that
Radiant's middle tower
maybe
is
they would have
under
been afraid of that counter initiation opportunity LD, but they know that both heroes are committed to that top lane. And maybe even if the Alchemist hits the stun there, they could potentially kill RTZ because he doesn't have a lot of armor, and that Solar Crest does quite a bit. And they're going for it once
Speaking
again.
of the Alch stun, Arteezy's gonna get hurt pretty hard by this. Blinks out. This is the power of the blink on the Alch. Miracle can't track him down.
Yeah, they definitely would have killed him. Like, even without that Echo Slam. The Fissure hits, if Moon's in position for the follow-up Enchant Totem hit, they would have been able to kill RTZ. But the fact that both miss, that's going to be the killer for them.
Still, I want to ask you, since the game is overall rather slow, we still see a tier 1 up for the Dire side. Radiant team, all but one tower remains standing. It's a dead even game in net worth. The experience goes EG's way.
Radiant's middle tower is
What
under
kind of a
attack.
clock are OG on here with the builds they've gone for, the heroes they have? How late can they take it?
I mean, I think they could have bought themselves potentially like 4 or 5 minutes if they were able to get the kill at top onto the anti-mage. But because they were unable to, this further puts pressure on them. They wanted to be able to grab him at least one more time before he starts that item build-up. Now that he's going to go straight for the Manta style, make himself a little bit more tankier, farm up a little bit faster. But OG, I mean, this Gyrocopter, I've said it in the beginning, he can't really keep up in farm. He's not really tailored to fight against the anti-mage either. He doesn't have the mobility that that hero does.
And they are engaging full rat mode. Universe deep in the trees, just looking to apply pressure whenever he can. The rest of EG. They've stacked again for Arteezy. He'll clear out these Ancients. A farm ramps up, stays in striking distance of the enemy Alchemist. This
Dire's
Miracle
top
does go into
tower is
Assange and
under
Yasha.
attack.
So further doubling down on the mid-game items, the aggression.
They have to. I don't think they can compete against this AM in the late game when everything is 6-slotted. I really like OG's decision to kind of just all in into this mid game. They're becoming incredibly durable with the S and Ys that they have. The Alchemist can frontline tank for you. There's no real single target focus that can burn off his HP fast enough. They've got some measure of Magic Burst with the Queen of Pain, and maybe even the Magnus, if they're able to hit all of his abilities, but it's going to be a tall task for them to kill him.
Yeah, he gets even more mobile now. Sumail grabbing himself a Force Staff has quietly kept up his own farm. City 1-0-2. Most importantly, not dying like we saw in that game too. Playing very safe. Together with the team. It's Universe the man on his own. They're going to show the anti-mage top.
Radiant's top tower is under
That's
attack.
pretty much a dead giveaway. He's got backup. Or really good wards. So now he's over towards mid. Arteezy just beginning to play the lanes. Strumming here and there. May even cut the wave here mid. We'll see.
Yeah, and if you're OG, you can no longer play reactively. You have to start trying to guess where he's going to go, look for opportunities
Oh, he
on
finds
the map.
Fly. Fly's a bit too tanky.
If OG kind of just keep going wherever AM is, they're always going to be at least 30 seconds behind. It's not going to be enough time for them to catch this AM out of guards. They even went for the attempt on Universe at bottom, but he's a little bit too mobile.
And that's where, when you're playing an anti-mage, you want to go where you think he's going to be in 20, 30 seconds, but it's a guessing game. And even if they find him, EG are often parked behind the AM.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of opportunities to gank him. That's why that top one was so crucial to their style. If they're able to kill him, it alleviates a lot of the pressure. They don't have to worry about him so much, and maybe you make Arteezy a little bit more afraid of just farming in his own jungle, and you can force him to the enemy jungle. If you catch a good rune, you can maybe kill him there. But without those opportunities, this becomes a little bit more difficult for them as he's rapidly approaching that Mantis style. And in a game like this where OG is trying to apply pressure to him, this is pretty quick.
Yeah, it is worth pointing out Arteezy skipped the Vlads here, so he deviates a bit from the more, I guess,
Radiant's top tower
common
is
build
under attack.
nowadays, but gives him a way to maybe dodge that Alp stun to just cut the waves and drag them around to potentially bait out some of the big OG spells.
Miracle, though, he's getting incredibly farmed right now. He's got the Hyperstone completed, and
Radiant's top
he might just
tower
decide to
is
go
under
for
attack.
the Assault Cuirass, and this is going to be a really good high ground pushing item for them. As their team, I mean, they're playing pretty passively right now, but there is going to be some aggression coming out pretty soon from them. They've got to.
Moon jumping in there. Does want to get this tower denied top, and looks like it will go down. The Hawk watches it
Radiant's
happen.
top tower has been denied.
And they're going to TP Moon immediately towards the bottom lane. Universe and
Radiant's
PPD
middle
looking to hold the
tower is
line. The
under
mid
attack.
tower tanking creeps. So they then swing the Tusk over there. OG constantly forced to react to the little feints and pressures that EG have put out on the map. But
They're
now
gonna
they
finally ignore it.
Miracle going in and quickly beats down this tower. The Glyph gets forced out. Arteezy pressuring in the top lane. Looks like he wants to rotate into the enemy Ancients. Just from camp to camp he goes, but No Tail will grab the tower. At long last, OG, they claim an objective, but are they getting enough in time is really the question. 1-4 the score. The items they've gone for, they want more, and he gets more confident. Emboldened, Arteezy jumps into the tier 2 mid. He'll clear the wave there, then back to top. And OG not actually damaging structures right now. They're even going to TP to react. So Arteezy will blink out. Sumail's ready in case they pursue. Fear also covering this. And this will deter the pressure immediately to bottom. From lane to lane he goes.
Part of the issue right now for OG is, I mean, you want to be able to force a fight, but at the same time, if you overreact, try to push in, you get caught out, and Arteezy takes your tier 2. At that point, LD, he's knocking on your front door. The game at that point becomes infinitely harder. So I do like that they're not overreacting. There's some patience here. They might even catch out Arteezy as...
Oh, he just blinked in, but the illusions are going to reveal Moody. Echoes only the illusions. That's not good. Now the Force Death out. Sumail there with the save. He hides onto the RP, drags Miracle in, but it's also towards Arteezy. Tries to turn. They decide to retreat. They've used a lot of abilities, and OG are very strong in the fights right now. PPD with the TP out. Looks like he won't make it. So they sacrifice the Wyvern, but they get the anti-mage out. The two cores here, Sumail and Arteezy working in tandem, and Fear trying to transition into that semi-core role as he'll pressure in the mid tower. So they lose a Wyvern, but they take an objective. Already back.
Force this. This is the right thing to do when they decide to go for the push, and they show all 5 heroes. This is the most important thing. They show all 5 heroes like this. Fear, he's pushing in mid, you react to that, then Arteezy, once he sees the TP in mid, he's just going to continue to cut this wave at bottom. He's got full vision of the map right now.
Oh, they're going for it. Anything. They get the Yules off here, setting up on crit a little bit. The anti-mage blinks in, hunting at the same time. Fly, they have a skewer available, just trying to find the angle. They're going to force that Arteezy in. He does a ton of damage here with the empowered Manta dodges the stun. A beautiful play! Might have gotten Artor killed if he didn't, as that out hits very hard. Hefty physical damage.
With the Chemical Rage and that Solar Crest pop, I don't think they're going to have a lot of opportunities to go for this.
But look at top lane, the Beastmaster, the old man. He's taking over the anti-mage's job. He just pushes in that lane. The team TP's out, constantly dodging and frustrating. And Blitz, for me, the big thing is just how few kills there are this game. But mid lane, Moon trying to go on Arteezy. Unfortunately, doesn't have the Echo. They aren't getting the level of overall action that they're looking for.
No, if it's not Arteezy split pushing them, it's going to be the Queen of Pain. If it's not the Queen of Pain, Ashu is bottom, it's going to be the Beastmaster. And this 4-position Beastmaster is
called out on the Wyvern at the Dire Ancients. Moving on to PPD, embraced but dead. But that's okay at least, as PPD is tanking the ganks for the other heroes. Top lane, Fear though might not be so lucky. Goes for the roar. Moon gonna shut that one down. Finally getting someone besides the Wyvern killed, but still they're not killing the anti-mage, the Magnus, or the Quap. And the farm continues on all 3 of these heroes.
I think that's okay though. Just getting any amount of pickoffs is so huge right now for OG. Not just from the fact that they're getting some farm out of it, but they are starting to instill a little bit more fear on EG's side. And you can't just let them get away with that reckless of play. You can't just let one hero push here, one hero push here. You have to be able to get at least one of these heroes isolated out so they don't feel comfortable playing all 3 lanes.
Jump in, big blink skewer back on the fly. They found one mid, Miracle going with the stun, but there's the haste rune. Just the stalling tactic as they're now going to Shadow Strike Fly. Arteezy has the Manta and the Vlad's complete. If he finds isolated heroes, he can really punish. No BKBs as of yet on OG. They're very vulnerable to that Mana Void.
Look at the amount of armor, though, that Arteezy loses when he's fighting in that smoke cloud, plus the
acid
crest.
spray.
Yeah, he's got to be careful about that. And at bottom, he's pursuing out, just trying to force out the wave, though.
Well, the Alchemist does find a kill on PPD. Again, the sacrifice of the Wyvern. Is it going to be rewarded?
No Tail's actually blocked out, and the Force Staff misses, but he's got a different way to get out.
It's called walking.
Maybe if that wasn't there, man.
Yeah, no, it's scary though, because the anti-mage with Empower hits so hard. You really have to be careful not to get on your own. You can pretty much solo anyone aside from the Alch right now. But Blitz at long last, they move into the pit. Can EG contest? They have RP, they have the Hawk to give them vision if they can get it here in time. They're pretty scary around this Roshan, but it's also dropping quickly. Does EG want to go? Sumel throwing out the warning shot. The shockwave's there. The tombstone's on the high ground. Arteezy gonna let it go. EG decide they can win this through pure attrition. The fissure connects on Sumel. They're gonna land the Alk stun, but Sumel gets pushed back, retreats. Arteezy immediately on the mid. Sumel, skewer, sprints back. That's one fast Magnetor. A little bit more elusive than he looks. And immediately on the mid lane, the pressure mounts. They are gonna play this one out rat by rat.
Radiant's middle tower is under
You've
attack.
got to. I think maybe if they had everybody assembled immediately, they could have gone for the defense of the Roshan, but OG just has superior position. Plus, you don't have the best vision in that area, if you noticed. And you can't just go for the blind RP there. It's not that big of a target that you sacrifice that much map control if you lose that fight.
And if you blow it, maybe they high ground you, but there's a roar in the mid lane as they try to engage on a Miracle. The curse is also available.
just not
Moon's
going
sitting
down.
back. Moon's waiting. He's gonna turn. Quickly dispenses with PPD. He could go on to Sumel here. Her skewers back over the high ground, but Miracle's waiting. He caught him off. All 8,000 MMR. Enough to bring him down. 2 dead, RP available. No buyback. There is a tier 2, but anti-mage. Split pushing the crap out of this game. The tier 2 will drop. Moon has the echo, but they're gonna need a lot of follow-up if they want to get this kill. With the Alk back, they could maybe do it. But him being back means the push on mid is not very
Radiant's top
intimidating.
tower is under
Yeah, they're pinging mid right now, and No-Tail is invised up, but he's gonna show himself. But if Miracle shows himself at top, this might signal EG that they could get into a fight, especially with their Magnus respawning in 10 seconds, or 15 seconds. I think OG, once he's up, once he starts to get up, should be a little bit more cautious.
A narrow miss here on that D ward in the Dire jungle. Arteezy, maybe this is enough to punish it. They've got the echo. They need this one. They jump in. First stun. They've got the punch. Can they
don't know
lock
if
him
they have
down?
the damage.
Call down coming through, but he's so damn tanky. Sumel again. What a save by the Wonder Kid. He pulls him out. He's got the RP. It's on 2. Do they have the follow-up? Monoboy from the high ground. That ends the Aegis. It also takes out the
Here comes
Undying.
Miracle.
And now, round 2. Can they turn? The roar and no-tail, the quapple from Uni, a beautiful catch. But he jumps in, then the save from PPD. EG finessing this one beautifully and dodging everything that OG throws their way. Just incredible teamwork at a moment when a bad fight could cost them a lane of racks.
OG had to commit so heavily to that, though. They used the Earthshaker Echo Slam in the hopes of locking down Arteezy. They did so momentarily, but these are the 3 heroes that you don't want to engage with him. You want to have the Alchemist there, if at all possible. The Gyrocopter just doesn't do enough physical damage either, and that's the Aegis blown. A lot of the map pressure is now alleviated. And EG, like you said, they just out-finessed OG there. The amount of Force Staffs they were able to use, the Cold Embrace on the Queen of Pain to save her at the last second, it was all there for them.
You know, Puppy said there was the one draft in Nonyon where they picked Magnus. Misery didn't really hit too many big RPs. Oh, mid lane. Alk is going for Fear. He gets off the stun, and Fear's dead. So a quick takedown there. But he said, you know, in a lot of ways, they just want the Magnus for the Empower. This game, I feel like they almost just want the Magnus for the Force Staff at this point. Obviously, Sumail's done more, but it's been such a big item for them.
His Force Staff RP, that sequence of events, and being able to skewer them right underneath the tier 3 tower set that up so easily for them. And being able to save Arteezy is so important. Now he almost has the butterfly completed, and this is the item that you need
lane.
to complete
They're
the rat.
making their jump on Universe here. He dropped the ult already. Now the Yules, the blink is going to be available. Enchant Totem not quite right, but Crit's still there. He's got the punch. Snowball on cooldown. They get the shards off, but while that's happening, Arteezy also found a kill in the bottom lane, taking down Fly. So it's a Queen of Pain for an Undying. Definitely a win for OG in that regard, but it is more gold into an already pretty fearsome anti-mage's hands.
Yeah, at some point though, he is going to have to fight against that Alchemist who's an absolute monster. He's got that Shadow Blade. He's got another item flying in. It's going to be the Silver Edge. This is going to get rid of a lot of the tankiness of the AM. We saw in that jungle fight where they actually caught the AM off guards. They just couldn't break through that spell shield, but now they can.
They're jumping in. There's the blink. RP. Skewer's going to miss. That's okay. I'll leave that one for you, Artur. That gyro just got shredded. And meanwhile, there's a Necro 3 out now. I think picked up a couple of minutes ago by Fear, using it to deward his own jungle while he's up in the Radiant Woods. They even scout out some of these OG heroes. That's the map control you need to buy time for the split pushes. Moon has been locked onto. PPD doesn't have much mobility, gets off the fissure. And Quap rushing forward. But there's the blink out. And now the butterfly is online. This is where things get a little dicey. You mentioned the Alk's firepower, his physical damage, but doesn't have an MKB yet, Blitz.
Yeah, this Alk and the anti-mage have left everybody else in the dust, which is a terrible sign right now for OG's Gyrocopter, who has just kind of stopped scaling. He's 7,000 net worth behind the anti-mage, and this is what we talked about. He just doesn't have the ability to farm that fast, so you need to put on the pressure.
Bottom lane on to fly, another jump, another grab, an easy roar, and it's a kill. EG, it felt like this was what they wanted in game 2. Just spread the map and find the pickoffs. It's working with a different lineup here as Arteezy runs away. Fear able to TP himself out, but jukes into the trees. Again, the blink out, the blink forward, the self-stun. Shard's also missing. An anti-mage will dodge away.
And I really like that he's respecting the damage of the Alchemist. He has to know that Miracle does have enough damage to kill him. He's got the attack speed, the minus armor, and most importantly, that Silver Edge. You don't want that item to connect on you if you're the AM. Miracle, though, he's pretty massive. He still has room to grow, too. Eventually, he will want to get the Abyssal Blade to be able to lock down the AM. And the MKB is definitely going to be a route that he looks into as well.
So I guess at that point, you're getting rid of your Solar Crest and what, your SMY here? Do you drop the Silver Edge later on?
I'm not sure, because with this build, if you decide to go that route with the Abyssal and turn yourself into a frontliner, you need the HP from items like the SNY, and you need the evasion. But at the same time, if you lose those two items, you wouldn't have to grab a BKB, I'd imagine.
And the other issue for me is, even if he gets a BKB, he can be roared, he can be ulted by the Wyvern. There's also a Cold Embrace to protect the anti-mage through that physical damage. And you've got the Blink RP as well as the Force Staff out. This AM has so many defensive tools to back him up. It is very much a classic 4 Protect 1 draft. That's where, to me, Blitz, it's almost like either Moon or Crit have to have amazing follow-up to just lock down all these support heroes that EG have to protect the AM.
Yeah, I think they can still do it.
They're going to need the teamwork here to take EG down.
This game is so close right now. Even the experience lead, which is something a little bit more reliable to look at in a game like this that features an Alchemist, is quite close.
And both teams have the same idea, smoke and hunt. OG made their move a moment ago, and now it's EG's turn. PPD, the man in front. It's tanked quite a few ganks for the cause. Let's see where they go. Roshan not going to be up for at least 30, 45 seconds here. Sumail's down in the river. But I do want to point out the vision here, since we've got a moment, that EG have done a really good job at keeping eyes up to allow for the split push, and they get more works down off the smoke. Sumail's now into the trees, not yet scouted, still not revealed. OG actually had 3 heroes on top of that ward for just a moment. But EG, they don't feel any real need to go for aggressive plays. If they find a pick-off, that's great, else they'll farm.
The vision game from EG this game has been impeccable. You talk about the amount of farm that Arteezy has, but a large part of this is just because of how much ward vision that they've been able to establish. Like the fact that they have a ward all the way in the mid lane, it's almost like they've just kind of created this protective circle past the river.
A little cocoon for Arteezy.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Atop
that cocoon could get punctured here in just a moment. Smacked once by the Alk, the stun.
He doesn't have the Manta
out.
either.
The Blink's on cooldown, the Manta's also not available. And he gets tagged
look how
on
fast
the
he dies.
MKB reveal. Miracle, he just got that MKB and he puts it right to work. Arteezy, without a Manta, without a Blink, is easy food for the Alk.
That's got to be such a scary sign for EG, how quickly their AM died. And he doesn't have the best way to fight into Miracle either at this point. I really like this Alchemist build. This is much more fight ready. This allows them to contest the Roshan, and you don't have to go for the split push game right back. You can get in the face of that AM. I mean, it didn't even take that much work.
That was without any help. That was a solo kill. At the same time, Arteezy didn't have his own help there either. Nor was his full complement of abilities and items ready. Let's see if OG can punish. They'd love to force out an AM buyback, a second MKB out. OG getting their true strike to deal with this butterfly. And moving into the pit. The Hawk's gonna scout it. They know what's up. Do they want to bring in the AM? Is it worth the buyback? Otherwise, this Roche will die far too soon. Sumail's in position. He could go for the Blink, and he could go for the RP, he could go for the Aegis. He's gonna try.
Oh, he's gonna get it!
He snatches it! And oh my God, he dies fast. Can they get him on round 2? At least denied it to OG. Sumail, RP, skewer him out, pile him in, into the curse. Where's the backup? They need the AM. They need the cleave. They don't have it. Now, Curse on cooldown, RP on cooldown. Almost losing another on the way out there.
They lost no heroes.
I think they could even push down mid now.
Yeah, they lost every single hero, or they didn't lose a single hero, and most importantly, they grabbed the Aegis, slowed down the high ground advantage. The fact that EG were able to get out there clean, they had to use the ultimates, but still,
Is under attack.
that Aegis was so important for No-Tail.
They did not even manage to force out the buyback.
Oh, Miracle, he's gonna run into Arteezy again!
Axe had him the illusions, nothing. Arteezy meet the Alchemist. They played the gold game, but Alk is the king of gold. And now, just to buff up this advantage that they feel they've started to accrue, they're gonna go back into a 38-minute Midas. Just amping up their economy even further as OG feel like they can take this late. They don't need to end this one anytime soon. They've got what it takes to shut down the AM.
Especially with how hard this Alk is hitting right now.
Mid lane, there's a jump in, Universe finding the kill and flight. Well, nice Midas. Hasn't gotten to use it yet. But at the same time, the top lane's also pushing the shards. Fish won't connect. Miracle out in front, the ult's available.
Dire's top tower is under
Does he want to
attack.
try and chip? The AM's dead for 40. He'd love to force it out. Splashing in is that Wyvern nuke, but Miracle, just a few auto attacks will quickly penetrate this tower's armor, do quite a bit of damage. He heals up, he moves forward again, and now the Fissure, the Echo, they found the backliners to the south, they get a boat! There's no buyback, there's no Wyvern, there's no Magnus! Anti-Mage can't do this alone, OG! They may have found their opening! This could be it for EG! They're gonna buy back the AM. They're gonna lose
he
at
dies
least one
here.
lane. Arteezy up against it now. All that help he got all game long. Can he do it solo? They don't know these buybacks aren't ready. They could be up, but OG aren't seeing them, and not seeing them, they keep on going. They move on to mid. Miracle once more. He's got a fresh ult.
You can't afford to lose this second set of racks. At that point, the split push becomes almost pointless as OG. They can just focus all of their attention on this bottom lane.
What a story this would be, OG. 2 lanes of racks. They can't get a third now because of the tier 2, but the crowd begins to pull for them even more. You can hear them nice and loud in the Mesa here in Frankfurt. They get now even more damage. A completed Moonshard gobbled up by the ever-growing Miracle. Just turning into a full-blown terror here. With one fell swoop, OG have seized all momentum, all advantage, all map control, and pressure down bottom. There's a jump in from Universe, it's on the fly. Probably the least important here to catch, but Miracle's looking to go. He tries to find PPD, good embrace, keeping himself alive. But if they lose 1 or 2 more heroes, this could just be the game right here, right now. There's 0 buybacks up on EG. The anti-mage is forced out, nobody else having the gold. Meanwhile, 4 for OG. Of course, they don't know this, but they may suspect they're a bit short, just judging by how many times they've died and how much gold OG has accrued.
EG can't afford to lose anybody at this phase.
There's a roar on Miracle mid, but can they actually kill him? They're gonna try everything for Miracle, but does end up dropping. Big kill there. He has the buyback. Does he want to come
They
in?
need multiple kills here.
Mail is RP. Arteezy hunting Moon. The creeps aren't really pushing in. This is a great moment for EG to find those cleanups. 3 down. No buybacks. OG content to let the kills happen. They know the lanes are going their way, and immediately a calm reaction from Crit as a push in bottom. He has committed his TP scroll earlier, so he'll have to hide in the trees. But do EG get objectives off of this? Because else, OG will still hold a very heavy advantage.
And they're getting a lot of control out of their heroes right now. Crit's about to finish up a Hex if he wants it. They've got to be careful. They were able to pop Miracle just as fast as Arteezy dies, and that's a really good sign, but still, Miracle's been the bane of Arteezy's existence. And with him dead, he's going to feel comfortable to go for the split push. Starting to build into the heart, realizes he needs just a little bit more HP to be able to deal with the burst physical damage that Alchemist provides. But Arteezy, you can't make any slip-ups anymore. With their buyback on cooldown for 4 minutes, any death at this point means the game.
Even with a heart, I almost feel like the Alk can still solo him. Once he gets that Basher, if that's the pickup next. But as you said, he just does not want to die anytime soon. In the end, EG, all they can do is get their lanes out. They grab some very important kills. They blunt the OG offense, but they don't strike back for objectives. Tier 3's all healthy. Glyph's still up for OG. They have cruised all the way from the BO1s beginning in the lower bracket after a very tight group stage and find themselves up on EG. Close, but not quite there to winning the whole series and walking into the grand finals. They just need a little more.
They've got the net worth lead that they need. A lot of their heroes have farmed. They've got the 2 racks advantage onto EG. All it takes is one slip up. You've got to play perfectly at this point if you're EG. When all you have is 1 racks, not a whole lot of buybacks on your team. And the only one that really matters, I feel, is Arteezy. They don't have a lot of physical damage without him.
Meanwhile, Crit building up a big item of his own now. He's got the ultimate orb on the Tusk, so we'll see. Maybe a Scythe device could be in the making for him if that's what he wants. Has it soon. Other item progression, we see Moon picking up his Perseverance. Last game it was a Lotus Orb. Could be the same thing this time around. So the rest of OG keeping up their farm. What do EG want to go for? Universe has grabbed the Shivas. PPD finally cobbles together a Blink, a huge item potentially. The Heart's now up on Arteezy, and Fear, to go with his Necro 3, has a Blink and a Gem that was picked up by PPD. Several getting their next items as they move on towards bottom, but Miracle and Viz, he's pushing out the wave. He does make it. The Shaker of Moon also retreating. Everybody able to escape, but EG are still hunting. They're gonna lead with the Necro 3 here. OG are smoked. This could get ugly for No Tail. He's down in an awkward position. That initial board slow comes out. The Roar's there to follow it up. Are they going to commit a curse for this as well? There's the snowball save. Crit's looking to turn it. Miracle runs in. He gets the stun on Fear, but he's used up. He's kept out of the fight. Arteezy's going to try to lock him down. The Echo, though, hits Sumail.
Dying so fast.
It hits Sumail on the charge through, and Arteezy gets chopped up. He's down for the count. No buyback for Hunter. Universe could be next. GG! OG, the green dream! On. The green dream prevails. They send the boys in blue packing, and they have a date with Team Secret in the best of 5 Frankfurt Major Grand Finals. This is the most unlikely lower bracket run in the history of Dota 2.
This is so absurd. The amount of times they had their backs pressed against the wall, 1 game away from elimination against eHome, against Fnatic. They've done it again against EG.
Unbelievable. Words can't describe this run. It is something the likes of which I have never seen, Dota 2 fans have never seen. But OG are not done yet. They've got a date with Secret. They'll have a moment to recoup and get ready. Then that best of 5 awaits. The grand finals are coming up soon.
Thank you very much, LD. What a breathless series yet again. We've been treated to some fantastic matches all week long, and the lower bracket did not disappoint. Gents, fantastic achievement from OG. We mentioned it before. They've gone all the way through the lower bracket. Could they truly have believed even themselves on day 1 when they lose twice to Vega Squadron that they would be here playing in the grand final?
It was definitely unlikely. Vega was one of the good teams coming into the tournament, so maybe they just said, all right, we're lower than we should be. Let's make a deep run. And they did it today. That's amazing.
I'm a bit dumbstruck. I didn't expect this to happen. Even after seeing the draft, I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure EG got this. This is right down their alley. They got so much split push. There's not a lot of Disable going out against them. They just never seem to band together as a team, and OG really did.
Yeah. Ben, thoughts?
OG probably played against Alliance so many times that they know how to kill the rat. And I mean, we saw EG use this strategy so many times, and they just always found the anti-mage. Miracle, I think, really impressed us on the Alchemist.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely fantastic game from him. Also, the fact is, they've beaten EG straight up today. There's been no cheesy strats, there's been no crazy picks, no weird drafts. They've shown in a way all the way through the bracket, this lower bracket, they can do it whatever it takes. They can do it to win.
That's very impressive, and we were talking about how Miracle hadn't really stepped up to the plate, much like a lot of the other players. This time he came through big. That Monkey King bar was just a difference maker in this game, picking off the anti-mates on his own twice.
Yeah, those kills were so crucial. It looked a little scary for EG at the start as well, but the Magnus and Power accelerated Arteezy, and he was keeping farm with the Alchemist. we can maybe criticize Arteezy's item build, say skip the butterfly, because the butterfly was amazing when he got it, but Alchemist is a hero that can farm items in 4 or 5 minutes, so boom, immediately gets MKB, completely counters that item. If Arteezy had something like an AC or a BKB, he wouldn't have died those 2 to 3 times that started putting...
Really?
heat on him.
I think he would have just gotten an Abyssal Blade and just killed him anyways. I don't think it would have mattered. If he gets a heart, he gets Abyssal. If he gets BKB, he still gets Sun out of Shadow.
Exactly. We were talking about this backstage, how as soon as he got the Monkey King bar, if Arteezy went for the butterfly, he would die because of the Shadow Blade. He wouldn't be able to anticipate where the Alchemist was. And if he didn't go for the butterfly, Alchemist would get an Abyssal Blade. It's a build we used to see 2 years ago or so, where you would rush Shadow Blade into Abyssal Blade and just run around the map, killing off everything.
Okay, we're going to get more into Arteezy and all the things that we need to talk about in terms of EG. But first up, here down on the main stage with the Moonshaker is Cuddle Guy.
All right, on the stage with Moon of Team OG, the overweight gorillas, unbelievable showing. You have come from the lower bracket to make your way all the way now to the grand final, but it was not easy getting here. Game number 1, a dominant showing from EG. What was it like to walk out from the booth at that moment? How did you guys manage to just shake that one off and come back in game 2 and 3?
Well, we knew that they had a strong Doom, and we kind of played into Peter's hands. I kind of knew that he was going to give us SF and pick Doom, and we still did it anyway. And after we left the arena, we knew that was like a mistake. So like Peter trapped us, and it was really well played by him. And we knew that it's not like we left the arena thinking that we were the worst team. We left the arena knowing that we just kind of got like outdrafted. But so when we came back, we knew like they were such a beatable team, and we were kind of angry because we kind of just gave them a free game. But thank God it's the best of 3, so we're good.
So then he came back in game 2 and showed probably one of the best Earthshaker performances we've seen so far. What was it driving you so much to just be able to step it up that? And were you satisfied with that, or are you still looking to push more?
Well, when Earthshaker was given to me, right? And then they picked Tinker, the first thought that came into my head was, this is no longer Dota anymore. This is not comp Dota. This is a pub game. And they try and turn it into a pub game with Tinker. So I just went full pub mode and just went Shadow Blade, big play style thing, and just like kept killing him over and over again.
Sounds like something No Tail would say exactly, so the influence is there. Now, you guys have yet to play your next matchup against a powerhouse team like Secret. I know you have to go back and take a moment to prepare, but what are your early feelings about having to face off against them?
I think that Secret is really strong because of Puppy. I mean, the man went to like so many TI grand finalists, and I always knew one day that Puppy will be the final boss, and I'm looking forward to finally playing against him.
Well, best of luck in that matchup, Moon. You guys have put on a hell of a show already. Let's give it up again for Team OG and Moon.
Plenty of support for OG in the arena. I can tell you the chills are in full effect today, and they go head-to-head with another very popular team. I think there's almost going to be a battle amongst the crowd noise between Team Secret and OG. That final is coming up this afternoon, so don't go anywhere. Malk, final thoughts on this particular game. We talked about EG maybe coming undone a little bit through some silly mistakes and some small mistakes that were critical to the game.
I don't feel like EG really came together as a team the way we've seen them do so in the past. They weren't the team we saw up against Secret yesterday either. They were completely unraveled, but I think also I'm just so very impressed by OG, and as Perch was saying, they can play a multitude of strategies. They're not just cheeses. It's impressive.
Yeah, I really like the way Miracle, earlier he was like the carry with the Shadow Fiend, then we saw him like full utility Alchemist, this time he was like the ganker Alchemist. That kid can play everything.
Yeah, seemingly so. Perch, final thoughts?
I just can't wait to watch the grand finals. Like OG, the dream story coming from lower bracket all the way to the finals is just amazing, and this to upset EG as well, something none of us predicted.
Yeah, I don't think anyone could have predicted that.
Yeah, I'm a bit
at
embarrassed
the
by
start.
this right now, actually.
Yeah.
I feel bad about it.
You do? You should. You feel ashamed of doubting your brethren.
I pulled a Cinder and went against my own country.
They're not letting Melt back into Denmark either. Thank you very much to all three of you, and we will, of course, be back fairly shortly. Next up is the grand finals. It's been a long time coming, but boy, are we thrilled to face off with Secret going head-to-head with EG. Before we head into the finals, though, Pyrion has been checking out what makes this tournament so special.
Guys, over here. Okay, there they are, they found me. Whew. We're up here in what they call the gods, up in the very upper echelons of this arena. And as you can see, they're just setting up. The day hasn't even started. The big screen, the booths, the stage, all the seats and the lights. I think I'm gonna head on down there and have a look and see if I can get my hands on the trophy itself. Come with me, friends. Frankfurt Major. I'm making the walk that very few get the chance to. I'm not making it for real. I'm just walking up this carpet the same way the players do before each big game. I almost feel like I don't deserve to be here, but I'm gonna go up these steps anyway. It's a beautiful stage. This is the only chance I ever get to do this kind of thing, and that's the way it should be. This should be reserved for the best of the best. This is the first time I've ever actually been on the big stage. Never done it at TI, they never let me on, and here they've let me on, and they're gonna trust me to hold the trophy. It's their mistake. Wish me luck, guys. While I'm here, let's have a quick look inside the famous soundproof booths. I'm going to close this to drown out the sound of the rehearsal, because that's a bit noisy. So this is where the magic happens. Remember, the players are facing a different way this time. They're facing out towards the crowd. This is the pungent room of dreams where they're made or broken. Can I help you? Okay. They need it more than we do. So this is it. This is the big Eagle Song trophy for the Frankfurt Major. Now, they wanted me to pick this up and hold it up and run off with it and stuff, but I think it needs to be treated with reverent respect. The next person, in my opinion, who should hold this trophy aloft should be the captain of the winning team. I don't want to sully it with my filthy 3K scrub hands. So I'm going to leave it in there and let the winner pick it up.
到后来我都回了家，大概10点多晚上，我们吃完饭的时候，各都回房子看电视，他就叫我下来，妈咪叫爹地下来。他当前的时候，他是拿了一个电脑，就可以到我们这里。
I knew that I would have to do it no matter what, so I just went downstairs. I told him I apologize, and I was this is something I need to do.
他說：媽咪，我要學這樣，我要把遊戲。
以為諗住去即係話，即係懶讀唔到書去打 game 咁樣，咁點知而家即係打完 game，我哋都即係做父母根本諗唔到會打 game 話會出名嘅。
Oh, my mom was kind of going ballistic, and she threatened to kick me out of the house at one point, and she was like, "Yeah, you're not my son anymore."
咁佢媽咪好惡咁鬧佢啦，即係話又趕佢走咁啦。
當然我不知道他這個人是誰，我不行，反正我一天到不讀書，我就說不行。
佢媽咪嘅性格又係好硬頸嘅，變咗即係我做中間人咯，我唔夠膽出聲，就只能即係要對佢哋兩個睇點樣和解咁咯。
If I fail and I try my best, then it's fine. If I succeed, then it's great. So I had to do it.
He did talk to me about dropping out of college before.
Jackie just one day came up to me and told me I'm going to drop out of school and go pro in Dota.
I was concerned, for his future, and I guess there's a lot of people that want to do that. Every year when I meet students, I ask them, what do you want to do after high school? And it's relatively common to see a few students answer that they want to be professional gamers. He's the only one that I actually know that has actually gone on to do it.
Can't exactly have advice about dropping out of school for Dota. I don't think a lot of people should do that, or almost anyone should really do that.
When my friends found out that he was going to do this and he saw that whole entire thread on Team Liquid, they were pretty much saying that this kid's a joke, he's not gonna make it.
I've always had a lot of doubters throughout my life, so I'm kind of used to it.
When you first meet Jackie Mao as a person, you might think of him as someone that's maybe a bit more rude. You won't really understand why, but if you really get to know him, it's just because he's trying to be completely honest with you.
以前小的时候就是这样的，读书的时候呢，就是他可能的性格呢比较直一点呢，所以呢朋友都算不上太多。
Friendships in Dota are kind of weird. I remember before TI4, I deleted our TZ. I messaged him on Skype. I was like, "I'm sorry, bro. I'm deleting you till after TI." I didn't talk to anyone until the after parties, because everyone's kind of like your enemy. So when you talk to them, you can't really talk to them about Dota, and which is the one thing that connected everyone together.
阿 Jackie 咧個性格咧就個人真係好老實、好直，同埋唔識即係我廣東話叫做轉彎，所以有時佢即係得罪人咧講咗人哋唔中意嘅話咧，請大家原諒。
Dealing with people is very hard. It's very complicated. So you have to kind of understand when to talk a certain way. I think when it comes to teammates, you're going to team with a lot of different people that don't have the same sort of personality that you do. No one watches anime on my team, for example, except Pi. I feel like we will always have a bond because we all want to win, and we know we have to win together. So you can form a very close friendship through that.
现在呢，他跟人家说话的时候，我觉得好了一点点。以前呢，就是他不管你的。就说完话就马上就走了，就是这样的。但是现在也好了一点点，但是我觉得给我都是不是太满意了。他性格就比较直恋，就有什么就说什么，但是他的性格就比较好的。
I want to play this game and live without regrets. I still can't say I've done that. I have a lot of things I feel like I can improve on myself. When I'm at my best and I see an enemy that plays better than me, or they do things that I think are amazing, I start smiling because I'm stealing that.
Him as a person, when he's focused and when he wants something done, he puts 110% into it.
He's always been really motivated for things that he wants to do. So if he is interested, then he'll try really, really hard.
那他打游戏的时候，我真的想不到原来是这样的。现在我见到他这样，我都 高兴啊，见到我的儿子哦，又这么多人呢看住他啦，又有人叫他的名字啊，叫他亲名啊，就是很高兴啊。我要支持他了，希望他打得继续努力了，就是这样的。
People relate to me because I'm sure a lot of people consider like not exactly dropping out of school to pursue their goals, but doing something else that's not the social norm or not what your parents expect of you, not what your friends expect of you, but what you expect of yourself, and fighting for that with everything you have.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Frankfurt and welcome to the Frankfurt Major Grand Final. We are all set for Team Secret to go head-to-head with the surprise of the tournament, OG, of course. And time to just reflect a little bit before we get into the Grand Final on what a terrific tournament it has been. Once again, joined by Malk Melini, and this time a blue-haired capitalist who may have been expecting a slightly different finalist.
You know, I have to say, I'm a little bit disappointed. At the same time, I couldn't be more hyped. I mean, watching OG make it through the losers bracket going this far, I'm on board, man. Okay. OG, I was like, 4th, 5th, they have surpassed my wildest expectations.
Yeah. So the blue hair was supposed to be green?
It's supposed to be green.
Okay. That makes more sense.
Looks dark on camera.
You think this is bleed blue?
Darker,
No.
This
is dream green, baby. This is dream green.
Okay, Ben, we're looking forward to the final, but let's just reflect a little bit on what a great tournament it's been. We've seen some fantastic matches all the way through.
Yeah, I think it's the deepest we've seen a lower bracket team come.
It is a record.
Yeah, so I think it's already very impressive in itself. Yeah. And of course, we had to say farewell to the 14 other teams, sadly. And hopefully, I think it'll be a good fresh kick for a lot of the other teams, EG included, but also most of the Chinese teams who we expected to go a little bit further.
Yeah, talk about the Chinese teams a little bit, Jacob. We're expecting them to bounce back. We have this equilibrium in Dota over the years where they have a good year, they have a bad year, they have a good year, they have a bad year.
Yeah, I fully expect them to bounce back. I think the key part here was that they didn't come together as a team. I don't think we saw a lot of the Chinese teams really perform the way we've come to expect from that country. Their strategies were a bit lackluster. The one that made it the furthest was through
eHome.
Yeah, eHome were through strategies that were surprising and with picks that were at times questionable, but when it came together, it all worked out. And I really appreciated that. That was beautiful for the versatility of the tournament and all the picks. But it also goes to show that they need to have this ace in the hole when they can't get the team play and the strategies together. They just didn't really embrace the meta game, and I don't think they've been performing at the same level that some of these Western teams have.
It's interesting that we should talk about China at this particular moment. They are in a little bit of disarray, and maybe we've got some good news for them. Before we get into the grand final, Valve would like to let everyone know where and when the next major will be held. So, with lots of excitement, I'd like to announce that the next major for Dota 2 will be in Shanghai. The Shanghai Major by Perfect World from the Mercedes-Benz Arena in Shanghai from March the 2nd to the 6th, 2016. We look forward to that. It's going to be terrific. Going to China for the next major. Excited?
You could have warned us, Paul. Now I'm like, ooh, all tingly inside.
I've got a sneaky feeling you probably do.
I love it. I mean, I actually haven't been to China yet. I was in Taiwan at one point for a tournament, but I've never really gotten to be able to go over to the east again, past Taiwan, and I'm really looking forward to perhaps going to that major, but I think that it's going to be perhaps a little bit more motivation for the Chinese team to clean up their act. I mean, there's so much talent there, but just didn't show it here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's quite a good point that Kat makes in that the Euros have done quite well this time over here in Europe. Do we expect the Chinese to be even more a force to be reckoned with back in their home?
It's also a home court advantage. We didn't hear, we heard some cheers for eHome, but CDEC, LGD, like, I guess Vici a little bit too, but the crowd has just been all going for OG and Secret, so I don't even know which fans we have more of here.
We'll find out. It's bound to be very, very good indeed. Always top-notch fans down in China as well, so we'll look forward to that in March. But now we're going to turn our attention to the grand final, a team who have come the hardest road and the longest road. We're going to concentrate on OG to start with. And actually, let's take a look at some of the highlights as well from their previous game, of course, their third game against Evil Geniuses. And Jacob, whilst you weren't surprised so much about them, there was still an element of surprise about the fact that they've taken out Evil Geniuses.
I mean, we all said Evil Geniuses just based off merits and credentials. It is surprising that OG went as deep as they did, because Evil Geniuses are who they are. That being said, the biggest surprise to me was the level of versatility in the draft of OG. I came to expect that they would be very narrow in their pool of heroes and what kind of strategies they would pull out. And now they've just shown that they play anything. They play the meta, they play counters, they can play anything. It's not just a cheese, it's a well-rounded OG lineup we see now. They can play anything.
Yeah, you're not necessarily going to be able to counteract OG in the first 1-2 bans and picks. I think that's just a little bit too much of a dream. They have too many key heroes now, and they've showcased so much strength in every single one of them that, you ban away one hero, another hero is going to be too strong for them to handle. For example, this Earthshaker from Moon Meander, he was the MVP of the series.
Yeah, really stepping up in the game against Evil Geniuses. This is the final game, of course, which takes them to the grand final.
Great.
It was, it was a great all-round team game, but a performance by every single player on the team as well.
Yeah, again, I think the Tusk was really a key component for them, but they didn't necessarily show too much flexibility in their drafts. I think it was more the versatility that they played it. Like the Wisp Tiny, who we thought was going to maybe have some problems versus the Brood Mother, they managed to handle that lane quite well. We've seen his Alchemist adapt to so many different situations that they can play the same draft over and over and still beat many different types of lineups.
I think a decent example would be in this 5th pick scenario, or this last game 3, where they banned away the Meepo because they had Animage and Queen of Pain, right? One of the OG heroes, but so is Alchemist, and Alchemist definitely showed his strength here, being able to stay ahead of the Animage net worth constant.
You pointed out a great piece of information about Miracle. It's not just the way he's played here, played different heroes, it's also the way he's played them. He's been very flexible, shall we say, in the way that the team have wanted to use him in a different style, particularly on the Alchemist as well.
Yeah, Alchemist, I'm actually still surprised that we haven't seen him in the support role, but we have seen him in the off lane, the mid, the carry role, and the mid role he is just incredibly flexible. You can just, the stack and pull, the Manta, Octarine Radiance, you can do Solar Crest, Vlad's AC team fight build, you can go the ganking build with a Silver Edge, and it's still a very, very should be a hotly contested pick.
I mean, the first game, you made the point, Jacob, that OG were a little bit stubborn and that they could have been a bit more flexible, and they certainly showed that in games 2 and 3.
Definitely, and what they're not stubborn in is the way they itemize. One of the reasons why this Alchemist was so good is because he didn't stick with what's tried and tested popular right now. We see it oftentimes, a lot of Alchemists goes for this Radiance, Mantis-style, Octarine core build, which wouldn't have worked at all in this lineup. He goes for that early game build, and turns into getting that Shadow Blade into a Monkey King bar, which really was the deciding factor on how they dealt with the anti-mage. And that's really the mark of a great team, the way they constantly adapt to the situation, know what they need to build in terms of items, and know what they need to do in terms of team play and objective.
Okay, I want to turn our attention back to October the 10th, 2015. Not a particularly outstanding date, unless it was your birthday, of course. As they were then, Monkey Business took on Ninjas in Pyjamas and dropped a game. They then followed that up by dropping a game against the CIS Rejects. Both of these games were in the qualifiers to even get to Frankfurt. There is no possible way any of these players thought that those games would lead them all the way to the grand final. It's been an incredible story, and the first team ever to come from the very first round best-of-1 games and reach a grand final at a Valve-sponsored event.
They closed out the rest of the qualifiers, though, by destroying Liquid in very convincing fashion with a Meepo, and that was like, wow, this team just crushed Liquid. Liquid was probably my top pick coming out from the EU qualifiers.
Yeah, and Ninjas in Pyjamas actually won the group in the qualifiers as well, so you could have argued that they should have been a tougher opponent too.
OG has just grown stronger and stronger throughout, ever since TI, basically. From their inception and up until now, they've just gotten so good.
I would say even at this tournament, I think that we've seen growth from them. I don't think that their early performance at this tournament, like their battles against Vega Squadron, for example, a grand finalist team should actually come out on top in those 2 best-of-3s, but they didn't there. I think that says a lot about OG, that they have been continued to grow as time went on. As this tournament, if they've faced against certain trials, they've only become sharper and sharper.
Okay, going to hear more from all 3 of you, but first, the road to the finals has been an incredible one. But it's okay us talking about it. It's better to hear from the players themselves. So here's No Tail on his road to the final and his thoughts on facing Secret.
Being in the final feels really good. I feel like we already achieved a lot, but we want to try to make it to our full potential and take our very first, but also my very first big tournament victory. Playing versus my old teammates is a very nice thing. I know the guys. It makes it easier for me. No matter what, we're still enemies until the tournament is over. But at the same time, we're still friends. Being friends with somebody and like playing on a high level in a game that no matter what, we'll be achieving a lot in our career and financially and everything. It's very relieving and it's a very nice feeling. The only thing I could ever say to Team Secret is that may the best team win. I think our style fits this patch very well. I think overall we're one of the most versatile teams. I believe this is also why Secret is so successful, because they're very versatile in many ways. I like to think that if another patch would hit and the game would change, we would be able to adapt. But I know that this patch suits us well, and I feel like we're figuring each other out, but also figuring the patch out. I'm excited to play the final. I'm excited to win my first big tournament. I'm excited to play some of the best Dota I've ever played and some of the most important games in my life, if not the most important ever in my life. I'm really looking forward to it no matter what the outcome is, and I just want to see what we're at when we're at our best potential.
OG, having had a terrific road to the final, and obviously he's a very, very happy man right now, having had to shake off the summer. They had a very poor TI, of course, when he was playing with Cloud9. Very disappointed. I remember watching him walk away from that, just absolutely distraught from how poorly he felt he played and his team had played. And to see him come all the way back to the grand final, he must be thrilled, Cap.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a man who's been passed around from team to team, coming in with Fnatic, going over to Cloud9. I mean, they've just gone around from team, and he's never really found that one successful team that is able to make it to a grand finals and actually put up a good enough top-tier fight like this team has. And I'm sure that he just sees this progression in his career and is absolutely thrilled by the prospects of even just being here on the final stage.
Is there any niggle there with Team Secret, do you think?
He had a stint in Team Secret before they started their deep run in tournaments early in the year, so there's definitely a lot of desire to beat Poppy, I believe. I would have at least.
And as we say that, Team Secret arriving in style, ready for the grand final. Puppy leading the way as he has done throughout the Team Secret career, and of course through this tournament as well. He's the man as far as they're concerned, and the reaction says everything.
Oh yeah, the OG audience.
I'm really interested to how the audience comes out in this, because actually we've heard some fantastic roars for Secret in the upper bracket final yesterday, and OG have been equally very well supported here as well. So battle of the crowd, I think, maybe, I don't know.
The question remains, are those the same fans? If you've been cheering for Secret, you've been cheering for OG, it might be the same fan base, right? It's going to come down to it now. Who are they actually rooting for?
Yeah, indeed. Let's talk about Puppy. He is the team captain. And it has been an incredible year for him, from setting up, a brand new team to going to the international as heavy favourites, crashing out, now coming here as favourites again, and finally reaching a grand final with a completely different lineup of players. He is the consummate professional and widely regarded as one of the best captains in the scene.
I think the fact that he was able to take some of these more amateur players like Weehaw and put them in a position where they're really able to shine. I think that, there's a lot of talk about Puppy, being able to rein in certain players, a lot of jokes about Eternal Envy in that regard, but I think that the biggest thing is actually Weehaw and how he's been able to utilize this amateur talent who did see professional play on a team called Balkan Bears, wasn't successful at all in that regard, and was able to utilize that, that kind of raw gem, shine it to a perfection, and now we see him on the final stage as well.
Yeah, definitely rubbed off some of those edges as well. What's he like to play with?
Best captain, I think, and as you said before, that's kind of the true test of a captain. I think, can you refine that raw talent into something that can win championships and glory? And we saw PBD do that with Sumail and hopefully RTZ, I suppose. Fly, I actually think, carried this team very far in TI5 with the help of complexity. He wasn't actually the captain, but for what I've heard from people talking, like, he did most of the draft, even though Swindle Melons was like the guy with the crown inside the game. And there aren't really that many captains that match up to Puppy's level.
Okay, let's take a look at the highlights from their previous game. The Evil Geniuses match was just terrific yesterday. From the neutral, for the casual, everyone enjoyed that match yesterday.
I mean, this was the best game of the year. The score here as well, so close. Constantly high-level plays coming out from both teams. Keep exchanging kills. When one team wins a fight, the other one turns it right around and wins the next one, up until the point where Envy just have these two Divine Rapiers. And how often do we even get to see, let alone one Divine Rapier, but two? An insane all-in by Envy that definitely paid off.
Yeah, that game. Well, where does that stack in your favorite game list, Cap? Is that one that you put in the top 5?
Oh, for sure. I think that definitely ranks up with many of the games that we've seen. There was a recent Vici game that was very insane as well. But going all the way back to the TI3 Alliance versus Na'Vi, it ranks up there in just the high levels of play and tension.
I mean, Envy just did so many things in that last fight, though. Like, when he died with the Aegis, he used a Sleight of Fist to get a lot of damage out. He baited them out with a Remnant. He blinked back, but on top of that, he got the BKB from the chicken and popped it. There was so much pressure on him with 2 Rapiers, and he delivered far above expectations.
In so many tournaments throughout the year, throughout his entire career, Envy has always been, either loved or hated. But in this particular tournament, you can't put a finger on his play. He's come out absolutely big for his team in every game they've played. His Ember Spirit has been performing as one of the best Ember Spirits I've ever seen.
And the question is, can Miracle or Notel actually step up to that kind of level of carry play?
We may have seen some of that in our previous game against Evil Geniuses, because obviously coming through that lower bracket, no one expected him to come up. Do you think that makes a difference now for Puppy in terms of the way he's going to draft, the way he's thinking about it? It's a different opponent than perhaps he expected to play?
I think if you had asked any of the captains, PBD, Puppy, everyone else, what they expected from OG this morning, it was that they were very easy to predict. Then you saw them play up against EG, and it became a lot less predictable. It's funny to hear No Tail say that he feels like they're one of the most versatile teams, because oftentimes I think a lot of the other teams would regard them as one of the least versatile teams outside of their cheesy picks, so to speak. So hearing him say that and seeing how much confidence they've had throughout the tournament and believing in themselves makes me think that they have everything it takes to take down a championship.
Okay. We do, of course, have the thoughts of Puppy, as ever, on his road to the grand finals. They've had a very interesting run, perhaps not as hard as OG, but still, they've had some fantastic games along the way.
We probably have learned a lot of things about our team. I think we understand our weaknesses a little bit more now. Each tournament we understand our weaknesses. And I think in this tournament, it's like we make definitely more mistakes than any other tournament we've ever played. And we're gonna settle it probably. Like we're gonna just get better. Well, Envy's Ember is pretty much like it is in his personality. And when he wants to go with Divine Rapiers, I'm totally fine with it, because it's the way to play sometimes. And in those games, it kind of showed that he needed himself to put it on a position where it's now or never, all in pretty much. And those things work. And I'm glad that Envy can pull that stuff out, because that takes a lot of responsibility and a lot of confidence. OG, yeah, I've had Johan on my team, I had Tal on my team. I feel like I have a lot of respect for Tal, because the way that he actually made Complexity play really good. And you know, Johan, Big Daddy, you know, we're bros still, you know. Let's see a good game.
Team Secret and Puppy are ready for the grand final. It's only the second meeting of the teams, and the two clashing together. What do you make of that in terms of, can we read anything into previous meetings, or is this completely different now?
No, absolutely not, because OG, as we've been talking about before, they've been growing as a team very rapidly, and I would say even in this tournament that they've grown a significant amount. So I would say that you can't really read much from their previous meetings. This is a whole new OG, a more advanced style.
Okay, Malene? Do we get any clues from the past to the present?
I think they might have looked at the last game and gotten some hints from that. Moon was talking about how the last game sort of devolved into a pub game, and that's way different from, I think, the first game where...
He was talking about game 2, wasn't he, with the Earthshaker?
He was talking about...
Was he?
Well, I think game 3 was somewhat similar to it, because
a little bit puppy?
Miracle... Excuse me?
A little bit puppy?
A little bit puppy?
Puppy,
yes, it was a little bit puppy. But the first game, I don't really think it was, because Miracle wasn't really allowed to do anything individually skilled in that, so I think that Puppy needs to keep it to a game of strategy in between the captains as opposed to the individual players.
Yeah, that's sort of moving it towards his strength and where he wants them to play him against. Interesting dynamics in this team as well, with Eternal Envy being on one side, Big Daddy being on the other side, Puppy being on the other side, Fly being back with no tap. So many dynamics involved in this whole team. Did they play any part in this final, or are they too focused to worry about that stuff?
I think they're too focused, but it was absolutely inspiring hearing how Puppy talked about Eternal Envy and his decision to go for those Divine Rapiers. Truly the mark of a great captain, realizing what can put his player at his best behavior. And Eternal Envy really just played the game of his life, right? And for Puppy to just say, yeah, go for the Divine Rapier. And when Envy then, I'm going to go for the second Divine Rapier. And Puppy's just like, yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. Is that part of being a great captain, though? Is allowing, figuring out when to allow players to express themselves in game?
Exactly, and having that level of trust in your teammates as well without questioning it is just incredible.
Yeah. You don't bend your players... you don't bend their style to your will, essentially, right? You, as a captain, have to work your strategy around what works best with your players, right? Some players, players can't just, change their style completely. Miracle's going to play the way Miracle does, and OG, with the way they draft, they open up the game. So you can have those kind of almost hub-style games where Miracle is making plays with, Silver Edge and running around the map solo killing heroes. He can make that kind of play because it's set up from the strategy. And I think that's important, what Puppy brings to Team Secret, and I think what Tal brings to OG.
Okay, we're going to get more from all three of you and put you all on the spot in just a minute. The predictions are just around the corner. But for a grand final, we need 10 players and 2 teams. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Team Secret and OG. So the players and teams will get set. The crowd have shown their appreciation for the 2 teams, and they are ready for the grand final. Best of 5, of course, to come. And we've got some predictions on the line. Some men going to put their necks on the line right now to tell you who they think will take it in 5 maps. We're going to start with Capitalist.
You know, I think I already had a little bit of my speech earlier, so I'll keep it short. OG all the way. I'm living that dream. I think that OG, they've created this hype train, and I'm on board.
His hair says EG, though.
Yeah. You had to point that out just to make him feel worse.
Regardless of what he says, he's wrong. Even when OG wins.
Okay, so we've got 1 for OG. I get the impression, Malk, that every time you've gone against OG, they've won, and then...
I've only gone against them once.
Well, okay, once. It's Synderen that keeps going against them. But
Yes.
to get back into Denmark, presumably you're going to like to keep your passport, and therefore...
I made the mistake once. I'm not going to do it again. OG is going to take this.
Okay.
Is that because they have 2 Danes as opposed to 1?
Yes.
Yeah, it's very difficult this year. It's
Sole
dominating
reason.
Finals. I'm going to keep mine very short as well. Mine's Team Secret. I think they play fantastically. I think they did well against EG, and I think they can take it all.
I'll also go with Team Secret.
Okay, Secret Bros over here.
Why?
We're together. Brilliant. 2 Secrets, 2 OGs.
Similar to EG. I mean, same reasons we gave for OG, or same reasons we gave for EG. They're more experienced. I think Puppy's been, in the spotlight and more championships than Tal, and I think the draft is going to swing in Puppy's favor.
In many ways, these are both relatively inexperienced teams. I mean,
Yeah,
led by experienced
that's actually
players.
super
but
surprising to me.
They've got lots of, lack of experience in the team.
We have 16,000 MMR points in the middle lane alone. 16,000.
That's a new.
That's all you need to know.
5 Jacobs?
At least 8.
I got enough.
Good enough for all of us.
3 Jacobs.
Wow.
Don't be so generous.
Wow. That's very nasty of you. I thought you were going to be nice to Mount today as well. Nevertheless, we're getting ready for the first draft, so let's talk about potential picks and bans and where we think this might go. We've talked about Puppy's great drafting as well throughout the tournament. Needs another set of great drafts to take out an OG team who seemingly have got a lot of flexibility in their draft.
I think one of the biggest things that I saw from OG in the draft, that if you're able to ban away a couple of the heroes, I think that Winter Wyvern is actually an incredibly good support against OG because it helps lock down. It's decently good versus the Alchemist. It's a decent counter as well to the Meepo. I think that support in the 1-2 is a priority for Secret because of OG's playstyle.
Jake?
Yeah, I keep trailing back to Slaughter and how significant that hero was going into the tournament, and how it's just being completely ignored now at this stage of the tournament, which is still weird to me, and I can't help but expect that we're gonna see a change in that throughout this series.
Okay, so in a similar vein to EG, Secret also respect the Tiny, the Wisp rather, so the Wisp Tiny combo can't be pulled out by OG again. A lot of respect for that.
I think the Tusk might be more important than the two heroes that you guys listed, just because I think that Secret likes to play more organized team fights, whereas OG likes to cause a lot more chaos with, like, you know, Winter Wyvern starting off fights with even Arctic Burn. I think that the speed of which the ganks happen with Tusk and the angles just make things a little bit too crazy for Secret to want to deal with.
Okay, the SF has gone as well as Doom. I think that's exactly the same three as we saw in the game against EG for OG.
OG has played the most games in this tournament, giving the run through the lower bracket, and just having played a series up against EG, they've had to give away a lot of information that Poppy has been picking up on, and I think, you know, there's a lot. Great Slaughter pick. There's a lot to take from how PBD drafted against him, and he can take all the strengths that PBD showed in the draft and use that to his advantage against OG. Because I really feel like EG, it was their play that decided the game, much more so than their draft. Or their lack of good play.
Well, at least OG picked up a bit of information. Don't give Eternal Envy Empire Spirit. They ban that one away alongside the Doom. They'll pick up the Winter Wyvern against the Slardar, and there's the Tusk. There are three heroes we mentioned.
Team Secret's turn to pick.
So now there's still two really good supports for Secret if they want to go for the Dazzle or the Bane. I think if not, OG will likely get one in the second phase or ban it out.
I prefer seeing the Bane just because I still think overall it's a much better hero than the Dazzle is. Statistically, even more so. The Dazzle, it's good. It also depends on what Poppy has in mind for the actual strategy. I just feel like whenever we see them play the Bane, it's almost a guaranteed win.
5 seconds remaining.
Which is easy to say about a team that's coming from the winner bracket, of course.
Doesn't Dazzle open up more strategy to them, though?
Team Secret's turn to ban.
Okay.
I guess so.
So the highlight die Tiny.
So they're on Radiant, which is pretty important when having the potential support Tiny from Highlight Eye. Does it work on Dire?
I was talking about it. I think it might be potentially possible, but it's going to be much harder on Dire's side, even if it is.
I think you have to like eat a tree and then you can do it.
Yeah, it'd be some weird scenario. But yes, Radiant side, Tiny. Team Secret going back to this strategy once again. It seems like none of the other teams, I expected the first time that they revealed this support Tiny, that it was going to be shut out a little bit better. Perhaps the enemy team would go for a 5-man excursion, you know, block out that hard camp, preventing the pull.
You know, there is the chance that it's not
a mid-Tiny. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the combination with Tiny and Slardar too, because sometimes Misery doesn't get anything out of the off lane, and instead they just throw the Slardar onto the mid laner, especially if it's a weak hero like the SF. So OG have to be careful about their mid choice.
Team Secret, I think, banning away the teamfight heroes, so obviously the Undying, which goes well with the Tusk, but I would look towards, I don't know, how do you feel about Gyrocopter? It works well with the OG lineup, but you already have the Slardar on the side of Team Secret, which I think is
and right now OG has a lot of confidence in their Gyrocopter as well, right? They just come off 2 wins with it, is in combination with the Tusk, so it makes a lot of sense for them to go that direction.
But if Wind Ranger's left in the pool, Team Secret could just pick up a Weehaw Wind Ranger, have that combined with the Slardar, and I think that's a completely antagonistic scenario for a Gyrocopter. I don't think you ever want to be in a game like that.
Team Secret's turn to ban.
Not entirely sure why, if he bans out another support, such as the Shadow Priest, for instance, I'm not completely on board with that, just because OG, from what we've just seen, played the Winter Wyvern and the Tusk as their supports, and they're more likely to, with this current pool, pick up a Earthshaker or a Darkseer for Moon Meander. So the need to ban out the additional supports for Secret isn't really there compared to banning out potential Cheese. See, this is what I like, banning out the Alchemist, banning out Miracle Heroes.
So do you think they should have not banned the Undying?
I don't think it was necessary. Probably just precautionary in case we... Okay. So it is a
Yeah, pick up the Dazzle.
It is a Moonme and a Tusk.
I think Secret still have that Wind Ranger open.
The Dazzle was a smart pickup for OG because you have this kind of, at least in the first one, too, burst-oriented. I mean, the support Tiny or perhaps core Tiny is very much focused on his combination. If he doesn't get that kill, there's the turnaround that happens. Dazzle is a great response to that.
Guys, there's a Husker. EA is banned. There's a Husker in the pool.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Does Secret think they can leave the Wind Ranger until late? Pick it up?
I don't know if they want to pick it up right now.
Do they even want to pick it up?
There's like no clues as to what OG want to go yet, because you don't know their mid lane. You don't know if they're going to pick a Huskar yet. Maybe, are you even scared of a Huskar pick though?
You can still pick up 2 physical damage cores. I think OG would be fine. Like a third pick.
You could still pick up a Brood too.
Yeah. You could go Brood. You could go like Wind Ranger Sven as your mid and your safe lane to give yourself a big up in physical damage.
Brood is dangerous against OG right now.
Yeah,
the three strange picks or cheese picks that they've had are all still available right now. Meepo's not banned, Brood's not banned, Huskar's not banned. It's going to give Secret a little bit of a headache, but I would assume that they've got a plan for that.
Well, either team plays Meepo.
Yep. Also true.
I'd like to see both teams play at once.
I was going to say, I would too. I mean, you've got to factor in a best of 5. If this goes all the way, we're going to see at least one.
I wonder what Secret are digging into their reserve time for.
They must be discussing the Husk right now, right? The Husk.
Yeah, I mean, they can't take it themselves though, so do they have to pick up something that's already good versus Huskar?
Shadow Shaman, I think they might go in the direction of a push strategy in case they pick up the Huskar. Imagine following up with the legendary Children of Poppy and then potentially, you know, a Brood or a Dragonite.
We have seen a Puppy Chen here this week, in fact.
OG don't have bad spam against a push lineup with the Winter Wyvern Splendid Blast, the Ice Shards. They continue down that line, get like the Wind Ranger, I think
5 seconds.
it would still be okay versus a push, but Shadow Shaman's definitely been seeing an increase in priority. It used to be the Lion that was favored as sort of like the 5th pick support.
It's good for removing single creep waves, but when they come in with heroes that can, like, for instance, with Gen creeps and Rasta wards, it gets a lot more difficult.
High ground would be a heavy commitment though. If you don't have a creep wave and you throw down Serpent Wards and your heroes on their front line as well, you've got Tosca especially, I think, is quite good in those scenarios where a team has to make commitment to a Rax, and then there's no retreat from the Ice Shards that blocks them out.
Yeah, exactly. What Tusk is really good at is capturing that one frontline hero when you go high ground, pick him off as a straggler and shut out his team with the Ice Shard.
I mean, even then, I think this lineup is very potent for skirmishes too. Like the amplified damage combined with Shadow Shaman wards is already really good. Shadow Shaman, I think, has very good disables versus the Tusk.
Oh yeah, definitely.
They've got great roach taking potential already without seeing any of their other cores.
I like this a lot more. Like the Huskar was probably, they probably thought a lot about it, but this is the safer choice, I feel.
I think it's safer than Huskar, but I still think it's, I don't know. Is Phantom Lancer particularly good versus heroes? Like they can just run a core Tiny if he gets Ags. He can deal with the Phantom Lancer fairly easily. The Shadow Shaman can push down towers very early on. They don't have the Darkseer to enhance his mobility, enhance his damage.
Of the carries we've seen no-tail play, I think it's one of the better ones. I think Gyrocopter was too susceptible to just be torn apart by amplified damage, Tiny blink and initiate. All the disabled.
I mean, that's what they have Grave and Snowball and Cold Embrace for, right? I think they can pick a hero that actually has less escapes because of that.
But this also means, we talked about it early on in the draft, they can still run a carry Tiny, right? And carry Tiny is actually quite good versus Phantom Lancer. This gives more incentive, right? Rather than the support Tiny, who wouldn't be able to pick up his Blink Dagger fast enough, would be far enough behind in farm, his physical damage wouldn't really threaten the PL. Do we look now for a Pylai Die support hero?
5 seconds remaining.
A Bounty Hunter, maybe?
Team Secrets turn to ban.
Meepo ban?
I think a Bounty Hunter would really put Team Secret ahead in terms of fighting, and these are two teams who love to fight.
Weehaw, Wind Ranger.
banned out by his own team.
So the Wind Ranger ban.
I think Alina could be decent here. Immediately taking out a hero of Team Secret. The front line is sort of lackluster though.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they pretty much have the Tusk and then the response from their two defensive
5
heroes.
seconds remaining.
So Red Eye.
A big tempo controller.
Red Eye likes the Invoker.
Well, there are only two
Reserve time.
Wii picks that have been played already in Frankfurt that are currently open. And one of them is an Invoker, the other one is the Magnus.
You know, a Miracle Invoker wouldn't be bad here, actually.
I like it.
Because you're talking about Slardar and Tiny, full strength heroes, low on mana pool. If you go a Quas-Wex Invoker, you can destroy.
And an anti-mage will finish us off then for draft number 1 of the grand final at the Frankfurt Major. OG versus Team Secret.
And what a grand final we have got. OG, the team to try and achieve what has never been done in the history of Dota. The ability to come through all the way through the lower bracket they already have by reaching this grand final. And if they can win it all, that's going to be a very tough ask for anyone. Even CDEC couldn't achieve that after they came through the wildcard at TI, but up against Secret. While they might have come second over in New York, you'll be seeing the winning in Nanyang. You'll also be seeing winning everywhere else. Team Secret, they are a huge favorite coming into this, but can the underdogs win? Can OG Dota bring down the Titans?
I definitely think they've shown so many good games now. I personally placed OG top 8. They've surprised me time and time again. I've considered them the underdogs in their last 3 matchups. They've come through every single time. This is a best of 5. It's a different type of series, of course. So
it is.
Who does that really favor? It's difficult to say right now.
Well, let's get it underway. Team Secret versus OG, your grand final. Live here in Frankfurt, the first ever major. Who will be crowned the champion? And who will
nice
have to
Danish
settle
all
for second?
chat. I like it.
The Danish spirit is definitely alive. Of course, Canada is the real winner, no matter what happens.
We have Danes on both teams, so that's good too. Of course, Misery did say good luck, friends, in all chat. Oh, no, not friends right now, I think.
Is this going to start already? OG bring all 5 players down into the Radiant jungle, and they're ready to crush on Moon. Support behind Moon. He has to protect himself inside that snowball. Eternal Envy dropping very, very low. Will he die with a toss-up? Envy's down. PL gets the kill, but a huge drop from Misery. Misery's trying to get out with Pipeline Die. OG, there's so much damage being applied to Team Secret. A double kill for NoTel. They want to go for more. Pipeline Die throwing NoTel away, but he'll just switch his target over to Puppey, who's pushed Crit into a corner with the shock. Puppey will grab a double kill for Team Secret. We're heating up here in Grand Final Game 1. It may not be over just yet. Weeha, Blink's coming off cooldown. NoTel not a lot left, and now give him maneuverability with a toss forward. Blink still available. NoTel's dropping low. The runes are only now just going to spawn, but NoTel, the attack Weeha missed uphill once. Can he actually miss it a second time? NoTel salving up into the Secret shop. The attack from Weeha will at least cancel the salve. Then now they'll back it out. The bounty rune will be given over to Weeha. This will give him his level 2 and 5 kills before the cockerel crows.
Welcome to the finals. Incredible level 1 fight. That looked so good for OG because they got a fantastic Shadow Wave out from Fly. If that doesn't do that much damage and healing at the same time, OG get run over in that fight. But still, they get first blood. They trade 3 for 2. It's a pretty even exchange overall. And we're off to a really interesting laning stage here where OG, of course, they're looking to prevent Pipeline Die from doing this mid pull with the Tiny.
And they're committing so hard. Pipeline Die's fairly low, and they can see him. That Observer Ward sees around the tree line. Now, Pipeline Die has no idea that Flying Crit are waiting on the other side of the tree line. And Crit, he actually has Arctic Burn waiting, but they're waiting for Pipeline Die to move in and do the toss. The second they do that, Pipeline Die's position is committed too hard, and now, there it is. They waited so long, the toss will come, actually pushing the heal away, but Wyvern finds the kill and levels the board up at 3 apiece. Poppy was rotating over from the side, and Crit will actually just move back past the tier 1 tower. But OG really making a big effort to control this Secret jungle early on.
Yeah, they need to make sure Miracle gets off to a good start in the mid lane. If this just becomes I'm guessing, kind of a 1.5 on 1 with Tiny tossing, Envy's actually going to have an all right time with the anti-mage, but like this, with Wyvern even helping out, he has a very difficult matchup. And he's running out of regen already. He's got 2 tangos remaining. He's sending out a salve and, of course, his poor man's shield now on the courier. So far, so good for OG as far as the mid lane goes.
This move from Pilot is not going to work while Crit is here. Again, he moves around with it, but again, with Eternal Envy rotating over, Crit is in real trouble. That burn, not enough. Envy still able to reach him. Even with the blink a little askew, they're able to reach the Wyvern, and Eternal Envy claims his first kill of this game.
Big for him. This is not something I would have expected to happen around this mid lane already. Eternal Envy getting the kill with the poor man's shield in the region, and of course, the fact that he now grabbed this kill and is leading on CS. He's feeling confident here, just blinking up on Miracle, willing to exchange his salve for a little bit of damage here.
Well, no, the Miracle he hasn't gone for the Exort build, he's gone more for the Kloss. And to offset this, he's picked up the Blaze of Attack before he picks up his boots up against the Anti-Mage.
But he's playing the harassment game right now. He does have way superior regen, 7.2 before even using a tango. Try to just drain Envy of resources in this mid lane. Curious to see what route Envy takes if he tries for a bottle even in this mid lane.
Cold Snap's being used. Eternal Envy does have Blink on cooldown. But Crit doesn't have some extra damage without the creep wave there as well. Even if he had his level 2 straight away, the Splinter Blast wouldn't have had an effect. And in fact, Wyvern just holding on to that point.
They don't have any healing support to help Envy in the mid lane, so he has to sustain himself. So it's going to be between a Ring of Health and a bottle, and both of them are a little bit away right now. He's sending out another salve on the courier. Needing to invest so many resources into just staying in the lane.
Puppey, no tell, looking to commit. Puppey just runs down, breaks through the tree line. PL does put an early point up in that Phantom Rush so we can chase after Shaman, who's now going to go for the Shackles. We are jumping forward. No tell with no Doppelganger available means there is kill opportunities here for Team Secret, especially with that Shadow Strike. No tell, he's dead here. He should tick out that with the last attack. Fly actually no, gonna Shallow Grave. Keep No Tell alive. He's still ticking down.
Yeah, 6 tick shotters and a heal.
He's gonna live. He's gonna live back behind the Tier 1 tower and surviving. Well, actually, Pylai died. Down, Radiant jungle. He thought he was safe on the other side of the tree line, but that Observer was still down from OG, helping Miracle to ensure the kill. If he can't really burn enough mana off here, even with the 2 points up in that mana break, Miracle actually very, very low. The Crit slowing down Eternal Envy. There's no more chase to come.
Oh, they could toss him.
Where is it?
They lose Vic.
If they could walk up.
They were looking to toss Envy on so he could get one more hit, and tossing a creep would not have been enough with this toss only being level 1. And of course, the lane we haven't touched upon so much is the safe lane for the Dire, where of course we do have Moon Meander playing against Misery, both of them. Oh, Misery a little bit off level 5. He's gonna get it in a second. There we go.
It's been a pretty brutal lane on top. Misery will come in and crush, then Moon throws out the shards. They just keep trading their nukes against each other. Obviously very difficult for both heroes to ensure a kill, especially when it comes to the Slardar, because you've always got that snowball that can stall you up.
Here are the Tranquils. So he's going to regen up here, and maybe this is a potential kill on the top lane, not too far from here for Secret if they will get this level 6 on Misery soon. But at the same time, you could say for OG, Moon Meander winning the lane right now, being level 6 earlier, has his 10 CS advantage on the Slardar.
They're already getting a rotate with him.
Yep.
PL's got enough mana through those stick charges that...
He can throw a lance only.
Yeah.
That's enough, though.
With a snowball in from Moon, with a shard
He
damage...
doesn't have mana for his entire combo on the Tusk, though. No Mango on him anymore.
But he can at least still do the snowball and shards with the Phantom Lens combined. That up against a Slardar with Tranquils and full life, or almost full life, it would be a tall order. Weeha's also now rotating. Does it underneath the Dire Observer Ward, so Miracle now knows that they're switching up the mid lane. This will give space now for Eternal Envy to farm on the bottom lane. Understanding the PL has disappeared, so there's a little bit less pressure on the Anti-Mage of Envy.
And there's a lot of kill potential in this mid lane for both teams, I think. With the Tusk off the map, you've got to be careful with Queen of Pain that you don't get caught.
Misery sprinting from behind. He actually just bypasses the Wyvern. Can't get the crush. The Cold Snap stops it. Now the crush will connect Weeha. Still has a Sonic Wave. But Invoker, Cold Embrace by Crypt for the moment. Misery still bailing out here. The Splinter Blast will not fly up to the Slardar. But they do get the TP rotation out from Fly. You start to see the damage of a high maneuverability Slardar.
They might have actually been able to kill that Slardar if they didn't Cold Embrace. Miracle still had his Tornado and I think EMP available for a turnaround, but they play it safe with Crit. Worried about the potential physical damage that could fly out there, and of course the Sonic Wave might have been the right choice in that situation.
Okay, so if you're OG right now, you understand the laning phase. It's been fairly even. There's little between these two teams at the moment. Do you try and shut down Envy? We've seen what he has done for Team Secret time and time again. Is this when you move the Tusker off? Do you rotate down? Do you try and kill him off? Or are you more concerned about what's coming out from this Queen of Pain and Slaughter?
I think if you're just looking at the state of this game right now and how it's going to develop over the next 15 minutes, trading no-tail farm for Envies, I don't think is the way to go for OG. The Phantom Lancer, if you go back a couple of months, Phantom Lancer was a very popular pick. The two main counter picks were, as a matter of fact, Ember Spirit and Anti-Mage, because they get the cleave and they kill off the illusions very fast. They're heroes that can keep up or surpass him in farm, especially the AM. So OG, I would be looking to put some pressure on Envy if they can, but the problem is their lineup actually isn't very good at killing the AM. It was the last pick from Secret, and I think they made the perfect choice for this particular game with that AM.
Note the Pylite die, taking an Observe Ward in, already plants one over on the Roche pit. So they're keeping tabs on OG where their movements are. At the same time, Secret also pinged out that dire Observe Ward, which foiled the attack of Secret, because Misery was trying to just like run himself behind Miracle once again. Try what they did previously. But with that vision, it's too easy for Fly just to sit behind Miracle and make sure this Invoker stays alive. Also note too that Miracle is going for more of a combat build with these phase roots as well as a bit like an urn for the Invoker. Does this mean you almost bypass the Hand of Mice, look for kills?
Good pressure on Pylite. He missed the NATO though, and it's still enough.
Yeah, it is. However, support rotating in, that shock, Miracle and Fly, they just split up Misery. Gonna miss the crush, but Eternal Envy will arrive. Miracle, the Shallow Grave's there from Fly. They're holding on that Mana Void, but now with the shards actually locking him in, keeping him in place. Misery will control Moon the Ender for the first time. Now as Weeha throws out the Sonic Wave, he'll end up dying, but Envy with a Mana Void spill catches another kill, a double for him, chasing after Fly as well. He's blinked off cooldown in 2 seconds now, 1 second time, now off cooldown. Can he get in front of Fly? Probably wants to attack once, then blink forward to ensure the death blow. And a triple kill for Eternal Envy, 4 to his name, after having that very early death.
That's gotta be so concerning for OG. They take a bad exchange, and 3 kills going on Envy is gonna secure him Treads and the Perseverance already minute 9. So he's now on top of the net worth chart. The exchange here, so Miracle now with this urn that you mentioned will of course have way better solo kill potential, can combo it with his Cold Snap to trigger that and prevent a hero like Eternal Envy from blinking pretty well. He needs to make use of it. There's a lot of pressure, in my opinion, on Miracle in this game to perform because they can't really utilize the PL against the Radiant lineup
Misery,
very well.
bottom lane, they're running in the snowball. Misery can turn for a double crush. There goes Shatasso. Misery dying so quickly when Fly arrives at that burst heal, and now Weeha's in trouble. 2 seconds for Blink, and 2 seconds is too long. The Winter Wyvern will find the kill as OG turn it on Secret underneath their own tier 1 tower.
Well, in the mid lane, Miracle still pressuring Pi, and Secret's choice now to give the tiny levels, I think, is the way to go. You want multiple ways of dealing with the PL illusions, and of course, really good magic damage against the Cold Embrace. If there's one thing OG's lineup is really good at dealing with right now, it's physical damage. They obviously counterpick the Slardar by getting both Cold Embrace and Weave and Shallow Grave mid lane.
Yeah, there's your attack, Puppey. He went instantly for the Hex. Miracle's still gonna hit that Tornado. Not sure if Puppey will end up surviving with that urn ticking him down. He'll give a Revenger, and Puppey, he doesn't survive. The Invoke will reach him. Miracle so far forward with a Shallow Grave allows him to TP out to safety.
Of course, very, very close there, but Puppey's haste does get purged by the Tornado. That allows Miracle to get that last attack, and the urn was actually not enough. Puppey was salving through it. Oh, top lane, Misery's in trouble.
Yeah, with that snowball in, the shards won't lock him in position, however. Misery, again, a reactive crush a little bit too late. OG
I don't know if
just
you could do it
harass him
faster.
down. He's worried. Like, Misery died when he was only about 800 gold away from completing his Blink Dagger. That was the death on the bottom lane, and now he's continuously dying, and this Blink keeps getting delayed.
It is a key item, but I've just got my eyes on this safe lane of Secret. The fact that Envy has 4 kills and it's not being countered very much. We're looking at a 15-minute battle fury if this continues. And in contrast to the game we saw between OG and Evil Geniuses, where they had the Alchemist to kill him off, who is killing the AM this game? I have a very hard time seeing OG pull it off. If Envy gets 1 or 2 core items after the battle fury, the PL needs to get really big, and it's not really happening just yet for No-Tail. I'm saying that he has 54 CS and 2 kills, but you look at the net worth chart and
He's 3.6k to the 5k of Anime.
he's 1,500 gold behind right now. That's really worrying. You need to be on par right now with PL to have a fighting chance in that matchup.
Looks like Miracle's now going to make his rotation down to bottom lane, but he's doing it right underneath the Radiant Observer wall, so Secret see this coming. And they just back up. In fact, they just go for up the top. Moon already crushed up. Hard Eye keeps him tossed in the air with a Screamer. Not enough damage with the stick charges, but they had enough of a follow-up. Misery again. He takes so much damage to ensure these kills.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Doesn't really care too much as long as he survives. Of course, Slardar, with that only 5-second downtime on sprint, can very easily just move around the map. Doesn't lose nearly as much time as other heroes on having to go back to base. He's already almost up to full health again, can TP out on a lane and maybe look for a kill. And see this movement from OG. They are identifying that this Envy is a problem. They're going to go on him bottom.
They commit Curse. They go with the EMP as well. He's still got enough mana for a blink. He can get to the trees if he can only blink. There he goes. Back behind the tree. Misses the tornado and the Urn will time out. Miracle will end up dying. Envy so low again. And Misery wants to punish. He's moving forward towards Crypt. The amplification's up. Nortal going to try and create a buffer between himself as well as the Wyvern and Team Secret. Snowball chasing up the Slardar once again. He should be able to get this craft shot. Oh no, yeah he does, but he's already down to fly. OG, they do get one kill for the Invoker, but they don't get the big one. They don't get Envy.
That tornado was so close from Miracle, but Envy blinked all the way into the corner,
Is under attack.
and he's basically blind guessing there. Now at the same time, Puppey realizes, okay, you guys have just TP'd down 2 or 3 heroes to help in the bottom lane. He's almost going to take this tier 1 tower top. Crit doing what he can here.
He can't do this for long though. If Puppey comes in and just ether shocks him, Crit loses almost all of his life.
And Puppey's tanking the towers so he can get some damage out.
Tower is under attack.
And he feels pretty safe doing this. He knows he has Envy on backup. He knows all those TPs came to the bottom lane. And now he might actually just see Envy going in.
Crit came forward, feeling like he might have had an opportunity. There's not enough mana burn for Envy to get the kill with the mana board, even if it is level 2. As Crit falls down, he breaks the tree line, and Envy moves forward. He can blink forward, 2 attacks. What else have we got? We've got the, well, okay. Crit, there's your mana void. 38 life. Back to the tower. Cold embrace himself up, keeps himself protected for now, and Envy will be forced to retreat. As OG, they're preparing also on bottom lane. Miracle's coming in behind. He gets the tornado down towards Pylai Die with the EMP. Miracle right behind it. As Pylai Die, can he reach the tower in time with the avalanche? That time is being created, but he's ticking down from the urn. Can't get one more attack in from Miracle to ensure that kill. And it's now down to Weeha. Battling against Moon Meander, the Dazzle Weave will give them the vision back behind the tower, scouting out Misery and Weeha as well as stripping their armor away. Weeha down for the count. Misery sprints himself away. He can't afford to die. He's just over 2k gold. He needs to keep this Blink Dagger money, but unfortunately he can't spend any of it. Miracle with the Cold Snap. Tornado still available. The shards won't lock Misery in, but the Cold Snap, he'll die from the Tornado fall. As OG find another kill and yet again delay this initiation of the Slardar. But meanwhile, on the ranch, Eternal Envy farming up and almost completed a Battle Fury.
He needs this camp plus 1 more. So the 15 minutes, pretty much spot on here. Very good timing for him, of course, in this game. But OG got about as much out of that as they could. Really good rotation of their heroes. Great weave cast there from Fly, giving them the vision and information they needed. Being able to dive behind the tower and find those kills. And Weeha in this game, he needs levels on Blink. It's really the cooldown that's getting him killed right now. He's died 3 times. And he always gets the first blink off, and then they just run him down with all of this good catch they have with the Snowball, the Invoker Tornado, of course long-range Wyvern, and even the PL with the Phantom Rush. It's very easy for them to catch up as long as they have the vision. Something Secret have got to be a little bit worried about. But I still think they have some leeway, right? It's like OG are doing everything they need to do, and I'm still sitting with this feeling this is just a classic AM game. So they need to keep this pressure up, find more of these kills to be able to deal with him later on.
Just need the items that allow them to do this. This PL hiding in the tree line for now. I like how Secret are also, they're noticing where OG want to attack next. So if you want to keep the pressure up, where are you going to do it? More than likely, you want to attack that tier 2 tower in the bottom lane and try and take over the Animage's jungle. But then Secret just playing a very defensive observer wall. They watch Nortel and
good dodge. Double bounty rune for Miracle.
AM blinking forward. Miracle has to go for the Yules. You have another blink on Envy. Not while he's getting cold snapped up. All the mana is lost, but Pylai is still going to be here. You've got the Hex, meantime, a little bit further down the river where Fly dives the Mass Serpent. So Shallow Grave will keep him alive, but Miracle with a Sonic Wave. Envy actually having his spree ended by the Invoker. There's something good coming out here from OG, but Pylai die, he might be lost as well. It's a 2-for-1 trade-off. Fly still fighting. And now OG even get to farm up the mass Surfmores, just sitting in the river. Weeha's trying to get himself out of here. He'll walk past Notel, Puppey with a shock and the scream combo. Notel taking too much damage, a little too greedy to try and grab that farm. And now is Puppey, who gets almost 705 gold, but he also gets sharded up. The snowball coming forward. Puppey, where's your mana? He's got 2 one-shots. That won't be enough. Maybe a denial to the Ancients, but a needle attack to bring him over. Now they start fighting, and he is denied up to the Ancients. Weeha, he's got no support, but he's still jumping forward, looking for the Courier. Now the Shadow Strike onto the Tusker. Misery, he has the Blink Dagger up. Moon, he's got to be careful about jumping in. The Tornado is flying in. Misery blinks away. The Tornado catching out Weeha. He'll drop to the ground and dying very quickly after.
And if there's one thing that's just been almost...
Or top, Fly, Crush. Misery keeps him controlled, looking for another stun. Well, the Shallow Grave will be there, but TP Scroll decided not to use it. He might get bashed anyway, and Misery just needs to keep up a little bit longer. Blink Dagger off cooldown in 1 second time. He's not going for it. Fly's just retreating. They'll deny the top tier 1 tower. That's what Fly was working for.
A lot of respect being shown here from Misery. Scared of the rotation.
Surprising too, because when you get that Blink Dagger, you'd expect the Slider to get even more aggressive. Maybe he's worried about the other lanes, like, for example, Miracle, who's now going to use an EMP this Slider. And Misery, well, he just can't blink in time. That Yul's after doing damage, so...
That's pretty annoying.
It is.
You're just standing there, you're in the Tornado, and you just know, okay, the moment I drop down, the only thing I can do is run. There's no other... And he's got to go all the way back to base. I'm curious if we're going to see a stick on Envy. I think he's missing a magic stick this game simply because his entire mana pool gets burnt. Last time we saw Pylai giving him the Arcane Boots and actually giving Envy the choice of blinking out or in, and he chose to commit for a kill on Miracle that they did get, but he died first. If Pylai isn't around and he gets hit by EMP, his entire mana pool is gone, unless if he's sitting on these int treads and completely full mana.
Could he then just go into something more like a BKB? That means it's going to be Walrus Punch and Curse will be the only things that would control him.
BKB is a very good item on Anti-Mage in this game, I think. I would say...
Or Fly walks in, the smoke's going to break, and Weeha, well, there's a crush from Misery. Massive water down with the snowball, dragging Fly up with the Sonic Wave. It's so hard on OG, but they got so much life. Puppey dropping down low. There's 2 heroes lost. Probably going to be a third. Misery so low, and Fly, the cold embrace gets him up. Weeha will die from the fall. It's a double kill for Notel. It's 4 kills for OG. And a 9-kill lead, 19 minutes in. The only person that doesn't die is Eternal Envy because he's just absent.
And it's been really fascinating for me how during the entire main event of this tournament, apart from that, there's been like 1 or 2 games, mainly the last game EG played in the tournament, where teams are kind of avoiding fights. They almost constantly are going at each other. Right now we have a 31 kill game at 19 minutes in. And I don't know if this is the strategy Secret should be playing right now. I think play the slower game, get the vision out, just keep track of OG, dodge fights, secure Envy farm. You could argue that they have to take fights constantly so that Envy feels safe. But at the same time, they just ran into a very bad team fight that OG won, and then obviously EVE getting farm is great, but the next 4 heroes on the net worth chart are all OG. Almost all 5, actually. Dazzle has almost got higher net worth than the Queen of Pain.
But you can understand the concept behind it. Like, it was meant to be a smoke into the dire jungle, you get 1 quick pick, and then you move out. You saw the target of the Dazzle, and then the idea is, we kill him, we get out. That's it. You don't need anything more. Maybe that'll even be enough where you could just attack the tier 1 tower from range and OG won't initiate into you. But it's the timing that comes out from Moon. His ability to be there for the snowball and then forcing Secret to even split up their own fight. They're not dictating the terms of where the fight happens. And Weeha is also in a world of hurt. He doesn't have a TP scroll. It's on cooldown for 27 seconds. Miracle's gonna walk over. They go for the call snap. Blink in 1 second time. And Weeha, Tornado again, gonna send him up and he can't get away. The Invoker will find the kill and OG extend their lead further. They still have Eternal Envy creep skipping the top lane. And Notal will TP back to deal with this, but while he does so, Puppey and Misery, they're waiting for the opportunity. It's a fake PL on the front lines and they will not fall for it.
They're gonna play it safe. Some really good warding right now from OG. You can very clearly tell that they try to play more of an aggressive game, whereas Secret, all of their wards are inside their own jungle, apart from that one they have near the top rune. OG with a deeper ward around the enemy top tier 2. They have a deep ward inside the enemy jungle. And also one in the top lane. Oh, No Tail putting pressure on Puppey. He's suddenly got this Diffusal Blade, forcing out a TP.
Slowing down Envy. He'll blink away. The Snowball's chasing TP. It doesn't have time. Moon will reach him in Eternal Envy. He can blink again. Down to 55 life. He'll buy his Mana Style recipe, but he's got one more blink up his sleeve. But he does not have a TP scroll. He'll have to make him chase with the Sigil and the Shards. Envy avoids the Shard damage. Now the Sigil gets vision. He blinks away, but they know exactly where. The Sigil just keeps chasing. Now the Snowball can work from Moon. Envy blinks again. Over. Down to 28. No touch coming in. The Shards will finally catch out the anti-mage. No buyback available, but at least makes OG work for it.
And Secret, they're really running out of steam. This was the one hero they could kind of hold on to in Eternal Envy, who got 4 kills early. Since then, he's got 1 assist and 2 deaths. His farm is still all right, but with the rest of his team dying as much as they have, there's so much weight on his shoulders, and there is no alternative for Secret than to play this game on the back of Envy. With how much they've lost.
Miracle. He's found him. Sentry Ward's down. There's nowhere to hide. Misery is thinking about a jump over the EMP, though. He needs to wait till it's over. As Miracle tossed up, Highlight Eye, they cut their losses. They let him go, while Moon goes for the Shards over on Puppey. Won't lock him in. He'll be able to back up.
Puppey should be very happy to get locked in there.
Radiant's
That
top
was
tower is under
definitely
attack.
a bonus kill for OG, should it have landed.
What do you think about this build coming up on the Queen of Pain? We've got Weehawk going into an Orchid. Normally that's an item we see when you look for momentum, which they're losing time and time again. Misery, this is going to be an easy kill on this top. Maybe a little bit harder when those Mass Open Walls go down. And Moon, well, he just snowballs through it. Mass Open Walls very defensive. Crit, they've got control over on him for now. While the Shackles, that's not going to do enough. Crit will end up dying. The Tornado keeping Team Secret away from responding to the 3-man gang squad that came behind the Tier 2 tower. Weehawk still wants to go for more, but they've lost their anti-mage. The Snowball protection grabs the Invoker up to Weehawk. They got another punch, not available. Weehawk blinked himself away to safety. Further away from Highlight Eye and away from the safety of the walls, but the EMP will burn Highlight Eye down. He gets one last toss out, but he'll die over on the side tree line. Weehawk, the sole survivor again. Team Secret always left with one man to tell the tale of how OG killed them.
And Envy just lost so much armor from the weave over time. The Walrus Punch dealt like 400 damage to him there from Moonmeander toward the end. He was not ready for that. Now Weehawk getting Orchided out.
He blinked down. He wanted to grab that Courier. Now he's blinked. Not only is it on cooldown, but he's Orchided by the Invoker. The Tier 2 tower will drop as well. And OG, their lead extends over 12,000 net worth, almost 14,000 experience. And there are very few bumps in the road. Team Secret have managed to plateau it a couple of times, but that's lasted a very short period of time. And now, OG is investment time. Acres to the Immortal to come their way.
They have just taken so many good fights, especially very impressed by the Invoker and the Tusk from Miracle and Moonmeander respectively. Just set up so many fights. I think Snowball might have been the spell of the tournament, honestly. If you look over the course of the entire of this event, just so many incredible snowballs that just salvage the fight. It turns the fight from a loss into a big win. I think there's 2 team fights here where OG, instead of losing 2 heroes, just kill 4 with the use of 1 spell perfectly. You just gotta respect this Tusk from OG, regardless of whether it's Crit or Moon playing it.
Especially when Secret, like, they made the choice to give Moon this farm. When they run a one-on-one lane on the top, you understand this Tusker can not only find levels, but he'll find his initiating items. Now he's actually got his utility arriving too, having the full Griefs available for the Tusker, plus a Blink Dagger, and we're 25 minutes in. For what is still farm-wise, the 3rd position for OG.
They gotta protect Envy. I know I've said it a lot of times, but
they're using him as bait.
You can't really do anything else. I want to say to a large extent that Secret have kind of dug themselves into a hole. I really loved that last pick AM, but they have been fighting way too much, really allowing OG to play their game.
He sees Puppey moving. He came up, Puppey's just like, I don't know, I think I felt a cold, stiff breeze on the back of my neck, and Crit hiding him in the tree line. He's still got his Blink Dagger available, and Puppey, he's not sure about this, but Crit, he's basically made himself a pen. There's no way Puppey sees his side of this. And the chance of Misery blinking in there is almost nothing. Those wings don't even extend out.
Have we mentioned that Crit is level 15 on a Wyvern?
We have not. Have
That's
we mentioned how awesome
absurd.
Crit is?
The supports on the side of OG are level 13 and 15. They're the same level or higher than the Queen of Pain. Dazzle has actually also got more experience than her, so both of them such a big XP lead. And it's just the involvement of everyone on Team OG. They've got so many assists on every single hero apart from No Tail, just because these heroes have been bunching up and taking incredibly good fights. Now the Manta style finally comes out from Envy. With a 15-minute Battle Fury, he's not satisfied with taking 11 minutes to farm up a Manta without a Vlad along the way.
You've got one as well for No Tail. Fly was just carrying the recipe for a while. That's actually what Envy pinged out previously. He pinged the Dazzle with that item on him.
They're neck and neck on farm right now. The AM and the PL have the exact same net worth. You go back 10 minutes, Envy was ahead by 2,500 and a battle.
Middle lane, they're going on Puppey. That avalanche buys a little bit of space, but Puppey will still die to the Orchid. There's nothing that can save him from this. So another kill coming the way of the Miracle Invoker. And he's getting even more. And Puppey, at least he spent his money before death, almost finishing this Yule Scepter of his.
I think the next step for OG is to get a gem and just counter all the wards. I'm a little bit surprised they haven't bought one yet, considering how far ahead they are. Fly will have the money for it in a moment. Actually, do they have a gem? They just counter 2 wards, or did those wards expire? It looks like
there's no gem. There's no gem on OG.
They just expired. So
actually, they do have one. It's sitting back in the fountain at the moment.
All right, so they do. Yeah, they have one.
Yeah, so they got rid of it. Bottom lane. The attackers coming from OG into the tier 3 towers. They move forward, see Pylai die. Meanwhile, up on the top lane, Envy will finish off that tier 2 tower. So it ends up being a trade. In fact, a Secret gonna dodge this completely and go for a trade-off. It may be a bit of a race, as now Puppey, the Mass Serpent will drop. The Snowball will ensure the kill on the Shadow Shaman as they mop up the Mass Serpent for the tier 3 tower. Secret are working on it. The TPs will come back. The curse on Weeha. It doesn't catch out Envy, however. Misery will go for the crush. He doesn't have space to get back out of here. And it's OG. They'll get a double kill into the Invoker. They protect their tier 3 tower, and they wipe the entire bottom rack. Secret just don't push fast enough. Is Moon coming back in? He's coming back in. He's looking at Pylai die. Pylai, I feel he's got all the space in the ball to farm him with a Dazzle heal. That's just
such a good read from OG that they can get that kill.
He blinked forward. He's blinked into Moon as well as Fly. The Shadow Wave's there, but he'll blink up, but Moon's still with him. Walrus punches in 2 seconds time. Envy trying to fight this one, but Moon losing his man. The Mana Voice are enough. He got the Greaves off in time, and Envy still doing some work. The Shackle's keeping Fly out. There's no Shallow Grave available. Now it's back up as well, so heal from Fly, but Puppey, this may be the fight to end it. The Sunstrike's even coming in looking for the pop, and well, it doesn't get close enough, but it doesn't matter. OG, they have taken control of the Team Secret base. No Tiny, no Shaman, Envy's not ready to fight, and they'll probably even lose the mid-ranks at this rate.
Yeah, this game is pretty much over right now. They can't defend these barracks whatsoever, and I don't even think they can defend top if there are 5 heroes remaining. In the situation Secret are in, 5-on-5s are unwinnable, and they have no options to split push and force back OG right now with the current position. Oh well, they do have a tier 2 tower top. I guess that's their saving grace for now.
At the same time, OG can just go for the GG push if they can get one pick on Secret, but there's no reason to take that risk. You're in a grand final. You're staring down the barrel of being 1 game up in a best of 5 against Team Secret.
25,000 golden experience lead, minute 29. One of the bigger leads of the tournament at this point in time.
It's huge. Team Secret, it is going to be a, it's a huge mountain to climb.
I think this might be the first game of the tournament where every hero on a team is 5-digit net worth at minute 30. Fly is just above the 10K, so now pulling way ahead of the enemy mid laner.
He's also picked up so many kills. He's making it more difficult as well for Secret to get a handle on this game, because it looks like he's also got that plate mail. So how do you even kill off the Dazzle? He's giving everyone armor. He's got armor himself, and if this game keeps going, he may even just finish up the OG signature Lotus Orb.
And the key play for OG, I think Lotus Orb plays really well into the way they play in general as a team. This game has been one big bait fest. They want Secret to go on them so they can turn around, use their defensive cooldowns very well, the Cold Embrace, the Snowball, the Shallow Grave, all the heals. And Secret keep taking the bait and keep trying to fight them, looking at the map, and they're like, oh, we could get this kill. He's out alone. He's never alone. There's always backup there from OG. They move together very well as one unit.
And they're coming as one unit through the top. The mid and the bottom will take care of itself. They've got super creeps pushing in through those lanes. Crit's even staring down the barrel of a refresher orb on this Wyvern. There's so much money on OG. And while we've seen Envy do a lot, look where Secret are. This is kind of telling you the tale of the game right now. They have got 4 heroes hiding inside their well. Pilot A is the only one forward. This almost baits like they're doing a smoke maneuver. The Invoker is inching his way forward. He sees Pylai die, and Team Secret, there goes your Hex. Secret, they kind of, well, they're not even going to respond. They just let the Tiny die.
They want Tiny to go out and find someone and toss him to the fountain and just lock him up and blow him up.
Is that the only dream? Have we actually come back to the point where we're almost looking at fountain hooking?
What?
The old classic puppy way?
Secret. What?
They're letting it go. They've got no choices.
There's no time rating in a grand final, Secret.
There is not. Maybe they're also buying time just to talk this out, because right now things have just gotten completely out of control. OG are getting the Megas, and OG, like, it's gifted. There's just nothing else coming. They're not calling the game. OG now have Mega creeped as Secret. The Tiny's up in 6 seconds. They can fight as 5, but that's going to be it. In fact, they just call it before the Tiny is up. GG. OG will take game number 1 against Team Secret, who forfeited AFK inside their fountain. What a start.
Instead of calling GG right away, of course, the moment they call GG, they go out the booth, break time starts. This is the same as taking a timeout, basically, and just getting a little extra time to talk through the game. They do call GG in the end, though, instead of letting OG end the game. So it seems like, okay, they got the key points across that they wanted before their break. And to me, the key point has got to be, why do we keep fighting them? Why do we keep looking for these kills against a team that has so many good defensive abilities when our lineup is tailored around AM getting big farm? I'm really curious about what the panel thinks, because to me, Secret fought way too much in this game.
They kind of did. At the same time, they're forced to, because the Tiny didn't find levels. They completely interrupted. It's almost like OG already understood what Secret were going to do coming into this game. But, of course, we'll see if the panel agree with us. Let's throw it back over to Red and the boys.
Thank you very much, Toby1 and Synderen in the commentary booth. And yes, it's a seemingly very good question to ask after the first game, which OG have dominated and taken. Remember, this is a best of 5, so just 1-0, not just one game away from the trophy just yet. Capitalist, it's a very good question. Why did Secret continue to fight when it wasn't going to work?
I think that they were feeling perhaps a little bit desperate, that they thought that they could just like outfight OG. But the thing is, OG is incredibly good at team fighting. Their lineup was centered around it as well. They just let things get out of control early, and I think they were struggling to find an opening back into the game.
I thought they would have learned from EG's mistakes and realized that anti-mage is just too slow pace for OG. Or too slow a pace for Secret against OG.
You don't feel that the anti-mage farmed enough, or as quickly as it should have?
I mean, the Invoker had already done so much damage to the Tiny, the mid lane, the Queen of Pain. He had so much farm, and anti-mage, yeah, he's good if you can get past that early phase, but OG just invaded the jungle before the creep spawned.
Looking at OG's losses, what we've learned is that the way you deal with them is that you put on the aggression early on, you match their aggression, and you try to get ahead. The anti-mage is the wrong pick to do so, but the actual decision to do it with your overall lineup is the right one, I think. It just spiraled out of control and then miracle on the Invoker. I mean, that's almost disgusting. He's so good. So good.
Definitely goes into the MVP list for potential of the...
But the entire team, they've all just stepped up their game so much throughout the tournament. At this point in time, Moonmeander in the offlane, I can't think of any offlaner in the game that gets have more kill participants and gets more out of his entire spell repertoire than him. And crit support, even Fly, they were all so farmed and leveled, but...
Yeah, he had drums at that one point. I was like, what? How did he run away?
Jacob was laughing while watching game 1 because he was just like, what's gotten into OG? And I agree. I think that they've just, again, have built themselves up going into this grand finals, and this first game at least shows they can compete with Team Secret.
Yeah, I was discussing with Synderen during the break, actually, between the grand final and the lower bracket. There's no advantage given in Dota to the team that comes from the upper bracket. It's a best of 5. There's no advantage given. But the advantage could be that they get some time off, they get to study the other teams, and the other teams, of course, then have to play more games, thus for revealing more strategy. So do you agree with that, or do you think actually this has benefited OG in many ways because they've had that momentum swing every single day?
There is something to be said about momentum. It is somewhat of a momentum-based game, but I think there is more of a detriment in revealing your strategies. But it seems like Team Secret didn't really read much into their match against OG, or against EG rather.
I love the fact that we said before the game they need to come out fighting, and literally both teams just said, you know what, let's just fight. Like, whatever, we'll just go at it. And it ends 3-2 at the very, very beginning of the game.
What was it, the EG secret upper bracket final that we were talking about? The Tiny, it was like 4th pick, right? And we were talking about it mid Tiny, carry Tiny. I don't think we really expected to see the support Tiny again. For my reason was because I figured it would be countered pretty well by teams who have seen it before, right? And I felt EG didn't do it, but OG, they definitely countered the support Tiny exceptionally well.
Watch Miracle man up against 3 heroes here and still get a kill out of it. This is just a perfect description of what happened in this game. There's just Miracle manning up everywhere, killing everyone.
Yeah, he was exceptionally good. That was one of the best Quaswex performances that I've really seen.
And it is the kind of playstyle that, Ben, you said you wanted to see out of OG, right? Where it's, you know, we call it pubby, right? But it's very chaotic, frenetic. There's a lot of fighting going on, and there's not much room for like long-term strategy. That's basically what we're getting into. And this game was exactly that. A high number of kills early on, a lot of chaos going into these fights, and OG definitely benefited out of it.
Huge individual plays. That snowball, when I saw that and Secret committed a smoke to that, they get 4-man wiped at this particular point. And the Queen of Pain could really just couldn't blink at all, couldn't get out of the cold snap plus earn combo that Miracle pulled off so many times.
Is that potentially the most disappointing we've seen out of Wii? Because he's had a great tournament so far.
We haven't really seen too many teams like counter a Queen of Pain, and I think that Invoker is one of the better heroes. We've seen Nyx Assassins, but they don't actually match up in the same lane. I mean, they even didn't really have a Wii there to contest Miracle for most of the game.
Yeah, it used to be really that like the Queen of Pain matchup would be met by Alina, and then you could see the Lina maybe countered out depending on the individual plays in that middle lane. But this Quaswex Invoker is much stronger at shutting down Queen of Pains, and we haven't seen too much of that.
And you just start seeing the versatility of OG now. Like what No Tail said, they feel very comfortable playing a lot of different things. We see the teams, they have to do a respect ban on the Wisp from the get-go. They ban out the Shadow Fiend as well. If not the Shadow Fiend, then the Dazzle. What about the Tuskar? What about the Winter Wyvern?
Still plenty of other options in the
The
tank.
Undying, there's so many things. The Alchemist, you have to commit a ban to. There's so many things right now that they have to take into account against OG. This is not what we expected just 2-3 days ago. And suddenly they're suddenly the favorite.
But they also made a similar mistake that EG did in that they, crowd going wild for OG, that they went with the first pick that wasn't actually that effective because it's not contested in between the two teams. I mean, I guess we see they didn't really favor the starter that much in the last series, so maybe they should have went for the Dazzle, maybe the Winter Wyvern that OG want more.
What kind of headaches does that give Puppy for the next draft?
A ton of headaches. Like I just said, I'm not entirely sure what you want to ban out against them right now. They've proven in the past that the Wisp is really annoying, but at least you know what you're dealing with.
Yeah.
Now you have to take into account that this is a team that might as well just play more regular meta style and pick up the Winter Wyvern and the Tusk and build the lineup up against or up around that. And we still all know that Moon Meander on the Slaughter is a force to be reckoned with. That's probably one of the reasons they went with it, because they realized this is also a hero they play really exceptionally well. So I'm not entirely sure what they need to ban out in the first ban phase. They should probably just make up their minds on what they want to play at this point.
Yeah, that was going to be the next question to Capitalist. I think Puppy has to focus on what his players want to play this time around.
I think he does need to change up his playstyle, right? I think there's still two different playstyles that can be effective versus OG. The very disruptive playstyle of Highlight Die, you were suggesting the Bounty Hunter early. I think that would actually be an excellent pickup to try and make sure that Miracle doesn't get ahead. And then they could also perhaps fight OG, as Ben was actually pointing out earlier. The teams were most effective against OG, challenged OG as much as possible in that 15 to 25 minute mark.
The reason that didn't work for a team like Virtus Pro was because they got that Dazzle. It really just broke the camel's back for Virtus Pro, but they at least put up one of the best fights we've seen against OG throughout the tournament, because they were pretty commanding in the rest of their wins.
I want to talk about the end of the game. Smart?
Yes.
I mean, Puppies, they realize it's done. They know it's going to take another 30 seconds, maybe a minute, maybe a couple of minutes or whatever. Just use up a little bit of time at the end of the game just to calm everything down, talk everything through, and use some extra. I mean, I think you pointed out it was like a timeout almost that they took at the end of the game. That's smart in the heat of the battle and thinking, you know, what's going wrong here?
Yeah, looking at it afterwards, of course, it makes a lot of sense. There's so much on the line now. You want to spend every waking second you have to actually analyze what went wrong. You want to make sure that you are as prepared as you can possibly be. Sure, it might be anticlimactic for everyone in the hall in here who didn't really realize what's going on. Even Toby was a bit puzzled by it. He was like, oh, okay, well, they're trying to toss someone into fountain. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. Now we've seen it, now we can probably expect it to happen more. I think this is going to be a staple for all future play as well. You want to spend as much time as you can preparing for your next game.
It's something we've seen in other esports, in Counter-Strike, for instance, many years ago. Khan brought it out for Fnatic. It was something they used to do an awful lot.
Not only that, I think it slows down OG's morale. Like, you know, if they called GG right when they were all sitting in the base, you know, Notail would have probably been like really pumped and talking to his team, and you know, everyone's spirits would have been high. But if he doesn't call GG, they're probably like, what's going on? What exactly are they doing? And then when it's delayed GG, you're just like, oh, we won. Without any...
Takes the sting out of it.
Yeah.
I could also see that Puppy maybe thought it was very important for him. Like, I could see that team actually having some emotional players. For example, I know Misery can get very frustrated, sometimes at his own performance, sometimes at his teammates, but most oftentimes it's going to be him. If he felt he played badly, he's going to be frustrated with himself, and maybe that's, you know, to be able to calm that down. Weehaw, like, I think he's a actually more calm individual than people give him credit for, but I know he is very self-critical as well and wants to be the best, and I'm sure he was disappointed in game one.
And Jackie's not, you know, unknown to shove his heart on his sleeve, is he?
Absolutely.
That's an excellent point. It's such a long walk from the booth to the backstage if you just lost. If you haven't really talked about what happened yet, it's excruciating taking that walk. You're like depressed and everything. I think that was a great way of dealing with that.
They're not going to get too unhappy, though. This is a best of 5 after all. There's a long match in advance, and Puppy knows that better than any other captain out there.
Yeah, actually, I would actually preference in the opposite way, in that OG shouldn't get ahead of themselves just because they've won one game. This was the thing about Team Secret prior to TI, right? They were a team that once they took one game off of you, they won the series because Puppy would figure you out, right? And so if you wanted to be Team Secret, you had to 2-0 them in best of 3s.
Okay, interestingly, not only the Wisp has gone this time, but the Tusk has gone this time. I don't suppose there's too many surprises on here, but this is where the problems start, because that leaves an awful lot in the pool for OG.
Still the Shadow Fiend now. They decide to ban it out, knowing that Secret has the first pick. We're back to
Bane,
Winter Wyvern, the Slaughter.
Dire team pick.
Luckily for OG, Moomiander has proven to be an exceptional Earthshaker player as well, something they can easily get up on the 3rd and 4th pick, so they don't even need to commit to an offlaner right now. We've seen them play the Darkseer, but it's not exactly that needed, and I think it's too telling of the draft, and when we've gotten up to this level of enemies that we've seen, I don't think the Darkseer has been particularly successful for how they want to execute their playstyle.
The Winter Wyvern, very clear support to pick up here, but what do you guys think about like the Night Stalker? OG, is that a hero that they can actually go against Team Secret? Is it enough of a tempo push forward that can establish dominance by 15?
Yeah, I think the Night Stalker is a great pickup. The Dazzle here is the only, like, it's been so successful, OG. The only concern is that there's still the AA in the pool, and it's should be a very apparent pickup. They do go for the Bane, something they've been very successful with.
I think they want stronger support in the early game. AA is good with C6, but as we said, bring the fight early. Bane is good at level 1, will secure the mid lane for whoever it is, for Team Secret, and you know, even good on those level 1 skirmishes.
10 seconds remaining.
So we saw Secret banning out the Undying last time around. Despite having supports picked up by OG, they actually did alternate and put the Tusk on the off lane.
Reserve time.
So in that way, that was pretty smart. But now, you're dead set on these two being the supports. There's no way they're not right.
And they don't want to give Miracle the Alchemist again, I would imagine.
They don't want to give him the Alchemist, but at the same time, I don't think we've ever seen Moonmander play an Undying off lane, so you don't need to commit a ban for that now.
I would also say that the Invoker would potentially be worth a ban here from Team Secret, as they still have heroes that are susceptible to the Quaswex Invoker. Slardar, very much slow, very limited mana pool, and I would say Bane even.
EMP is just generally annoying to play against for any hero in the game.
Yeah, Bane is very reliant on a somewhat limited mana pool, and he's also a stationary target that's very easy to disable. Long-range Tornado can catch him out, even if he's in the background.
So a lot of cheese left.
A lot of, certainly.
I mean, Bane's actually pretty good versus Huskar, right? Like if he gets Grave, you can just sleep him. If he's low, you can sap him.
Enfeeble. Yeah.
5 seconds.
I think it's pretty decent actually. So maybe less so worried about that than let's say the Meepo.
They do go for the husband.
Okay.
The entire skill set of Bane is just so annoying to play against, regardless of what carry you have.
This
You
does
always have to
leave
worry.
the Darkseer out in the pool when you already have Winter Wyvern for OG.
Considering their run and which games they've won and which they've lost, I favor the Earthshaker a lot more than the Darkseer.
You want to see another Moonshaker?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think it's been absolutely brilliant.
Reserve time.
Sometimes it's one of those things where a player feels so incredibly comfortable and is on such a good tempo run
He's in
with
the
a
zone.
kind of hero that you would rather pick up that hero that's more preferable to him specifically rather than perhaps an overall strategy win.
I think that's what's great about the latest patch is that it's relatively balanced in such a way that players can do that and still make a difference.
Oh yeah, we've seen that a lot, especially with us analyzing the game. Sometimes we just get into a draft, we have no idea what's going on.
OG did not ban away the Wind Ranger, Ancient Apparition, and obviously the Ember Spirit were smart bans, but it does leave an opening for Team Secret if they want that in combination with the Slardar. You still have the Winter Wyvern as well as Dazzle, though. They're pretty strong against that single target, so
10 seconds remaining.
if they leave it out for Team Secret, I think it's acceptable, but
Don't they want like an early game fighter right now for no-tail though? Like PL's already banned out, so maybe Gyro, let's say.
Gyro, they can also sort of, I don't know. I was about to say Night Stalker, but then you don't have the option of going back to the Earthshaker. Maybe just picking up the Wind Ranger, sort of pick blocking Weeha as well.
I like Gyro a little bit more. He's even more early game than Wind Ranger. I like the pressure already out from the laning phase.
The thing is, by picking the Gyro, oh well, we have seen Miracle play the Gyro as well. So yeah, I think that's a possibility, just so they still leave that opening for, exactly, leaving that opening for the Meepo pick in case they need no tail on it. Still a Brood in the pool as well.
Queen of Pain and Wind Ranger, I think, are the two most likely pickups for Team Secret.
They won't pick Queen now. I think they go. OG will just immediately go strong with an Invoker pick. We'll have a very similar story to last game.
Yeah.
So Queen, I think, is a no-go, at least for third, maybe fourth. But
well, the difference being that the support already for Team Secret is better than they had last time around.
I still think it's just not a good matchup overall.
Yeah, interesting. The Secret of, or rather we, has played Wind Ranger 6 times at Frankfurt, only once when Secret have gone for a Slardar.
I think the Wind Ranger is a good pick here. It's not a giveaway of anything.
It's not good versus Winter Wyvern, though.
Yeah, it's actually bad versus the two supports, but it's very strong versus the core Gyrocopter when you have Slardar. And it's just the early physical damage that is really threatening to a Gyrocopter. But OG are so good at playing together as a team that if he can rely on his Winter Wyvern and Dazzle, I think OG would still be fine.
Did you go for the Queen of Pain?
Dire team pick.
This can be an Eternal Enemy Queen of Pain, though. It's not a dead giveaway for the mid lane, and I think if there's one thing they've learned, it's that they need a fight early on, they want to fight early on, so having Eternal Enemy playing a carry position that can help with that is probably more favorable to going for an Entamate again, for instance.
I'd still like to see OG pick up the Invoker right now, though.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Ben, when you responded that it would just be an Invoker pickup from OG, I was with you.
5 seconds remaining.
But what if they then pick the Bounty Hunter and puts a lot of pressure on the middle lane early on?
I mean, Quaswex Invoker is not really vulnerable to Bounty Hunter ganks, I think. You can just Tornado or run away.
Yeah, you're not necessarily needing a bottle or early pickups because the Quas regen as well, so.
There's still the Alchemist left too. Team Secret actually left that in the pool for...
Okay, Lim's in a
good
huge
against
amount of
Bane a
time,
little bit, but generally speaking, I'm a bit surprised by this considering how open the pool is, but I guess they just really want to hold Miracle's pick for the last. Potentially Meep no-tails as well, if the Gyrocopter does go on the middle lane. Or in a carry position.
Yeah, considering that Clockwork isn't very good versus Queen of Pain, whereas heroes like Night Stalker are direct counters to
10
her.
seconds remaining.
I am surprised as well. Like, it's Lockdown versus Slardar and Bane, but I think you would rather address Weehaws or potentially Eternal Envy's hero better.
And even then, the Earthshaker pretty much does the same thing that the Clockwork does in terms of dealing with the Bane element.
Still got the Alchemist there for Miracle, potentially.
I think it's a pretty good Brood game, though.
Yeah.
So which offlane would you have preferred over the Clockwork? What does the Clockwork offer that the other ones didn't?
Honestly, I would have preferred them to hold the offlane pick for the last one. There's so many good Moon Meander heroes left that there was no rush to do it. I understand why they really want to hold out on the middle lane pick, but I still think it would have held more value of just picking up either the Invoker again, even a Wind Ranger.
You could argue that the Clockwork forces fights better than pretty much any other offlaner because if he hits his hook, he gets the cogs.
Oh yeah, that makes
there's a fight guaranteed, right? And that's what OG want to be able to make sure happens, is that Team Secret aren't able to just dance around and have small skirmishes. They want full-out fights.
Especially with the absence of Tusk. And I definitely agree with that point.
Yeah, that's actually really... Tusk was their kind of hero that made sure in that last game that there was always going to be these fights no matter what Team Secret did, just because Snowball and Ice Shards controls heroes so well. You can't retreat.
Still a Meepo in the pool, can still be picked by either side and fit into their lineup.
Wow. Okay, OG removed the Invoker.
Yeah, I thought it was funny that we were talking about Invoker and Meepo, but the thing is, both of these 8,000 matchmaking points players, Weehaw and Miracle, they're both exceptionally good on the heroes.
So the Brood's still there. The Alchemist's still there.
Is there any other better pick than an Alchemist?
10 seconds remaining.
Trying to wrap my head around it.
You like the Wind Ranger pick?
I like the Wind Ranger pick, but really, like, I'm a cobalt right now. I really don't want to say anything wrong.
If this is a Miracle pick, which we assume it is, he's played one Wind Ranger here at Frankfurt.
Yeah, and it's just not at all as convincing as when Weehaw plays it. These two players, as good as they both are, and they're overall on the same level, Weehaw's Wind Ranger is just so much better than Miracle.
Still could be like something like Viper, too.
Could be a Viper, could
Viper's
be a
not a
Razor.
bad idea. They do go for the Alchemist. Tried and tested.
Team Secret have a swarm of responses, though, I think, left available. They could go for, like the Viper we were talking about, they could go for a mid-Razor. They could still have the Queen of Pain mid and then pick up a carry that they feel is going to be able to match the Alchemist's level. For example, the Animage that we've seen before.
Yeah, they must have seen this one coming. The difference being now they've seen how EG lost with the Anti-Mage. They themselves just lost with the Anti-Mage due to the early game pressure they felt from OG. So I think there's a lot of fear going into this pick, knowing that they just beat Anti-Mage twice.
A Slark is our final pick. And that one's taken a few of us by surprise as we head back to the commentary team for Game 2.
That's right, as Game 2 gets underway, we have to ask ourselves the question, do you believe in the dream that is the run of OG Dota, or do you believe in the power that is Team Secret? Synderen?
Yes.
Great. I believe in the dream that it's OG, but I also believe so strongly that Team Secret are one powerful team. Now they've got wonderful heroes, great maneuverability around the map. The Slark we get to see really so aggressive up against the Alchemist. I know you were hoping for the Anti-Mage being probably the best pick up against the Alchemist. What do you think of the Slark?
I wouldn't say Anti-Mage was the best pick up against the Alchemist, but again, I want to see teams try to... A team like Secret in the past has been so good at playing this kind of split push style, and this game, to me, again, I think they have the opening, especially because this time around, it's Moon Meander on a Clockwork, it's not on the Shaker, it's not on the Tusk. They don't have that good heroes, once again, to deal with an AM. I'm saying that after I saw EG get beaten by an Alchemist when they played the AM, but to be fair, I thought their draft was good in that game, too. They just made some misplays. PPD also tweeted out, we can't win the championship with the amount of misplays we made in that game. But it's going to be a Slark. So let's talk about Slark. It's a very rare pick these days. The main thing that triggers it here is, of course, the Alchemist Slark. can lay into the Alchemist over time and just steal so many stats and get extremely powerful over the course of team fights. It's a great pick against Clockwork in the sense you can pounce both into and out of cogs. It actually doesn't knock back you when you pounce, so you can get over it. And this is, I mean, the panel we're talking about the last couple of games being a bit pubby. This is one of the classic counter picks in public games to Alchemists, actually. So that might be the source of inspiration here for Team Secret with Eternal Envy. I think once again the drafts are good, and we're just seeing the emphasis OG put on these defensive supports. This time they first phase pick both the Dazzle and the Wyvern. And that's just their style. We'll see if Secret have the solutions for it this time.
And it's worthwhile when you have players like Crit, like you were mentioning in the previous game. He just came up with so much money out of nowhere, always there at the right time, at the right place. And Fly's Dazzle play was unbelievable. And they're able to get such a huge advantage because, again, they've done this early movement into the Radiant jungle. And with the double wards, the funny thing is, though, Pilot Eye might be able to find both of these. This is actually a very standard play from OG to plant down both of these, both Sentry and Observer, in these almost exact positions. This ward that Pilot Eye is now moving towards is just a little bit further to the left, and yeah, he actually reads it perfectly and will take out both of these wards.
Will he be on time? It's close! Oh.
No camp to spawn. 30 seconds. The dream is not real on that front.
It's actually interesting that Pied, we very rarely see this, goes for both sentries before he sees that the camp is actually blocked, but of course, this is a pattern from OG that they have read. And I do believe he placed the wards very well here, so should be all right to pull the camp in 10 seconds.
OG will have to mix it up a little bit later. Eternal Envy has got Moon so low. Moon can keep Cog pushing back the Slark, but you'll notice also the build that Envy has gone, and it's only like a level 1 Slark, but you've got that Essence shift. So all he's got to do is just keep walking a little bit closer towards Moon, take out a little bit of it, and then just wait for Puppey to bring in the extra damage. And that's what he brings by going for that early point up in Brain Sap. He's not looking for the Nightmare into Leash combo, he's actually looking just to kill Moon, if possible.
Very good cogs here. The way Clockwork deals with this lane is to drain the mana of Slark. If he can't do that, Eternal Envy is going to take complete control of the lane, and they've done all right so far. Moon, I think, has played this lane about the best he can.
How does Misery approach this game? The last game, it wasn't really terrific for him. The Blink Dagger was delayed for what seems like forever. Now he's been put in the safe lane with a little bit of help from Pilot Eye. Still up against a Gyro as well as a Dazzle, so we can't find kills. Is there any way that Secret can zone out a Dazzle Gyro?
The key thing is just to pull.
That's
the
it.
fact that the pull is open allows them to very easily just pull the wave back. You saw Misery there getting quite a few CS under the tower. You don't want to contest out in the middle of the lane. You'll see Misery won't even try to go for CS. This lane, if he goes for a CS, he can get hit by a Shadow Wave. The Gyrocopter, of course, with the Rocket Barrage will pressure him so hard he has to go back. He's going to buy the boots and just walk back here. And now Pilot Eye with another pull. This one is actually, oh, he got it because it was nulls, or they're called Vools now. So just why not?
You could be Warcraft Sin.
And there is some CS here for Misery. Gets all three. So far, so good for Secret this time. I think their laning is the right one. The mid lane in particular, Alchemist against Queen of Pain is a very difficult lane for the Alchemist to begin with. Weeha has definitely taken an aggressive stance on it.
It's also very difficult when Miracle doesn't get the rune control he's looking for. Eternal Envy and Puppey, it only take, like Envy can be left alone on this top lane, so Puppey can rotate down to take care of the top ward, and Pilot Eye is kind of spending most of his time in the Radiant jungle anyway, so locking down these runes is easy enough. Pilot Eye actually took out the 2-minute bounty rune, and that's the critical one Miracle's looking for. Like regen, double damage, invis, while they all might be wonderful for other heroes, for the Alchemist, you're just looking for the money. And he's just unable to find it fully yet.
We should be able to bottle Crow and get this back before minute 350, so good timing on that, just getting that extra bottle efficiency. Did I say Miracle? It's Weeha. I might have said we, sure. Sometimes I get carried away.
It's fine, Sid.
It's all good. But yeah, he's going to get that bottle back before minute 4. He's kind of idling in base right now. I'm not sure if he's waiting for an item. Okay, he's got his boots as well, so needed a little bit of gold for that. And this 4-minute rune is pretty important. I imagine we should see the first blood happening at some sort of rune just because of how much emphasis both teams should be putting on it. Crit can, of course, fly over the cliffside here and contest the rune with Arctic Burn. And if Miracle joins in with his concoction, there's the possibility of a kill.
Here's that move again. OG are actually reading the fact they're going to contest for the runes, and Pylai die. He's got his own Radiant Observer Ward, so we might see the Gyrocopter behind, but he steals the Bounty Rune, picks up Miracle, and throws him away. Miracle, he's out of range for the stun, but you've still got the Rocket Barrage arriving for No Tail. He needs to get a little bit more space. Rocket Barrage again in 2 seconds' time, and that'll be a first blood on the Pylai die. Moves to the tree line, but he can't get to the Fog of War in time. So No Tail makes a very long rotation in order to get that, but still takes the first blood.
Great play there from both teams. No Tail making the read that he should go for that play, and at the same time, Pi, even if he knew that, I don't think he has that much regret. He stole a Bounty Rune away from the Alchemist. That's a lot of gold that he loses out, and of course, some experience. And Weehaw was left in the mid, so now he's got level 6. He's still ahead of the Alchemist on both gold and
Top lane,
experience.
Puppey locked in with Moon inside the cogs, but Eternal Levy jumps to his rescue. Into the middle of the battery assault, and Moon getting picked off by this top lane. Very difficult to kill off a Bane when he gets so much life back from the Brain Sap. Man, Miracle's got to be really careful. He doesn't have Chemical Rage. Weeha's got Sonic Wave. And he's definitely considering throwing it out if Miracle comes in a little bit closer. He's actually got enough for a Blink Scream. But the Sonic Wave and Scream and Blink together, that's a little bit more difficult. And Miracle now will use Moon to refresh his bottle. So the life comes back to the Alchemist.
Yeah, can do this because Crit, of course, is standing in that top lane. They have prioritized Crit a lot in this tournament. Don't really ever sacrifice Crit's levels on this Wyvern. He needs to be a bit careful himself. Top lane, Envy being harassed. He's close to level 6 though, so this is the last bit of harassment.
He might actually die. Moon's rotating in through the riverside, looking for the Cogs burn, pushes Envy up and away. He's still got Stick Charge Survival, and now with the Dark Pact, there's a lot of damage going to come into Moon, so Puppey can get the revenge kill here until the Cold Embrace arrives. Puppey, is it worth the nightmare? He'll probably say yes, especially when TP support's coming in from the Slaughter. This is a good hit for Misery. Good money coming his way. Of course, losing your Slark isn't the dream, but this will force a lane rotation, so Slark more than likely will just head to the bottom lane.
Great play from OG though. I think it's totally worth it losing their Clockwork to kill the Slark like that. They force a TP, they kill him right before he gets level 6, after which this lane harassment just isn't that effective anymore when Slark, of course, gets that ultimate. Interesting build here from Eternal Envy going phase boots first. I think this has got to be something that happens in like 5% of Slark games.
Miracle? Weehaw as well as Puppey's right next to him. They're contesting this stack with the Chemical Rage. Weehaw knows he can't find the kill. But he at least makes this very difficult for Miracle to get this huge injection of money. But he's only got a level 1 Grievel's Greed.
This reminds me of Eternal Envy's Weaver build with phase boots. I'm trying to think of any other player that would go phase first on Slark, and no one comes to mind out of all the games that he's top lane. Yeah, he's gonna be fine.
Perfect crush and sprint away. And with the amplification, Moon is definitely not going to chase in. Okay, Pylai definitely just saw that ward placement go down too.
I'm wondering why he's getting the phase boots, what the advantage is. There's nothing he really needs to phase through. The attack speed is very good for stealing more stats. Oh, he's going to go on fly here, catching up nicely with the phase boots.
Yep. Well, this is the way Envy likes to play. You talk about that Weaver build with the phase boost. What Envy used to do is just dive in so deep fly, will actually shallow grave himself up. And Envy, not 100% certain where he wants to go, but he'll come back down. He's got actually the Rubik to come in. Pylai die, kill securing with a pounce away. Eternal Envy will run out to safety. But this is exactly what Envy did with the Weaver phase boost. He'll dive underneath the tier 1 tower. When you're on a Weaver, of course, you time-lapse yourself back out to safety. So with the help of the Rubik, he's able to do that with the Slark.
It is a good hero for diving just because of, even if you get counterplayed, this hero can just pounce into the trees. And over the time it takes the enemy team to find you, you might have healed 200 or 300 health. Okay, 1.48%, that's...
Miracle. What do you do? Mango, hookshot comes down. Moon only goes on top of Miracle, but he will still lock Misery inside the cogs. And with Fly here, Misery just wants to escape. He's got Crush Up cooldown in 1 second time. He might buy the space. No, he doesn't. Miracle will find the kill. 3 heroes committed for this one. And it's actually Slaughter who stole the regeneration rune. So the bounty still goes the way of the Rubik. And they're rotating in with the smoke. So Puppey, he could start with the Nightmare, Pilot Eye, while they blink, scream, Telekinesis will hold Miracle in position for now. Puppey still on the front line, actually Nightmare's on Fly, so it ensures the kill. No! The Sonic Wave wakes him up from his slumber. It won't matter anyway, the Alchemist had enough regeneration. Even with the Shadow Strike, he won't drop low enough.
I actually think they would have killed Miracle if the Sonic Wave didn't hit Dazzle. This is a level 2 Nightmare, so it lasts for a whole 5 seconds, and he got woken up after 3. And they just needed one more attack on the Alchemist, but the moment he saw that it woke up the Fly Dazzle, he knew that kill wasn't going to happen, so... Sometimes it's bad that your spell got buffed a while ago and it's a better area.
Sonic Wave does have a huge radius. Snowtail battling up against Misery. Misery's got a little bit of help coming in as they trigger another Mango. This time it's going to be Moon Puppy. Well, he's got Moon chasing him down, going for the Nightmare. Maybe not possible, as now he'll Brain Sap out one. Nightmare's not enough time. The call down arrives from the Gyrocopter, and Moon keeps him controlled with the Battery Assault. But that's again another hookshot being used where Moon finds a kill off the back of it, or at least an assist.
How many times has he played Clockwork in this tournament? I feel like it's very, very few
I think
games.
Red said he only got one game in the Clockwork.
It's just interesting to see him just switch over to a completely different hero from what we've seen pretty much the entire tournament, and just, once again, he's making the right moves. I think one thing that really defines Moon Meander in this tournament is his game sense. He's very good at being in the right place at the right time, predicting movement from the enemy team and striking when it's necessary. In this game, he's 1-2-2. It doesn't sound that great, but considering what lane matchup he had, he's got everything he was supposed to do.
Okay, I can actually answer it. He's never played Clockwork in the Frankfurt Major. Just double checked. Movement coming from Team Secret, Misery and Pile-Eye. I'd really like to get this easy kill on Crit, if you can call it easy. Pile-Eye just needs to get that telekinesis grab. They don't have the vision, and Crit burns over to the tree line, realizes that Envy's moving very aggressively forward. The TP support is arriving from OG. In fact, just Snowtail. This will be a proper defense coming in if they're going to commit someone like a Gyrocopter. Obviously, the tower push isn't really great from OG. At the same time, Moon's moving into position onto Weeha. Alchemist could prepare the concoction, and then you follow up with a stun.
Oh, Pounce missed!
Oh, okay. Now with the curse, Eternal Envy's going to go down.
They were not ready for that gyro. Wanted to pounce and immediately gets Winter's Curse, and actually, no matter what, Envy can't really go for it.
Hookshot's coming, Concoction's going to connect as well. Weeha, that TP, nothing's going to be get there in time. He's already down, and again, OG with a successful rotation. Miracle won't be so lucky. Puppy's right behind him, ready for the body block, but Misery, they'll just end up man-moding him with that Fable from Pile-Eye. They have enough damage, combining with the amplification. There's no more Brain Sap with a Concoction. Miracle, just so beefy. The Chemical Rage doing work underneath the Answer Spray too. The Cold Embrace and Miracle. He's got more life with OG supports arriving. The Barrier Soul won't reach up to Pile-Eye, but it's Puppy who's in trouble, running away from 3 OG heroes down the river if possible. Pile-Eye makes a break for the tree, but the Battery Assault, one more pop is there. Moon able to punch him down. Miracle stunned himself up while he was chasing after Puppy. And now with Weeha arriving to the fight, they have the amplification of the Alchemist giving good vision, but it's Snowtail. Envy arriving, the cooldown already being popped. He'll packed himself in, gets a leash. No, over on Crit, not arriving in time, but Weeha's got Sonic Wave rearing to go. Needs to line up the 3 heroes, they're pretty damn low! Sonic Wave is hard! Miracle, the Cold Embrace from Crit doing his work once again, but the damage is there from Envy. He's ticking out through the S-Spray, but the one shot is doing its work, and now Weeha looks for his triple kill. Miracle making a break for the DD rune. Looks to give him bottle charges as well. Envy, the stun is there, but there's not enough damage from OG to return it hard enough. The Slark will get a pick off. Weeha will get a double kill. And OG almost have the board leveled on them as far as the kill count.
And this is one thing that the Slark can do in this game that the Anti-Mage couldn't in the last. These extended engagements where Eternal Envy gets to weave in and out of the fight and just, even though a couple of the pounces don't hit, he still gets the damage out he needs and finds some very key kills.
I think the Secret fans have just found their vocal cords. The OG fans have been pretty heavy. In fact, now the war has begun. It feels like we're really creating a nice atmosphere here for our grand final as Secret and OG. They just battle heavily against each other. It's just the calm before the storm, and the storm is coming. Puppy and Pile-Eye die. They are smoking and moving into the dire jungle. I'll have a look and see what OG's got inside their camps. I'll notice there's one stack, and there is only one stack. But these are important things for Secret to keep tabs on. This is how the Alchemist gets out of control. Or the Gyrocopter finishes up his S and Y. Without Fiend Script, though, they can't find kills. They're moving over. They'll understand that Moon's up here. In fact, now Moon pings out the fact that he's just scouted the supports. Rockets for vision, but it's a little too shallow.
Man, look at the level advantage on the dire supports. If you look over the hero level, it's 2 very different types of strategies here where Secret on their cores are looking great, but their supports are level 4 and 5. OG supports level 7 and 8. Just the ultimates not being available for Secret yet, and them still being this close in the game is quite the feat against such an aggressive team as OG.
It's also understandable that you want to see Weeha with those levels. Hello, hookshot going on Misery, but Pilot Eye as that Rubik, the perfect counter Clockwork, throwing him out, but the concoction Misery, the Cogs pushed him up. He couldn't have any reaction. And Moon able to get that pick on Sada, and again we're in this position where the Blink Dagger, it's almost the same time and the same gold on Misery, and he just gets delayed again.
I think this is the type of game with Slardar where you might want to go for a 4-staff first simply because of the Clockwork. It's an easier build-up, you will lose less gold along the way when you die like this. It's better for your teammates as well. And they have other ways of initiating. It doesn't have to be the Slardar. They have telekinesis on Rubik, they have the Slark who can just pounce in and immediately use his ultimate and set them up that way.
It looks like Slark's going to start with a Shadow Blade too. So that'll be his initiation.
Very happy to see that. I can't remember in pro games how often it happens. I think Slark is not a Midas safe lane hero at all. And in my book, you almost always need a mobility item first, Shadow Blade or Blink, and then you can get something like an SNY. He's actually hiding, this is classic Envy stuff, just thinking ahead. He's hiding his Shadow Blade on the courier, so OG don't know he has it. And now that he clears the wave, he'll be picking it up again.
Probably moving over towards those Dire Ancients, or ETPs to the top lane, which was going to happen. Moon hookshots himself in, catches out Puppey again, brains up at Night there. The Nightmare will buy a little bit of time, but not really enough. Envy has arrived, but he's underneath the Dire Sentry Ward, so they're aware he's there, but will it still be enough? You actually get the double crush and Sonic Wave in from Weeha, hitting so hard, but the curse is on the turn Levy. He cannot keep attacking, there's not enough mana for his ulti either, but Weeha still with a double kill. Misery back in for another crush, and the stolen curse controls Crit, giving Weeha a triple kill, and Pilot Die one of his own. Now is this time, we saw it time and time again in game 1 of this series, where OG would leave one man standing, this time it's Secret, and they'll take the tier 1 tower to boot.
Beautiful play by Misery. Without an initiation item, he simply just sprints in, realizes all these key abilities that could stop him from going in have already been expended. He gets a 3-man crush. One of them is in Cold Embrace, but it doesn't matter. He hits the 2 others that he needs to, buys the time for the Queen of Pain to get in a really good position. And Weeha with that Sonic Wave just seals the deal. That was a 4-for-1 exchange, only Puppey dying for the Radiant. I do believe he died, right? I think he died. Or was it clean 4-0?
No, I think he died. He died. Yeah.
And a great steal from the Rubik as well. This is what I was talking about. When Secret start getting their ultimates, they'll have even more in the tank. And maybe an underrated ability in this fight or in this game so far has been the Fate Bolt. Every time Pilot Eye shows up, the OG heroes naturally just congregate together in one spot, and he hits 4 heroes with Fate Bolt. That's a really significant nuke.
Yeah. Not just the nuke as well, but making it very difficult for OG to pump out any level of damage. And they don't really have big damage. And in fact, OG, they're going to go for a little bit more of security if they can finish it, of course.
He does go the 4-staff here on Slardar. I like it.
You've also got Moon almost completing up. When Roshan dies, he'll practically have the money for his Blade Mail. The S and Y is the build coming out from Notel. It's going to take a while before he gets his BKB or even looks to get a big damage-dealing item. Roshan will belong to OG, however. Nothing will stop that, and they put it into the hands of the Gyro. And what does Secret really get in return? They got a little bit of farm out inside the jungle, they had a little bit of pressure at mid-tier 1 tower, but that's all for this. Yep. They're making a call for bottom. The Observers are down now, not for the Dire side, so OG aren't fully aware of this. Crit just instantly tries to get out of here. Moon's the one being chased, but there's that Blade Melt. The Orchid not going to have enough damage for Weeha to kill him. And in fact, now with that big rotation from Secret to bottom lane, OG try and make the most out of the space in mid. Puppey plans, oh, he's already got the Observer Ward. In fact, Envy just pounces himself in. He's still got his ulti, but he understands that life is an easy commodity for him. He can just disappear, regenerate back up again. The fortification, it all bought time for Misery to rotate over. Can he use his 4-staff? Will he even want to? They've already lost the tier 1 tower. Envy's hunting for an opening, but there's nothing to be gained.
He needs more items, I think, before he can make an as confident play as this one. Of course, what he wants to do is try to just jump in and get a couple of attacks off, steal some stats with the Essence Shift, reset and re-go. Currently, Essence Shift is only level 2, so it's only a 30-second steal and can't really carry it through later on. A couple more levels on Envy will make it a big difference. And I'm curious to see which item build he goes for here. Slark is one of those heroes that has multiple options. Sometimes we see a Scotty, sometimes Sancho Yasha, sometimes straight BKB, sometimes Yasha BKB.
Tower is under attack.
Behind enemy lines here.
There they are. Misery finding one of them. In fact, it's going to be the Moon. Clockwork. He's got hookshot available. Hookshot's up to Weeha. Blink is still out. And now allowed to escape. Once again, Pardai, the perfect controller. Eternal Envy cursed up. Can he get this ulti off? Will they kill him? There goes your ulti and Envy. He just wants to get out. The TP with a cog. Puts him down. He'll pounce, but he's just in the middle of the entire OG lineup. So Puppy and Envy find themselves pushing up the daisies, as OG will move this momentum now down to the bottom lane and towards that tier 1 tower.
Pilot, I will be doing what he can in the top lane split pushing, but can't really get anything out of this Moon already. Sending some rockets top. One of the big benefits of Clockwork is, of course, his ability to defend from across the map. And it's not the greatest ability, but everything adds up. And OG with another big fight for them. They will be claiming this tower for sure.
Really good money coming their way too now. With the death of the tower, they'll push a 3k advantage. But Secret, they try and keep it level. So it will be a tier 1 for a tier 1 fly. He could potentially go for the deny here, but already Queen of Pain has taken it. So it will be a tower for a tower. As Moon, hookshot 5 seconds. The Secret won't wait around that long.
And his Blade Mail is really, really good right now. Secret have so much burst, but the heroes that have that damage have relatively low health. Both the Slark and the Queen of Pain will, to a large extent, just kill themselves off. And if you look over OG's lineup, I think BKB in this game is just such a good item that both Queen of Pain and Slark should consider it as their secondary item.
I'm not sure if you really want to do this. Starts from the Orchid and Alchemist and actually blinks away from the hookshot of Moon.
That could have gone really, really wrong for him. Actually, there was no Winter's Curse. I think he would have been fine. Crit was pretty much as far away as he could be.
Total Envy, pounce down. He can't get the leash over on Crit. But the Arctic Burn will wear off, and Crit's in almost exactly the same position as previous.
He built his Dragon Pin again. This time he gets out, though. And they counter with the Observer. Of course, this is one of the benefits of Slark that I think we don't talk about too much, also because we don't see Slark that often. He's very good at finding wards. You just notice that you're losing movement speed, and it means the enemy has wards in the area. And Secret, obviously reading that and placing a sentry close to their tier 2 tower bottom and clearing that up.
I'm wondering if that then means OG go for a little bit more defensive wards. Because at this moment, they've only got 2 wards on the field. In fact, one of them just timed out. So they've only got that 1 aggressive ward inside the Radiant jungle. And they may want to have it up on top lane, because Notal, he's coming up behind Weeha. And Misery, well, he was there, but with the Clockwork Rocket, there's no hookshot available, so it's a simple blink away to safety. But now Team Secret understand where the fight's coming. And Total Envy does not want to take it, though. He's forcing at the bottom lane. Crit, with a Spin and Blast, can actually drag the creep way back and actually kill a fair chunk of it off.
Structures are fortified.
So it ends up being a tower going the way of OG, but not enough momentum able to be sustained from Secret on that bot lane. But they're waiting for OG to move back. Puppy sitting on the tree line, but Miracle, he TP's in, notices he's there, and then they use the weave. Hits both Wee as well as Puppy, allowing Miracle to blink Concoction stun over to Puppy. He doesn't have the Nightmare timing, not when Dazzle arrives with that heal. So Puppy will end up dropping, and the trap is sprung.
And looks like Eternal Envy's choice will be the Scotty. Aegis now expiring for OG. Pretty long respawn, 5 minutes. Secret are gonna like that, of course, as OG has the dire advantage and a good Roshan lineup. It's not like Secrets is bad with amp damage and everything, but just got a feeling with OG, the map control they're getting, that this next Roshan would be theirs. Having these extra few minutes for Secret could make a big difference. I want to point out how much better Weeha is doing in this game than the previous one. I think that's one of the fundamental differences where he can actually start becoming a really important core in this game, building for the Aghanim Scepter just to essentially be able to fight more frequently, defend towers, buy time for the Slark to get big.
And Secret making a wise choice now, avoiding the fight against OG. Crit with a fresh Blink Dagger. It's actually sitting on the Courier right now, just north of the Roche Pit, and it's coming down finally, delivering that point booster over to Moon. But with this now, Wyvern can keep a very large distance from the jumping heroes like Slark, like Slaughter, like Queen of Pain. Get that perfect counter curse.
Yeah, Miracle's getting really, really rich this game. As I mentioned, Slark is a pretty good counter pick and they have amp damage, so even if this Alchemist gets really big, Secret will have the tools, but Miracle is getting very far ahead, as he should on the Alchemist this game. And I would imagine we're gonna see perhaps an AC next for him. would be a good choice. Can, of course, try to go more of a combat build with the Sanjin Yasha and just go straight in for a Basher, knowing that he has the Blink. Try for an Abyssal Blade. And it's going to be Shadow Blade, actually. They're going for...
They're prepping for top right now.
Edge.
No tell. Well, you can still have your fun on bottom lane, but it's the top lane where the initiation is. 4-star forward to the crush with a Sonic Wave. That Orchid Popper won't be enough, but we are 6 around just long enough to get the hit. Blinks himself away to safety. And OG, they won't find an opening. Miracle, well, he just sees the end of the Puppey TP. But with the Observer Ward down, Secret can make all the right choices to get out of here.
And this is what you want to do if you're Secret. It's avoiding these 5-on-5 engagements and just forcing small skirmishes and split pushing. I'm not sure how big of a difference this Lark... Of course he's a difference from the last game compared to an AM. It's definitely not the same game. But the way Secret are playing right now, I feel like they learned a lot from game one. Nice hook shot.
Predicts where Envy was going. They had a little bit of extra vision because of the sentry wall that was on the lane. But again, Pylai die. Okay, they'll commit the curse. They want this Rubik down, but Pylai die with stick charges. He'll move into the tree line, Crip blinks himself forward, and Pylai die will Fade Bolt, remove a little bit of the damage, but still ends up dying. Okay, I'm starting to wonder what's going to happen here with OG. They move around, even killing off someone. Okay, Envy, he wants crit. There's no curse. The Blink actually takes crit down. Again, Envy walking underneath that sentry ward didn't learn the lesson from the last attack. The crit did. And now with no ulti, Moon is closing the distance, but not fast enough. Yeah, but get back to the question. How does OG actually kill off the Slark when they catch him out, once he gets bigger? Originally, I was thinking that Ultimate Orb could have been turning into something like a Skadi and give Slark a lot of life early on. But in fact, it's going to be a Lincoln Sphere coming in for the Slark. So now you don't even have that instant control onto the Slark. How do OG deal with him?
That's a good question. If Miracle goes for an Abyssal Blade, he can sacrifice a Concoction for an Abyssal or vice versa, but I don't think it's enough.
Speaking of Concoction, it's going to be a Stun on a Puppey. It's a Shadow Blade, in fact, the build coming out from Miracle is his next item.
Goodbye. Puppey's very far behind in this game. He's been sacrificed a lot. He has found some levels at least, so he's level 8. And all it takes for the Bane to have a big impact in this game is good Nightmare and maybe a half-channeled Fiend Script on a key target, just buying Slark the needed time. And don't underestimate Enfeeble. I think maxing out Enfeeble will make it very difficult for OG to seize high ground.
Easy hook shot, pushing Pilot Eye a little bit further back. He's got the pick up over on Crip, but Moon with the Blade Mail up, there's no way he can fight. Pilot Eye sitting in the trees for as long as possible. Supports arrive with Miracle getting the stun over on Misery. He'll go down as well, and Weeha cursed up. Secret, they've committed too much. Envy might be in this fight, but he's not doing enough work. So you get the buyback out from Pilot Eye. They need his control in this engagement, but OG, they've kind of already won. They've burned through the Queen of Pain and Puppey with a Splinter Blast, actually with a Concoction as well. He can't do enough. He'll end up dying. Pylai die. Here's your dieback. 4 heroes down from Team Secret. Eternal Envy just basically cuts his losses, aka the rest of the Secret team.
5,000 gold swing plus a tower.
They can get more than this. There's no buybacks apart from the Slander. He respawns in 10 seconds. OG might even be able to take the tier 3 tower.
And all of that is just offset by the blink positioning from Weeha. He basically blinks into the enemy team and is in a position where he can't. He was like searching for the Sonic Wave angle and it just didn't exist. And then he got cursed next to the Slark, who just killed off his own teammate.
Getting ready to fight. Envy jumping on No-Tail, trying to distract him. Misery is coming in too, but that defensive weed's going to give a lot of armor. And Envy, he can't pounce himself out of here. 17 one-shots might be available. Now he'll get the pounce out. And Slaughter starts himself forward. Gets a son of Miracle, but the damage, the tier 3 tower is down. Rubik's back up in 8 seconds time. Weeha has the Sonic Wave. As that Rocket doesn't get the kill, but they get the Fiend's Grip. Clockwork, that Fiend's Grip is up. Concoction arrives from Miracle. Weeha still waiting on this Sonic Wave. Misery forward, gets a big crush, and there's your Sonic Wave, taking out the Alchemist. No-Tail control with the amplification. The only thing keeping alive is a Shallow Grave. Have they got a stun? No, they don't, but they'll find the kill on Moon. But actually, well, there's your push forward. Fly will drop as well. And very lucky that No-Tail was able to survive through this. Crit's also on the run out. But Secret, they successfully defended, cost them the buyback on the Rubik previously. And all they lose their tier 3. Yeah, they need this.
They're rushing to the Roche pit. OG know it's happening because of that dominated creep, and else they could just read it out of the map movements. But I don't think they have the tools to fight this. Even with a buyback on the Alchemist, they need the Clockwork Rocket to find the engage timing.
Why is this Dark Creep Wave following them in? Aggro, please. We are, well, I suppose it's easy money for him. But now Roshan taken. The agency model will be the hands of Envy. That followed them all the way from the bottom lane. I thought these things are meant to lose aggro after a while.
And if OG could have found a way of disengaging from that incredible fight they took and the tier 3, they would have almost had this game in the bag. It would have been a 10,000 gold lead. Roshan, they could have claimed
Look at him move with Puppey. They move instantly up. They'll need the Fiend's Grip instantly to stop that Moon Blade Melt. But then again, maybe Envy. He's actually killing himself right now. No pounds away. He's got the Aegis Immortal. Miracle looking for the stun. The concoction flies forward, but Lincoln Sphere will end up stopping that stun from Miracle engaging. The TP out in top lane will help at least one survive. But it will not help Crit. He goes down. The Clockwork Rocket getting a little bit more vision over on Envy. How long until Secret also start thinking about buying a gem themselves? Envy keeps fighting underneath sentry wards. But then again, OG are also burning a lot of money buying these sentries. And okay, the gem does come now from OG on the Wyvern. Not from Secret.
By the way, building for what should be... Is this a refresher?
He was trying to build refresher in game 1, so I'm assuming it'll be a refresher here in game 2.
Is there? I think Lotus Orb is a really good item too against Secret's lineup. Removing amplify damage, preventing Bane from casting Fiend's Grip, preventing Bane from casting a good Nightmare without sleeping himself. Can remove the Orchid from the Queen of Pain. It's just an incredibly good pickup here that I'm not so sure it's a refresher. He's also, his mana pool isn't that great just yet with only Tranquils. So if he casts just a couple of abilities, he can't even get 2 curses off anyway. Curious to see where Crit goes with this. There's the Aghanim Scepter now for Weehaw. He did go for a pit stop on the way to get that BKB. I think Secret are feeling like they're in a pretty good position in this game, even though they're behind on gold. The game plan this time around is at least advancing and they're not getting rolled over.
It's a lot more comfortable for these heroes to play. Like having the Lincoln Sphere over on the Slark, it's that extra life. Like Envy was underneath a tier 3 tower, bearing down almost all the OG heroes, and he's still able to survive. This just shows you that lack of control, which is why I'm wondering, like, yeah, Lotus Orb's great to reflect, great to dispel, but maybe they need to have that second curse from the Wyvern, just to ensure they got that lockdown control on Team Secret. Either way, we'll see what he does soon.
Oh, Puppey.
Jumping forward, Puppey, what does he want to do right now? Well, he can't Nightmare, they force off him out. Rocket's chasing in Misery with a double crush. Puppey does get healed up. There's a Nightmare protection, breaks free pretty quickly, but Miracle already moving forward. Gets to some concoction, being prepared by Pylai Dai, about to be returned though, but to who? Actually starting Miracle underneath that Radiant Sentry. The cooldown's arriving, but Misery dying so quickly. At least Weehaw finds something. No, he doesn't. Crit gets that cold embrace off, and now with the curse, they hold Weehaw in position. The BKB protected from the magical damage, and he blinks into the tree line. They don't see him. Now they do. The TP cancelled with the death of the Queen of Pain. And 3 heroes lost for Team Secret. Tier 2 tower might be down, but OG, another fight their way.
Puppey wanted to deward that ward so bad. And he ends up paying himself and 2 extra lives for it. Kind of surprising they don't send Rubik to do it. The extra range and the fact that Rubik has his own Force Staff would allow him to pretty easily disengage, but they, of course, want to remove this vision so badly. As getting rid of that ward would have just secured the enemy jungle for quite a while, just for Eternal Envy to farm. Since he has the Aegis and the Lincolns, he can just farm all the camps. If OG advance onto him, he can immediately just pop his ultimate and run away with Shadowblade as well. OG they get such a small time interval to make that play. They engage in between the 2 attacks of Puppey on that ward. They have like 5 seconds to make the call, and they just go in on it immediately. They're very confident.
She even more confident. The Assault Cuirass aura now gained by the Alchemist, so OG, their team fight's becoming stronger, not to mention the Aghanim Scepter on the Clockwork. It's never-ending jumps. Speaking of that, Envy initiating onto No-Tail. The crush will be there as Misery blinks himself forward, but that cold embrace keeps Ajaro alive again. Slug burns through this Lincoln Sphere and he pounces down towards the supports of OG, killing a 5 with a shallow grave, spoiling the fun. Misery's waiting until the right time. Pylai forces himself out of these cogs, and there's your crush. The right time is now. The Sonic Wave connects on Crit Fly, will end up dying. A double kill for Weehaw. He keeps the battle battle going as another telekinesis grab. Tries to throw Miracle down to the river, not gonna be enough. This Puppy hookshot it down by Moon. He's actually ticking outside the S spray. The concoction will ensure the kill. Maybe not. Puppy. Nightmare denies himself in front of OG's lineup, and the battle continues. Miracle, Orchid for now. This chemical rage gonna wear off in just a second, and Envy, the sustain is unbelievable, especially when he's got a secondary life. Miracle on that front line. They got the gem on Weeha. It was stolen from OG, and now it's gonna be used to kill off Miracle underneath his own acid spray. Down he goes. 70 seconds on the sideline. No buyback available. Where's that hook?
Oh, wow.
Burn! The play! The gem take as well. Caesar retreating Weeha and hits it smack straight plumb between the eyes of Weeha.
I was about to say that was actually a fight OG should be pretty happy with because they got rid of the Aegis. They saved their gyrocopter. Eternal Envy missing the pounce on the gyro by an inch there is the difference between life or death for No-Tail. He gets out, and then after getting that gem returned to their base, easily a good fight for OG. And now getting rid of the Aegis should give them a lot more strength going forward. Of course, in the previous fights, they don't really want to focus Envy, knowing that the second life is such a big problem.
It's
Now
going to
they
be
can
harder
really lock
too.
him down.
Well, it's going to be harder because he's now completing up his full Skadi.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
So-
that's a big stat gain right here.
Yeah.
There we go.
Like Envy sustain, even without the Aegis, the Immortal was still pretty heavy. But OG, they 5-man smoke. They see Puppy. That's an easy hook shot kill. They worry about who else is around, and in fact, Eternal Envy just running his way up mid. He's here for the creep wave, but he might. Oh, if OG can find that range. He
It's a
moves
very
deeper and
difficult
deeper
kill
to
to
the
get.
dire side, and Moon, there's your hook shot up, and Envy instantly starts the Dark Pact. The Cogs won't lock him down. Moon could go for a, well, he can't go for the hook yet. The crush, catching out the gyrocopter. Even to a point where now you're starting to enfeeble up the gyro just to restrict his damage, and he still doesn't have a damage-dealing item. OG's DPS is not hitting. Same with that hook shot. And Secret
Immediate
smoke.
smoke.
They're coming. They're trying to turn around.
They were
Moon-
spotted by a ward, though.
They're moving forward. Envy, he sees the clockwork. The cogs come up and pushes Envy back as well as Weeha with the pounds forward. Envy getting close to hookshot. He'll actually get himself away towards No-Tail with a pickup with Fiend Script. Puppy, is there a stun control? The BKBs come with a call down. The Sonic Wave hits hard with Queen of Pain already grabbing one. Puppy, Nightmare in the Alchemist. He's taking out this fight, so is Moon, but with the safety of a TP back to his own fountain. The concoction again being stolen and returned to the gyro. Slug finds the kill in the bash, catching Miracle out. Can he retreat with the wave? No, he cannot. Envy will grab a double kill. No Alchemist for 70 seconds. As Team Secret will push down the mid lane. The ping came out saying, does someone want to grab that T1 tower in the bottom lane too? But really, if they can force a buyback, this is going to be a very costly fight for OG.
This Slark Pig is proving to be such a good solution to the way OG want to play the fights. He's an initiator, he has good burst damage on the opening, he deals damage through Cold Embrace with 2 of his abilities, and the way OG win a lot of their fights in the games we've seen so far is just by drawing them out, keeping their heroes alive with Shallow Grave and with heals, and ultimately just draining the enemy team. But you know what? Slark heals faster than your 2 supports do, so Envy is not scared of committing and just going in and out of the fight like that. He just needs 5 seconds in the shadows, coming back in with full health again, dealing so much damage when the fights extend.
This gyro buyout, it costs him so much. The fact he's also holding onto a quarterstaff No-Tail, it's like if this is going to be a butterfly for him, at the rate that Envy, with also the amount of money he gets from the fight, if he does get a Monkey King bar, yet what is the gyro, his main defensive factor, isn't there anymore. And there's still so much nuke damage from Team Secret. Queen of Pain could be looking at her own Shiva's guard. Maybe this is also, like, would you even go for the Shivas, or would you look towards the Assault Cuirass? Try and counter the aura OG are already adding with both Acid Spray and their own AC.
If you go AC, your Slardar will probably get the Shivas later on. Usually you let Slardar get the AC as his item after the BKB, but Misery is still pretty low on farm in this game, sitting below 10k net worth at the 40-minute mark almost. So I think you put the AC onto Weeha just to boost up the damage of Envy. Both items are really good though.
Here comes OG. They might be really sad about the timing unless they get the kill. Puppy walking up the lane, but they see a better target.
Hookshot
no! The missed hookshot allows Envy to pounce away up the hillside. Roshan's only just spawned up, and in fact, Envy buys a BKB. So OG blow their smoke. They do have another one still in stock, but they'll move over and discover that Roshan is now up. And they'll have to be quick about this.
And now they can't curse Envy anymore. It's the only BKB piercing ultimate that it would break a Linken's. Hookshot will of course stun him up, but not remove the Linken. So as long as Envy's in BKB with Linken's Sphere ready, he can feel so confident just going in on any target he wants, knowing there's no counterplay. But
wow, that didn't take long.
Alchemist is pretty good at roaching.
Secret abating. This is one of the most obvious traps. The only thing missing right now is a Techie's Mind Flag.
I'm happy we don't see that here anymore.
I am sad. Envy moving forward. OG are fairly well split at the moment, but they're still close enough that they can lend that support. In fact, Slark, he's looking for the opening and he found it. It's going to be the Alchemist. Can they get the cross? The hook shot from Moon might find the space for Alchemist, combining with the cold embrace, but Puppy, a full control on Cred. He can't get the curse up because the Fiend's grip. Now he can because of the shallow grave. And Eternal Envy inside the ult. He needs to get out of here. The BKB is going to expend pounds of cooldown 1 second time, but they get the curse. Envy locked and Secret just now playing Left 4 Dead, but maybe not. Moon, the hook shot catching Weeha. Blink in 1 second. He's got the time. The concoction's being prepared. Miracle needs more space, and he got the vision. Weeha gets hit. The support's right behind, and he'll go down. No! The blink! He's still on the run. The homing missile on his tail, but the hook shot from Moon! Well off target. The Miracle with a jump forward. They have to kill the rocket. Weeha could die to this one. And actually, man, Poppy protects him. If they can't kill it, they'll just leap through it. You've still got Eternal Envy on the side. No G. Now it's their turn to knock on the mid lane.
40 seconds on the Slark. Exposed barracks in the bottom lane since a very long time ago. And OG, they still have the Aegis. They're not scared of forcing this.
Weeha does have the Sonic Wave, however. So they enfeeble over on the Jar. You might want to think about enfeebling Miracle. He's doing so much damage at the moment. What's Pilot Eye going to get? Okay, Arctic Burn, not so terrific. At that bottom rack, Secret will just let it go. They can't defend it. They can't get exit kills. They can just get the amplification and watch where they move out. They have to let it go. Great fight for OG, even if they do miss a couple of the chase kills. And it is actually going to be the refresher orb for the Wyvern. Their second Perseverance has been purchased. So amazing as well. That Shallow Grave from Fly, it just bought enough time. Secret spent so much to try and kill off that Wyvern, and it just wasn't, that wasn't even successful.
It was absolutely perfect timing, and that Grave was the only reason OG stood a fighting chance there. If Wyvern dies, they don't have the follow-up curse that kills Envy in the end. They can just advance into the fight knowing that Envy can keep just dealing damage onto the Alchemist. He doesn't even need to kill him, he just needs to hit the heroes enough times so that toward the end of the fight, he will be able to kill them off almost on his own with all the stats stolen. That Shallow Grave from Fly, he's just made so many of those Graves all tournament. Extremely clutch, has to read the timing on the Sonic Wave. It's one of those abilities that you would usually say is actually pretty good against Shallow Grave. It's a big burst that comes out of nowhere for 500 damage, but Fly is just ready for it every single time.
And OG, they've got so many different ways to dispel everything, even the attacks. Like a fresh Yule Scepter over on Moon. They'll have that for the next fight. The Butterfly has to be completed by No Tail. And because Eternal Envy went for the BKB, this Monkey King bar has been delayed even more. So they don't have that direct damage into the Gyrocopter. But as we also saw, Miracle's pumping out a hell of a lot. He triggers that Chemical Rage, and he's quite a scary force to go up against.
And he's got a lot of money, too. I'm curious what Miracle will be buying here. Could finish the Silver Edge. I don't know how valuable that is here. Not really very much. So we could be seeing something like, there's a possibility of a BKB, if he wants to go that route, or Abyssal Blade.
You'd have to drop something for it. Like, you'd have to actually drop his initiation of the Shadow Blade.
Or the Blink.
Or the Blink. Miracle running down. There's a Sentry Ward up on top of that hillside. OG have no vision there until now. But if they de-ward it, they reveal their position.
I'm wondering if this BKB choice from Envy was a mistake. I think he was doing so well without it in terms of his control in the fights. Just having Linken's and Dark Pact, you already have so many defensive tools and the Shadow Dance, and then you also buy a defensive item in the BKB. He could have had a damage item, and I think they need to be able to kill off the targets maybe a bit faster at this rate.
OG are preparing for their attack. Crit's close enough that the gem will reveal the Slark if he decides to Shadow Blade himself forward. And that will allow for the pounce. In fact, yep, there it is. Envy showing himself a Secret. They're looking the wrong way. They're looking to the top lane, but Moon, he couldn't actually get the hookshot line. That range creep was blocking him.
Yeah, he had to wait, but I think Eternal Envy was running top anyway, so it wasn't going to happen. And you could say, oh, that kind of blew the surprise from OG, but Secret knew they were there.
Yeah. Secret were avoiding every other place in the map. So they moved up to the top lane. Envy was pushing out the bottom lane a fair way. And now, looks like OG going to rotate themselves down. They can't really achieve anything more on this bottom lane.
Maximal Roche respawn by about 5 seconds off. This is 10 minutes and 54. Good news for Secret, which they don't know.
It's the farm time.
Yep.
And what's the critical items they're looking for? Because I'm still looking at a large amount of money over on Weeha. It looks like he is going to be building the Shiva's Guard, but do you take the risk and buy that and sacrifice your buyback? Is the Shiva's going to bring enough to the engagement to warrant it?
I don't think so. I think the buyback is more important for now. I'm still a bit surprised he didn't go for the AC, in my opinion.
It won't take that long. Like, he's only got another 600 gold, and he's got it. Because then he'll have surplus enough for, like, to buy it and have buyback.
Yep. Very much reliable gold on him right now with a 2400.
OG are starting to flatline here. They spent so much time waiting for Team Secret to arrive. Like, yes, they had a 12,000 advantage. They almost lost all of it in gold. And now it's just starting to flatline at around 11K. The experience, there's nothing in between these two teams. And really, when it comes down to the fight, there's not that much that's also separating them. It's all about that initiation. If OG can get a good curse off, and how much space is Eternal Envy able to get away from the curse of crit?
Moonshot on Miracle. Prioritizing that over giving Axe to Dazzle. He thinks the 60 attack speed on him will do more. And of course, Clockwork bought his own, so he doesn't need one. The one on Gyro is pretty awful with how this game is being played in general right now.
Yeah, I don't think it's
also not good.
Like, if we turn it into the split push, maybe then the global cooldown could be useful.
But Secret's lineup isn't that good as split pushing that is going to be very valuable. Of course, it does give stats too, so once Miracle is completely maxed out and just swimming in gold, then he could start giving it to No-Tail as well, but it's probably last on the list of gold to be spent here.
Okay, how does Team Secret do this? The Observer Ward, if they... Okay, they use Envy again as bait. Moon moves forward, they trigger the Lincoln Sphere already, and the Force Staff actually pushing Envy back down. The Refresher Orb curse is still available for crit. But OG, Miracle's actually going to stun himself up. He's already burnt this Chemical Rage. The Secret don't want to fight this. Yeah, the curse is down, but there's no reason to engage. They're still buying the time. In fact, now Moon moves himself forward. Cogs will push Misery back out, locking Envy in here. But then Moon tries to run out. Misery four-stars forward, but the defensive heal center from Moon buys him the space. Misery has to trigger BKB. Get away from the rest of OG.
And Moon was really far ahead of his team there, but that dual scepter usage probably just kept him alive. I'm saying that, and his team were coming in.
Careful with the run, that gem is still there. Lincoln Spear's going to trigger. Envy still got the ulti available, and well, does he have enough? Moon with the hookshot forward, but Envy just runs himself out with the Shadow Dance going to work. They get the curse over on Weeha, and that Queen of Pain is down. 80 seconds on the sideline, buyback is available. As OG, is this enough of an opening for them? Well, we got flat cannon for Pilot Eye, that's not what he wants.
The problem for Weeha in this game of the Queen of Pain is that he needs to time his spells so well to not make them useless.
He's coming in.
The AoE heal.
Concoction, he wants to go on Misery. Okay, no, he does not. Moon's leaving. I thought maybe with the hookshot 4 they could go for something, but looks like OG will not be able to punish that death.
They want to control the map until Roche spawns. They don't know the spawn timer is long, but he could start spawning now. They have Ancient stacks for No-Tail to farm here. There is the Basher, now coming up for Miracle.
So does he sell the Shadow Blade for this? And just keep the Blink Dagger? Yes, he does.
I think it's the right choice as well.
He's getting so much money. Having that full Abyssal may not be that far off. Obviously, because he's an Alchemist.
And the goldest lead is still 10,000. What you need to keep in mind is, of course, Alchemist will always have really high net worth. But his value relative to the gold is not as high as other heroes. And you're saying that, and you've looked at Miracle in this game and how much he's done. When you do get to that super late game scenario, other heroes just tend to take over, such as the Slark. Queen of Pain will buy the Shivas with the buyback, as we talked about. Slark sitting on 4,000. Very curious what we see out of Envy. I think Abyssal Blade has to be the choice here.
Really?
Or Butterfly.
You don't think the Monkey King bar? Because he's still going to attack directly into that Butterfly of No-Tail.
It's actually true. Never mind. Yeah, both the enemy cores do have evasion. It's not just the gyro, but Miracle also with the evasion from the solar crest. Yeah, MKB is probably better than Abyssal in this case.
Envy loops around. Okay, yeah, there's some pings. OG are aware of this. The hook shot actually being used by Moon defensively, as well as Cogs really worried that Slark is just stalking them. And they'll move over into the pit. Now, there's just a couple of dead golems that are sitting here. Envy will mop that up, as well as killing off the Soul Ring and TP. A little bit of spring cleaning for the Slark. As OG, are you going to hook shot? Well, he is, but Notel's butt was in the way.
Yeah, thankfully. I think Notel is starting to block Moon on purpose just so he doesn't jump 2,000 range away from his team. But of course, Moon can play with so much confidence because of the Yules. I think it's a really intelligent pickup here, just allowing him to buy so much time that he doesn't need a force staff. He needs to hook shot in. The 2.5 seconds of self-Yules is enough for his teammates to reach him with Cold Embrace and Grave.
10 seconds to Roshan. The teams have waited so long. Envy keeps scanning out by Shadow Blading in. You just saw as well the Arctic Burn being triggered by Crit to get the vision inside. And there's still a lot of buybacks. And with the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane, OG's got a way that they can get the rest of their team down there. Alchemist, Clockwork, as well as the Dazzle all have buybacks. Even Wyver's just shy of 350. Now they jump forward. And like Spear's going to trigger once again on Envy. In fact, it doesn't actually help out Puppey. Envy ends up getting him stumped at the jump forward. They go on Miracle. Is there enough control? Actually get out, but Envy goes in, a long way in. And Puppey, what's he got? He nightmares over on the Dazzle. There's no shot like Great Fiend scripts on the Wyver. The perfect control from the Bane. They bring down one, and with the pounds forward, Envy wants to kill on the fly. He won't take it, however, not unless they got a stun. And Envy and Weeha under the cooldown. Hook shot from Moon, again bumping at the back of Notel. But the Alchemist, well, okay, that's one way to do it. A double kill coming his way. And Weeha, the TP out successful. The hook shot too late from Moon. Actually think he's in the tree line instead. But they can go in now, OG, and take out Roshan.
I'm wondering if Secret want to try to expend a buyback for this. Looks like no.
It'll be dangerous, considering how quick OG killed off Roshan before.
And I thought that was going to be a really good fight for Secret. So they force staff out, they save the Slark from the first curse, and I think the second curse never went off because of the Sonic Wave. They pounce in on the Dazzle, force him to self-grave, so all of these cooldowns are used. And then Envy just really got confused in that tree line. I think he got blocked by creeps with phase boots on cooldown, couldn't really find the pounce angle he was looking for. And they barely kill him off there with the Alchemist, who now has an Abyssal Blade.
He does.
He just again onto the gyro, and now the cheese in Moon's inventory, as if he didn't have enough defensive tools already. It's a secondary way of staying alive, and this is really, really difficult for Secret. 30 seconds might be too long. They perhaps have to buy back the Slark, and Envy desperately needs another item. He's not really progressing very much.
They have Sonic Wave off cooldown in 1 second time, so they can get rid of the creep wave, and this is where the Ags from Weeha can work, but if he comes in range...
They need it for the fight.
They do. They really do, but... Fortification, they've got enough time. 7 seconds until Envy's up, and OG... They're not going to give Secret the opportunity to fight. They take the tower and they back out. They can move to other objectives. That last remaining outer tower, that bottom lane's already going to cause enough problems for Team Secret. That's like 3 waves coming their way.
And I think the next big item to look out for Secret, apart from Envy's, has got to be Refresher Orb on Weeha. They need these double Sonic Waves, double Shiva's Guard damage, double Orchid as well, if he can time that so he can Orchid both the Dazzle and the Wyvern. Dazzle can remove his own with the Guardian Greaves, so maybe not that useful.
They still kind of need Puppey to do that work, but Puppey's got no maneuverability items either. You look at this Bane 52 minutes into the game. You've got Tranquil's Wand, a Null, and a Medallion. This is all Puppey's got. He has been so ripped apart, net worth-wise. He's only got 4.6k in 52 minutes. But he's had no choice. They've had to pump more money and more value into their other cores. As OG now wait for the perfect time to pounce. Eternal Envy, hookshot Moon. Tries once again, Misery. To get the amplification off, but Yule Scepter will dispel that. And OG just dragged the creep waves over. That's a nice little steal to come the way of the Rubik. Pilot Eye now with Acid Spray, making it even more difficult for OG to get up and into the Team Secret base.
And something interesting to see about the way OG play these two supports as well is we're talking a lot. Oh wait, maybe it's not time for that right now.
Yeah, amplification just goes on Notel with the Enfeebled as well. He deals very little damage, but he's still chipping away at the melee ranks, and Secret do not want to initiate. They understand that Moon can hook shot. Hilarious enough, Moon is blocked by almost everything. Now he moves into a better position for a hook.
You enfeeble.
They're just baiting. They're baiting with the Aegis Satanic Hero.
The Satanic is not going to heal that much when you're enfeebled, but slow and steady. No-Tail will be bringing down the tower, and Secret have to start making some sort of play. They've bought something on Envy. What is it? He's sending the courier. It's the MKB. He's going to go all in. He'll buy up, not have buyback, and I think it's the right choice. It has to reach its destination.
Like, it's got to go around the creep wave that's up there, and by the time that happens, they've already lost their mid-racks. The top lane will come next, and there it is, the full Monkey King bar on the courier. As OG now moved to the top lane. Courier, how good are you? Can you get back home safe? Hug the wall, hug the wall. There it is, it's back. So the Monkey King bar is up. And this is it from Secret. There's no hiding inside the fountain this time around. They have to defend against OG. And the initiation starts over on No-Tail. But Envy copying a lot of damage already. The double acid sprays down, one from Rubik, one from the Alchemist. And without that Lincoln Sphere, Slark feeling very, very fragile. It's Weehal's able to push out. He actually picks up a a Maelstrom. To try and just counter-push this OG lineup.
Secret need to find an initiation angle. That's not straight from the front, I think.
They go on No-Tail, the mini bashes are kicking in. Remember, he's still got the Aegis, the Immortal. And Envy keeps having this Lincoln Sphere triggered. OG just waiting this time out. They've still got another 50 seconds left on the Aegis.
Big problem for Secret here is that they don't have a smoke. They would love to flank, but they can't.
Leash again. They keep going for the stuns. Eternal Envy. He actually keeps these stuns going, but No-Tail, he's happy if the Aegis popped at this point. It wasn't a heavy committal coming out from Team Secret, but with the curse, they actually trapped the Slug. Forstaff trying to push him around. Weehal from behind. The Sonic Wave Brick can't get the second curse off, and with the extra attack from Misery, he's keeping Fly out of this battle, and Envy, he can attack directly to the Gyrocopter. No-Tail, he's down. He can't live. Misery with a double crush keeps Fly as well as Moon here for the moment. That Alchemist, though, he's the bigger target. Nightmare up, goes for the concoction. Envy's still got his Lincoln Spear up, and Weehal will grab the double kill. There's still a heavy amount of damage that's been done to the Secret base. They've lost mid, they've lost bottom, but they've shown they can fight against OG. But is the damage too extensive?
So important in that fight that it lasts as long as it does. Envy, with these 2-minute steals on Essence Shift, ends up the fight with a bonus 100 agility. No wonder he's able to kill off the Gyro at the end. And you said No-Tail was happy to give away the Aegis. I don't think he was considering how much damage he was giving over to Envy.
You might be right. And now OG. Like, there's no Alchemist and no Gyro for 50 seconds. This is a perfect time for Team Secret to regain control of this map. The Maelstrom's even looking better for him now. Forcing out the lanes, having something where he can do that. You're getting more survivability on Pylai. This guy's walking around with Assange. He's already got the Forstaff, but he's looking for more survivability. With 2.6k gold also on the Rubik after that engagement. What else are we looking for? Envy, he's up to 2.8k. Slaughter has his full BKB with extra money, so the buybacks are available with a 20 gold surplus. Finally, Puppy buys a new item. He has a Solar Crest. He has something of real value for Team Secret.
That's really good against the Dire lineup. They don't have any MKBs on either core, and this keeps Slark alive. And I want to point out how crazy that fight actually was for Secret. For Eternal Envy to be cool enough to stay there and bait the whole enemy team in, if he dies, it's over. So he has to play it on the edge, but they executed it so that Envy was floating around 20% health, got out of the fight, stole a lot of agility, came back in, and key cooldowns for OG had been used already. Mainly the first Winter's Curse, of course the Shallow Grave as well.
Now with this BKB timing getting even lower, like Pylai can sit in the back lines and then just kick in. In fact, without a BKB on the Alchemist, he can just disarm the Alchemist when he runs forward because he's got a Heaven's Halberd now fully completed on the Rubik.
That's a very big item too.
Keeps him alive even longer in the fights. He's getting good steals. And we're starting to see the problem as well of a Wyvern going in for the Refresher Orb. There's not a lot of life over on Crit. So the control time that Secret need to kill him off isn't really that much. And they keep putting a lot of effort into making sure that Fly has no influence in these engagements. Pylai, what are you going to get? Acid Spray?
Oh, that's a good steal.
He doesn't want to drag the creep wave up here, though. It's going to reveal his entire team, and the fact the creep wave will probably lose aggro now, not getting up the hill. That Monkey King bar is now going to be done as well for No-Tail. He's got buyback, but he kind of needs the damage.
This is a very very important moment. Envy, it feels like he just bought that MKB. He also did.
Yes.
And he has 4,600 gold to boot after that fight, and the tower he took bottom and the couple of creep waves he found. 480 CS leading by a big margin in terms of that.
He's going to have to get rid of his Shadow Blade if he wants something else. Like, unless he thinks that Silver Red is a good late game item. And in fact, he just buys a straight Moonshot. Doesn't want to give up anything else, just increase that attack speed. Misery breaks the smoke. He came in, the curse will come out from Crit, but Misery, he's still got the BKB available, the 4-star from Paradise, dragging him out by a miracle. Okay, that's a lot of damage. And Puppey, he TP's out in time. No, the curse from Crit will be used. They find Puppey using, controlling him in the air, but Envy comes into the engagement, going on to Miracle. How much damage do they got? Maybe with Weeha here, it could be a hell of a lot more. Miracle, No-Tell on the front lines. There goes Fly. There's no extra damage, and now Puppey, even with the Fiend's Grip, he can't crit out of the engagement. No-Tell and Moon keep fighting. They're the last two players left right for OG as Weeha dodges the Hawk shot. But Envy, he's here for blood and he wants No-Tell. They've got him, and with the crush, Moon has controlled. The blade melt time will almost be completely expended, and Envy, he's got 30 solid essence and he'll use it to kill off Moon. Moon wants to Hawk shot himself away, can't do it. OG, they are wiped. But Team Secret still have problems at home. The tier 4 towers are under siege. They still have super creeps in the mid and the bot lane, but still a big, big fight for Secret to win.
Yeah, it's one of those games where even though OG have 2 lanes of Rax down, this guy who's going to die right now is the game decider. I don't think OG can win the game anymore without an Aegis, especially not if Secret have one. Eternal Envy is reaching the point where, you know, we're talking about all the damage he gets from the Essence Shift. It also gives armor. He's just tanking up so much in these fights. Right now, he's sitting on 28 base armor. They can't kill him fast enough. Their heroes simply aren't built to deal that amount of damage. They have no Daedalus. They have no heavy single target damage from the Alchemist anymore. Against all of this armor and, of course, the Solar Crest that Puppey can put on him and the Enfeeble, between all of those things, he can't do it.
And this is the reason why Secret make the choice to put the cheese over on the Slug, so he's got that burst heal, and it allows Misery to be even more aggressive. To have that Aegis to the Immortal. OG, now
he's the one without buyback, so he needs it.
It's true. And so OG, who do you even initiate on? You're having trouble killing off the Slug. Puppey's getting in position where he's able to get his disables off, and these fights are becoming very, very scrappy for OG. Fly can't really find the back lines. Okay, Envy, that's a walk under a tier 3 tower just saying hi-de-doody.
I doubt that's what he said.
Yeah, he would never use those words.
No one would.
Thanks, Send.
Some good wards still available for the Dire, so they're getting information.
Hook shot. They found Pylite Die. He's got his own 4-star, gets over the cogs, and the rest of the team of OG can't chase us. They've got the concoction prepping, but Miracle can't reach him, and they actually lose their clockwork. Moon goes too deep, and Miracle, he just has to sit and wait, and now he's getting Fiend's Grip up on the Gyrocopter. There's no support. Fly will get the Shallow Grave off, allowing Miracle to fight a little bit longer, but it's not long enough. Not when Weeha kicks it. Moon will go for another hook shot, but what damage has he got? There's no more control. Weeha, his damage into Fly is way too much. Envy, he does go down. 99 seconds to the sideline, but buyback will be committed. They're trying to get forward, but Moon, he's on the back of Weeha. 4-star down from Pi, trying to buy space. The Yule Scepter up, but Queen of Pain is the blink available. The cogs don't get the burn, and now Weeha wants to fight. Moon locked and controlled, but he don't have enough damage to kill him off. Pylite Die, how does he survive so much during these fights? The hook shot off target. Weeha retreating out, TPing back to base. As this is becoming very tense. We've gone over the 1-hour mark here in Game 2 of the Grand Final, and no team wants to make any mistakes.
And that was triple buyback from OG. Clockwork, Alchemist, Dazzle. They forced out the one from Envy, which I actually don't think he needed to use. They were in a position where they disengaged, but in those kind of fights, like in this late game, you go with your gut instinct. Yeah. You have to immediately. You don't have time to think. He had a feeling the fight was going to extend and that he would get back in. And maybe the buyback prevented OG from actually chasing down extra kills. But now, this next fight is the game if it happens within the next 5 minutes.
How long have we got?
There's no Aegis and no cheese, though. So OG actually did get a pretty good trade out of that after all. Not using the refresher on Wyvern either. They have all their tools available again.
They do. And they could, then again, can they force it? And do they need to force it? There's still 2 lanes of Raxus up. Is this almost the time where you look towards the BTs? Get Alchemist in with that and just push out the side lanes.
You lose the game if you get mega creeps and your cores die for OG. Then Secret will run down mid and just skip the barracks, go straight for tier 4s and throne. 2 minutes is more than enough after a long team fight with a billion agility on your Slark.
That's true.
So you got to be very careful. I don't think brute force is the way to go. I think OG, as much as it is probably pretty scary at this point, they have to play map control for another up to 10 minutes and get that Roshan. Secret seem to have got an edge over the last couple of fights. It's like they've figured out how to find the right assault angles into the fights. And Slark has got enough items that it works.
I'm wondering if this is now going to be Moon's way of like giving his team another chance. If he can complete up a Bloodstone, trigger it during the fight, and then just give that extra life back to OG. I don't feel ever completed. He's just got the Soul Booster at the moment. And Envy, oh, this is not where you want to go with the Shadow Blade's going to come underneath the Observer and Sentry Ward. They can see him clearly. Lincoln Spear will trigger against the BKB off as well as the oldie. Attacking into Clockwork, gets the bash. The hookshot won't get him out of here, but Miracle catching Weeha. And with the curse, 2 minutes on the sideline. Buyback is available. The Pilot Eyes on the run. The homing missile chasing him, but Miracle just knocked all over him. The buyback comes out from Weeha now. He needs to stop this momentum on the bottom lane before OG can reach it, but he's so scared to come out.
And this time around, the positional advantage was for OG. Weeha couldn't find an angle. He blinked into the middle of the OG team and just got killed by Alchemist, getting absolutely nothing off. And that crucial mistake just forced Secret to try to disengage, but Alchemist ran down Envy. This game is over.
It really feels like it without the Slark. Team Secret just lacking the firepower to repel OG. Misery trying to get around the back. They got the Nightmare, keeping Miracle out. Weeha blinks forward, and now Cursed controlling Misery as well. Gyrocopter finally free of the Fiend's grip. He can let the cooldown go. The BKB's triggered from Secret. They need space, they need time, they need another hope, but it doesn't really exist. They've lost too many heroes. Secret, GG, and OG. The dream is 1 game away. They are 2-0 against Team Secret in this best of 5 final. The run through the entire lower bracket. It was even rough in the group. You could have said they could have come through into the upper bracket, but they were bumped down and now staring down 3 championship game opportunities against Team Secret.
It's incredible how many clutch plays both teams had in this game. This reminded me of the winners bracket final between Team Secret and Evil Geniuses. Some of the best games there. This is absolutely top quality Dota we're witnessing, and this time again OG just getting that slight edge they need. And of course a big part of it is just they got the racks early enough. They got racks, they got multiple Roshans. Secret, they couldn't get enough out of I think they played incredibly under the amount of pressure they had, but ultimately at some point you make that mistake that loses the game.
It does, and it did. Moon doing some work, the whole of OG working hard, and they are so close they could smell it. Secret are the ones that still stand their way. Let's go to the panel to see if the dream is real. Will it be a whitewash?
Thank you very much, Toby One. Yes, the Dream Green is absolutely real. They have 3 championship points, and Secret now on the verge of losing the grand final after an incredible game 2. Again, a fabulous game, and we're going to try and break it down if we can, because there's just so much to talk about in that game. We'll start with Capitalist. Sum it up, Cap, if you can, for OG.
I think once again, OG, if we actually went back to the pre-interview where No-Tail was talking about how this patch fits their style, you could see it in this game. Once again, they established an early lead via the Alchemist that is such a popular pick in this meta.
Wasn't always straightforward, Jacob. There was an opportunity every now and again that Secret seemed to somehow, and I still don't understand how, but somehow they carved out opportunities which almost got them back into the game.
Like Sindre said, it had so many similarities to the game against Evil Geniuses yesterday, game 1, where it would go back and forth. Suddenly, Secret would actually win a team fight up, despite the fact that it would constantly be OG putting on the pressure. So some of that tied into the fact that OG didn't do target calling the way they would do in some of these team fights. But when they did do these team fights correctly, it was absolutely amazing to watch. You could see how for 20 minutes, the only way they had to actually, like the way Secret could actually beat OG was if Poppy would Nightmare the Dazzle to then Fiend's Grip the Winter Wyvern. This is late game we're talking about. They have to put all the emphasis on taking out the supports just because of how big of a role the Winter Wyvern Ultimate played in those.
The supports just synergize with each other so well. We saw the Dazzle like Grave, Winter Wyvern at like half HP, then immediately a Sonic Wave comes out and they end up getting the save, turning around with the Cold Embrace and the Winter's Curse. I think that we said that Crit was probably MVP for some of the earlier series, but this game he played phenomenal. I think this is probably the best Winter Wyvern performance that I've seen. On top of that, the OG supports managed to get a lot of farm, like every single game too. They had the Greaves on the Dazzle, so they didn't have the option of Orchiding him in the late game. And whereas you see Puppey, like maybe 40-minute Solar Crest was the first item that he had.
It's not just Crit though. The real unsung heroes also Fly with the Shallow Graves and the constant healing. Moon Meander on the gyro, not on the gyro, on the Clockwork. Absolutely amazing play by them.
I was going to ask you, Jacob, actually, you've been quite critical of the Clockwork play throughout the whole tournament. It's not been the most successful, but this time around it worked like a treat.
I mean, Moon makes everything work today.
He does. Everything he touches turns to gold. As we go back towards the start of the game, again, as you rightly pointed out, Jacob, they started well OG again, but it was relatively even. Secret, taking their odd kill, picking up as they wanted to throughout the game, and there was no real sense that they were going to lose the game until kind of like the mid-game, and then it just got out of hand again for OG.
This is where the real momentum gain is for OG, and this fight actually decides the rest of the game in a sense, because they get a lot of gold out of this first and foremost. It's the first real team fight where they almost wipe the entirety of the team, and then they go in, break base, take down the tower. They force buybacks, and this takes so much momentum away from Team Secret. Even though Team Secret gets the rebound kills after OG overextends inside the base, it's really that fight that is detrimental to Secret for the rest of the game.
You've mentioned previously, Ben, Miracle's play on the Alchemist, how flexible he is. How did you rate his game?
Again, he transitioned so smoothly from the early game beast that is their front line that scouts out vision for everyone, that is like kind of the force that Secret needs to break through before they get to the support. And in the late game, we just see him to crush Envy at the rune to kind of seal the game for them. Like he transitions always so smoothly. He knows when to pick up scepters for his teammates. He knows when he needs Abyssal. He always has buyback. He has like the blink initiations too.
Winter Wyvern getting Refresher Orb as his first real item outside of the Blink Dagger. I mean, again, we keep talking about how great OG is at itemizing, but this game just proves it. Even in the late game, they know exactly what to do.
I think that we can definitely agree that these two supports for OG going into this tournament, they were some of the biggest boosts to OG as a team, but they were definitely oftentimes the standout players. But at this tournament as a whole, I did not expect to have the words come out of my mouth that OG actually have the best support duo here in this tournament. I think they actually beat out every other team. Fenrir suffered, usually you look towards that team. FY Fenrir is the duo that's best at the support game. You have legendary supports in both Puppey as well as Pylai Dai, but it's actually Crit and Fly who have done the most work all tournament long.
I think props go to Eternal Envy though on the Slark. We haven't seen Slark that much in this tournament, but he bought a lot of space even though he was relatively under-farmed. He had a Shadow Blade, he kind of drew them around the map a lot, and in the mid-fight, he just like kind of went into the middle of all of them and forced them to blow a lot of spells on them. He even got a Lincoln Sphere to try and counter the Winter's Curse, but that proved to be...
I mean, talking about space, Moon Meander as well on this Clockwork. There's a lot of hookshot that he misses, but he keeps on shooting them out because he has this Aghanim Scepter. He takes so many chances and sets up so many important kills for them throughout the game after he got the Aghanim Scepter.
Very close.
That was one of those critical misses, but here's the beautiful play by Puppey. The defensive sleep that comes in with the rocket. Showing just such high-level support play, because just moments earlier we had seen Fly with the clutch Shallow Grave save that actually turned.
This is when it looks like OG might actually lose the game. They gave up an Aegis on the Gyrocopter for not really that much, and the Force Staff usage by both teams were really, really nice. We saw a Force Staff on the Winter's Curse.
There's not buyback on the Slark though. This is where I thought OG was winning, and then they don't have enough damage output to actually kill the Slark in the Winter Wyvern Ultimate, so the fight turns around entirely. Had they killed the Slark there, the game would have been over.
Really good zoning there as Misery jumped forward in order to get the rest of OG. It meant the two supports on the side of Team Secret were able to control the two cores of OG, allowing that Slark to live. If they had actually, just one of those cores hadn't been controlled, the Slark dies in that scenario and Secret immediately lose the game.
And this is the game-ending push where Secret called GG. Isn't it crazy how Alchemist can do so much damage even though he never gets BKB? Like, it doesn't seem like he ever gets kited. I guess he has a blink, but they have like sleep, grip.
They can't afford to spend their disables on him just because of how much the supports do. So they can't focus him down fast enough, so they need to remove the supports and remove all the heal, because otherwise the fight is drawn out too long. There's too much sustainability, and that's just that support combo is way too strong. And they need to remove it. They can't let them have that dash attack.
And that was supposed to be the advantage of the Slark pickup. Slark isn't seen a whole lot in this patch, but specifically against Alchemist, it's supposed to play into those long, drawn-out team fights where he really starts racking up those stats. Team Secret thought they had a counter, but OG proved to be just too perfect with this combination.
Yeah, Alchemist had always had 1.5x Slark's net worth though. I think it's counterable if it's somewhat close to even, but it was only until the very, very late game that Slark was able to catch up.
He kept his Solar Crest for the longest time as well. He actually sold his Shadow Blade over the Solar Crest, just to make sure that the Slark couldn't be too big of a threat to him.
Okay, as we look forward to game 3, they are on the verge of the championship, OG now, and Secret now have to win 3 games in a row, and of course we haven't seen that in the tournament because we haven't played best of 5, but just stringing 2 games in a row has proved to be quite difficult for most of the teams playing throughout the Frankfurt Major. How on earth are they supposed to put
one game at a time, Paul, one game at a time?
It's the old sports cliche? Is that what we're bringing out?
Can't ever get too ahead of yourself. I mean, we talked about how much preparation they might have had for OG because it was far more likely that EG was going to come out of the lower bracket. And again, maybe they didn't prepare it enough for OG. Maybe they didn't prepare enough early game strategies. Maybe they didn't prepare enough counters for the Alchemist. We're not exactly sure why Secret is in this position right now.
What do they look for, do you think? Game 3?
They have to start building up aggression. I think that this last draft was a little bit more aggressive than game number 1. It was definitely made to fight a bit better, especially going late game. But I think another thing is don't give up the Alchemist. I think OG have proven themselves to be too capable in all stages of the game, right? That's their versatility. We've talked about it, hit on many points, is that they can actually adapt some of their item choices in their play style. They can still have the same picks, but if the enemy team is going to be aggressive, we see the Alchemist go for the Solar Crest and maybe a Blink Dagger build. But you also have to worry about that Alchemist going late game.
Yeah, but we just talked about the Winter Wyvern plus Dazzle combo, though. Which one is more important?
Yeah, it trails back to how many bans do you actually need to commit to OG right now?
Depot, Huskar.
It almost like 5 bans, maybe I can make it. Yeah. There's just too much in the arsenal right now. I retract previous statements about OG being too easily figured out. No-Tail was right. They're very versatile.
Okay, when we go back to some of their other games, they've played some of these cheesy strats. Secret, also no strangers to that. Puppy's very boldly said he doesn't mind a little bit of cheese now and again. Are we expecting that in game 3?
I think we need to go back to the games that OG have lost throughout the tournament, which haven't been many. They lost 1 game versus eHome, they lost 1 versus VP, and they lost, I think, 4 versus Vega.
They had a really hard time versus Vegas.
Yeah. Is that maybe, early in the tournament, a little bit of early nerves, settlement kind of stuff, or maybe it's just they knew each other so well?
I think it's playstyle. I think
it's also playstyle.
Right playstyle.
Right. Okay. So maybe Secret have to kind of think back and think how Vega have played them.
Yeah, I think more 5-man stay together. I think Vega consistently runs around a 5 and just uses their overwhelming odds and overwhelming teamwork to overpower teams in the early game. And we've seen Secret run Anti-Mage, now Slark, both of them not that great at fighting pre-15 minutes, let's say, whereas I think that OG needs to be hit hard in the 5 to 15 minute phases of the game.
And what would you pick?
I don't know, just something that's... I like the Gyrocopter that No-Tail has been playing a lot, and just less farm-intensive heroes for Envy in general.
Yeah, you can see the differences. No-Tail keeps on playing these carry roles that can fight right away, even with the Phantom Lancer, he participates immediately. I think if they put the Queen of Pain on Envy and then pick the Wind Ranger, for instance, for Weeha, maybe the game would have been an easier task. It's so hard to say, though, especially with how OG is playing right now.
In terms of, let's switch tact a little bit and talk about OG. They're in a great position, obviously, 2-0 up. They're obviously very happy right now. I think No-Tail is very second. And in terms of draft, it's almost like they're just standing there with an arm out and a hand extended saying, come at us, Secret.
It reminds me a lot of CDEC during TI5. It's like other teams try and lure them into a different type of game, and they're always like the anti-mage game. It's like, why do we keep fighting? Why do we keep losing heroes? And you just kind of get sucked into this sort of fighting style when you don't have the upper hand.
Yeah, PPD made exactly that point, didn't he, about the first game that they played against CDEC. Exactly the kind, almost like they've got this mesmerizing trance over them that made them play exactly the way that CDEC wanted them to play. Almost seems like OG have kind of inherited that.
Yeah, I think you can kind of refer to it as a playstyle where you're trying to draw the enemy into your comfort zone, right? Where you're going, okay, we're going to force you out of certain avenues, such as split pushing and etc., and just go for these like mid-game team fights that we're so excellent at.
Nerves will start creeping a little bit now, Jacob, because they're on the verge of the championship. They're close. They can almost feel it, but they've got to be careful. We've seen teams crumble from 2-0 up in plenty of finals in the past as well. So what does Fly and No Tail say to the team?
I think just like Ben said, it's one game at a time. I think going into this game, there's just as much pressure on them as there were going into the first game.
Even though they can almost taste it.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing, right? They need to keep on telling themselves we haven't won yet, because they haven't won yet. There's still potentially another 3 games for them to play. So they need to just calm down, learn from what they've learned so far in these games. I also think they've learned so much from the losses they've had throughout the tournament. They've probably realized by now that Darkseer is actually not, even though Moonman plays an amazing Darkseer, it's actually not one of the most suitable heroes for their playstyle.
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
I think that you just have to remember this is the big thing about these big tournaments, really drawn out. They develop their own metas. If you go back in time in history and just look at, okay, look what almost happened to Alliance. They established the meta, Na'Vi almost beat them out of it. Look what happened to CDEC. They established a meta, and EG managed to figure it out and actually counter them in the grand finals. That can still happen, right? This is, again, what Team Secret are capable of doing. Once they figure you out, once Puppy has figured out that one draft that will work against OG, you could actually see them crumble and lose the last 3 games. So they really have to just not give up and be like, oh, we've got this in the bag, 2-0. There's no way.
Yeah, I got the recipe for him. It's Chen, Puppy. Just take the Chen. Push them.
Arguably,
As
they
good
have
as anything that we've had so far, I think, anyway. Anything else, Ben?
Arguably, they haven't given OG their strongest hand, though, which is the Wisp. So that's
Do they
kind of
gamble?
auto-ban.
Do they gamble and just don't ban it and then allow them to ban something else? Maybe take the gyro, let them have the Wisp.
That's the thing. I don't think
Or is it
Wisp
just too
their
risky?
strongest card. I think that's the misinterpretation. I think it's one of their strategies, but it revolves just as much around either the Alchemist or the Shadow, the Dazzle, Winter Wyverns, all these kinds. There's so many heroes that also make those drafts work that it's just coincidence that it's the Wisp that you focus a lot on, because that's the initial picks in the draft.
Maybe leave out the Wisp?
Yeah,
Winter Wyvern for yourself?
Honestly, I'll be surprised if Secret bans out the Wisp now.
Here we go then. Game 3 draft is upon us. Team Secret versus OG. OG leading by 2-0. One more game required and they will become the first ever Dota 2 Major champions. The Wisp is banned out for the 3rd consecutive draft.
I still don't necessarily think Slaughter is the best first pick for Secret, just because of the effectiveness that we've seen Winter Wyvern and Dazzleman. I think they have to take one of those supports first, or take AA in the first phase, but not the first pick.
Yeah, you got to look at, we just lost 2 games. What was the common denominator in both those games? First pick Slaughter.
10 seconds remaining.
And the supports that they had it's too strong in their hands.
I would really like to see Team Secret actually establish more dominance by 10 minutes. So I keep pointing about the Night Stalker, but I think there are plenty of other heroes that could actually establish that kind of early tempo that Team Secret are kind of giving up to OG in both Game 1 and Game 2.
So the Tusk is actually left in the pool too, so they can maybe pick that up very early on. So we see Slardar, Shadow Fiend, Dazzle, I suppose.
What's different about this draft that they chose to ban away the
Wind Ranger?
Because Winter Wyvern's banned.
That's okay, yeah, you're right. Good call.
That's actually a really good read by OG though.
Yeah, Fly's really got the drafting down right now. It's on fire.
So yeah, last time OG banned Doom and SF, and Secret banned Tusk and Wisp.
So they already eliminated the two big components of their draft, the Dazzle and the Wyvern.
Yeah, and one of the problems, of course, with those first 4 bans is that you leave SF and Miracle.
But as we've seen, like that might not be the best tool for them too, because EG already beat them out very convincingly with the Shadow Fiend in the mid.
Yeah, and maybe that's Puppy's thinking. Maybe he's thinking we can ban in such a way that we give them SF, knowing that we've got something.
At the same time, you have to realize that OG probably have adapted to like, oh, we could have done things differently that game, even with that particular draft.
So it's a risk either way.
Yeah. Still, they gave away the Tusk too, which we thought was a very big problem in
There are
the
so
early
many
series.
levels of thinking right now.
5 seconds remaining.
Brinkmanship will continue.
So what other heroes are there? Bane is overlapped by Dazzle, so I don't think they'll go with that.
They're not going to go with the Slider again.
Yeah,
You
maybe
don't think?
Undying for Pi?
I was thinking Undying. It's a hero that, you know, wants to fight early on. One of the best ones at fighting early on.
They could go Ember actually for Envy.
That has been the strongest card of their arsenal so far. Alternatively, possibly later on in the draft, definitely not right now, but a Bounty Hunter.
I think Ember Spirit is probably the
so they stick with the Slaughter
pickup. They could go for it. But Slardar again.
Slaughter was very useful in the latter half of the game, I would say, like for the continual chase of stun is on such a low cooldown. I definitely saw its use for Secret in game number 2. But I like how they didn't pick it up first. Like this is the big difference between game 1, 2, and 3 is Slaughter was the very first overall pick for Secret.
Yeah, getting the Dazzle, or removing the Dazzle from OG, and at the same time getting the support hero you've been the most successful with throughout the tournament, seems like a great opener.
If they're going to ban away the Phantom Lancer and perhaps Undying, that will leave Gyrocopter out in the pool unless OG ban it. They could have a Gyro against the Slardar, which is quite favorable because Slardar can't really challenge Gyrocopter sometimes just in lane. You would have this very early momentum-based lineup with the Tusk and Gyro establishing quick control, and then the SF creating space for him on the Radiant side to build up to that core position.
It is very likely they'll ban out the Gyro. 3 wins on No Tail today on the Gyrocopter. They banned out the Phantom Lance already. They're taking away all the carries that he's been playing throughout the day.
You're okay with them leaving out Undying though when you already have Tusk on OG?
Yeah, sort of think they have to. I think it'd be a tactical mistake to just leave the Gyrocopter in there.
So there's still AA left as a support too, in case either team wants to go for the Huskar. Okay.
Oh no, man. Turn to ban.
What other tricks do we have? So you mentioned the gyro ban. I'm not actually sure if they're going to ban the gyrocopter though.
You think maybe they ban the Ember again?
The Ember seems more likely that Secret will pick it up though, rather than OG ban it. They banned the first phase, first game, second phase, the second game. But would you have banned out the PL if you were going to go for an Ember Spirit? Unlikely, unless you expected the Ember to be banned.
Yeah, would you have banned the PL if you weren't planning on banning the Gyro either?
They could go for Juggernaut. I think Juggernaut's proven to be a very effective hero versus the Gyrocopter, and is also more early game than the Slark and the anti-mage that we saw from Envy. And this time it hasn't yet been banned out by OG.
It's true.
Did they ban it out last game? No.
Okay, so there's still quite a lot of the cheese left this time round. A lot of it.
I don't really think Team Secret fears the Brood that much. Huskar's already banned out, so it's pretty much just the Meepo.
Yep.
The Team Secret, I've watched them play against the Brood multiple times, and they like to just have 2 aggressive supports just completely zone out the Brood until like 6, 7, 8 minutes, and after that they have like the Slara with Amp to deal with them. So that's not high on my list of picks for OG. I think they can just play standard. They've proven in game number 1 and game number 2 they don't need something strange like that.
They've actually stayed away from pretty much all of the strange today through 5 games.
A lot of their other strange is limited by the fact that Miracle's hero has already been determined with the SF.
So they ban out the Ember, which makes more sense.
Team Secret.
We need to go with a Bane follow-up. This draft, back to following the meta almost in its entirety. 5 of the most popular heroes.
So there's still the option of the... How do they want to deal with the Shadow Fiend? Shadow Fiend's not a hero we saw so much. It was seen in the last series. It was handled very easily by a TA plus Lich. We have seen like Lina plus Quap with a Spirit Breaker. We've seen Bounty Hunters able to deal with them. But this is a Radiant Shadow Fiend, mind you. They have to have a hero that can aggressively ward their jungle, take their stacks, kill the Shadow Fiend, limit his soul count.
I like going back to Jacob's idea, I think it was in game 1, going for perhaps the safe lane Queen of Pain, and then they can pick up the carry TA for mid. Dire side, you have Ancients. You still have an early tempo controller in the Queen of Pain to start aggressively moving in and shutting down the SF's jungle.
Yeah, it wasn't coincidence that EG completely demolished them in their game 1. I think TA is a great way of dealing with OG, and the Queen of Pain, obviously. If you need to pick a carry that can fight early on. Same way we saw Sumail on Doombringer really play a big role in their win as well. And then, again, the Bounty Hunter, I really think it's key.
We've got the AA now. Darkseer still in there, and Dying still in there.
Doesn't a Queen of Pain pick invite a Meepo from OG?
Sure, you'd have to fourth pick it and ban it out. 5.
5 seconds remaining.
But that's unfortunately not the scenario that OG can go for.
Reserve time.
So we're unsure as to whether the Tusk is played by Crit or by Moon. Still very open-ended on those. Do they want to pick up No Tail or another core?
Sven's been a pretty popular response to the Slardar.
It's had mixed results though, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not completely convinced by it.
Sometimes it's looked like the perfect counter, and others...
It just lacks the mobility. They often just get kited until Warcry's over, or just, you know, drop a crush on him, watch him run around.
Is it because they expected a Meepo pick from Secret?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, it's possible, but I think it's much more likely that it's just in response to the Slardar. They do have, like, Ben was talking about some of the downsides.
Okay.
Heroes like Tusk and Bane are strong supports to be able to have around a Sven because it helps out with his mobility and locks down the enemy a bit more.
Only the third Wraith King we've seen at Frankfurt in 98 drafts.
10 seconds remaining.
So now Team OG can't actually respond with an anti-mage pick because that's the same as their Shadow Fiend player. I guess Noto can probably play anti-mage. I think almost any carry player can play anti-mage.
You don't think he's going to play the Sven?
I mean, he could, but I'm saying you have to have a response for the Wraith King. They don't have any Necrobook carriers.
I mean, kill his team.
Kill his team.
And deal with him, enfeeble him while you do so. That's a response.
Go for Clockwork and just try and kite around the Wraith King as best as possible. I think
it's a pretty good one too.
Offers more initiation, more catch to be able to force the fight around a Sven.
I'm just not sure if they want like a direct hard counter to him or just kite him around as is the general game plan versus these melee carries. Invoker banned out. It's actually pretty good versus Wraith King as well, although OG will take it out of the equation.
They don't seem to be concerned with the Queen of Pain whatsoever. They do have the Bane Elemental this time around. Tusk as well, pretty good at dealing with it. He's not particularly strong up against Sven.
They don't have the early roam though to deal with the Shadow Fiend.
They ban out the clock. They had the same read as Cap.
Do you not think this is an Undying?
If you just...
It could very well be an Undying. I feel like they have a sufficient late game and they can deal with the Wraith King. They can put on the early game aggression regardless of what Team Secret picks last. If OG wants to go in style with what they've done so far, Undying is a great pick.
I actually like Beastmaster a little bit more, personally.
10 seconds remaining.
But it's not a bad idea. Will Beast on the Wraith King. That's one way of hiding as well.
After picking a fly hero, he's played Undying 5 times so far in Frankfurt.
Do they have enough catch to go back to their Chikiro? A tanky early
It's usually played by...
It's an Earthshaker. Okay.
It's not too bad either.
That's
not from what we've seen and how he can perform with it.
Indeed, the Moonshaker is back. Final pick from Secret.
This is a tough one. I can't really think of that many heroes that do well one-on-one versus Shadow Fiend. I guess potentially Viper, but is Viper even good versus that lineup?
There's still Viper, Queen of Pain. Viper's decent against the lineup just because you nether strike the Sven and he does nothing for the duration of it.
And although it's probably impossible, Toby's currently sitting in the commentator's box praying for a drow.
That's definitely not happening.
He's going to pray a little harder right now. It's Alina instead.
That's a great pickup.
Okay. Here we go then. Game number 3 with OG on the verge of the championship. Toby, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Red. I don't know what you were praying for. I was definitely not playing for a draw. I was hoping the Team Secret will find more aggression. That's exactly what they've managed to do here in the draft because they're going to need it if they're going to stop OG from completely wiping over first EG today and now staring in the barrel of winning against Team Secret. Synderen, is this draft the path to a 4th game?
I don't think the draft has been the problem in any of the 2 previous games. I think they've just been outplayed. It's a very different approach, obviously, so if they do find a way of incorporating these picks and maybe throwing off OG a little bit with the bans, it could work. I think, judging from the time they took and how they looked in the booth, I think OG were a little less confident this time around with their draft than with others, but they've got 3 lives.
That they do. They can do anything they want to. They can be a little bit more experimental. It takes the pressure off you during the team fights as well. Whereas, like, you know, if this doesn't really go our way, so be it. But if it does, then we're the champions. We win 3-0 over Team Secret. We do what no one would believe OG would be capable of doing. But let's get into it and see how it goes as we will start Game 3 of this best of 5 Team Secret versus OG. The original game.
Yeah, they get a hero they haven't had for quite a few games, apart from they had 1 game against EG where they had the Shadow Fiend and lost. But it has become a very big ban against OG. They will, of course, be getting that Miracle Shadow Fiend. And that's the #1 thing for me to look out for in this game is, can Secret counter it out? They mentioned it on the panel. Not a hero you want to give free reign to. At the same time, if they counter it out too hard and use so many resources, then all of a sudden, you're going to have a Moon Meander Shaker. And we've seen what that can do.
You're seeing how far Secret are coming in. Even if they don't attack and stop the SF from taking the sacks, they're hoping they can get enough little hidden wards they can stop it. So Puppey blocks the first and the biggest of the pulls on the Radiant creep side. And they put 1 Observer ward down to also block the pull area. And this is Secret with a Weeha Lina to go to that mid lane. And they run a dual off lane with Eternal Envy as well as Puppey. A very difficult lane to kill off. And when you think about it with a sustain from Secret, there's a hell of a lot of that. You've got a secondary life from the Wraith King. You've got Shallow Graves as well coming out from the Dazzler. You've got his heal available, and then you can also turn on the Vampiric Aura too. So there's a lot to work for Team Secret if these fights do drag out. At the same time, there's a lot of control. There's a lot of good damage coming out from OG as well.
At this time, I think Crit needs to play a big Tusk game. I don't think he's had a bad game on the hero yet, so that's a good start. But they're without their 2 classic defensive heroes in the Dazzle and the Wyvern that very clearly were targeted out by Puppey here. And that might be why OG didn't seem so confident after all. They were forced into something like a Sven, and we haven't really seen them play much.
Highlight die, don't think you want to walk up this hill. Moon's there waiting with a fissure. Pardai will now walk back down again. There's only the brain sap damage, and Weeha with the Light Strike Array could try and turn this. In fact, Puppey already TPing off the bottom lane. OG getting as aggressive as they can on this Earthshaker, and Pardai's coming back again. He's coming for round 2. There's no abilities available for either of them. There's not enough mana on the Earthshaker.
Let's just play Trilane mid. I mean...
Please no.
Why not?
Just please no.
Well, it looks like right now it kind of is a Trilane mid. Both Puppey and Pilot Eye standing behind Weeha. Bane is with Miracle, but now the rotation from Moon Meander will be coming out. And Secret don't actually have a ward around that riverside. And Misery.
Yeah, there's your Stormbolt. Fissure is available. It's going to kick in. Remember, the TBO is already used by the Dazzle, but they cannot body block Misery. They'll sprint himself away to safety and now burn that south. As Moon, this roaming Earthshaker of his.
You've been burned.
I'll say, how long does it come down? Like, how long until he brings it down to the bottom lane? But we're not even really going to see that, are we? Like, there's more prioritization for Crit's farm.
Yeah. I don't think you're going bottom with the Shaker here. You should be focusing a lot more on that mid matchup and make sure get a good start in your Shadow Fiend for Miracle. Speaking of the bottom lane, AA is almost level 2. And when he gets level 2, he'll skill Cold Feet so they can try to have a crack at crit.
Fissure, and actually locks in Weehaw Puppey.
Oh.
Actually, no, there's a small gap. She slips through. That lock was actually able to go off. It probably wouldn't have been a kill. Puppey ended up leveling up the Shadow Wave instead.
Oh, I think they would have had Weehaw there. Level 2 raises. He needed to land 2 probably and a couple of right clicks from the other heroes. We will never know.
We won't.
Bottom lane. Here we go. Cold Feet onto crit. Gold moving back. He has boots.
Gonna zone him out.
This lane is really strong, by the way, the dual lane of Secret. Wraith King's Wraithfire Blast is a 2-second stun and then 2 seconds slow, so it always latches with Cold Feet if you cast them at the same time, unless it's against a hero with a blink. The only way Crit can avoid it is by using Snowball, but then he has to roll into the enemy, and that kind of puts him in an even worse position most of the time. So he has to be very cautious down here. You can see Secret are looking for that exact play, but Crit with the boots stays back. Oh, there we go. They got him.
There's your stun. Cold Feet as well. Snowball now being used.
Oh, he
moving into
did too
Envy,
early.
and now the Cold Feet is going to kick in. He could have actually waited a little bit longer. Is the damage enough with a secondary blast from Envy? There it is. Team Secret will claim the first blood on this off lane, capitalizing on the mistake of Crit.
Snowball does not purge the Cold Feet. It still runs while he's in the ball, so he has to wait a little bit longer so that he's during the invulnerability phase while it's running. Of course, it's a delicate timing because if he stays inside the Snowball for 2 seconds, he rolls even further down the lane.
Well, top
that was
lane.
definitely avoidable for Crit.
Stormbolt, Moon, he does actually have a stun of his own. Misery going to use the Crush. He's got support around the corner, so Puppey's ready to defend Misery, and now the Fissure will go. Misery with a sprint available, he's got that Crush back off cooldown, but being Stormbolted up, that sprint, he's allowed to take extra damage, but the Crush, he's gonna get back in range of the tower. Puppey still hovering behind him, so OG can't find the pick. And Misery's gonna walk all the way back to base, give that top lane to Puppey.
Dire's middle tower
And he's
is under
perfectly
attack.
alright with this. Shadow Wave's really good up against any of the melee heroes.
Someone else is also perfectly all right, and that's Miracle on the Shadow Fiend in mid. He's up to 20 CS. Oh, good shards.
This may be perfect with Weehaw being locked in. Moon's rotating over, he's still got the Mango, now going to trigger it. They go for the first stun, Snowball's available, missing the Light Strike array, and actually picks up the SF with him. Weehaw with one raise and attack, SF will get the kill. That's a big one for Miracle. Now we can check out what's happening inside the Dire jungle. There's no stacks there, so he will be fine.
And this is a good idea from OG, that they put Fly in the safe lane and then rotate the Tusk, even though he's only level 3. There's just so much more gank potential coming out of Crit. Landing those shards on Weehaw is a very big kill, and Miracle in a good position already now. Getting that kill, getting level 5.5, while Lina's only level 4.5, so a full level advantage as well. Of course, he doesn't have any stacks because of the inability for the supports to actually just be there and stack them for him.
But because the supports are sitting inside the lanes, and, well, one, they're getting their own levels, and two, they're ensuring the CS is kicking in for OG. The Sven already with 23, now they're gonna look for a kill on bottom. Envy nightmared up, the Sven for the first Stormbolt. They go for the Cold Feet again, Crit waiting out a long time, and now he comes in for the Snowbolt. Envy goes for one more stun, he doesn't have a life to escape from this. No reincarnation either. I doubt he would have wanted to trigger it for that.
But Secret need to have a TP on Dazzle for this. It takes a very long time for OG to get a kill like that. There's 4 seconds of Nightmare for him to TP down there. Then the heroes start running in, casting their stuns. I think Envy survived for a good 20-25 seconds there in total. And a TP would have been a save. Puppey might have used it to come to the top lane earlier, so he would have had it on cooldown, but gold is definitely not the issue right now, sitting on 700. And by boots, TP, and wards, they need to make sure Envy doesn't have a bad game here. They need that single target damage to kill off the Shadow Fiend later on.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And that's why Envy rotates. Get him into the jungle, get him farming. Misery's almost level 6, so his time for rotation will be coming soon too. They also need to get Highlight Die with a couple of levels. Rotation is one thing, but they need to get the Ice Blast up and running. So when Weehaw is ready to attack with Laguna Blade, they can ensure a quick kill, and that's what they're looking for now. Fly, holding back behind the tower, Envy. They could go for the stun on the Bane, there's not a lot of mana.
It's also a very bad position for them to engage in. All the way over there, it's very easy for Miracle to get in and hit a couple of raises on them when they engage. They don't know if Tusk would have been able to TP in and help them out, which he definitely was. So good call, that would have been very bad for Secret.
So OG pulls so many people up to this mid lane in their own jungle. Highlight Die is now free to do whatever he wants in the bottom lane. Weeha maybe not so lucky. The Shard's actually pushing him out.
Oh, that's not a good snowball.
Oh, yeah, that's way too deep. Light Strike Array is going to connect on Crit. This is free gold. Laguna Blade will find the kill. The Nightmare from Fly trying to buy space, but it will not stop Weeha from popping the Tusker. They brought all 4 heroes to this mid lane.
That was a really good try from Fly, though. He tried to Nightmare the Laguna Blade, but Weeha held onto it. Perhaps anticipating that exact play and just waited for the Nightmare to kick in.
He might have waited a little too long. No-Tail moving through the tree line. He can find this Stormbolt over on Weeha, but they have enough with SF has a haste rune. Yeah, he does. Envy can look for the stun. The Shallow Grave keeping Weeha alive, and they're in pretty deep with a War Cry and that haste rune. Miracle will run away. So will the Sven and the Bane.
Very nice heads-up play there from Weeha under pressure. And like you said, this gives a lot of space to Pylite die, so Secret are... Uh-oh. Oh, he's fine. They're not only staying alive in mid, but they're getting the levels on this AA. This time, Secret supports are doing better than in previous games. They're actually ahead of those of OG. That was something I didn't get to talk about last game. The opening 2 supports that OG picked, we focused so much on the defensive potential between the Shallow Grave, the heal, and of course the Cold Embrace. Nice rune deny here from Puppey. I think that's going to be the end of that.
It will be.
But the other thing about the supports that OG have run is that they're good at farming. Shadow Wave can clear creep waves, they had Splinter Blast, so their supports were getting more levels and more gold than the opposition. This time around is different. The Dazzle is now sitting on Secret's lineup, and with AA getting all this space in the bottom, they're the ones who will get the first level 6s on the support.
Misery, very smart TP out. There was this Sven walking around with the Invis. Now he didn't get the perfect vision of him, but realized that it was too low on that Slider and had to back himself all the way back to Fountain. Keeping my eyes on this middle lane again, because Weeha is ready to fight. So, of course, is the Tusker as well as the SF, but we are with Laguna Blade. OG have to give that respect. It's too easy just to get a quick pop. And Pylai die again by himself on bottom lane. Nothing stopping him from farming up. He's got his Tranquil boots, yay, but it's the level 6 he now gets from the next creep that dies in the lane. When you start bringing Ice Blast to the fights, especially when he can be this far away from where the engagement is going to be. That's going to be a very big radius. And OG is dangerous fighting underneath a place where you have no regeneration.
And they have a hard time killing Envy. I really like this Wraith King pick because, first of all, he can survive the Requiem and then play through it, which has been the story of OG a lot of the time when they pick Shadow Fiend. Miracle just kills the enemy carry and the fight is almost over, but Envy can survive it. They have very little mana burn, as the panel pointed out. Only the Fiend Script mana drain, which isn't that significant. None of the heroes will be likely to get a Necro book, and therefore he can just farm safely here. A lot of other carries would have to be scared of this position, but now, Envy's even on the offensive.
Well, there's your Hellfire Blast. Going to work on No-Tail, but it's just keeping him away for now. I was watching to see if that ultimate will come from Pylai Die, but
he's
it
still free farming.
Puppey, hello Fly. Misery and Puppey just walking under the cover of smoke. They catch out the Bane next to the side shop, and the Slanter ensures the kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Easy move now for Secret, just to force into the mid lane. SF comes back to defend it, and Light Strike Array well off target there from Weeha.
He's getting big though. Weeha is getting some good farm. Trade off sentries? Nope. Just barely got invisible before Miracle's attack hit it.
That's the Observer Ward going down for OG. Their vision across the map is, in fact, completely limited. They've got one sentry, and that's all. They have no other vision across the map.
And this, to me, is a Slardar game in comparison to the previous two. I think Secret's decision to still go for Slardar is a very good one. There's not that defensive physical protection from Cold Embrace and all the armor from Dazzle this time. So when they put Amplify on Shadow Fiend later on into this game, when Misery will probably have a Blink Dagger within the next maybe 5 minutes, and Wraith King perhaps the same, they can force Miracle out of the fight or to use a BKB very easily. And of course, I was going to say he's getting good farm. He's still way ahead of the curve, which he should be, given the situation. But what's the story for the rest of OG? Sven is keeping up somewhat. There's a big fall off toward the bottom compared to what we saw from them previously.
It feels a little different. It's hard to actually flag which one of OG is being the core. It's almost like they're waiting for a good opportunity to say, okay, now this guy will be a core. Moose spent most of his time sitting in the tree line, waiting for a fissure to fly out. So it's not going to be like the Moon Earthshaker we saw earlier today, where you walk around with 4-stars, blink daggers, whatever you want. The world was his oyster back then. This time around, he won't have these high maneuverability items. We'll rely on the speed from the Sven, the snowball from the Tusker, all these things together. But even the bottom lane attacking into an ancient apparition, with Pilot Eye going for this Urn build, which is kind of always a bit of a contradiction for an Ancient Apparition because he spends so much time being away from the fight, but it gives him the strength to survive the OG attack, or at least long enough for Dazzle to reply.
And the one thing to keep in mind about the Warcries, of course, all of that AoE armor is nice against Secret, but it's different in nature from what we saw in the previous games with how you need to position in order to get it off, the fact that your core was already in the middle of the fight to cast it. Ice Blast is going to harass Miracle and actually steal the game.
It took both of them. It took both of the Centaurs from him.
Completely random, too. They didn't have any vision in the area. Pilot Eye is going to welcome that extra burst of gold.
They're still abandoning the bottom lane. Experience-wise, Secret have over 2K. This is when I ask the question, is OG distributing their resources evenly? Or efficiently, is probably the better word.
I think so. I think this is fine for Secret so far. The main thing to keep an eye on in this game is Shadow Fiend, and that's it. Sven has lost quite a bit of momentum. He's now 600 gold behind Wraith King, which is not that much, but OG just don't seem to be able to execute the same kind of aggression that we've seen in the previous games. It's more about the playstyle than the actual golden experience that we're seeing. It's like Secret's draft. It's just kind of left OG completely uncertain as to what they need to do in the game.
I'm a little uncertain about what's coming out here from the Wraith King. Like, is this... Okay, it will actually be a Blade Mail. I thought for a bit that Envy would be looking at his own initiation. Obviously, you're going to get that from the starter once that Blink Dagger is done for
I think
Misery.
he'll get a Blink after this.
Would make sense. If you're going for a Blade Mail, you want to put yourself in harm's way.
Exactly. Blink into the fight, stun up the Shadow Fiend, put your Blade Mail up, and he can't use his Requiem unless he has a BKB. It's a good item to have against a hero like the Shaker, too, who takes so much damage from it. And I think Envy would be making a mistake not to get a mobility item. You can't really rely on Slardar to do all the work for you, and you can just waddle in there, start dealing damage.
The Observer Ward's being placed.
Fly is in a very awkward spot here.
With the Observer Ward, they see where Envy and Weeha are moving, but these pings coming out from Secret, they understand this was a warding
now
mission.
They found him. Envy? Okay.
There's farm to be had on top lane. He can't take.
There's a restraining order between this Wraith King and Bane, I think. Can't get within 500 range of each other. And the farm continues. So Secret, Misery is almost up to his Blink, and because of that, I think Envy will give him farm priority here in the lane. Looks like that is indeed the case. He's standing in the front lines, allowing Misery to safely farm this. Wow, what's going on?
Okay, how is Pilot Eye able to keep doing this?
I don't know.
Every time I look down here, there's no one from OG. Bane is just only TP'd down. But he can't reach Pilot Eye. With the Tranquil Boots, okay, maybe he can Pilot Eye, that Nightmare range. He's just out of it. He's just reading the lane perfectly. And with the Dire Observer Ward sitting on the side, the only way to run at the Ancient Apparition is direct. And they don't have a Blink Dagger for it. They can Warcry and chase him that way. The Snowball's one other way, but even then, you'll probably position yourself in the tree line to come from the Fog of War. Top lane, Moon, just coupling with a stun of Notel. It was the first Storm Bolt. And now Misery. Blink Dagger is up. That Ice Blast, okay. Oh. Well, that connecting. Secret are not feeling too confident. So they back up.
But I think this is the first time OG have been slowed down this much. I think that's the main thing to look at here. Even in the game against Evil Geniuses where they tried the same, it didn't feel like the slowdown was as significant, and that's because of the Alchemist pick they had in that game, keeping them ahead on the net worth. This time it's a Shadow Fiend, and while he is great and is still ahead on the net worth, you're just not feeling like the rest of the team is going to be able to keep up. So Miracle will be the absolute centerpiece in OG's strategy as expected, but perhaps he has to do a little bit more on his own that they were hoping for when they drafted this lineup.
It's Roshan time. With the early points up in Vampiric Aura, they got so much sustain from both the Shadow Wave, the Vampiric Aura, and then you put the amplification over on Roshan. So 16 minutes in, they enter the pit. And OG, they're going to smoke and try and stop this. They understand what's going on. As Weeha comes in, the weave already starts as well, so they've got defensive armor. If they get this Aegis Immortal and OG finds this is going to be a terrible place for him. The Fissure will catch on 3, but the Shards don't separate the team. You have the Requiem Assaults come now, but Wraithing, Shallow Grave as well as having the Blade Mail up. The Snowball protection's there. No Tail is still dead. And the Ancient Apparition ticks out the Shadow Fiend. Weeha trapped on the high ground with Crit, but then again, who's really trapped? Crit, that Fissure keeps him there, and now it's Secret taking out 4. Eternal Envy, the Blade Mail actually finds the kill. So not only do they grab Roshan, they hold on to the Aegis of the Immortal, they grab 4 players from OG, and now they'll take a tier 1 tower as well.
And you might have wondered what the key part of Secret picking this AA was in the draft. There was no Wyvern, there was no Dazzle, not the classic defensive heals. It countered out the Shadowfiend mech in that fight. When he can't mech and can't bottle, they just need to hit 1 or 2 spells on Miracle, and all of that net worth just goes completely down the drain. Very important hit there from Pylai Dai on what did look like OG could have taken a pretty decent fight. They got good shards, good fissure, they got the Requiem off, but not enough.
And now, okay, Snowball chasing after Pumpy. He instantly shallow Graves. Understands it's still Warrior's Punch, so he can't TP himself out of this one. Actually just goes back up to get denied. Not going to happen. Bottom lane, Misery initiates down on top of Fly. The fissure from Moon will buy a little bit of space. Echo Slam is also available. Envy wants to keep his distance and still has Requiem of Souls. Stuns on Fly, so he can't go for the Fiend Grip. And Weeha with a big double stun. They're going to cash 2, and Envy's committing. They're chasing after Notal. Weeha is Light Strike Array off cooldown. They know Notal will be moving into the corner, and with the Ice Blast coming in, Sven will pop. Wraithing will find the kill, and Secret now. Big back-to-back fights. They still will be losing their tier 1 tower in mid and not inflicting any real damage onto the bottom. In fact, Weeha is the one taking most of the damage. But they back out.
They still keep their Aegis and their Reincarnation, so they're ready for the next fight. This is a good play from OG, trying to dodge that fight with the Shadowfiend instead of putting down, just getting whatever trade he can. He is not in fighting shape just yet. He needs that BKB to open up. The problem is, with the pace Secret are farming in this game, Weeha will probably have his Aghanim Scepter at the same time, and then they just need to land the Ice Blast and a Laguna Blade and 2 right clicks from the Wraith King, and Miracle will die through his BKB as well.
I hate to tell you, but in a very short amount of gold, Ancient Apparition will actually have more net worth than this Sven, who is the 2nd highest net worth on OG at the moment. And Pylai Dai has a hand of Midas, so we can probably even establish this. And again, safe lane, farming. Safe lane is OG's lane in this case for the Ancient Apparition.
Yep. He is preparing for what could be a long game here. Man, he's so rich.
He really is. This Aghanim Scepter is going to come even quicker, and when it arrives, you're probably going to have a level 3 Ice Blast. You talk about the counter of the mech, you can just counter almost all of OG if that can connect.
God Strength being used here by Notil. He only has 2 points in Great Cleave though, so it takes him quite a while.
He just needs to
clear this up. Well, he has to do something like this. He could buy a Blink. There we go. OG are looking for the aggression, but it's difficult for them to engage. Even if there's no Aegis on the Dire side. Actually, wait a second. Weehawk went for the Soul Booster instead of the Aghanim Scepter. That's pretty surprising to me.
Well, if you feel you're far enough ahead, going for the Bloodstone isn't a bad build.
It's a good item for sure. It's just I thought that was the direct game plan here for Secret, was just stay ahead of the loop on Shadowfiend step by step, so he has no real point of strength.
It's either that or Secret are thinking more towards that mid-game timing. I know we've hit the 20-minute mark now, but Misery soon will have his survivability item, BKB of his own maybe. And when you have that big AA Aghanims, their timing's gonna be pretty sweet around the 30-minute mark.
Envy is close to a Radiance as well. Did not go for a mobility item just yet. I still think it's on the menu at some point for him. But Radiance, much better farming, higher damage output, of course, with the Mortal Strike. The damage you can actually do with such a raw damage item is exceptionally high. We'll be claiming this tower. Is there any trade-off for OG in sight? Doesn't look like it. Ice Blast.
They really don't want to. The Aegis is going to time out in about 45 seconds. The Ice Blast will stop Miracle, as well as Notal from forcing the bottom lane.
Yeah, that being level 2 already is actually a very big deal. The impact damage is so much higher.
And in fact, Envy comes in, looks for the stun over on Sven. Can't blink in time, Notal. And now they start removing his armor too. The stun will connect over on the Wraith King. And Misery, he can't get in range for the amplification. So now the blink from Notal into the trees and far, far away.
Close call. But Secret do defend their towers. It's a 1 tower for no tower trade. They've also managed to place a good aggressive Observer Ward in that top lane before they took
Envy,
that tower. Yeah.
He's looking for some help.
Yeah.
Misery can sprint.
But he can't.
No, Misery can do it. He TP'd into the tier 2 tower, so...
Good.
Okay, Noon. He sees it coming thanks to the vision from the creep wave and just fishes away.
He's just on the edge with that fissure. But it connects, that's what matters. The farm will continue. And Secret with a pretty comfortable 5,000 golden experience lead right now. Finally seems like they found some sort of solution, at least in this one game, to the early aggression from OG, who in contrast to previous games, have we seen them have 4 kills at minute 22 before? I don't think so.
Not really.
The Bane of Fly hasn't really been able to find any openings. Moon Meander still no Blink Dagger. We've seen in previous games he's had it around like minute 15. All just slowed down so much. Crit is actually closer to the Blink than Moon is. He has it in 10 gold.
And what a bad time to get it too. It's great that he gets it, but you just finished a 4-star over on the Slider. So you blink initiate. If it is the Slider, he just 4-stars himself at it. For someone else, there's a lot of saving mechanisms arriving for Team Secret.
Look at
Envy, he might need one. He just finished the Radiance, so he's flying out the Courier at the moment.
They don't want to engage on him. They knew he was there. They're pinging him out. He's standing there farming the wave, and they're not going because they're like, okay, he's out on his own. There's 5 heroes missing. If we commit, it takes too long.
Okay, Secret are coming.
Immediate counterplay.
They're going to have to commit, and this is also Secret walking underneath the Radiant Observer Ward. So either OG flag the fact that Secret is smoking, or they just work out and go, okay.
Or they die.
Yeah, or
basically.
they die. That's it. They're there. That's the only 2 options. Crit's on the top lane. He's going to blink himself and TP out, so...
Nice escape here from OG.
Yep.
They're going to lose no one.
Even with the 4-star on Envy, he cannot reach No-Tel.
Of course, they do see him because of that lane ward they have. Actually now being pinged out by OG. That might have been Envy. Could also be the ward. No kill found.
Oh.
And the farming will commence. So still, we're staying at that 5,000 status quo. I'm looking toward Roshan as the next point of contention, which, if it goes similarly to the last fight, then Secret will be claiming it very quickly. Of course, now they should have level 2 amplified. They do. And way higher damage on Envy, so it will be a faster Roshan kill.
And Secret, in the meantime, while they wait for Roshan, they're looking to take out these outer towers. So the tier 2 tower will drop on top. OG will not fight this. They're not really in any position to do so. They get a smoke again in 20 seconds time, and they've still got another one sitting in the inventory of Fly. So they got a chance there, but Secret are forcing OG to come at them. They're coming towards this top lane. You get a Mask of Madness purchase now on No-Tel. There'll be no buyback for him in this fight. In Secret, they really just want to keep attacking. Weeha's already got 3 Fiery Souls just beating into that tier 3 tower. And Envy just lets it happen. Sitting on the front lines too, what do they want to do? Initiate on him? He's basically got Nagus the Immortal himself through that level 2 reincarnation. They back up after forcing the rotation of OG. And they'll clean up the bottom lane now.
And again, they don't lose a tower in trade. It was close in the bottom lane here, but Secret they do get there in time. Forcing all those TPs should allow them to force out the bottom lane as well as the mid, and that sets up for a very nice access to the Roshan pit.
Oh,
Miracle.
Amplification.
Well,
it got a Miracle. Invis Room won't help him. But at the same time, Miracle doesn't know, Misery doesn't know what else is behind him.
And he can't solo him anyway. Even after he amps him up, he will lose a 1-on-1 exchange against that.
You basically need Paladin's ulti to connect.
That's not enough even. He just BKBs and kills you in 5 hits when you have sprint on. Use a couple of raises or a wreck from as well. So he can't really challenge him, which is fine for Secret. They don't need to kill, they need to control the map and get Roche and play from there. Now it's gonna spawn.
No-Tel.
This ward spawns another hero here.
That Observer Ward for the Dire is, for the Radiant side, is working perfectly. You're seeing all of Secret moving.
Look how close it is to being sentry too. You actually need to move the camera in a specific angle to see that it's outside the range. It's extremely close to being inside the vision of that Radiant sentry, but...
And this is why Secret will probably be scratching their heads, wondering why do they keep backing up when we move in like this? At exactly the right time as well. But why worry about it? Just force the lane. You've taken the tier 2 tower on top. If your next objective is going to be Roshan, oh, okay, he is already up. The amplification's going to work. And the rest of Secret will as well. And OG, they're back at the tier 2 tower. They're going to smoke up, but really, how much time do they have when you get the crit and Roshan? In fact, Secret are getting out of here. I don't think they can finish it before OG will arrive.
There's a ping top from Puppy. He's like, okay, we're pushing their top lane.
Does he blind blink? Oh, they got the Observer Ward. They see Eternal Envy farming. Weeha, okay. They see the Observer Ward too. Actually, do they have detection? No, they do not.
Envy did no care.
Walk into the pit and use Envy as bait. The smoke, oh, they found one. They found Misery down the river. The snowball's gonna follow after him, but Fly controlled the river, so it's a 1-for-1. And Pardai keeps the vision up. Then again, he's looking
Oh, that's a really good charge.
They need some help. They need a lot of help. The Ice Blast will still connect over on Miracle. Puppy too far away to get the Shallow Grave up. And now even with the fissure, they isolate Eternal Envy in the bottom lane. The TPs are coming in, and Sven with Weeha arriving, gonna Laguna blade him down. It's not enough damage, knocked out of 99 life. The Radiance Burner's doing the work, but not enough of it. You also have to keep in the SF out, but with a snowball forward, now they wind up for the ultimate. Lina Weeha just pops instantly, and Eternal Envy wants to keep fighting, but it's only reincarnation they'll end up burning. So Moon ticking out in the tree line. Envy knows he should be able to claim it. The 6-shot's keeping Moon alive a little bit longer. Stormbolt keeping Misery out. The Shallow Grave now has to be committed by Puppey. Moon will die into the tree lines to Puppey from that Shadow Wave as Envy isolated by the shards. The perfect positioning from Crit. We don't expect much less from him, and he gets the distance.
Man, how much a Blink Dagger would do on Eternal Envy right now. He's gotta be going for that as his next item. I think they would have cleaned up that fight if he had any way of chasing them. But OG are just playing so well around these ice shards, keeping, I think Crit single-handedly kept 2 or 3 heroes alive there.
OG have to come back, but they don't have Requiem. They don't have the BKB on the SF, and Envy, it's like he's using Roshan again as bait. But with the shards flying in, he backs out, and they let it go. But now, in fact, actually, you're okay, yeah, Secret, they're gonna smoke. And they draw the line to wrap around, so they'll come in through the mid lane. That's where Moon's currently sitting. No Echo Slam available for him, but when Sven moves forward like this, the Yulsep stars from Weeha, Misery with a crush, keeping Sven out to fight the Ice Blast. Moon's gonna pop to that one, a quick 2 kills. Coming the way of Team Secret. This will make the big opening they were searching for to take out Roshan.
It's definitely free now. Manta style completed on the Shadow theme, gives him a chance to break out or dodge something like a Lina stun or the Wraith King stun. Still a very difficult play for him. Plenty of problems right now. With this Blink Dagger on Envy and an Aegis on Weeha, I think Secret will be looking to maybe siege top lanes. As the panel pointed out, this is kind of how it's working out. They just don't have tools for this Wraith King. He's not scared of anything. Envy will just go in the front lines consistently. In order to kill him, they have to commit so many key cooldowns. And while they do it, they lose half their health on a couple of heroes to just Radiance and Blade Mail.
And they keep dodging it. Like every single time. Envy just, like he's walking amongst OG as one of them, but OG just don't want him there. When Envy actually gets close enough now with the Blink Dagger to do the damage, OG will have no other choice but to attack into him. But if they commit their abilities for this, like you're gonna burn Reincarnation and have nothing left. That's their problem. And there goes your tier 2 tower. So is Team Secret maybe not having to siege the top lane. They take out the bottom. Rotate to the top as Eternal Envy. Yeah, what do you want to do, OG? Misery can even farm up in the mid lane now. Increase his items. You're 300 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter on Weeha. The Ancient Apparition has the point booster, but still another 1,500 gold for Ancient Apparition to complete up his Aghanim Scepter. But the sweet timing is there from Secret, and they've got such a huge advantage. 7.5k gold over 5k experience. All the major items are there, and OG, how do they get back into this game?
They need no-tail to get big and start getting some big crits. They have so many stuns and so much control, but they can't commit it on Envy. They can't commit it on the hero with the Aegis, and they're playing into Shallow Grave. So Secret, with the defensive tools they have, it's so difficult for OG to engage fights. They need some sort of massive cleave crit to get ahead in the fight.
But they don't even
and
have
no-tail he is very far behind on farm now.
He's going for the BKB.
He has to do that. That's his first item, so he can do something. And then after that, we're looking at damage items. This is one of the problems that Sven has and why he hasn't been picked very much. He's very kiteable. He's so item dependent and takes a very long time to get his items on. The big plus of him is the Warcry, but as long as OG don't dish out the damage to bring anyone down while they have the positive armor, it doesn't really matter. Secret don't mind having a long fight. They get stronger when it progresses.
It might not matter as well once his Assault Cuirass is completed over on the Wraith King.
Tower is under attack.
Then they're going to repair a lot of what Sven does. This tier 2 tower is kind of done for. Weeha's just beaten it down, and OG are not going to fight into this. They are still not ready. Even if you look for Moon to initiate, it's a level 1 Echo Slam. The damage just isn't there from the Earthshaker. You'll jump on Team Secret, but even your Ancient Apparition has over 1k life. The Dazzle's walking around with a full Solar Crest. You're even having the trouble of SF inflicting damage into a hero because there's no Monkey King bar. The Solar Crest can be used defensively.
They finally do claim a tower now, though, OG, so they got the bottom tier 1. It took them very long to get it. The last hit goes on crit, who looks like he's building into Lotus Orb, being able to remove amplify damage, reflect the Sven stun, or the Wraith King stun rather, is kind of nice. Nice blast.
Let's try and stop the push. OG are just trying to keep this split going. That's why Notel hasn't left the top lane in a while. Envy's just creep skipping out the wave. So Notel's getting no more reinforcements. Once it's the tier 2 tower, that push will stop.
Notel being up there might have potentially saved the lane of Barracks. They're gonna use, or lose rather, their Aegis in about a minute and a half. And with how much time it's gonna take this dire creep wave to reach the top lane, which is very clear that Secret are trying to set up for with this wave cutting, it's gonna take about a minute. And then their moment of opportunity is almost gone, at least with the Aegis. They could still try, but it's way higher risk.
They've got 1 minute. 1 minute is all that's left. Moon, with that farmer he got in the bottom lane, getting a lot more cash into him, but more importantly, that level 2 Echo Slam is there. And Envy just had enough. He attacked into the tier 3 tower. The second he's got an opportunity, the stun will come on to fly, as Envy gets one back for his troubles. The Stormbolt doing his work, the Fissure catching out too, and Envy still going to work on the tower. Weeha's damage is actually doing most of it. In fact, Weeha now moving forward, trying to find that stun over on Miracle. But the Ice Shards will lock both Misery and Weeha together as Team Secret. It's a siege inside the base of OG, attacking at the melee racks, but backdoor regeneration. They were stopping it for a bit, but now the dire creep wave arrives back in mid. They get the stun over on crit. Weeha with a follow-up with the snowball. It's going to bring crit a long way forward, and Envy still with his level 3 reincarnation. He wants to fight, hitting so hard into crit, and Pain just pops the Laguna Blade of Weeha, and he keeps the control on Miracle, while Notel back behind the line, searching for a kill on Puppey. Weeha's going to put an end to this madness by using him up, and Envy, the shallow grave, they just can't kill the Wraith King. Even if they do, welcome to another one.
Oh, he didn't have mana?
Wait, what? He didn't actually have the reincarnation trigger because of this. This is a big turnaround now. Puppey as well as Misery, copying a lot of damage from that Echo Slam of Moon. And Secret, they have to get out of here. They lost their big damage dealer. They lost their sustain. They do have Laguna Blade up, or maybe they just stick around. Crit, the damage from Weeha. We have to remember him. He'll Yule Scepter up on the SF. Lights Wrecker Ray.
Nice
Dodged by the Manta style. Moon's still on the front lines, however. Nowhere to really hide, as that damage from Weeha will reach him. They're looking for another stun. Force up. They get it on Miracle. The buyback comes from the Tuskar. He can't protect him. Weeha with Laguna Blade doesn't work, but now he's in trouble. Fiend's Grip controls him. Slaughter picked up by the Tuskar on one side. The Snowball chasing out the leader. Yule Scepter in 1 second time. Denial is possible as well with the Bloodstone, and Weeha's got the choice. Does he do it? No, the Tuskar will end the streak and get the money, but mana problems be real.
And considering Envy died there without reincarnation, I think Secret got away with that pretty okay. That's a really big mistake that could have cost a comeback there for OG, as of course the Aegis did expire on Lina. Bloodstone Suicide, I do agree, should have probably been expended there. He might have forgotten about it in the heat of the moment, trying to deal as much damage as possible. You only end up getting the tier 3 tower. If Envy had reincarnation there, that's Selena Rax, 100% sure.
Yep.
There's no counterplay for OG. They used everything they had.
They have nowhere to get out to. We haven't even seen really the effect, the slow that comes with reincarnation would allow Team Secret to get another big positional advantage.
How did he run out of mana though? There's no Necro Book. They didn't grip him, right? They gripped the Lina later in the fight. So it was 100% just his...
Wraithfire Blast and Blade Mail charges, that's it.
Must have used too much. Maybe failed a Tread Switch or something like that.
Possible.
Got a little bit too eager throwing out all the stuns, which Envy played a great fight until that point.
Yeah. And that's
him being aggressive is what he needs to do.
Maybe that's when the duration of the fight isn't so great for Eternal Envy. One stun after the other. No one bought Arcane Boots. Maybe Puppey will consider that.
It is, of course, a risk you run when you don't have a wand or a soul ring in your inventory. But at the end of the day, you just need to keep an eye on it yourself. It's a mistake he won't make again this game.
Yeah. But it does give a little bit of a window for OG. They're still over 10,000 gold behind, but they get a little bit of the experience back. Still a deficit of 5K. But the SF's getting bigger and bigger as Miracle working his way towards that butterfly. With Eternal Envy going in for what we assume is an Assault Cuirass at this point, it might make it a little bit more difficult for them to attack into the Shadow Fiend. And maybe that's where you look towards Weeha.
They don't need to hit him. That's the luxury that Secret have in this lineup against a lot of the times we've just seen Miracle be almost impossible to deal with. The luxury they have is that if Ice Blast hits and level 3 Laguna Blade hits, that's enough to take half his health. And just a little bit of extra damage here and there and he's gone. And even if he doesn't die, he has to BKB and run away. What's he going to do afterwards? It's difficult for him to re-engage. There's no heals to bring him back up after the Ice Blast is over. It's tricky here for OG, and
They're trying to make Roshan the next point. Maybe a little bit earlier. They smoked up.
This is very good timing. Ice Blast is out the window.
Yeah, 30 seconds down.
This is the best chance they're going to have for the rest of the game, probably, to come back fully.
The problem is it's the worst target. It's the Wraith King. And OG understand that Secret will always be using Envy as bait. And now Secret themselves smoke up, and they walk away from OG. The Courier is flying down. This might reveal a position. That Observer Ward will give a slight advantage to Secret if they stuck around, but instead they move all the way into the Radiant jungle. As the Courier comes back, they throw down their own sentry ward now, OG, and they understand that Observer Ward's there. They've also got to understand they're being watched.
This is
Actually, they don't see it.
Good for OG.
It's because it's nighttime. They don't see it. Envy's going to jump in. Secret have done the wraparound. They bring down Sven Kryptos forward, but Moon, he can't get his Echo Slam off in the fight. At least he's going to be isolated on the side. Miracle winding up for the ulti. Eternal Envy, the only one really being hit hard by it. And there's your Echo Slam, but so ineffective against Team Secret. Miracle isolated in the mid lane. And now Manta Stars tries to dodge the cold feet, able to do so. But you've still got too much follow-up here from Secret. They haven't lost a single iota. And with that roll forward, Crip at least can't try and blink himself up, the misery equal to the task. And that is a team wipe. Not only is it a team wipe, Roshan has just respawned. So it's a full wipe, and the Aegis and the cheese coming the way of Team Secret.
And now we're reaching that point where Secret need to really baffle the Scientists to lose this game. It's basically as simple as go top, send Envy in front, have him hit the barracks, force OG to initiate into you. You have Graves to save him, you have Cheese, Aegis on the Lina. You just need to draw cooldowns from OG, hit a couple of key spells, and they should be taking the racks, and actually 2 lanes and the game.
Envy's already here. Already blows this stun. Watch his mana. 280 at the moment. They Nightmare. He only needs 160 to get that ulti off, and Weeha now going to arrive the Fiend's Grip over on the Wraith King with the Light Strike Array. Instantly cancel. They like Kuda blade down the Sven with the crutch as well. I don't know if OG feel like they can defend this. In fact, they don't. GG! Team Secret will force us into a 4th game and avoid the whitewash of OG here at the Frankfurt Major final.
And now I am extremely curious about the next draft because, what was it? Secret in this game chose Dire. So, and OG chose first pick, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, they went for...
OG chose second pick.
OG chose second pick,
yes.
How are they going to adjust to the changes? Because this game was totally different from the last 4 they've played.
It really was. It's a very good question. Luckily, we've got a whole bunch of people who are qualified to answer it, Cinderin, and that is our panelists. So over to you, Red. Thoughts?
Thank you very much, Toby. Yes, plenty of thoughts on the desk to come. Of course, we're going to break it down. Our 3rd game goes the way of Team Secret that keep the championship hopes alive. They just need the small matter of 2 more games. But let's recap Game 3. Jacob, very impressive from Secret to step back up after being under so much pressure.
I think Poppy has found the recipe for success, right? Taking no tail out of his comfort zone with the current hero pool that he has. The Sven just wasn't at all enough. It seemed as if they crumbled much like, I mean, every enemy they've played up against throughout the tournament when they get their early game aggression. That's the same that Poppy just applied to them with their strategy.
Okay.
I think the Wraith King actually needs some discussion too. So we had 2 discrepancy in the Wraith King. Cap said that the Wraith King is very, very good versus OG's style. You want to expand on that?
I think that OG's playstyle, they're a team that is actually, they develop their own playstyle and they hope to be able to force the enemy into that kind of playstyle, and that's where they're most effective. But once they get outside of their zone of comfort, I think they actually start falling apart a lot more. And I think that certain heroes like the Wraith King, taking the Dazzle away from them, are actually very effective because OG are so good at this kind of skirmish playstyle where they take one hero, have a numbers advantage. There's no taking a numbers advantage when you pop a Wraith King.
Yeah, maybe they've found the key to unlock OG.
Especially because when they finally commit on trying to kill the Wraith King, the 5-second Shallow Grave comes out, you know he's still got Reincarnation up and running. You just like, you get completely demoralized when you're fighting against that. You're like, oh man, I didn't even kill his Reincarnation, now I have to deal with it in 5 seconds from now. And by then, the Lina, Weeha's Lina needs some credit as well. Just dishes out so much damage, constantly positioning himself right to get off everything several times throughout a fight. just too much for OG to handle.
They also strengthened their safe lane a lot and delayed Moon's Blink Dagger to much later than we've normally seen.
Yeah, putting pressure on the laning phase, but also getting 3 different cores that all had like individual stuns. I think that was actually an important part in making sure that OG couldn't play the back and forth. Like a lot of times I call it kind of a skirmish playstyle, but it does draw things out. And between the lockdown of having these cores that actually provide their own disables, as well as the damage over time from Radiance, I think it's tough for OG to actually play their usual game against that kind of lineup. And they just seem a little bit shook when Secret finally man-fought against them.
The Dazzle is it's been a very controversial pick actually for the last 2 weeks. You said very early on in the group stage, I remember, it's a great hero, don't understand why it's not being used more. When it is used, it doesn't seem to be used properly. And in the first week, it's interesting, the stat guys, thank you by the way, Ben, they gave us 9 for 15 in the group stage, is Dazzle. In the playoffs, 13 and 4. And in the last 3 days, including that last game, 9 and 0 now. Just starting to show why it's such a good hero.
I mean, the past 48 hours, the run that OG has had, the fact that Secret has been successful, these are the 2 teams who utilize it the most, especially because they're still in the tournament, so that's easy to say. They are the ones who knows how to play it. They constantly have great Graves coming out, something we didn't see much of in the group stage by the teams that lost with it. They didn't really seem as synergetic as the lineups that we've seen from both OG and Secret. So that plays a huge part of it. If you don't use it, if you don't push your advantage early on, if you don't constantly use all the heal and the shallow grave, then no, the hero isn't going to be good.
Let's take a look back at the highlights of Game 3. Secret coming back into their own. Again, opened up. It's been fairly cagey this time round. The previous 2 games have been quite fighty. Why the difference?
I think a big part of it is the fact that OG suddenly was on the receiving end of things. It's sort of an unfamiliar feeling for them, except when they're losing. And the result is that they get a bit more hesitant. They don't really want to fight. They don't have that same timing on their items. There's a bigger disparity between when they feel they're strong enough to actually fight and push.
Secret also are very comfortable with waiting until the late game, because Wraith King is very, very weak in the mid game, and then on top of that, they have like so many anti-BKBs that they don't really care if OG farms it. If they get a mech, it's countered up by the Ancient Apparition. If they get a BKB, Lino will slam them, as well as Slardar with the Amp and Dazzle with the Weave. So there wasn't really a good timing for OG to hit, maybe like super early before Wraith King got his items, but when they had multiple Aegises as well as the Radiance up on the Wraith King, it was incredibly difficult for Secret to burst anyone down, or OG to burst anyone down.
I have to say as well, there's a passage of play here actually from Crit, and it's worth picking out yet again because we keep saying how good he is, and again, he probably saved 2 of his teammates in this passage of play. That was one, and there was another one just after this as well. Again, just having a fantastic tournament.
Yeah, even when they're losing, Crit shines.
There's another one just about to come up now, I think.
Yeah, he's going to make the Ice Shards walk.
So you have this Wraith King that hasn't even used his ultimate yet. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger, and they're still not able to kite him. So once he gets even more items or a mobility item, it's just a lost cause. Like, how do you deal with him? He's just constantly up in your face, sieging, and stopping the Blink Daggers, baiting out spells, especially like long cooldown ones, like even Earthshaker Fissure, and they didn't have the tools to deal with him. You mentioned that they should kite him, but they weren't able to at all.
Jacob, I actually just now thought about this because Ben said something about how there wasn't any real good timing, and for OG to actually push against Secret or exploit a certain weakness. I never thought about it this way, but it could be that OG, looking back at their games, are very good at reading their enemies' timings and actually exploiting them, right? In the games that I feel like they were most dominant was when there was very clearly a time where the enemy team would want to fight and would not want to fight and try and split push. AM is a great example of kind of hero that has very specific timings. He doesn't want to fight too much early, but he also can't go too late.
Which is also why I think the hero like Sven just doesn't really suit him that well. Like, what item is he supposed to get in this game that's supposed to make him succeed? He lacks damage, he gets a Mask of Madness, boom, instantly gets blown up by Laguna. He needs a Blink Dagger, he needs a BKB because they have 3 stuns.
Yeah, he takes too long to get online. Even with the Phantom Lancer, he has a skill set that you can actually utilize throughout the game, even if he only has a diffusal, even when he doesn't even have a diffusal. At the same time, they're so used to pushing with this Shadow Fiend. He gets that early mech. It's the same build they go every single time they play him. Push down the tier 1 towers, but the one time they get pushed back on the bottom lane when they lose that fight and the momentum goes Secret's way, that's where they just sort of lack a game plan. They don't know, wow, this has never happened to us before. What just happened? What are we going to do from here?
They kind of resorted to farming up on Sven, getting ancient stacks and whatnot, but that is not really going to work well versus Secret's lineup. So what does it come down to? Maybe Secret repelling that first big push from OG? Maybe... What do you guys think?
And they started doing a lot more individual mistakes as well. We saw, for instance, there's this classic moment in the game where Moon Meander on the Earthshaker and No Tail on the Sven stands in the middle lane, uses their spells to push out a creep wave, and a smoked Secret just runs on in with the Lina in charge, Yules the Earthshaker, instantly kills him off, and they chase down the Sven as well. I don't even know what they were doing there. It was just classic mistakes that you should never do at this level of play.
I don't want to make apologies on their behalf, but this is their 6th game of the day. And they've had 2 days where they also played 2 games.
But they might have 2 more to come, and if you want to be a champion, you've got to hang in there.
Absolutely. No, I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying that maybe, just maybe, there's a little bit of tiredness creeping in. A few errors creeping in here and there because they were absolutely flawless early on against Evil Geniuses. Got a great game 1, good game 2, sloppy game 3.
It is the curse of being a loser bracket team.
Yeah.
There's a lot more games to be played.
Absolutely.
They're going to need a draft that they feel very comfortable with going into game number 4 if those kind of factors are beginning to affect them.
And what would that look like?
Well, let's see what they can get in like the game 1, game 2, see if they can grab that Alchemist again if the lineup is right. I don't know, Team Secret, maybe it's actually perhaps OG pick up like a Meepo that would be a bit better. Why do you guys think, actually I've been thinking about this for a while, why do you think that the single target defensive heroes, such as Bane and most notably Winter Wyvern as well as Dazzle, are so good in this patch? Is it because we don't have any like real big long cooldown heroes, so whenever you save somebody, they're always able to perform a response? What is it about those supports that are so good in this sort of meta?
I mean, just being able to take out a hero instantly in the fight, like Doom and Slaughter too, like those are the heroes that can just completely burst down a hero in a matter of seconds, or Doom just completely eliminate a hero in the fight. You're just making the fight 4-on-5. Alternatively, you can have like huge AoE capabilities, but we've seen that our teams are generally just good enough about positioning that single target is just as good as AoE.
Yeah, Darkseid doesn't seem at all as popular as it has been in the past. Just throughout this week, Darkseid hasn't at all been as dominant as we'd expected to. Probably one of the top, probably the number 1 offlane pick going into the tournament. Now suddenly it's mostly avoided. We see this grand final, there's plenty of good Darkseid players in the tournament overall. We didn't see EG pick it. We haven't seen OG pick it. We saw OG pick it once and they lost with it.
32 picks, 50% win rate.
And then Winter Wyvern last game, AoE Ultimate almost exclusively used on single hero BKB targets. We saw Echo Slams that were decent this game, but no like huge 4-man Echo Slams unless teams like come around the pit. They're just much more wary about their positioning.
Yeah.
You gotta ask yourself why Lina isn't picked up more now. She fell off the radar for a while, was picked every now and then, occasionally possibly as a support as well. I feel like she fits this meta perfectly well. Every time we see her in action, she deals a ton of damage, gets a lot of kills, is a constant threat to both carries as well as in the laning stage. Why isn't she being picked up more often?
I'll tell you why. 34% win rate.
I blame bad teams.
Thank you, Paul.
There you go. Why isn't he more? Because it's a bad hero. I mean, I agree. I mean, I think Jacob's onto something. I think it's low cooldown. It has the ability to actually eliminate a hero right away, which we identify as one of the important things about this meta. It seems that's why Dazzle as well as Winter Wyvern are so key, is in order to prevent that quick numbers advantage, because these skirmishes can go so long. You want to be able to create that kind of sustain back and forth.
I mean, joking aside, we have seen some very, very good Lina playing in the last 2 weeks. G springs to mind.
Yeah, exactly.
A couple of great games on Lina. And also in that last game as well. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. So we can do it, G can do it. Plenty of others can do it. Just doesn't overall seem to have had the best success within the drafts that it's been picked on, I guess.
Well, they knew both, I think, both supports as well as the mid matchup very early on. Sometimes we see Lina countered by a Viper, which could have something to do with it. What's more telling to me is why did OG choose second pick? And I think, are they going to switch to first pick as a result of what happened in the last?
No, they're not.
Nope. Nope.
Nope.
I think OG chose it last time, though. Maybe Secret are choosing first pick.
Right, I'm with you. So the Wisp gets banned for the 4th consecutive game.
Something that still annoys me is the fact that they picked up the Sven. I just...
it hasn't been wholly effective, has it?
If you were scared
mixed bag.
just pick it yourself.
I mean, Dazzle's Weave is just a way better Warcry and minus armor.
Yeah.
So
And Sven's been very hit and miss.
I mean,
some teams have found it works, some haven't. Hasn't really had any
worked
standout
with
games. I think it was that one game with EG used it.
That was
worked,
like a 60-minute game.
Yeah, and then they used it again, and it didn't work.
Initially, you sort of think to yourself, yeah, it's one of those carries that can fight very early on and fit into OG's playstyle. But then when you actually look at the game and all the games that we've seen Sven being played in, that's just not the case. He needs a lot of items for him to actually be useful, for him to actually dish out enough damage. He's not mobile enough. He doesn't have the same kind of damage output and the threat level of a gyrocopter early on. He isn't mobile as a Phantom Lancer. It's just...
And he can actually be focused on quite easily, unlike a Wraith King, which we saw last game.
So therefore, when we go into strategy, when it comes to the first bans and picks, I think the mistake that, would you agree that the mistake from last game was the fact that the Winter Wyvern was banned away by Team Secret, and then OG gave them like the first pick Dazzle, and they didn't take the Slaughter themselves, they actually let them have the Slaughter. If you don't have the Dazzle and you don't have the Winter Wyvern, you don't have a response to Slaughter, and in which case you go for a response like Sven, which we don't really deem appropriate enough.
Yeah, I much prefer a Juggernaut.
10 seconds remaining.
Yep, EG have done that in the past. So we've got many different bans this time round. Wyvern, Wisp, steady bans from Secret, but two completely different bans
We
from
got
OG.
Doom, we got Shadow Fiend, we got Tusk, we got Slaughter.
The whole
But if you look at the heroes that are left,
hard.
Slardar, Doom, like I think Dazzle was the best first pick to go for there, even though it kind of sucks giving up Doom. I think Dazzle is the appropriate response.
Dazzle was fine.
Yeah, Dazzle is fine.
Yeah. No, I agree.
With how the bans went, this is exactly why Dazzle is good. You just banned out three of the most support heroes aside from the Bane Elemental, and you immediately get the Dazzle, the one hero that OG has really succeeded with.
Yeah, exactly. The trade-off being like you have to give up the Doom or the Sword or whatever OG won at that point in time, but I think Dazzle is the best well-rounded opening.
It's 9-0 in the last 3 days, by the way.
There was probably a chance of them getting either Doom or the Shadow Fiend as well, just because of how much OG has played Tusk and how good Crit is on it.
So is that a Slaughter again from Secret? I think it's actually decent versus Doom and decent versus Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend, a BKB hero, and he can kind of just run away if he gets doomed. He usually gets spells off.
I think it's more than decent. I think Slardar is the best off-lane response to Doom. Just because he has low armor in the beginning, you provide better initiation than the Doom does.
Misery has sort of redeemed himself. Despite losing 2 of the games of the 3 they've played thus far, they did just win, and he did fine in game 2 as well.
Turn to bed.
Is it reasonable to assume that Secret are thinking already about going for a Wraith King again versus this
Doom?
from
Yeah,
OG?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
So OG ban it, bait it out so they can pick an anti-mage. Which one? Any of the above?
I don't think so. I don't think they're going for this anti-mage pick-up when they already have the
So
Shadow
do they ban out the Wraith King?
Yeah, I think you ban away the Wraith King because if you don't have room for the Beastmaster and you don't want to go the AM yourself, and I don't think they can because they have both Doom and SF, there'd be a lot of farm between 3 different cores.
Must be another answer to Wraith King than just Beastmaster and AM.
Well, there was Phantom Lancer, but that's already banned out.
Yeah.
Any other Necrobook carriers? I guess Queen of Pain with Necro, but that's not in style at all. Kill his team, which you suggested last game, which completely failed OG.
I suppose Meepo is decent.
Yeah, it's decent. It's a good call.
Reserve time.
So Secret banned out Gyrocopter last game in hopes of forcing No-Tail into less of a comfort hero.
I sort of expect them to go for the Tusk instead.
Dire team back.
OG should probably ban out the Ember over the Wraith King. I'd be a lot more frightened of the Ember Spirit. It needs to be said that Envy also had a really good start on that Wraith King for him to actually succeed as much as he did. If the tables were turned, if OG had the upper hand, the advantage, Wraith King is no longer good at all. Like, if you can kill off his entire team, he's just gonna die twice.
Reserve time.
So do you think that picking up the Gyrocopter, if OG leave that in the pool, third picking the Gyrocopter for themselves, getting good aggressive carry to create space for Miracle, is that enough pressure to put on the Wraith King?
It depends, because right now, Moonmeander can't put out the same kind of aggression as we normally see him on with his stun heroes. He doesn't have a Slardar, he doesn't have a Clockwork, he doesn't have an Earthshaker. Doombringer, I think they could have just have No-Tail play the Beastmaster now. Farm up the Beastmaster. Rely on the Shadow Fiend and the Doombringer as enough for the late game, especially because Beastmaster can take out any one hero on his own if he gets farmed and levels with Book and Blink. I don't think that's a bad strat at all. And OG needs to stay in line with how they prefer playing, which is early game pressure, objective-based Dota, where they run around as a unit.
I agree with you there. Why didn't they go for it last game, though? Why Sven? Beastmaster has been more their go-to than Rogue Knight.
The Lich too.
Building up some armor, I like this.
It's one of the toughest dual off lanes to face up against, and it provides a response to both Slardar and Dazzle. Ice Armor will completely cover the amp damage or the weave, but it'll give you a little bit of assistance.
I think this game is gonna really show just how much versatility OG actually have in their draft.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
So is this still a good Meepo game? Perhaps?
For either side, you mean?
I think more for OG, but I suppose both sides could still run it.
I mean, I really like the idea of the Beastmaster, I gotta say. I mean, as much as I want to watch either of them play the Meepo, Beastmaster just makes a lot of sense to me right now. Is there any point in time a Beastmaster isn't a good hero?
What about for Moon? We saw Clockwork banned out last game. His Earthshaker, I don't think it was the best setup for him because he's like a very bursty hero, which is exactly what Wraith King is very good against. Do you think there's a hero that he can have more of an impact on?
You don't think he's playing the Doom? I hate it whenever we see these one-position Doombringers. I don't, even though some of them have won, including Team Secret with Eternal Envy a few times, I don't think it's the strongest.
If you get Lich, that almost, for me, it all but assures that you're running dual off.
Yeah.
And then Moonmeter is playing it. I think if you go the carry Doom, you don't grab Lich. Oh, no, you've got an SF mid as well. He doesn't.
Crit Rubik makes a lot of sense. A great Bane hero. Counter to Bane hero, I should say.
Secret's approach to Shadow Fiend and Doom, good anti-BKB heroes in particular, with the Bane and the Slar.
Meepo still not half bad?
Yeah, Meepo's still not half bad. I think they have good ways of protecting him.
Just gonna pull the trigger on it.
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe confirming Envy's hero before they go for it, though.
It's a Juggernaut.
Dire team back.
Okay. Still think Meepo is fine.
Juggernaut actually is a great responding hero to Doom if you have your healing ward out, whether for an ally or you already have it preemptively out for yourself. It's actually an accurate response to the damage over time of Doom.
Is Juggernaut good versus Meepo, though? I think it works both ways, because we've seen the super farm-heavy Juggernauts with Battle Fury, and I actually think that's pretty good versus him.
Yeah,
if they go to standard build, the drum, or the old standard build, which is just drums S and Y, it's not good at all. But I think the Battle Fury one is very, very good. We've talked a lot about the Juggernaut, but I don't think Secret have actually used it that much.
It's a great ban coming out from OG.
The Magnus?
Knowing that Team Secret loves comboing these melee carries with their mag.
It's from Fly, something to think about.
10 seconds remaining.
Is still Weeha's hero.
5 seconds remaining.
Good call on the
Rightfully the Beastmaster ban. These teams are very familiar with what the other one is thinking.
I like Brewmaster. I was going to say, Brewmaster would give them, they needed initiation, they needed more team fight power, something that doesn't really care about Slardar or Juggernaut. Brewmaster is actually probably the best early activatable strength hero you could get.
No-Tail is somewhat of a Meepo god. Not a Meepo, a micro god. Well, also a Meepo god.
Meepo god too.
Coincidentally. So I think we're in for a treat here.
We've only seen 3 Brewmasters so far.
Invoker.
None of them have won.
Bane is going to have a hard time up against this.
And Alchemist is the final pick for Team Secret. Right, here we go then. Team Secret need 2 more. OG need 1. Let's find out where game 4 goes with Toby 1 and Sidra.
That's right. Let's see what is going to happen. OG, they were looking at 2 easy chances and then a hard one coming later on when the series gets leveled up. But for now, it is 2-1, still in favor of OG. They pull out the Brewmaster for the first time here in the grand final. How's it going to play up against Team Secret?
It's a really strong duo with Doom. You engaged with Scorched Earth, you use the Primal Split, and you kind of force the enemy to fight into a Doom instead of being able to disengage. They also have the strong laning with the Lich, together with the Doom. So I like this draft from OG a lot, considering that a lot of their primary tools were taken away. I still think if this is heroes they're comfortable with, they have a good draft against what Secret have this time around.
Of course, the concern I'd look at for OG's draft is just going to take a little bit of time to come online. But with the Lich, the laning phase can look a lot stronger, and we're going to get ourselves into the game right now as we will start game number 4. It isn't a 3-0. It is going to be going potentially the whole distance. How far? We'll find out right now. OG, we'll see if their laning combo can work. If the Doombringer, the hero of this current meta, even if he has dropped off a little bit during this tournament, becomes even stronger and kicks in the SF. It was the dream picks for OG. The Team Secret also messing around. For the first time, we won't see a team from the Dire side try and take over the Radiant jungle. Instead, it's a top rune area.
Yeah, Secret want to secure this rune for their Alchemist, of course. And I was thinking about the reason behind the Alchemist pick. It's not a hero Weeha plays that often, but he does play it on occasion. And the thing is, when you're playing against this kind of Brewmaster, the enemy team will be looking to take these team fights, and Acid Spray is great against it for defending your towers, buying time. You have a really good carrot to give Aghanim's Scepter to in this game. The Juggernaut can benefit from that hell of a lot in his item build. And of course, should the game go long enough, I don't think OG have what it takes to win. They have a Shadow Fiend carry, basically. Doom does not scale as well as other heroes going into the super late game. Brewmaster is known to fall off. He has great control, but you start being able to kill off the Broodling, so Misery here.
Yeah, he's trying to contest for the
He's gonna get it too.
Yep, and this will slow down the Bottle of Miracle. It may cost him his life, however, as the Razors are connecting too, and the third one's there from Miracle, and it's gonna connect. The first blood goes to OG, and kind of makes up for the cost of losing the Bounty Rune.
Absolutely. He was trying to take away some lane presence from Miracle there, but instead, he ends up giving him a little less experience, but more gold.
Crit and Fly are starting in this mid lane, so they're going to babysit Miracle in the early stages. Alchemist did go for, obviously, the Greeble Streak because he got the rune early on. But now he's got that second level. The Acid Spray is going to keep flying Miracle back a little bit. Paladin just offering a little support. That means you get a melee on melee Misery versus the Brewmaster. And we saw this previously. Obviously, we're switching the heroes around. Pylai actually in real trouble here. The Razors are up again. There's no, actually, is there the last range raise? It's not enough damage to kill off Pylai.
Kratos boots.
Got the movement speed, but Paladin's got the regeneration. He's got Brain Sap in 2 seconds time.
Yeah, he'll be all right.
He'll give up.
Very close. In the bottom lane at the same time, Puppey is doing a good job zoning out.
Top lane, Paladin has moved all the way up. They've already got the crush. And Notel, he's not a healthy man. Paladin needs the space here, but Misery, he's got the movement speed available. And now with the mana, he's got the crush as well, but Crit arrives for his own control. Notel's so damn low. The Brain Saps off cooldown in 2 seconds time. 1 second, Crit's low, but not low enough. OG keeping their safe lane alive, and Notel wants to come back in again. Pylai dies, still doesn't have this Brain Sap again. But they're munching through tangos, and Misery's ready to fight.
This top lane for Secret could get pretty tricky if they rotate the Lich away from mid lane and keep Doom solo bottom. Moonmeander is going to have a very hard time. He's got 2 CS. I'm guessing he got one of them with Devour and just managed to get one other. He's being zoned out very well by Puppey down here earlier with Poison Touch. Of course, this ability does deal a lot of physical damage on level 1. You're looking at a Doom with 0 base armor. He really has a hard time standing up against that. Eternal Envy. Might see him go for quick phase boots so that they can run down.
Puppey's got haste. He's coming in with Poison Touch, and Envy is not going to feel confident enough to have a crack.
They can potentially dive this tower even to kill Moonmeander if they get a creep wave to tank for them. Poison Touch and Spin together. do really good damage. It's still only level 1 Scorched Earth, so the healing not that significant just yet. And they're going to try for it.
Yep, jumping in with the Blade Fury. Moon, well, Envy keeps going north, so he doesn't inflict the damage to the Doombringer. It would have been enough because of Scorched Earth. The Puppy trying to get himself a little bit of distance between himself and Moon. Interesting to see too, the Fly has rotated himself down. So they might try and punish Envy while he doesn't have his Blade Fury.
They have no killing potential whatsoever without Scorched Earth.
True.
Okay, maybe if he's up this far and stays with the entire creep wave.
Level 1 Frost Blast. Doom.
Should be okay.
No auras available. In fact, now Envy, he just TPs. He just gets the hell out. They've got no stuns, so they can't stop him. And Puppy will just control the wave in the meantime.
Very safe play here from Envy, but the rotation from Fly, very useful as well. Like securing some CS here from Moon Meander, forcing the TP out. He also counter-warded on the way to at the bottom rune, so Weehaw doesn't know for sure. Well, he does still have a ward at the top rune, actually, so they're going to be okay, knowing at least one of the runes.
This top lane's going to be really careful now. Like, one, okay, yeah, Paradise pulling over, but he's got Nightmare. While he doesn't have a lot of levels, he's only level 2, so that nuke from Brain Sap isn't really a lot of damage. You've still got the Enabler. So you're able to get Slater into a good position to attack. That's why the Rubik kind of has to stay here.
And it looks like Weehaw is playing Alchemist differently from what we've seen from mainly, or well, only from Miracle here in the previous series. And I believe, did they have it in one game of the finals? Well, regardless, Miracle goes for 1-point concoction early. We're seeing Weehaw running the full greed build. No point concoction, 3-0-2 build, focusing on the economy. Getting big early. Maybe a hint that he's going Radiance.
Opening on top, as Pylai die. Well, he's not going to Nightmare for this just yet. And in fact, potentially could have.
Then he doesn't have mana for Sap.
True, and he needed both. Hello. Alchemist getting brought down by the Shadow Fiend.
How'd that happen?
It shouldn't. But he catches him just before the Alchemist hits level 6, so there was no ulti available for the regeneration. And level 3 raises bring down the Elf.
That's such a big kill. That's probably the biggest kill you could get right now for OG. Not only do they kill the Elk, but it's a solo kill for Miracle. So big benefits here. Doom now level 5 in the offlane too. I think OG are getting quite a lot out of this compared to what I thought they would with the start that Moon Meander had. But just that little bit of Lich rotation makes a big difference. He's now stacking as well, so there's a quad camp available.
They're about to go again. Crit coming in from the side. He needs to actually run directly in from behind the tower in order to catch Weehaw.
Oh, Nightmare.
Yeah, actually locking Miracle in position. Weehaw's in no position to fight. And with Crit hanging around him, they knew they couldn't get like a guaranteed follow-up stun.
They just can't kill him without a point concoction. They...
Yeah, there is no follow-up stun.
Moon Meander and Envy gonna exchange abilities.
So be careful. This Scorched Earth halfway through its duration. Probably gets some good damage in. The Poison Touch isn't really slowing down Moon enough, and Eternal Envy, not level 6 just yet. But Misery moving in from the side, even an extra crit arriving from Eternal Envy. But speaking of crit, now he's there, throwing back Envy, stunning up Misery. But they've still got that speed. The advantage going into crit. They'll let the Fate Bolt go, but with the spin as well as the crush. You pick off the Rubik, but you keep the Doombringer alive. And you also force 4 heroes from Secret to move over to take this. And now, well, Nightmare on Miracle and move forward. It's the Doombringer who's now Nightmare up, and Pylai die. Well, Envy, he's still not level 6 yet. In fact, Miracle with the raises. Pylai die down to 38. Miracle once more. One attack would do it. He's got the speed. 315 versus 355, and Pylai die will drop. Misery's going to try and punish this, however. Moon back into the engagement. He's got the Scorched Earth up. Looks like Envy as well as Puppy, they don't want a bar of this.
Envy would love to be level 6 right now. He's still struggling to find the experience he needed to perform a very important kill there. No, Misery's not gonna let Fly have this.
No, he's trying to go for the D ward, and with Weehaw hanging around, this is easy money. And I'm giving it over to Pylai die with his attack.
Now they can protect their ward as well if they want to send.
Oh, well, instant revenge granted for OG. Miracle finding yet another kill. Support for support trade-off. And also this pressure coming into the area where Alchemist really wants to farm.
And we're seeing the build from Weehaw being only a Sage's Mask, so I think this is a straight Radiance. Else he could have stopped for a Soul Ring on the way or maybe gone for a Medallion.
Fred.
Gonna get
He's
lifted.
here. Pick him up, throw him down. The Razor's #1. Needs to pop that Chemical Rage. It was 1 second off cooldown. Now they go for the Brewmaster. All he's in here. Weehaw Puppy needs to shallow grave him, not in time. The Razors from Miracle are able to connect. Misery was taken out of the fight for so long. The Brewlings, they've only got another 4 seconds left on them. It may be enough time. As Envy also dies to the Doombringer. Now Brewmaster, N0tail back into his normal form. The Nightmare will keep him here for now. But there's really no follow-up to that. It was down in bottom lane where Moon was able to get that kill on Envy, back behind the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, with all the rotations coming into mid to try to save the Alchemist, they have nothing left to protect Envy with, and it's a simple kill for Moon by using Doom. Envy might be looking for revenge here, but he's only level 5. No Omni Slash is just not possible to get this kill on the Doombringer. And this time OG have the good early game that they've been looking for in every single of these games in the finals. Didn't manage in the last game, but this time around they're looking good.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Probably making the right choice not to go into his jungle because that's where Misery is able to catch out the Doombringer. Still a level 5 Slaughter, so no amplification. And Doombringer getting body blocked for a moment. We are still with no points up in Concoction. A lot of body blocking, but really no stuns, no follow-throughs. And really, how do they kill a Doom with the level 3 Scorched Earth plus the ice armor he's got from devouring the creep? Envy, okay, maybe that was one where he thought he could do it. An isolated Doom in the river, but only 3 Omni Slashes is not going to be enough.
And Weehaw is fully committed to his build already. He bought the Radiance recipe first. So he's hiding in the base, not showing his build, but it's going to be very obvious for OG when they see he still doesn't have any items on him in just 2 minutes that that's what he's going for.
It's going to be big, however, because he's going to have this quad stack in a moment. So pulls it up. Even if the Dire are watching it, they can't really do anything to stop it. But they get a trade in step, and that's the tier 1 tower.
If they take the tower, they can go and contest, maybe.
Oh, Miracle moves forward. Misery, he does have this level 6 now, so Miracle will be a little bit more careful as the amplification's put on him. No easy ways for OG to get rid of that.
Weehaw really wants to take that stack now.
Needs to wait another 3 seconds, but he'll be happy to do so. And this allows Misery now to get a couple of levels and farm in the mid. You can't keep the SF out, and it looks like now OG, they are coming to contest. Crit and Fly are moving over. They can soak up a little bit of the experience, or they can go for the kill. They're gonna find Puppy. He already has observers and sentries down, so I think Puppy can just shallow grave and buy a little bit of time. Maybe if he can time this right, the Hellbears will just hope the clap comes in, as he does. Puppy gets denied to the Hellbear. That wasn't even the clap. That was just a basic attack.
Radiant's middle tower.
But this tier 1 tower still belongs to OG. And the stack, Weeha's not finished it yet. They've still got 2 big creeps, which N0tail can now clap and steal, or leaves them for Miracle.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But Weehaw got quite a bit still. Got some way to go for the Radiance, and Shadow Fiend is doing so well this game. Miracle is 5-0, 70 CS.
I think Envy's dead. Spend TP out. OG not there in time to really stop it.
You know, when you're playing against an Alchemist who's going Greed build and you're 2,000 gold ahead of him at minute 10, that means you're in a very good position. And now the challenging thing for Secret is going to be buying enough time. Their fighting potential is way inferior to OG. They have a Blink Dagger Brew, they have a Shadow Fiend with Mech, they have a Doom, they have Chain Frost. Secret's heroes are not level, or supports rather, not level 6 yet.
Oh.
These are tough times, actually.
Envy catches N0tail, or I should say it's the other way around. N0tail's got his ulti available. The spin will come from Envy, copying a lot of damage. But Weeha's in the neighborhood. Pile dies, actually dragging the creep wave down, so the tier 1 tower takes damage. But on bottom lane, Miracle as well as Crit having a fantastic time. They'll remove that tier 1 tower on bottom lane. And Doombringer is keeping him out of the mid, but it's the top lane. But Misery initiated on by that Blink Dagger Brewmaster. N0tail already with that Blink. Misery is still dreaming of completing that, but Weehaw needs to take this money on top to finish the Radiance first.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's closing in. Another 1,000 to go. This is not one of the faster Radiances we've seen in the tournament. So already, those 2 deaths he has in the mid lane cost him a lot of trouble. What are we looking at for the other heroes? So Juggernaut went Phase Boots, has 1,000. Slardar, 700 off the Blink. Puppy has Boots, great. We have Tranquils on the Bane, and on the other side you compare. Actually, the supports are fairly even in net worth, surprising to me.
Roche move? This is a Roche move from Secret.
This is so bold, actually.
They have a level 1 healing ward. They can break through the shield of Roshan, then put the amplification up, but now the smoke breaks, so Moon in the neighborhood, but it's nighttime. He doesn't see anything. So he'll move down for the 12-minute rune, realize it's missing, and now, in fact, checks Roshan. Secret making the right choice to bail out.
Secret making the not game-losing play by not going into the pit there. That would have been an absolute disaster. The TP already came in from Brew with Blink Clap ready. And
now OG are doing it.
Yep. They will take a little while to do it, but they do have level 1 aura at least on the Shadow Fiend, so -3 armor.
And what do they really lose here?
Absolutely nothing. I don't think Secret can do anything about it. They've gone for a really greedy last pick in the Alchemist. They have to buy him time. He doesn't contribute very much to the Roche pit fight just now. They got to play the waiting game and try not to lose too many towers to this Aegis that will be going OG's way.
It's still taking a while to finish it. And Paradise going to drag the creep wave down. They're still trying to just be the tier 1. Well, Weeha, yeah, back into the Ancients. All right, so finally it's done. Miracles, I think, got bashed up 8 times while they try to take that Roshan. But he gets the Aegis Immortal as a reward. Weeha really needs to get every single creep here before leaving, but he can't. There's not enough life. Puppey will give him some. But he's still sitting at 3.5k net worth. 3.5k gold in the bank. 300 short of finishing his Radiance.
Envy is running through a ward. Oh, this is a really bad position for him to be in. Fortunately, Doom is not in the neighborhood.
Brewmaster, however, just jumps. Doesn't want to go for the clap, and, well, what son of you really got that's going to cancel that TP?
Doom, but he's not there.
True.
The one hero who could do it is not around, and I think Envy knew it. He saw him on the defensive observer ward they have inside their own jungle. Using it as much as possible to his advantage, but this is still just a game plan that is progressing for OG. Misery wanted to contest the rune, not happening.
Yeah, just back it up, man. 200 gold for Radiance. The Weeha counter continues.
It's not an insurmountable lead for Secret, though. They're 2,500, almost 3,000 gold behind. But with the Radiance coming out soon, they'll be able to climb that mountain. 200 gold to go.
Moon's playing mind games right now. He's got an illusion next to his real hero, so it just looks like they're 2 illusions that move to the front lines. Secret is still not going to fall for this, but if they do, shame on you.
It's a good attempt. But they dodged the fight entirely, so it doesn't really have any impact, and they will have to concede this tower. This is the right play from both teams. OG have to start putting some pressure on these tier 2s, knowing that they have Aegis advantage, and Secret have no business whatsoever trying to fight into this right now.
Yeah.
I think it's a split push Alchemist game where you just try to drag it out and ultimately just get so big on Alch and Jug that you can win the game past 40, 50 minutes.
It's just how they keep the map control. Like you're talking about split push. There's no real jump heroes. Like you're not looking at Storm Spirits or like the Blink Dagger 4-Staff, Earthshaker Fissures kind of to catch out these side lane heroes. So it won't be as bad for Weeha, especially when he uses illusions for the push. But how do you ensure you get space for the Juggernaut? Can he always rely on having that spin to TP out?
It's very good in this game, apart from, of course, against the Doom. So as long as you have vision on Doom and Rubik doesn't have a blink, you should be okay. You can see Envy feels pretty confident here in the top lane. He's going for a Battle Fury build, so Secret definitely on the same page with what the game plan is in this game.
Radiant structures
Just entirely avoiding anything. They have to give every single tower that OG wants. They just gotta concede it right now. It's a hard call to make, but it is the right one.
And maybe OG just are sick of them dodging. They're staring down that tier 3 tower in the bottom lane. Their entire team is here, ready to fight. Everyone's armored up. And there goes the Radiant Creep Wave. Misery starts the amplification, blinks away before the Brewmaster gets the clap with the ad straight down, and the Weave also removing the armor.
Oh, Brain Sap on Rubik, that's a really good steal. He has 280 magic damage and 300 pure in quick succession.
Miracle actually needs to keep out. He's at -8 armor right now.
Misery playing that front liner. He's trying to buy time for his team, but if he gets caught by pretty much anything, he will be brought down.
Highlight Eye. Okay, what else he got?
Do they have an Urn on OG? They do. They have 1 Urn charge on crit that he could expend on Miracle.
They're finally coming top. Envy starts the TP, and they baited it. He actually cancels his TP. OG used 2 of their own. And Envy is stranded. He actually canceled that on purpose, I assume. So he can keep farming and then just believe in his team to keep the defense up. The Weave again. aggressively from Secret, removing this armor of OG as they fight underneath the Asprey. Crit is not a healthy man. He's dying so heavily to that tower, not to mention that one creep, that the tier 3 tower is under attack. And Secret, as it sprays off cooldown again in the moment, there's no fortification available. And there's the jump. Notel still not going for the split. Now Misery gets the amplification off with Fiend's Grip as well. Have they got the damage? Concoction is available. Toss it out. You've still got Notel controlled. And now Pilot Eye being thrown in. The Bruma split will be used. The Bane will drop. Buyback is available in Rubik. He sold Fiend's Grip. Crit has a big control factor available here. And that bottom melee, it is going to drop in favor of OG with the Brewmaster only squaring off. Again, another good weave coming out from Puppey. But with the Storm Brewing taking Slant around the picture, they can't really chase this. They need that stun, but look at Envy with the Invis rune. It's a level 2 Omni Slash. The armor is still down for 2 seconds or 3 seconds of that Okay, yeah, he's not, no. While Envy is confident, the Agassi model will time out. The weave has run out as well. He just wants one person. Moon's in the neighborhood.
He can't kill him. He's not even
shot.
close.
Misery's here.
Oh, with help, yeah, okay.
With the crush into the Omni Slash, and Moon, well, they get the Scorched Earth off. They got the amplification with the spin. Envy can't keep up. He doesn't have the movement speed. Notel will move over. They doom over on the Slanter, so no more crushes, and Envy actually leaves Misery high and dry. He'll actually die to the doom here. Nothing will stop that. But they tried to give it a crack, and it failed.
Even with Amplify, they can't bring him down, and that's because Moon Meander has the ice armor and the plate mail. Just so much physical armor, even against all this Amplify minus, it just takes away the plate mail. He's still tanky enough to survive through that. I think also quite a few stick charges there to keep him alive. And
Envy? Miracle's done a lot of damage to him already, and that spin's on cooldown. Crit doesn't have the high maneuverability. He doesn't have that blink dagger yet, even though he's pretty damn close. And Envy just wants to run out of here. Pops the healing ward. Miracle keeps the chase going. That healing ward in front of Envy, they don't have anything to work with. With the weave, they get the vision. It's the Fiend Strip. Pilot Eye doing it from Fog of War. No Brewmaster only, but it's not going to stop Notel from jumping in. The spin damage. Miracle will drop. And now Notel isolated, sandwiched into Team Secret. Even Nightmare over on Crit. Doom will arrive, but he's got no ulti. Envy will look for a little bit more. What have they got left? Crit takes the spin. So at least to be able to avoid the stun from Weehaw. Concoction in 1 second time. The damage, he actually aggroes the Ancients, but Alchemist, Weehaw times the last attack. Misery, Blink Dagger, 1 second. Blink up the crush will do the work for a Concoction follow-up here from Weehaw. Giving him the extra bash on the Moon with a Brain Sap. That Scorched Earth, it's not available. Moon, this time he won't have the movement speed. Crush back off cooldown, and the Shiva's Guard delivered in, but it does not protect enough. Weehaw will take a triple kill on this Alchemist, and potentially fueling the split push that is Team Secret's Alchemist.
that is such a huge swing for Team Secret. 4 kills for nothing. They've already lost Barracks, so they were plenty of gold behind, which means in turn they claim just as much back, and Miracle there. Understand why he wants to go for that kill, and Envy knows how much it can do, but you're running into absolutely zero vision in a bad tree area, and your Brewmaster didn't have Split ready to protect you with. That is a very big loss. That's a Battle Fury over on Envy. It's the Alchemist closing in on, I'm guessing he's gonna buy a Yasha right now after the travels. This is Secret's game plan. This is all they needed. That one fight and 5 minutes of farm, and they won't care about the lost Barracks.
OG's coming to fight. They feel like Secret might be weak. At least they got their big abilities back up again. Every ulti available for OG. Misery's in the neighborhood. And the smoke's gonna break, and he jumps up, and the split, it's used over on the Ancients. Pilot Eye's the only hero who's in range to the Brewmaster split being committed. If Pilot Eye survives, just look at him just run. The Storm Brawling will finally set him up in the air, but you've only got 3 seconds left for the Brewmaster, and they commit the Requiem, and Pilot Eye die. Okay, he lasted a very long time, especially with that ability to Brain Sap. Puppey will die to Moon. The Doom doing his work. Lich Kill securing with the Frost Blast.
Puppey thought the entire team was chasing Pilot Eye, but so he went to Shadow Wave in mid, but Moon reads the movement, turns around, runs down, and dooms him from the side. So they get a bonus kill there.
And now OG take the stack. That's a big Ancient stack as well.
That is really, really huge, actually.
The problem is, where do they go after this? Like, they're not really great Ancient clearers, so they're taking a very long time to do this. In fact, burning every urn charge they have. They may have commit the mech too. While Envy farming up with that Juggernaut in the top lane, Misery and Weehaw are waiting for the defense at bottom. And Fly, He's the man coming down for this. He doesn't have vision over in the tree line, and now Weeha shows himself. They bring another hero.
Shadow.
But they're probably not expecting Misery in the trees.
They're still going to win that fight 2-on-2.
They might win a 3-on-2 as Moon's rotating over. He's still walking around with this Frost Armor creep. Waiting for the Pack Wolf Aura to arrive. But while all this is going on, Juggernaut's still farming up the dire jungle. Roshan stands for OG, but they do this also with Brewmaster split down, and Requiem also down.
Envy's absolutely getting stuff, and this is a game where Juggernaut can really get to shine when we get past that 30-minute mark and he has a damage item. Because it's very clear that OG kind of only has one sieging strategy, which is to clump up all 5 heroes in the lane, go in, commit the brew split, and if Envy can find any sort of angle on the backline with Omni Slash, he can take out 1 or 2 supports. That's very, very big, but for now, it is going to be another Roshan for OG. They'll probably look to take the top tier 1 and tier 2 towers for free with this. Secret aren't letting them have it right now, pushing as much as they can, buying time, which is the name of this game.
There are also 5 men on this top, so if Misery can find the opening, they jump and they keep the numbers advantage in favor of Team Secret. And that will make OG a lot more cautious about moving into their own jungle to try and retake it. But while they got 5, caution isn't something they require. So OG fall back, and the farm war continues here from Team Secret to try and stay in front of OG. They are still running an Alchemist who's just about finished his mana style. And if he gets an Octarine as well, OG can have real issues taking all of this farm they've got and finishing the game.
They have really bad heroes at dealing with split push. I think they have a decent catch for real heroes, with Doom, of course, being able to get a blink and just catching you off guard, but they need to kill tanky Illus somewhere down the line, and I'm seeing no one doing that apart from Miracle Shadow Fiend if he gets some serious right-click damage. For now, he's going to use what he has on the top tier 1, and as expected, Secret will not contest, just buy themselves some seconds here with the Glyph. And get themselves a bottom rune, and delay the game. Here is the Manta.
Is up, and Weeha already starts his push on bottom lane.
I think what we're looking at right here is that the game either ends in 5 minutes and OG take that fight, or they are likely to lose the game. They built a Satanic on Miracle. This is the all-in, let's just go high ground and push, sustain forever against this weak fight that Secret still have. And if it should work, then they'll have a 2 racks advantage minute 25, and that's good enough against this Alch, even if he gets big, I think.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Envy's trying to force him to retreat. And OG, now it's a real test of theirs. And they are coming up. They're going to use Miracle with this Aegis the Immortal.
Level 1 Enfeeble only.
So not really removing any real damage from Miracle. He just keeps hacking into the tower. And they haven't brought... Okay, now the Alchemist comes back to the Acid Spray. Make this a little bit more difficult. And another Weave. This is what Poppy was doing time and time again against OG. And you're going to see Miracle losing a lot of this armor he's tried to gain. Misery jumping forward. They get the Concoction stun. What's Crit managed to take? Actually ends up taking Crush. With that Blink Dagger, he's got some good control from this. Envy has taken out tier 1 tower in the mid lane in the meantime. But if they lose 2 side practice, no Tal jumps forward. Weeha gets himself away, but the Concoction, the Storm Bruling sends him up in the air. It just keeps Weeha out of this fight, allowing OG to finish up the melee racks. They'll take the range as well. Unless Pilot can find something here like a Nightmare. 4-star forward, there it is. Catching out Moon. Miracle still posturing on the front lines, but Misery jumps in for a double crush. Keep the amplification up. Concoction stun again catching 2 heroes. They keep hitting all their stuns, and the Fiend's Grip over on Doom. Crit jumps forward, and instantly they cancel it with Pilot actually losing the Fiend's Grip as well as his life. OG getting some good stuff. They don't really need to commit for much more, but while they've still got this Aegis of the Immortal, the confidence is there, but they don't have the Brew ulti. And these Alchemist illusions are actually causing a couple of problems for them on the back lines. Very difficult to get those Blink Daggers off. You want confidence from Envy? Look at his positioning. He's running up the top lane, even though OG just left here, and his TP is on cooldown.
Yep, OG. 1.5 lanes of racks. There's only the ranged barracks in that bottom lane. They can deal with the split push. That's not, the problem isn't that they can't keep the waves out, because Manta, Octarine, Alchemist is incredibly good for that. I'm just worried they don't get enough farm before it's over. There's so much gold coming OG's way when they get a free lane of racks like that, that even should the Alchemist get very big.
Is it worth the Alchemist actually bypassing this and moving into something else like the Assault Cuirass? Understanding that OG will be attacking a lot sooner.
Oh, let's see how this fight goes first, then he can start itemizing. Maybe the potential end of the entire tournament if OG pull this off. They do telekinesis and illusion, but they just want to bring it down.
But they do.
The split push.
Misery jumps forward. You've only got another 45 seconds left of this Aegis the Immortal. Envy also added a decent amount of pressure towards the top lane, but OG won't care about that. The bottom lane's pushing in a lot for OG. That's a creep wave and a half. But this is where the fight comes for Team Secret. And they find the opening. Miracle still dropping low. That Aegis the Immortal. Watch the timing. There's still another 20 seconds until it's lost. And Miracle down to 95 life. Still surviving. With the Crimson Guard and the heals kicking in. The Doom. Okay. That wasn't the play. Fly, Lich, ult is gonna fly out, bouncing around. Misery copying a lot of damage from this. Shallow Grave has to be used to keep him alive, and the Fiend's Grip Crit is still holding on to it. They'll bring down the Slaughter. Buyback is available at the moment, and they also take Weeha up into the air. 3 seconds, 2 seconds until Chemical Rage back off cooldown. Slaughter needs to find the space. Weeha just gets blown up by Miracle. The Fiend's Grip, this time it controls Moon. Misery with a double crush, but Envy, not enough damage from the spin as well as the Omni Slash. Moon is dropping down quickly, and Weeha, he gets the stun. OG, now they can start losing heroes. But Team Secret, they had to use so many buybacks.
Wasn't that only Misery?
It was the Slaughter as well as Weeha.
Oh yeah, that's right. They bought back the Alcazar. That's the bigger one. That is a really big problem for them.
Miracle, the 4-star up. Slaughter's already used his crush. You'll see No-Tel. There is no split, and Weeha wants to go for the concoction, still on cooldown for now. They're chasing after the bigger one. They're chasing after the SF with the crush available. The concoction's still not there, and he just turns the Satanic as well. Mech on Misery on the run. Crit, he's got crush available, but with a Blink Dagger on cooldown, he can't do anything at the moment. In fact, all they can do is kill off Weeha. This could be a dieback right now. Alchemist TPing out. How much damage do they got? They get the stun. Weeha can't escape. Miracle will finally die, but no Alchemist, no Juggernaut. This is a dream moment for OG. They're gonna get another kill as well into Pylai Die. The bottom lane is pushing. The top lane will soon push. And it is almost a full minute where Secret will have to fight with only 2 heroes, potentially 3 with the buyback by the Bane, but that won't be enough.
If Shadowfiend had buyback there, the game would have maybe ended. Could have bought back and they could have run down mid knowing that Alchemist is out for a long time, but hold on for now. This is looking very, very good for OG. A 10,000 gold lead is not really what it's all about. It's more just the position they have on the map and then guarantee that they will get the next Aegis. I see no way for Secret to contest that, but they probably have to. They have to try it, and if they fail, the game is obviously over, but giving another Aegis, they can use Brew Split and just have Miracle sit and hit the tower, and they will get at least the tower and the range tracks during the split duration. And this is classic OG stuff, this kind of lineup where they utilize the Brew together with Shadowfiend, and putting the Doom in the mix doesn't make it worse.
Looks like Secret are going to rely on RNG to try and survive. There's double talismans coming in on the Courier. The other one is meant for Puppey. They sacrifice their buyback in order to have this.
Aghanim's on crit. You can steal Omni Slash, Fiend's Grip, Weave, that benefit from that, but it's more about the cooldown, getting multiple useful spells in the fight. A 2-second cooldown. So much good stuff to steal as well. Like every Rubik game, when you have Axe, is kind of a good Rubik game.
Right, so OG.
2 minutes.
That's how long they have to wait for Roshan. Envy just keeps this pressure on the top lane. He's got his Mana Psalm with the Battle Fury. With only the buyback on the Bane, it doesn't make any sense to save your money. Got buyback and 500 gold as Misery. He stares down a 3-man crush, but he's not going to get anything. That armor of Moon, it was over. It's at 55 armor on this Doombringer right now. And Misery's going to remove a little bit of it, dropping him down to, down to 30 armor. Huge change.
30 armor after Amplify.
They're just so strong. This is why he's not giving up the Ice Armor, the Frost Troll. Looks like Weeha's going to TP back.
It's actually a really good choice by Moon to keep that the entire game instead of getting a Wolf. I think a lot of players would be tempted to do it and just be like, oh, we can siege even faster. But it's all about just sustaining. As long as they survive through the Weave, and through the Acid Spray, they can just step by step
Interesting
take this
item.
tower down.
So Weeha finished up a full Heaven's Halberd. Normally this wouldn't really be effective up against OG, but because Miracle is going for a butterfly build and not the BKB, he can still be disarmed.
The problem is it's not damage. So yes, you buy more time, but OG are already playing sustain mode, so...
They're coming. They find an opening. It's going to be over on Moon with the Fiend Script being committed. What have they got left? Amplification stolen by Crit, but Moon is still going to go down on Willie. He walks away with 500 life. The Brewmaster Split's gone. This is the last hurrah right now for Team Secret. What have they got? Probably not enough. Misery back in, just walking towards his death, and the Doom on Envy. Crit spins in front of him as he picks him up, throwing Envy back. The Shallow Grave will buy a little bit of time, but only a little bit. The Doom, it won't ensure the kill. Envy getting a big heal bomb, and Moon keeps trying to fight Envy back into the spin, but it's a double kill for Crit. The Rubik going to work. Puppy's on the retreat, but there are so many OG heroes behind him, all 5 of them. The Shallow Grave again buying time for Secret to 5x2 heroes. Concoction flying forward, keeps Moon out of the fight, but again they lose the Dazzle. Weehaw's has a spray, making it so OG think twice about coming in, but they thought about it and now they're coming in. The mid lane, OG staring down the barrel of Megas, and Team Secret, they don't have the men to fight this.
Stolen Concoction.
Another stun to be given to OG, and he's already prepping it. Blink forward, looking towards Envy. If he can just at least bait out the spin, that's going to be worth it. And there it is. 18 seconds without spin. Miracle just beating into that melee Rax, and now he actually steals spin as well. You can take a little bit of the damage off, and a Blink 3-man crush. Envy looking for the damage follow-up. The Concoction is going to be there. How much have they got? Misery forced off him away. We are there's your Requiem from Miracle with the Rages combined. Secret, they've taken too much damage. OG have got it. They've got the TG out from Secret. OG, they fight all the way through the lower bracket and will be claimed the champions of the first ever Dota 2 Major live here in Frankfurt. A huge run, the dream run, achieving what no other team has done, and no other team will probably achieve for a very long time. A much-deserved title, the dream title, and they thank their audience. The crowd here have been behind them the whole way. OG, they are the champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, your Dota 2 champions, Team OG! All right, gentlemen, let me get in here in the middle. Before I talk to Captain Tal of OG, I have one question for one gentleman I have not yet spoken to yet. Miracle, one easy question for you. What sounds better, 8,000 matchmaking points or $1.1 million, my man?
I guess everybody knows the answer.
Congratulations. Tal, I gotta ask you, how was your grand final experience, and what is it like to be able to take down such huge titans like Team Secret?
It was so amazing. Secret played really good, and I don't know, they're such a good team, and I'm really proud that we could beat him. It feels so damn good, I don't know, man.
Now you obviously have very many, tons of supporters here live and people watching from home. What do you got to say to all of them?
Thanks to all the fans who came out here and support us or cheer for us. You made this all happen. It's so amazing. We come out, we're winning, and everyone's cheering OG. There's nothing better than that.
All right, guys, one last thing. What's next for Team OG?
See you all at the Shanghai Major.
Congratulations again, your champions, Team OG!
Congratulations to the first ever Dota 2 Major champions, Team OG. They did it the hard way, the long road, the hard road, but they are the champions. Fantastic scenes down on the main stage. Fans have been absolutely brilliant for the last few days, and they have screamed their lungs out for Team OG. They will deserve every moment of that fame and fortune down there on the main stage. Jacob, a happy Dane right now.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I bet for OG, Misery was on the other team, so it's with mixed emotions, but the majority Danish team won.
Okay.
Great tournament by them.
Sum up how great this run was from OG.
I mean, it's amazing. It was a trial by fire. They were honed by combat. They literally went through every single possible challenge that they could. Lower brackets, starting things off, a tough group stage, and making their way through every single one of the big boys. I mean, you go all the way back to VP. That was a great triumph for them by itself. But then they go on to the very last day and beat EG and Secret in one day. It doesn't get better than that.
I mean, when you think about what they've done as well, of the TI5 teams, Virtus Pro top 6, beaten. CDEC top 2, beaten. Evil Geniuses, champions, beaten. Team Secret favourites, beaten. They've had to do it, not only the hard way, but also against the hardest opposition as well.
And I mean, and they're a qualifier team as well. They're not even one of the invites. This is the ultimate esports Cinderella story.
I mean, CDEC was an incredible story at TI5, but I think we might have topped it. The champions are OG.
It's especially bittersweet for Dota2, who was removed from Team Secret or left Team Secret.
As was No-Tail.
Yeah, as was No-Tail. So it's, I think they had the urge to prove that this was their year. They didn't have a chance to prove it at TI5, but finally, they take home the gold.
Absolutely amazing, incredible. Let's talk about the entire series. It's finished 3-1. Overall, obviously OG coming out on top, but Secret gave it absolutely everything through those games, Cap.
They really did. At the first two games, it seemed like they were struggling to find a strategy, but then we saw a hint there in game number 3 where they might have figured out how to be able to stop OG's rampage. But game number 4 proved that it's still out OG, able to play a more comfortable play style.
Yeah, Miracle.
Juggernaut TP, I have to ask, what happened?
I mean, as Cap rightfully tweeted, from hero, which he has been throughout the tournament, to absolute zero. I don't know. Just giving up Rexes like that, oh my god, that must feel so terrible.
I mean, it was good play by OG, they took the opportunity, right? EE made the mistake, but it was OG who snapped on it, right? They started TPing back. As soon as he starts TPing back, they're like, cancel our TPs, and it was just like, I can't believe that our grand finals may have come down to that moment right there where he isn't able to defend a Rex.
Yeah. Likewise, though, there was a couple of mistakes from OG in that last game, which, just as they started getting ahead and controlling the game, suddenly Miracle just shows a little bit of inexperience at the top level, dives in under the tree line, no vision whatsoever, gets caught out, and the 4 of them get wiped. Could have cost them the game, could have cost them the championship.
Absolutely could have. I thought that was the one moment we were joking about how the game was just kind of getting a little clowny and going back and forth, and Miracle making a kind of play like that almost lost them control.
Having said that, of course, he's still ended up 11-2-6 in the grand final in the 4th game and done his team proud.
What was funny about that moment was that Envy first makes this huge TP mistake play, then goes in, uses Blade Fury on the middle wave despite all of OG assembling around him.
And this is the 45. Look at Envy's position on the minimap. He was doing neutrals a little bit, he gets an invisibility rune, and all the meanwhile, his team is like, dude, we need you. Our Rax is falling. They only had like a 6,000 gold lead at this point, but they absolutely need it.
Yeah, here's the Miracle dive. So, no vision.
I thought he had an
dangerous
S and
tree
Y
line.
the way he was chasing him, but without a Saints proc, there's no way that he kills Juggernaut. He can just spin, dodge the raise, and of course he got a little bit too antsy, maybe tasting victory within his grasp.
And it was just Envy playing the long con. He lured them into the trap. He made them feel this false sense of security.
But the one guy who never really made mistakes and always had outstanding plays was Crit.
Yeah.
Crit was the solid rock of this whole entire series. In fact, the whole entire run by OG was marked by Crit performing to the utmost level of support.
I thought the Brewmaster pick was pretty brilliant too. It's been theory crafted as a counter to Slardar. If he initiates on you, you usually don't die before you get a split off because you avoid a first big hit after the amp. And on top of that, you can just cyclone him midair and likewise just take him down.
And another great hero against the Bane as well. I think, as Cap rightfully said, Crit definitely a standout player throughout the tournament. I think it's so hard to if you had to like name an MVP between Crit, Moon Meander, and of course Fly's captainship. An amazing run by OG.
We'll talk about MVPs in a minute, just before the end of the game. But, objective-based Dota 2 has been the subject of many discussions this week and last week, for that matter. And it came good for OG in that fourth game. They focused on everything they needed to do.
And the Alchemist goes forward to this, I don't want to say outdated build, but less useful build that we've seen throughout the whole tournament. And it just does not do well when the opponent pushes your high ground super early.
Yeah.
Or like taking down Roshan, which OG were able to do multiple times.
In contrast to the way that Misery's been playing Alchemist in a varied amount of ways throughout the whole tournament.
Wait, Miracle, yeah. With the early Soul Crest.
Yeah.
It was, I mean, they also had just like so much pressure coming out from the Doom Lich in the safe lane, and this is the final fight. Team Secret.
There we are. So, GG. Game over. OG taking the marbles home. That's it. Done and dusted. Are you surprised, honestly?
Super surprised. Super surprised. I bet on them yesterday. Sort of also because I'm Danish. There was a bit of bias involved. Maybe I didn't actually believe as much as I've done in a lot of other teams. I was completely sure EG would beat them today. I bet against them for the first time. They demolished EG, and I was like, all right, I can't bet against them anymore. I just simply can't. Even if I had a feeling that Secret was probably the better team, they just came out and proved me wrong. And
why am I not surprised that Jacob's correct predictions aren't actually based on any analytical abilities?
Geez.
Just, I like Danes.
That is also a correct analysis.
Okay, we're going to talk about MVPs now. There's a very long list of teams and players and moments of brilliance all the way through, but let me just throw a few at you. CTY, Eternal Envy, Miracle, Moon, No Tail, Crit, Super, Samael, G, Old Chicken have all had fantastic moments throughout this entire tournament. I want you to all just give me one name that stands out and tell me why. Capitalist.
I mean, I already said my name, Crit, through and through. I think that he was performing the most solid. He was always playing at 90 to 100% of his capabilities.
Okay.
I'm completely on board with Cap as well. It's great. I don't want to be boring or anything, but he's just been the most standout to me. He's a newcomer to the scene. Well, newcomer in a sense. He's played a mid position before for much less successful Danish teams, but the way he's just broken into the international scene and how he's played in this tournament, definitely my MVP.
Mine's going to be not on that list. It would be Fly, actually.
Ah,
the
okay.
captain.
Yep. I mean, I did put 4 of the 5 OG players on that list, so it makes sense that we.
Yeah, I mean, he bonded them all together. He had this amazing draft. I also think like he bounced back miraculously from his finish at TI5 and still had the thirst, the urge, and he, took what he thought was the best possible team and went through the qualifiers and just, as you said, trial by fire.
Yeah, okay. And final memories and moments, because there have been so many. Again, I wrote a few down. Moon's Earth Shaker stands out. Game 1 EG versus Secret. Samael's Timbersaw. Crit, obviously, on the Wyvern. I think Ben quite rightly gave him best ever game on a Winter Wyvern that he's ever seen. What's your favorite memory that you're going to take away from Frankfurt?
I want to go back to the early on in the tournament with Unknown beating Newbie. I think that was an amazing story.
Yep.
I think that actually gives us something else to talk about outside of the obvious winners. But we have this international community that's trying to make it Southeast Asia, South America. This is their opportunity to show themselves in an international tournament. I think they had very promising results, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of them in the future.
I think it was, we had the 2 8,000 MMR players in mid. I think it shows that the new players do have a place. People are like, oh, you have to have played for 10 years, you have to have experience and whatnot. But this young blood is really where it's at, and whereas the Chinese scene was kind of lacking, and Miracle delivered some top tier performances.
Okay, Jacob, last words?
I'm sort of agreeing with Ben on that, but at the same time, we saw that at TI. We've seen it with Sumail, we've seen it with CDC. For me, one game stands out, EG against Secret. It doesn't even include OG, but that game one was definitely the game of the year for me.
Yeah.
An amazing game, double Rapion on Eternal Envy, whom I rightfully feel was a very integral part of why Secret was successful in this tournament, even if his Juggernaut in this last game threw.
Okay. After almost 100 games over the last 10 days, the Frankfurt Major, the first ever in Dota 2 history, has come to an end. OG are $1 million better off and have become the first ever champions of the Major Championships. And while a hole will be left over the winter that will be difficult to fill, the Major Championships do continue in Shanghai in March, something to look forward to in the long winter nights. For OG, though, they'll enjoy the glory of the championship a while longer, and then after a short time, get back to the practice room, preparing to defend their title in Shanghai. Now, thanks to all of the commentators, our expert panelists, the extraordinary work by the observers and the stats guys, and to all of the people behind the scenes who have made the Frankfurt Major so special. Thank you to ESL and to Valve for once again allowing Dota 2 to shine brightly in the competitive world of professional esports. After such a brilliant set of matches, it's time to pack the booths away, send the players home, and say goodbye to Frankfurt. Thank you for coming to the Festhalle, and thank you to everyone around the world for tuning in. We'll see you again in the next Major in 2016 in Shanghai. Until then, auf Wiedersehen.